I unexpectedly found myself transmigrated into the role of a malevolent supporting character within a novel. As I watched my mother prepare for remarriage, my life was thrown into disarray. The gaze of my friends made me feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, I resolutely vowed to choose my own path, regardless of fate. Qian, are you truly planning to move to the capital with your mother? Inquired a friend beside me, her short bobbed hair embodying the image of the quintessential obedient student. Yes. My mother mentioned she would come to fetch me the day after tomorrow, I replied while enjoying a potato dish, my tone devoid of any reluctance. Qian, do you genuinely not oppose your mother's remarriage? Asked another friend cautiously from across the table. Honestly, no, I sighed in resignation. I have no intention of rebelling now. Besides, my mother and uncle have already obtained their marriage license. If I continue to stir up trouble, would it not merely lead my mother from her second marriage back to being single again? For 5 days I have recounted this tale, yet I still behold their incredulous expressions. Gazing at these 3 youthful and vivacious friends, who appear even more spirited than my memory suggests, I occasionally find myself lost in thought, marveling at the wonder of it all. I had never imagined that one day I would reunite with friends and family within the pages of a book. Indeed, within a book. 5 days ago, upon awakening, I was astounded to see my youthful mother in the old home I lived in before high school. In my shock, I believed I had been reborn, ready to revel in this unexpected twist of fate, only for my mother to suddenly present me with a marriage certificate. She declared that regardless of my acceptance, she and Baijin had already registered their union, her tone implying that I, her daughter, was akin to an evil stepmother, nearly causing me to crumble in disbelief. What was this? A rebirth accompanied by a stepfather? It took me 3 days to come to terms with the reality that I had been transported into a novel, a narrative crafted with me as the template. However, I was not the protagonist, but rather a malevolent supporting character. Yu Qian, the character, shared my experiences in exacting detail, and upon my initial arrival in this story, I even believed I had been reborn. As I drifted into contemplation, my friend Wang Jiejia was attempting to stealthily take a bite of the sausage I held. I swiftly raised my hand to evade her, and upon seeing her disappointed gaze, I could not help but smile triumphantly before bringing the sausage to my lips. Just as I was about to indulge, it struck me that Wang Jiejia was the author of the very book I had entered, a significant contributor to my literary journey. Realizing this, I eagerly proffered the sausage toward her, inviting her to take a bite. Yes, I was fully aware that the novel I had entered was penned by my dear friend. The first 20 chapters primarily chronicled my amusing escapades and my daily interactions with my mother and friends, including some rather embarrassing moments I had never shared with others, all laid out explicitly in the text. The only individuals privy to these details were these 3 companions before me. And why Wang Jiejia, you may wonder. I'm also aware of the reason, which is quite simple. I had quarreled with her. The dispute arose from her incessant lamentations regarding her boyfriend, whose infidelity was akin to that of a centipede. Frustrated, I confronted her, leading to a heated argument. At that moment, she had retaliated fiercely, declaring that I, being single, could not comprehend her plight, and that if I were to pursue a boy, I would likely fare worse than she. She threatened to make me experience the agony of unrequited desire. This recollection sent a shiver through me. Glancing at the novel in my hands, I found myself empathizing with Yu Qian's plight, particularly her relentless pursuit of her stepbrother, Bai Qiming, which was almost comical. I had initially believed the protagonist to be me, only to discover that it was a character sharing my name, whose mother abruptly remarried into the prestigious Bai family, leaving me as an inexplicable burden, taken along to their residence. To make matters worse, the character Yu Qian fell head over heels for her stepbrother, embarking on her relentless pursuit, even attempting to disrupt his relationship with his childhood sweetheart, truly exasperating. Over the course of more than 70 chapters, Yu Qian's continual misadventures rendered her an insufferable nuisance in Bai Qiming's romantic journey. Upon completing the narrative, I could not help but scoff at Wang Jiejia's methods of revenge, which seemed almost juvenile, reminiscent of a child's petty curse drawn in a circle. Yet, none of this holds any significance for me. What truly matters is that my mother lives on beautifully within the pages of the book, reaching a fulfilling conclusion. In contrast to my mother, who succumbed to stomach cancer 5 years ago, the mother in the story merely remarries, which is hardly a matter of great concern. To be honest, Chanqian, your sudden transformation into such a well-behaved individual is rather disconcerting. Fong Yin reached out to caress my hair, its smoothness surprising me somewhat. Reflecting on the past, when I would deliberately style my hair into an unruly mess to provoke my mother, I must admit that I now appear far more pleasing. I genuinely have no intention of rebelling anymore. I allowed her hand to play with my hair, while chewing on the sausage in my hand, my words muffled and indistinct. The image of my past defiance against my mother has long been etched in the minds of my friends, who now believe I am concealing a grand revelation. Cici, let us assist you with your luggage tomorrow, suggested my friend Chiyu, seated across from me. You cannot manage it alone. I nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. After bidding farewell to my 3 dear friends, I walked home with a smile upon my face. Upon entering, I found my mother seated in the living room, engaged in a phone call, her expression grave. I approached her, beaming with joy, reflecting on the fact that after 5 long years, I was once again reunited with my mother. It felt splendid to be her child once more. Cici, I need to step out shortly. The dinner lady will come to prepare your meal. You must eat tonight, do you understand? Wang Wei concluded her call and turned to me, her tone still serious. She was pleasantly surprised by my recent transformation, but was momentarily at a loss for how to engage with her obedient daughter. I understand, Mom. Please remember to eat as well. Do not let yourself go hungry, I replied dutifully, feeling a profound shift in my perspective. In the past, I would have found her concern irksome, yet now I could sense the love underlying her stern demeanor. Wang Wei expressed a few more words of concern before hastily departing. I watched her get into the car before lowering my gaze to the little dog spinning at my feet. Bye-bye. We shall move to our new home the day after tomorrow. I gently patted Bye-bye's head, my heart brimming with anticipation for the future. This little dog arrived in the 2nd year following my mother's passing. Before that, we had an old dog named Dabai. Dabai accompanied me for 14 years until one morning it did not awaken. In that moment, I comprehended why Dabai, who had always objected to my companionship with other dogs, had brought home a puppy and allowed me to keep it close. It was as though Dabai was entrusting me with a part of itself. I was the orphan to whom it had bequeathed its legacy. Dabai, sensing its imminent departure, passed a fragment of itself onto Bye-bye. Unfortunately, as the books narrate, Dabai eventually succumbed to old age, leaving me with fond memories but no regrets. Perhaps this is why I chose to chronicle Dabai's life solely within the pages of a book. Later that evening, after playing with Bye-bye and enjoying the dinner prepared by the lady, I ascended to my room to sleep. Before drifting off, I humbly offered my prayers to the celestial deities and Wang Jiejia. My intention was not to curse my friend, but rather to honor her, hoping fervently that this was not merely a dream, and if it were, I wished to see it through to its conclusion. The following day, Wang Jiejia, Chiyu, and Fong Yin arrived early to assist me in packing. Chapter 2 Arrival at the Bai family. Chi. You're not really planning to take these clothes with you, are you? Chiyu remarked disdainfully, clutching Yuxian's once non-mainstream garments. I don't particularly want those either. Perhaps we should sort them out and stow them away in the old trunk. These items were once purchased by Yuxian in a bid to provoke her mother. Although the clothes were rather eccentric, their quality was undeniably exceptional. I doubt anyone would appreciate this style, Chiyu mused, her lips twitching slightly. At the time Yuxian acquired these outfits, the shop owners were overjoyed. They were truly hidden treasures. Yuxian, do you intend to take all these little trinkets with you? Wang Jiejia inquired, gesturing towards the assorted dolls and ornaments scattered across the bed and table. Yuxian glanced at the items, her brow furrowing. Please take what you like. If not, I'll be bringing everything with me. I'll take this bear. I want this deer figurine and this shelf. Then I shall claim that box. The trio did not hesitate to express their desires. After a busy morning, the four finally managed to organize everything. Yuxian and Wang Jiejia struggled to drag a hefty bag of rubbish to the bin, while Chiyu and Fong Yin assisted in placing the old clothes and other useful items into the recycling bin. As they surveyed the sizable packages that had been neatly packed, Chiyu spoke up, Yuxian, will these items be shipped, or is a vehicle coming to collect them? My mother mentioned a vehicle would arrive tomorrow. That's convenient. It means we can accompany you to the Bai family. The three remained at Yuxian's home, keeping her company throughout the day. Just before departing, Wang Jiejia suddenly recalled something she had left in Yuxian's kitchen. By the way, Yuxian, my mother made some spicy sauce for you. I left it in the kitchen, so remember to take it with you tomorrow. Wang Jiejia pointed toward the kitchen. One cannot overlook the fact that while Yuxian presented herself as a rebellious child in front of her mother, she maintained a commendable image among others and was quite favored by the adults. Otherwise, Wang Jiejia's parents would have long prohibited their child from associating with her. Wang Jiejia still vividly remembers an occasion during elementary school when there was a parent-teacher meeting. Yuxian's mother had pulled her own mother aside, expressing that Yuxian was often mischievous and had a poor temper, hoping they could be more understanding. Her mother, quite taken aback, remarked that Yuxian was rather well-behaved, sweet-tongued, and helpful when visiting their home. Indeed, a likable child. Yuxian's mother's expression had darkened at that moment. I won't forget, I'll pack in the box tonight. Please convey my gratitude to your aunt, Yuxian said, her face alight with joy. That's settled then. We shall come to see you off tomorrow. All right. None of them exchanged any sorrowful farewells. They parted ways cheerfully, just as they always did. Finally, the day arrived for their journey to the capital. Wang Hui had prepared breakfast early and called Yuxian to rise. They had just finished their meal when Wang Jiejia, Fang Yin, and Qiyu arrived at her home. Wang Hui welcomed them to amuse themselves while she checked for any forgotten items. After a considerable time, the sound of a car engine echoed from the entrance. The four exchanged glances and hurried to the door to investigate. Upon seeing the vehicle parked outside, they gasped in astonishment. Wow, it's a Bentley, Fang Yin exclaimed, pointing to the leading white automobile. She recognized the emblem as her idol also owned one, though she was unaware of the specific model. Yuqian, only familiar with BMWs, could not identify the other cars, yet she found the vehicle to be impressively elegant. As they marveled at the sight, the car door swung open, and Bai Qiming emerged, clad in a white casual outfit. Qian, you hit the jackpot. Your new brother is quite handsome, Wang Jiejia exclaimed, shaking Yu Qian's hand with excitement. However, she noted his somewhat aloof demeanor. Qiyu observed Bai Qiming's expressionless face and frowned slightly. Yu Qian nodded, as the male lead. His character in Wang Jiejia's story was depicted as distant, particularly towards anyone other than the female protagonist. She found this acceptable, under the gaze of four pairs of eyes. Bai Qiming approached them with a calm demeanor, directly addressing Yu Qian. Hello, I am Bai Qiming. Yu Qian blinked, and Fang Yin promptly nudged her, prompting Yu Qian to slowly respond. I am Yu Qian. Qiming, you've arrived. Have you had breakfast yet? Wang Hui, having heard the car, descended from upstairs. Aunt Wang, I have eaten, Bai Qiming replied, nodding respectfully despite his cool tone. If you are ready, I can have them start moving things. All right, the items are partly upstairs. Let us begin by moving those, Wang Hui instructed. Bai Qiming signaled the four men behind him to proceed with the task, while Wang Hui asked Yu Qian to attend to Bai Qiming and followed them upstairs. The four friends settled on a long sofa, glancing at the silent Bai Qiming on their left. They exchanged looks, unsure of how to initiate conversation, as a subtle awkwardness lingered in the air. Does your family enjoy spicy food? Yu Qian, under the intense scrutiny of her friends, mustered the courage to start a dialogue. My father and I prefer milder flavors. But you needn't accommodate us. Just have Aunt prepare a few more dishes. Oh, I see, Yu Qian replied with a perfunctory smile, grasping Wang Jiejia's hand that was playfully striking her. She was truly doing her best, but the male lead was inherently distant, leaving her feeling helpless. You could just call me brother from now on. Bai Qiming suddenly turned to Yu Qian, disregarding the curious gazes of the girls. The group exchanged glances, and with a slight unease, Yu Qian replied, Then I'll call you Bai Ge from now on. Just then, Bai, who had wandered outside, returned. Fearing it might run off again, Yu Qian called out Bai, Come here quickly. The statement was innocuous, yet it clashed awkwardly with her earlier address of Bai Ge. Fang Yin could no longer contain her laughter. Wang Jiejia and Qiyu turned their attention towards Yu Qian, amusement dancing in their eyes. Yu Qian felt a touch of awkwardness as she noticed Bai Qiming's gaze linger on the little dog Bai. She hesitantly offered an explanation. My dog has always been called Bai. Perhaps I should just call you Brother Ming from now on. Bai Qiming glanced at the small black and white dog, utterly perplexed about how the name Bai suited it. Just as Yu Qian was on the verge of embarrassment, her mother finally descended from the upper floor. Once everything was moved from upstairs, only 2 packages remained in the living room. Yu Qian quickly seized the opportunity to stand up and help tidy up. With all preparations complete, Yu Qian held Bai in her arms and got into the car alongside her mother. As she gazed out the window at her friends, she found herself at a loss for words on how to bid farewell, having never truly said goodbye to them before. Qian, could you take a few photos for me at Jing University? I've never been to my dream school. Wang Jijia called from outside the car, her hands clenched in excitement. And me too. Qian, my idol is holding a concert in Jing City a month from now. Could you please go and watch it for me? Fang Yin chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration, lamenting her status as a student who had never experienced a live performance of her idol. If you could also procure an autograph photo for me, I would be utterly content. Ahem, and I too. I heard that Jiang Yuan's new book is being launched in Jing City. Could you give me an autograph? Qi Yu added, a hint of shyness in her voice. The 3 friends expressed their wishes with cheerful tones, showing no signs of sadness over the impending farewell. However, as Yu Qian looked out the window at her 3 friends, a wave of emotions surged within her, and her eyes reddened. These 3 had stood by her through her most challenging times, accompanying her longer than even her mother had. In that moment, she desperately wished to retract her decision to leave. Noticing the change in atmosphere, Wang Hui quickly bid farewell to the girls and urged the driver to set off, fearing that any delay might provoke another emotional outburst from Yu Qian. It was only when the figures of her friends faded from view that Yu Qian adjusted her posture. Ops and mean stoking Bai. Bai Qiming, seated in the front passenger seat, caught a glimpse of Yu Qian through the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. Qian, would you like something to eat? Wang Hui inquired cautiously, noticing Yu Qian's subdued demeanor. I don't want to eat, Mom. I'll just take a nap. Wake me when we arrive, Yu Qian replied, closing her eyes. Observing this, Wang Hui decided not to disturb her and began responding to messages on her phone. Initially closing her eyes to avoid conversation, Yu Qian unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Bai Qiming, seated in the front passenger seat, occasionally glanced at her through the rearview mirror, witnessing the myriad of sleeping positions she adopted. As he observed her head resting against the car window, occasionally jolted awake, a faint smile crept upon his lips. His stepsister was not as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. When his father began pursuing Aunt Wang, he had understood their relationship, yet he had never opposed it. To him, it was merely a personal matter of his father's, bearing little relevance to him. Regarding Aunt Wang, he held no strong opinions. Yet he felt somewhat concerned about the rumored rebellious daughter of Aunt Wang. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be residing under the same roof as the stepsister for an extended period. The prospect of sharing living quarters with a girl of similar age could potentially disrupt his life if things did not go smoothly. As it stood, however, everything seemed to fall within an acceptable range. After a brief slumber, Yu Qian awoke, feeling a stiffness in her neck. She rubbed her eyes and mumbled, Mom, where are we now? We will arrive at the airport shortly, replied Wang Hui, handing a bottle of water to Yu Qian. After a series of twists and turns, Yu Qian and her companions finally arrived in the capital city. Gazing out the car window at the opulent villa of the Bai family, Yu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. She was acutely aware of the disparity between her own home and that of the Bai family. In her heart, she could not help but marvel at how Wang Jijia had crafted a midlife mogul for her mother. In comparison to the Bai family's villa, her own house was hardly noteworthy, merely qualifying as a self-built dwelling. As soon as she alighted from the car, Yu Qian spotted a man who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qiming approaching her. Unlike the youthful vigor of Bai Qiming, the father exuded a refined gentility, tempered by the passage of time. So this is Qian? She is indeed as lovely as her mother, Bai Jin remarked warmly, his gaze suggesting that he had eagerly anticipated her arrival. Under her mother's expectant eyes, Yu Qian obediently greeted him. Hello, Uncle Bai. Bai Jin nodded and said, You must be tired from the journey. We have prepared a meal at home. Please come inside. He then glanced at Wang Hui, his smile noticeably broadening. To which Wang Hui responded with a smile of her own. Yu Qian observed this exchange, stealing glances at her mother. Realizing that this was her mother's expression when she was in love, somewhat bashful. As they entered the house, Yu Qian took a casual look around and noted that there were at least 4 servants visible, a stark contrast to the solitary hourly worker her mother had previously hired. Instantly, she felt a surge of optimism about her future standard of living. At the very least, if she ever felt the urge to throw a tantrum, there would be someone to assist in tidying up afterward, alleviating her from the embarrassment of having to pick up after herself. Oh wait, why was she contemplating such perilous thoughts on her very first day at the Bai residence? Yu Qian hastily banished that notion from her mind. After all, she was determined to be a pampered little girl. How could she possibly engage in quarrels? Chapter 3. The Celestial Maiden Squad. As a few individuals entered the dining hall, Yu Qian's heart swelled with fondness for Uncle upon seeing several of her favorite dishes adorning the table. Originally, I was supposed to pick you up today, but due to some matters at the company a couple of days ago, I had to send your brother instead. Did you enjoy your journey with him? Bai Ji inquired, seated to Yu Qian's left, his chopsticks untouched as he observed the others dine. Well, Yu Qian glanced at Bai Qiming, who had been rather taciturn throughout the trip, unsure of how to respond. Minggu is quite nice. Bai Jin, noticing his son's silence, was well aware of Qiming's temperament. Yet he couldn't help but smile a little more warmly at Yu Qian's words. Throughout the meal, Bai Jin engaged in casual conversation with Wang Hui and Yu Qian, while Bai Qiming remained a figure of silence. Meanwhile, servants were already assisting in carrying Yu Qian's luggage to her room on the second floor. Qian, your brother has graciously given up his room for your arrival and relocated to the left side, Wang Hui said, eager to foster goodwill between her stepson and Yu Qian. He mentioned that his room overlooks the garden, complete with a flowering crabapple tree. I'm certain you will adore it. Upon hearing her mother's words, a slight grimace crossed Yu Qian's lips. Had she not read the novel, she might have believed her brother was a reserved yet warm-hearted individual welcoming her arrival. In reality, the reason for his move to the left room was merely that its window faced the heroine's bedroom, while his original room was opposite that of the male lead's close friend. Yu Qian's emotions were tumultuous as she regarded the seemingly indifferent Bai Qiming. A playful thought struck her. It felt rather inappropriate to claim the bedroom her brother had occupied since childhood. Perhaps Minggu should just move back. I can stay anywhere. No need. It has already been changed, and it would be inconvenient to alter it again, he replied coolly and succinctly. However, that is final. No further changes are necessary, Bai Qiming stated, his expression unwavering. Yu Qian marveled at his composure, thinking to herself that he truly embodied the qualities of a male protagonist. At this rate, she could easily give him a double thumbs up for his mental fortitude. Unable to tease him as she wished, she forced a smile and said, Then I can only thank Minggu. After the meal, Bai Jin intended to summon a maid to assist Yu Qian in organizing her room, but she firmly declined. She preferred to arrange everything in her own space, feeling awkward when someone else intervened. Recognizing her genuine desire for independence, Bai Jin refrained from insisting further and simply advised, Your mother and I are often away from home. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to call upon your brother. He had already instructed Bai Qiming to look after Yu Qian, who was unfamiliar with her surroundings. Though his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he was certainly capable of caring for his sister. Yu Qian nodded enthusiastically. After tidying up until 8 in the evening, Yu Qian had finally arranged most of her belongings. Glancing at the remaining few packages, she decided to leave them for tomorrow. After enjoying a refreshing bath and changing into a set of pajamas prepared by her mother, Yu Qian quietly made her way to the first floor. There, she spotted Bai, her snoring dog, nestled in their new home. Without hesitation, she shook him awake. Seeing the bewildered expression on his face, Yu Qian couldn't help but smile, revealing her teeth. Good night, Bai, she said, giving his head a gentle pat before contentedly returning to her room. Lying in bed, Yu Qian took out her phone and opened the WeChat group titled Celestial Fairy Squad, eagerly chatting with her friends. This is my new room, she shared, along with a couple of pictures. It looks great, one replied. Wow, it's so spacious, exclaimed another. I love that vanity. I met Uncle Bai today. He seems quite nice, she added. Please share a photo. I've never seen a true CEO before. came the response. I want to see a real photo of the CEO too, echoed another friend. Yu Qian continued her cheerful conversation, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when she awoke, her phone was filled with unread messages and goodnight wishes from her friends. She glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. After struggling in bed for a few more minutes, she finally got up. Since she had no plans for the day, she thought of visiting Jing University to help Wang Jejia check in. After tidying up, she descended the stairs to find only a few maids in the house. Seeing her, Aunt Wu, who was cooking, hurriedly brought her a breakfast plate. Yu Qian smiled at Aunt Wu and thanked her before starting to eat. Bai had been circling around her ever since she came downstairs. After finishing breakfast, she played with him for a while, noticing his eagerness to go outside. She hesitated, but ultimately decided to leave him at home. The area was unfamiliar, as she worried that dogs might not be allowed in public spaces. Declining the butler's offer to call a driver for her, Yu Qian relied on her navigation and set off toward Jing University on foot. An hour later, she still hadn't exited the estate. Would it be too late to ask the butler for a driver now? However, she didn't have his contact information and wondered if he could hear her thoughts. Sitting by the landscaped area, she rubbed her aching calves in despair. This was a well-known affluent district of the city, and she couldn't even hail a taxi. Just as hopelessness began to settle in, a black sedan pulled up beside her, and the rear window gradually rolled down. "Are you heading out?" Bai Qiming's cold voice came from the car. "Brother Ming, could you give me a ride back?" she asked, her tone filled with eagerness. To her delight, he readily agreed. Yu Qian stood up in excitement, sending out a message for help. "Aren't you going out? We are heading back. It's all right, it's all right. I will sit with you on the way back, and then we can take a car out." Yu Qian interrupted Bai Qiming's words hastily, not expecting him to willingly offer the car to her. After all, the ride back would only take a mere 10 minutes. Certainly preferable to her current predicament of indecision. There's no need for such trouble. Let's alight here and allow Qian to take the car. A suddenly emerging female voice startled Yu Qian. Chapter 4. Competing for food with the dog, she involuntarily bent down to peer into the car where Bai Qiming sat. And there she saw a striking young woman with a radiant smile, also leaning forward to gaze at her. It was unmistakable that this enchanting girl was the female protagonist. "May I call you Qian? I am your neighbor from next door. My name is Lin Yinyan." Indeed, Yu Qian was delighted to greet Lin Yinyan, the female lead. "Qiming, let us disembark here," Lin Yinyan said, gently tugging at Bai Qiming's sleeve. Lin Yinyan was genuinely pleased by Yu Qian's arrival. After all, she had grown up surrounded by boys, being the sole girl in her vicinity, and now she finally had a female companion. However, Bai Qiming furrowed his brow. The sun was blazing outside, and Lin Yinyan had always been sensitive to the heat. He thought Yu Qian's earlier suggestion was quite reasonable. No, Nyan. I have no pressing matters. I can wait and return later. You need not accommodate me," Yu Qian hastily declined. She was not in a rush, as it would take quite some time to walk back from here. Without waiting for Lin Yinyan to say anything further, Yu Qian confidently opened the front passenger seat and settled herself in, fastening her seatbelt with an air of preparedness. Lin Yinyan blinked in surprise. Observing Yu Qian in the front seat, her eyes filled with curiosity. During the journey home, Lin Yinyan took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yu Qian, who was equally eager to befriend her, and their dialogue blossomed into a delightful exchange. Bai Qiming felt a twinge of annoyance as he watched Lin Yinyan completely disregard him. Upon learning that Yu Qian was headed to Jingda, Lin Yinyan enthusiastically recommended various local snacks and specialties along the route, which Yu Qian promptly noted down. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, Yu Qian remained in the car as Bai Qiming exited first. Lin Yinyan glanced at Bai Qiming and then turned her attention to Yu Qian without hesitation. "Qian, how about I be your guide?" She found conversing with Yu Qian quite enjoyable and anticipated that shopping together would be equally delightful. Outside the vehicle, Bai Qiming's expression darkened as he awaited Lin Yinyan's exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the car door and pulled Lin Yinyan out, offering her no chance to speak. Yu Qian, witnessing Lin Yinyan's flushed face filled with indignation, waved at her and promptly instructed the driver to depart. Yu Qian requested the driver's phone number, asking him to return at 6 o'clock, and then began to explore Jingda on her own. In truth, She was somewhat familiar with Jingda, as in her previous life, Wang Jejia had been admitted there while she herself had only entered a first-tier university. She, along with Qi Yu and Fang Yin, would occasionally visit Wang Jejia. It was precisely because the four of them attended different schools that later on, Wang Jejia encountered that treacherous man who betrayed her. In this life, she was determined to see how that scoundrel could tempt Wang Jejia with her interference from the very beginning. This thought made Yu Qian grit her teeth in frustration. She took numerous photographs of Wang Jejia until the latter was thoroughly satisfied, and only then did she exit Jingda to seek out the specialties that Lin Yin had recommended. By the end of her leisurely stroll, Yu Qian found herself utterly exhausted. She located a nearby courier service and promptly sent her recent purchases to Qi Yu and the others. Subsequently, she called for a driver to pick her up. The following day, Yu Qian had no intention of venturing outside, opting instead to remain cocooned in the comfort of her home. Given the Bai family's resources, she could have commenced her studies on the very first day of her transfer, yet her mother insisted she acclimate to her new surroundings first. In response to her mother's thoughtful decision, Yu Qian could only express her gratitude for having such a considerate parent. Although she did not despise learning, the prospect of delaying her return to school was undeniably delightful. With a clear conscience, Yu Qian embarked on a day of pure indulgence, chatting with her best friend, occasionally watching dramas, and, when fatigue set in, diving into novels. When her eyes grew weary, she would play with her pet Bai, and at mealtime, the housekeeper would call her to eat. Such a life was simply splendid. Yu Qian binge-watched dramas until 9 in the evening, wiping away tears of laughter. She patted her stomach, sensing a mild hunger. Suddenly, she recalled the yogurt cake she had purchased from the bakery recommended by Lin Yin, still resting in the refrigerator. Without hesitation, she sprang from her bed and scampered into the kitchen. Retrieving the cake from the fridge, Yu Qian could not suppress a swallow. She speared a small piece with her fork and was instantly captivated by its flavor. As she held the fork in her mouth, she intended to settle on the sofa, indulging in both cake and drama. However, an unexpected tickle in her nose struck her. Achoo! She sneezed loudly, her hand trembling, causing the cake to tumble to the floor with a soft thud. Gazing at the cake now lying on the floor, Yu Qian clutched the cake plate, her expression one of conflict. The cake was now sullied. Perhaps she should buy another tomorrow. Yet, her desire for the cake was undeniable, especially since it had been chilled to perfection. She feared that by tomorrow, her craving might dissipate. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Bai seemed to catch a whiff of the delightful aroma, racing over with singular focus on the fallen cake. Bai. Yu Qian quickly clasped her pet's mouth shut, preventing it from indulging. She glanced around, realizing that if she stood up to retrieve a plate, the cake would surely vanish into Bai's eager jaws. The housekeepers had retired for the evening, leaving the living room desolate. Looking at the cake on the floor, she murmured to herself, "The top layer is still clean. It's still edible." She reasoned that she could nibble only the unblemished part without consequence. Convincing herself, she shielded Bai with one hand while cautiously using her fork with the other to sample the untouched cake. As the cake entered her mouth, she swallowed swiftly, realizing just how delicious it truly was. The cake possessed a tangy zest, complemented by the sweetness of the cream, its texture smooth and velvety, reminiscent of cheesecake, but far less cloying. The fact that it had been chilled only heightened its delightful allure. Yu Qian savored each bite, completely oblivious to the sound of a door opening upstairs. "So, Yusli, Akui, is your family facing bankruptcy? Your stepsister has resorted to fighting a dog for food." A somewhat teasing voice echoed from above. Yu Qian lifted her head in a daze, only to find Bai Qiming and a rather arrogant-looking boy standing at the stairway. Observing her, she glanced at her own posture, realizing it indeed resembled that of a child vying for food with Bai. Bai Qiming wore a displeased expression, his voice icy as he remarked, "If it's dirty, just discard it. I will have someone buy you another." Eating something off the ground. What kind of behavior is that? The cake shop has long since closed for the night. Then I shall buy it tomorrow, Yu Qian replied, attempting to brush off the situation. "It's fine, Mingo. I only wish to indulge a little." A sense of unease washed over her. The scene felt increasingly awkward, and her actions were undeniably unrefined. However, there was no turning back. Her dignity had already been compromised. She resolved to maintain her composure, thinking that if she was not embarrassed, the two opposite her would be the ones feeling the discomfort. Bai Qiming, with a darkened expression, descended the stairs and sat silently on the sofa. Jiang Zheng, wearing a mischievous grin, crouched in front of Yu Qian, eagerly awaiting her culinary performance. Yu Qian cast a glance at him, mentally labeling him as the second male lead. The second male lead, a childhood friend of the protagonist who grew up in the same household, served as a supporting character in their story. Unlike the deep and sentimental male lead, he was a notorious playboy, remaining single even as the main character settled down with a family by the age of 30. This character was also the one Yu Qian despised most in the narrative, possessing a particularly sharp tongue. Her mother would surely lose any argument against him. Yu Qian had initially hoped that the two would leave to avoid the awkwardness, allowing her to stand and dispose of the cake. To her surprise, Bai Qiming remained seated on the sofa, while the second male lead crouched right in front of her. Steeling herself, she delicately picked up a piece of clean cake and asked politely, "Would you like some? Seeing you enjoy it so much, how could I bear to deprive you of a piece?" Jiang Zheng replied, raising an eyebrow in refusal. "Then could you please hold by for me?" Yu Qian nudged the cake towards him. Jiang Zheng, with a look of amusement, reached out and pinched the back of Bai's neck, preventing any movement. Watching Yu Qian's mouth move like a hamster, Jiang Zheng suddenly flashed a wicked grin. "Fortunately, your cake is white, otherwise I might think you were fighting a dog for its excrement." Yu Qian responded, "But are you certain the floor is clean? What if that dog has urinated here? And the mop used to clean the floor must have been rinsed in the bathroom, right?" Yu Qian grimaced. Some thoughts are best left unconsidered. Otherwise, one might begin to perceive the cake as having taken on a rather unpleasant flavor. Chapter 5. Please call me senior. Observing Yu Qian's somewhat choked expression, Jiang Zheng wore a smug smile. "Don't you think your action of eating on the floor is rather peculiar?" Yu Qian, with great difficulty, swallowed the cake in her mouth, slightly tilted her head, and earnestly countered, "Isn't it more unusual for two grown men to share a room in the middle of the night?" Bai Qiming, Jiang Zheng, have I encountered a worthy opponent? The intrigue in Jiang Zheng's gaze deepened as he regarded Yu Qian with curiosity. Prior to their meeting, he held a rather unfavorable impression of her. At the banquet organized by Uncle Bai and Aunt Wang, Yu Qian, as their biological daughter, had conspicuously failed to attend. Furthermore, the occasional snippets of heated arguments he overheard during Aunt Wang's phone calls only fueled his disdain for Bai Qiming's stepsister. He had previously worried that her arrival might cause a stir. However, it appeared that this girl was quite interesting after all. Bai Qiming, who had been listening from the sofa throughout, cast a glance at Yu Qian before shooting a disdainful look at Jiang Zheng. "The book has been returned. You should head back." The implication was unmistakable. "Oh, Qiming, your sister hasn't chased me away yet, so why are you speaking up?" Jiang Zheng tossed a flirtatious glance at Bai Qiming and continued, "We used to share a bed quite often. Have you forgotten?" Yu Qian observed his exaggerated demeanor. Two words floated to her mind. "So cheap. You should leave immediately." Bai Qiming's expression darkened. His fists clenched momentarily before he reluctantly loosened them. "All right, since you two siblings cannot stand my presence, I shall take my leave." Jiang Zheng released his grip on Bai, leisurely standing up. He then turned to Yu Qian, offering a teasing smile. "Sister Yu Qian, I shall take my leave for now. I will come and play with you another day." Yu Qian silently lowered her head, pretending to pet Bai, and offered no response. Observing the indifference from the pair, one cold and the other dismissive, Jiang Zheng, undeterred, swaggered out of the Bai residence. With Jiang Zheng's departure, the atmosphere within the room grew quiet. Bai Qiming regarded Yu Qian, uncertain of how to engage with his stepsister. "You." Bai Qiming paused. "Finish your breakfast, and then rest." Gazing at the piece of cake on the floor, he could hardly resist calling for a servant to dispose of it, but he refrained, merely adding, "You might want to avoid the bottom layer." Yu Qian, did she appear as though she intended to lick the floor? "All right, Brother Ming. Good night." She offered no rebuttal, simply complying with Bai Qiming's farewell. Bai Qiming nodded in reply and returned to his room. Yu Qian grasped her fork. Glancing at the remaining cake, her appetite entirely vanquished. She scraped the cream off the cake onto the plate on the floor, then released Bai, who eagerly began to eat. Once bye-bye finished, Yu Qian cleaned the floor with a paper towel to prevent anyone from slipping, and after ensuring everything was tidied up, she retreated upstairs, flinging herself on her bed, burying her head under the covers to scream silently. Had she known, she would have refrained from coming downstairs tonight. This truly was a dreadful way to communicate. 2 days passed in this languid existence, and Yu Qian finally awaited her return to school. What? Yu Qian shook her head in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard her mother say she was being transferred to the 3rd year of high school. Mom, just admit you've confused my grade. I promise I won't be upset. Yu Qian placed her hands neatly on her lap, gazing earnestly at her mother across the table. Her mother, Wang Hui, calmly reassured her, I did not make a mistake. I know you are in your 2nd year, but since you're transferring, I decided to place you directly into your 3rd year. She spoke gently, occasionally glancing at Yu Qian's expression. Mom, may I ask why? Yu Qian's smile faltered. In novels, Yu Qian persistently pursued by Qiming, compelling her mother to facilitate her transition to the 3rd year. Yet, she had said nothing of the sort. What rationale did her mother have for this course of action? Her mother continued, I was merely considering that you are alone in the capital city. If you struggle to adapt to the new school, you might be bullied. By moving you to the 3rd year, your brother can look after you. But I'm only in the 2nd year. Yu Qian protested. What's the issue? You've often been at the bottom of your class. The distinction between the 2nd and 3rd years is negligible for you. I never pressured you to excel academically. As long as you attend school dutifully, I will be satisfied. Yu Qian felt a surge of frustration at her mother's reasoning. Who could she blame? Only herself, for deliberately performing poorly on crucial exams to irritate her mother, inadvertently establishing an impression of herself as a lackluster student, thus extinguishing any academic expectations her mother held for her. Qian, all I ask is that you complete high school. If you don't make it to university, it's not a calamity. Given our family's resources, you could always study abroad for a degree. After all, you will eventually take over my company. Academic credentials are of little consequence. Wang Hui spoke with an air of authority, leaving Yu Qian to swallow her indignation. How fortunate her family was, for if not for their fortunate lineage, with her mother's excessive indulgence, she might have veered off course long ago. Reflecting on the past, her mother had always been compliant, granting her every wish despite being unable to spend time with her. Ultimately, Yu Qian resigned herself to the reality of leaping from the 2nd year to the 3rd. Although the difference between the 2 years had previously seemed inconsequential, it now loomed large in her mind. Her lifelong ambition was to gain admission to Jing University alongside Wang Jiajia, helping her to avoid the clutches of scoundrels. Originally, her plan entailed 2 years of preparation, significantly enhancing her chances of entering Jing University. After all, prior to her transmigration, she had just reached her 3rd year and had passed the English CET 6. Her Chinese was commendable as well. All she needed was to bolster her mathematics skills. However, her mother had abruptly disrupted her carefully laid plans. With only a year to prepare for Jing University, the pressure was immense. In a fit of despair and indignation, Yu Qian pulled out her phone and opened a group chat titled Heavenly Fairy Squad. Is you, not she. From now on, please address me as senior. Ew. Beautiful lady. This person has gone mad. Someone drag her away. Is you, not she. My mother has transferred me to the 3rd year. Henceforth, I will be a year ahead of you all. Ew. Mei Li Jiaran. My husband is Thor, Qian. You have become quite arrogant. Yu Qian, in a fit of indignation, lamented to her friends about her mother's unilateral decisions, only to find that none of the 3 stood in her defense. Fang Yan, in particular, bluntly remarked that a presidential position awaited inheritance in her family. Infuriated, Yu Qian bombarded the chat with an array of emoticons, flooding the screen. Despite her grievances, the following day, Yu Qian dutifully set her alarm clock. Preparing to embark on her 2nd year of senior high, Yu Qian was led to her homeroom teacher, much like a child in kindergarten, by her mother. The homeroom teacher, surnamed Su, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses with surprisingly thick hair. He was already accustomed to students like Yu Qian, who transferred midway, with poor grades, and had skipped a grade. Hengqin High School was a private institution backed by several financial conglomerates, boasting a robust faculty. The students here hailed from affluent families, categorized into two types, the academically gifted and the ones merely coasting through. The teachers here did not solely pursue academic success. Their teaching methods were notably more progressive. The two adults quickly reached an agreement. Thus, Yu Qian was transferred from her mother to teacher Su. Yu Qian, the next class happens to be my mathematics lesson, so I will take you to the classroom to familiarize yourself, teacher Su said, his demeanor gentle as he looked at Yu Qian. All right, thank you, teacher, she replied. Pleased with Yu Qian's obedient and polite demeanor, teacher Su nodded approvingly. Following him, Yu Qian walked to the far left building, halting at the entrance of Class 1. Students, please return to your seats. Today, we welcome a new classmate to our class. Let us all get acquainted, teacher Su announced as he entered the classroom, raising his voice. Yu Qian quietly stood beside teacher Su, allowing the curious gazes of her classmates to sweep over her. Ming, isn't that your stepsister? How did she end up in senior year? Zhang Zheng asked, surprised, as he poked by Qiming, seated in front of him. Chapter 6. Live eating broadcast. Aunt Wang expressed her concern for her, fearing that she might be bullied alone at the new school, and thus specially arranged for her to transfer to the third year of high school, hoping that I could look after her a little. Bai Qiming did not respond, continuing to peruse his calculus book. Huh, you looking after her? Jiang Zheng reacted as if he had heard a comical joke. That would be more effective than praying to Buddha for protection. Bai Qiming remained silent. Hello, everyone. My name is Yu Qian, and I have just transferred from Jiang City. After a brief self-introduction from the podium, Yu Qian ceased to speak. Her gaze casually swept across the room until it landed on Bai Qiming, Jiang Zheng, and Lin Yanyan, who were seated by the window. Lin Yanyan, sharing a desk with Bai Qiming, was sprawled out, sound asleep, completely undisturbed by the commotion in the classroom. Jiang Zheng sat behind them, sharing a desk with another boy. I'll see where you might sit best, teacher Su remarked, scanning the classroom before finally settling on a spot toward the back of the middle row. You can sit next to Lin Li. Lin Li. Teacher Su raised his voice, prompting a boy to stand up. Yu Qian glanced over, noticing that the empty seat next to Lin Li was conveniently adjacent to Jiang Zheng, separated only by an aisle. She thanked the teacher and proceeded to take her seat. Hello, Yu Qian. Lin Li shyly greeted her, quickly clearing his books from the desk, which had been haphazardly placed since he had previously been sitting alone. Hello. I'll look forward to getting along well. Yu Qian responded with a radiant smile. Hey, Yu Qian, why didn't you greet me? Upon hearing that nonchalant voice, Yu Qian felt a shiver run down her spine. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her left. Hello, Ming Ye. Hello, Jiang classmate. Yu Qian casually acknowledged Jiang Zheng. Why not call me Zhengge? It's rather disheartening to see you treat me so differently, Yu Qian. After all, I'm your neighbor and classmate. It doesn't seem right for you to be so distant. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qian automatically tuned out Jiang Zheng's voice, beginning to organize her desk. She was well aware of her limitations when it came to him, and had no desire to provoke this person. Jiang Zheng, be quiet. Bai Qiming turned to cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Zheng. Just as Jiang Zheng was about to retort, the class bell rang. Bai Qiming gently nudged Lin Yanyan to wake her for class. Lin Yanyan, still groggy, shook her head and, upon turning, was surprised to see Yu Qian sitting diagonally behind her, her eyes lighting up with delight. Considering it was class time, Lin Yanyan refrained from making any disruptive gestures, merely glancing back at Yu Qian now and then, her smile radiant enough to send shivers down Yu Qian's spine. Bai Qiming helplessly reminded Lin Yanyan to focus on the lesson. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng, seated to Yu Qian's left, showed no intention of paying attention, instead blatantly turning his head to observe Yu Qian throughout the class. Yu Qian, under the scrutiny of both, thought to herself, both of them have issues. Lin Yanyan is one thing, but does Jiang Zheng not need to attend his studies? After an entire class, Yu Qian had not turned a single page of her book. Internally, she was silently critiquing herself, while diligently taking notes under the teacher's guidance. However, it seemed he truly did not need to attend class. Suddenly, Yu Qian recalled that Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming had been directly admitted to Kyoto University since their first year of high school. Bai Qiming remained in this class only to accompany Lin Yanyan, while Jiang Zheng was merely bored and chose to attend. A sudden pang of envy washed over her. Maintaining a poker face, Yu Qian listened to the lesson, though her writing became increasingly forceful. Jiang Zheng observed Yu Qian, who appeared to be an exemplary student, unaffectedly engrossed in the lecture, amusement gleaming in his eyes. At last, the class concluded, and Yu Qian rubbed her slightly sore wrist. Mathematics was indeed her nemesis. After one class, she felt utterly bewildered. "Qian Qian, you've become my classmate," Lin Yin Yin exclaimed eagerly, rushing to Yu Qian's side, her face aglow with excitement. "How wonderful! We can commute to school together from now on." Lin Yin Yin beamed. Previously accustomed to attending school with Bai Qiming and Jiang Zheng, now looking forward to sharing the journey with Yu Qian. In a moment, she envisioned them walking hand in hand, chatting and laughing on their way home, shopping and dining together. Yu Qian, glancing at Lin Yin Yin, found her tone unconsciously lightening as she responded, "Yes, we can go to and from school together now. I'll be counting on you, Yin Yin, to look after me." Indeed, she preferred the company of girls over boys. Yu Qian flashed a broad smile at Lin Yin Yin. Bai Qiming observed the camaraderie between the two girls without uttering a word, quietly returning to his book. After 3 more classes, the morning sessions finally came to an end. "Qian Qian, shall we go for lunch?" Lin Yin Yin excitedly grasped Yu Qian's hand and led her outside, while Bai Qiming followed silently behind them. Jiang Zheng attempted to drape his arm over Bai Qiming's shoulder, but was promptly rebuffed by a disdainful push. "Where shall we eat?" Yu Qian allowed Lin Yin Yin to lead her. Qian Qian, do you prefer the cafeteria or somewhere outside?" Lin Yin Yin hesitated. Hengqin High School was an open campus, allowing students to venture out during lunch. The cafeteria also offered delicious meals. "Let us go to the cafeteria. I'm quite eager to try the dishes here." "Then let's go." Lin Yin Yin changed direction, guiding Yu Qian onward. After a 10-minute walk, they finally arrived at the cafeteria, where Lin Yin Yin swiftly led Yu Qian to the 3rd floor. Yu Qian gazed at the cafeteria, which was larger than a basketball court, and marveled at its decor and layout, once again feeling the overwhelming impact of capitalism. Since Yu Qian had just arrived at school and had yet to obtain a card, Bai Qiming naturally stepped forward to swipe for 3 servings of rice. Each serving was a spoonful, and after casting a glance at Yu Qian, he hesitated momentarily before swiping again. "What does that look mean?" Yu Qian wondered, feeling somewhat insulted. "Is this enough?" Bai Qiming inquired, unusually considerate. Although he had not deliberately observed her, he had a rough understanding of Yu Qian's appetite. Unlike Lin Yin Yin's picky eating habits, Yu Qian has an immense fondness for rice, consuming no less than 2 bowls at every meal. And when she encounters a dish she particularly enjoys, she's inclined to indulge in yet another serving. "That's enough. Thank you, Mingge." Yu Qian expressed her gratitude towards Bai Qiming, all the while under Lin Yin Yin's astonished gaze. "I must say, Ming, you are quite biased. You've treated both of them, yet you haven't offered me a portion," Jiang Zheng remarked, poking Bai Qiming with his finger, his demeanor pleading for equitable treatment. Bai Qiming silently stepped back. Ever since Yu Qian had suggested that their relationship was anything but ordinary, he found himself unable to regard his friend in the same light. After exchanging a few playful jests, Jiang Zheng casually swiped his card for 2 servings of rice. Unlike Bai Qiming, who was rather stoic, he was still in a phase of growth. Had he not found the cafeteria as offerings unappetizing, he would have certainly ordered an additional serving of rice. Once their rice was ready and dishes selected, the 4 friends found an empty table to settle down. Yu Qian eagerly began her meal, having chosen 3 dishes: fragrant and spicy spare ribs, stir-fried potato shreds with green peppers, and wintermelon soup. Jiang Zheng opted for the same selections. Lin Yin Yin, on the other hand, chose merely a portion of shredded pork and garlic sauce and a bowl of spare rib soup, while Bai Qiming added a dish of stir-fried corn to his choices. As Yu Qian savored a piece of spare rib, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and her chopstick movements quickened noticeably. "Could you please refrain from staring at me while I eat?" she implored, finding the intensity of their gazes rather overwhelming, to the point where the ribs seemed to lose their allure. "It's a pity that Sister Qian doesn't pursue a career as a food broadcaster," Jiang Zheng mused, glancing down at his own plate, which mirrored Yu Qian's selections. He wondered why his meal lacked the same tantalizing appeal. "Qian Qian, is it truly that delectable?" Lin Yin questioned, eyeing Yu Qian's dishes with a hint of skepticism, as they appeared far from appetizing. Chapter 7. Your food smells divine fortunately. It is far superior to any cafeteria meals I have previously encountered, Yu Qian responded to Lin Yin. She was quite satisfied with this cafeteria. The ingredients were plentiful and deliciously prepared, and the staff were remarkably skilled. It was truly the ideal dining establishment for students. Regrettably, the students at this school were accustomed to exquisite delicacies, which rendered the vast cafeteria rather unoccupied. Observing Yu Qian savoring her meal so delightfully, Lin Yin could not resist indulging in her own food. Bai Qiming noticed this, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He contemplated the idea of frequently allowing Lin Yin and Yu Qian to dine together in the future. Lin Yin was a rather picky eater. She would often declare herself full after just a few bites, and she had a particular aversion to meat, with only a fondness for sweet treats. Each time he tried to encourage her to eat a bit more, it required considerable persuasion. However, today, dining alongside Yu Qian, she found herself eating more than usual, which piqued Bai Qiming's curiosity. "Ah, I'm full," Yu Qian sighed contentedly after finishing her soup. Noticing that Lin Yin still had a substantial amount of food left on her plate, she hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Yin, have you had enough to eat?" Although she had consumed more than usual, Lin Yin felt a bit embarrassed under Yu Qian's curious gaze, especially when she glanced at Yu Qian's pristine plate, devoid of any remnants. At that moment, Yu Qian gained a clearer understanding of Lin Yin's modest appetite. Previously, she had dined with Qi Yu and others, whose appetites were relatively similar. Even Fang Yin, who ate the least, would consume at least a bowl of rice, while Lin Yin seemed to have barely touched half a bowl. It appeared that dining with Yu Qian more often would be beneficial, as her meals were far more substantial than these dishes. Jiang Zheng wiped his mouth, noticing that there remained a small portion of vegetables on his plate, and he had only taken a couple of sips of soup. Yu Qian thought to herself, "I shall consider this remark a compliment, yet there is no need for that. I do not wish to be compared to your appetites." She resolutely rejected the notion of being someone who could out-eat a tall young man. "Come on," Jiang Zheng said with a playful glint in his eyes. "I genuinely enjoy dining with you, Yu Qian. Right, Yin Yin?" "Indeed, it is delightful to watch Qian eat." Lin Yin nodded, striving to validate her statement's credibility. Yu Qian regarded the two with bemusement. Were they treating her as a food influencer? Nevertheless, "Jiang Zheng, could you refrain from calling me Yu Qian sister?" She felt goosebumps each time he addressed her in that manner. "Since you so desire me to call you by your nickname, I shall henceforth refer to you as Qian." Jiang Zheng replied with an agreeable demeanor. "Actually, I would prefer if you call me by my full name." Yu Qian retorted, momentarily caught off guard by his casual use of her nickname. It was perplexing, though it seemed a perfectly ordinary name when uttered by others sounded so peculiar coming from Jiang Zheng. "When you call me Brother Zheng, I shall call you Yu Qian," Jiang Zheng teased, raising an eyebrow at Yu Qian, his expression exuding playful mischief. He found her reactions utterly amusing, so endearing that he could not resist teasing her time and again. "Zheng, Yu Qian felt a wave of nausea. This was not a melodramatic romance. So why the brother-sister dynamic? "As you wish." Yu Qian forced a smile at Jiang Zheng, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. After their meal, Lin Yin once again dragged Yu Qian around the school. As they passed the school supermarket, Yu Qian found herself irresistibly drawn inside to purchase a large bag of snacks, intending to keep them in the classroom, a habit she had cultivated over time. By the afternoon, during the first class which had yet to conclude, Yu Qian suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She glanced at the clock. Only 10 minutes remained until class ended. Yu Qian pressed her hand against her stomach, attempting to ease the overwhelming urge. As the teacher announced the end of class, Yu Qian bolted out of the classroom at a sprint, so swift that even Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Thank heavens! The teachers at this school never extended class time. Yu Qian dashed to the restroom, her expression transforming from anguish to relief. Suddenly, she was startled by a series of knocks on the door, followed by a bright, cheerful voice from the adjacent stall. "Sister, your tissue smells delightful. May I see what brand it is?" Yu Qian thought, "What? You want to chat while using the restroom?" She glanced at the tissue in her hand, which was from a brand she had never encountered before, yet she quite liked it. The scent was pleasant yet not overpowering, leaving her feeling fresh after each use. Not receiving a response, the voice next door continued, "Sister, I absolutely adore the fragrance of this tissue. Could you lend me a glance? Just one peek." Reluctantly, Yu Qian hesitated, then decided to slide the tissue under the door. Something fell off, and a sense of unease crept over her. Just then, she heard a crinkling sound from next door, the unmistakable noise of a tissue package being opened, followed by the sound of tissues being pulled out. She realized she only had 2 sheets left. Oh no! Yu Qian's pupils dilated in shock. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the voice from next door chimed in again, "Sorry, sister. I'll just borrow a bit of your tissue. Wait here, and I'll return shortly." With that, there was a loud bang as the door swung open, accompanied by the sound of retreating footsteps. "Is anyone there?" Silence hung in the air, confirming Yu Qian's solitude in the restroom. A chill ran down her spine as she lamented her fate. How could she, so wise throughout her life, be outsmarted by a young girl in a restroom? "For goodness sake, leave me at least 1 sheet." Yu Qian silently cursed the unknown girl next door. 2 minutes passed, and Yu Qian felt the chill creeping in. She was forced to consider the possibility of seeking help from outside. Thankfully, her habit of keeping her phone close at hand saved her. Otherwise, she might have had to wait for the next person to come to her rescue. Scanning her contacts, she realized her only option was her stepbrother, as she had yet to save Lin Yin Yin's number. "Please answer," Yu Qian silently prayed, hoping Bai Qiming's phone was not on silent mode. 1, 2, 3. "Hello, Mingge. Could you please pass the phone to Yin Yin?" Thank heavens. Yu Qian suppressed her excitement as she spoke to Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming glanced at the phone. Indeed, it was Yu Qian calling, but wasn't she at school? What did she possibly need? He furrowed his brow but still handed the phone to Lin Yin Yin. Lin Yin Yin, bewildered, took the phone and called out, "Qian Qian," only to hear Yu Qian's frantic voice on the other end. "Yin Yin, hurry and bring some toilet paper to the right restroom. I'm trapped in there." "What? Hurry, I can't hold it much longer." "Oh, all right." Although Lin Yin Yin was still somewhat perplexed, the urgency in Yu Qian's voice spurred her to rush to the restroom with the paper. With the paper in hand, Lin Yin Yin finally rescued Yu Qian. "Qian Qian, why aren't you coming out?" she called, sensing the silence within and growing anxious. "Ugh, let me catch my breath. My legs have gone numb." Yu Qian, feeling the discomfort of her numb limbs, inwardly cursed an unnamed girl. Students at this school truly lacked decorum. After a while, Yu Qian regained her composure and slowly emerged from the restroom. It was merely a trip to the restroom, yet the moment she opened the door, she felt as though she was emerging from incarceration. "Qian Qian, what made you choose this restroom?" Lin Yin Yin, watching Yu Qian wash her hands, inquired curiously. This restroom was rather old and seldom visited. Most students opted for the newer one on the left. "Why else? I was afraid the other one would be crowded, and I wouldn't be able to hold it." Yu Qian lamented as she dried her hands. When the two returned to the classroom, they were unsurprisingly late. After class, Jiang Zheng managed to extract from Lin Yin Yin the details of Yu Qian's disappearance during the break, laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Chapter 8. Tiger Skin Green Pepper. Ha ha ha. "Qian Qian, you truly are a remarkable talent." Jiang Zheng laughed so hard he nearly lost his breath. "Did you leave your intellect behind in the restroom? Shall I set up a surveillance camera to unveil the deity who tricked you out of your tissue?" Jiang Zheng felt this joke could amuse him for an entire year. "No need. Thank you," Yu Qian replied, her expression blank as she endured Jiang Zheng's ridicule, mentally cursing the unknown perpetrator once more. "Come, let's exchange contact information. Should you ever find yourself trapped in a restroom again, I shall dispatch someone to rescue you." Jiang Zheng waved his phone in front of Yu Qian. Initially intending to refuse seriously, Yu Qian reconsidered the consequences of not adding others' contact details promptly. Thus, she silently added Jiang Zheng on WeChat and saved his phone number. Jiang Zheng's WeChat avatar was a letter Z. Yu Qian glanced at Bai Qiming's avatar, which was an M, while Lin Yin's was an adorably whimsical cartoon character. Holding her phone, Yu Qian earnestly inquired of Jiang Zheng, "Is your WeChat with Mingge couple's avatar?" Both featured a white background with black letters, merely initials of their names. "Were you not already aware of my relationship with your brother?" Jiang Zheng replied flippantly, resting his hand on Bai Qiming's shoulder, entirely neglecting to mention that Bai Qiming's avatar was not merely the initial, but, upon enlargement, revealed two ends, Nian Yen. Ming, so you two are using couples avatars. Lin Yen exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had unearthed a clandestine secret. Do not listen to his nonsense, Bai Qiming retorted, swatting Jiang Zheng's hand away. His brow furrowed in displeasure. Jiang Zheng, relishing the chaos, leaned closer to Lin Yen and teased, Nian Yen, you are simply too naive. Qian discern my relationship with Ming at a glance, while you remain blissfully oblivious. Jiang Zheng, be silent. Bai Qiming finally snapped, unable to endure any longer. Yu Qian observed the successful diversion of trouble, as Jiang Zheng ceased his mockery, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. In a buoyant mood, she began to prepare for class. The day's classes concluded, and the students in the classroom clamored as they exited. Lin Yin tugged at Yu Qian, chattering animatedly along the way. Upon reaching the school gate, a dilemma presented itself. Staring at the vehicles before her, Yu Qian pondered which seat to occupy. On one side was Lin Yin's eager gaze, and on the other, Bai Qiming's subtle frown. Truly a quandary. Qian, shall we sit in the back together? Lin Yin had always shared a ride with Bai Qiming. Though he rarely voiced it, he secretly relished these moments, cherishing their rare opportunities for solitude. Occasionally, Lin Yin would lean in quite close. Yu Qian glanced at Bai Qiming once more, noticing he was feigning indifference, turning his head away. Observing his apparent nonchalance while hesitating to board the vehicle, Yu Qian found herself nearly in fits of laughter. Bai Qiming truly was a delightfully reserved young man. Faced with such a stepbrother, Yu Qian naturally chose to sit in the back seat with Lin Yin. As Yu Qian opened the door to the back seat, Lin Yin's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly climbed in, shutting the door behind her. Glancing at Bai Qiming still standing outside, Lin Yin inquired with a hint of confusion, Ming, aren't you getting in? Bai Qiming cast an annoyed glance at Lin Yin before stepping into the front passenger seat. Today marked Yu Qian's first day at her new school, and Wang Hui had uncharacteristically returned early. Qian, how was school today? Wang Hui greeted Yu Qian eagerly as she entered. Mom, don't worry. I really like my new school. The teachers are understandable. Mingge takes good care of me, and my classmates are all wonderful, Yu Qian replied, settling beside Wang Hui and recounting the amusing events of her day. Observing her mother-esque expression of delight, a twinge of bittersweet nostalgia enveloped Yu Qian's heart. She had never spoken to her mother with such patience before, and now, the words she longed to express would never find their way to the surface. I'm glad to hear that, Wang Hui said, gently ruffling Yu Qian's hair, her eyes shining with pride. Her daughter had moved past her rebellious phase, resembling her younger self more and more. Wang Hui vividly recalled the time long ago when, after a tiring day, little Yu Qian would clumsily offer her a shoulder rub or bring her water. Each time Wang Hui returned home late, the small figure of Yu Qian would be seen waiting at the doorstep, perched on a stool with her beloved dog, Bye. However, everything changed when her husband tragically passed away at the construction site. To ensure a better life for her daughter, Wang Hui had no choice but to send Yu Qian to the countryside, where her grandparents took care of her for 3 years. When she finally managed to bring Yu Qian back, the girl had become rebellious, often responding with sharp words that wounded Wang Hui's heart. Yet, she had never regretted those 3 years apart. She could no longer bear to see her child merely watching others enjoy food or having to borrow money for medical expenses. Qian, do you have enough money? I can transfer you some more, Wang Hui asked, concerned. Upon hearing her mother's words, the lingering bitterness in Yu Qian's heart vanished completely. No need to send any more, Mom. I still have money, she replied. Her mother remained the same, always inquiring if she had enough money whenever they spoke. Even during phone calls, Wang Hui's first question was often about her financial situation, as if Yu Qian was solely dependent on her. In reality, Yu Qian had never been extravagant with her spending. In the past, she had only feigned a need for money to provoke her mother, accepting the funds without a second thought. When she missed her mother, she would even pretend to call just to ask for money, but she had always saved diligently, amassing a respectable sum. Despite Yu Qian's refusal, Wang Hui still contemplated sending her daughter some money later. After all, her relentless hard work was aimed at ensuring Yu Qian could live freely and comfortably. Not to mention, Yu Qian had grown more obedient and understanding. Having found a partner in life, her heart was free from worries. Once a person finds happiness, they are compelled to treat their child with even greater kindness. Qian, what would you like to eat today? Mom will make it for you. Wang Hui joyfully rose to her feet, beaming at Yu Qian. Mom is cooking. Yu Qian swallowed hard. Her mother's culinary skills had been commendable in her earlier years, but as she became increasingly engrossed in her career, she seldom cooked, and her current dishes had devolved to mere edibility. Mom, since you finally have a break, please don't overexert yourself, Yu Qian said, her expression one of earnest concern. It's fine. It's been a long time since I cooked for you, her mother replied, her face brimming with anticipation. Yu Qian quickly pondered then. How about making stuffed green peppers? It's a simple dish. It should be foolproof. Anything else? No, I haven't had this in ages. I just really want to eat this dish. Yu Qian hastily declined further suggestions. What about Qi Ming? What does he want? Annie will make it for you. Wang Hui turned to the silently seated Bai Qi Ming. Observing Yu Qian's alarmed expression, Bai Qi Ming subtly remarked, There's no need to trouble Annie. I'm indifferent to what I eat. You child, how can you lack any preferences? Wang Hui sighed at her somewhat indifferent stepson. Ultimately, Wang Hui prepared 4 dishes and a soup, including the requested stuffed green peppers. Today's menu seems a bit different, Bai Jin remarked upon returning from work. Observing the somewhat modest spread, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Today, I am the chef. You have yet to taste my cooking, so please offer your honest critique. Wang Hui said with a radiant smile directed at Bai Jin. Yu Qian nestled on the sofa, glancing between her mother and Uncle Bai, feeling an undeniable air of affection between them. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, Bai Jin's face lit up with surprise. Well then, today I am indeed fortunate. He set down his briefcase, washed his hands, and took his seat at the dining table, with Yu Qian and Bai Qi Ming following suit. Yu Qian gingerly picked up a green pepper and took a cautious bite. Thankfully, her mother's expertise in selecting peppers had not waned. The green pepper was just mildly spicy and quite fragrant. Nothing compares to Mom's stuffed green peppers, she mused. Bai Jin, too, picked up a piece of stir-fried pork, nodding appreciatively at Wang Hui. Meanwhile, Bai Qi Ming silently chewed on a piece of greens, feeling the dish had been overcooked. Yet, observing the 2 enthusiastic diners beside him, he began to question whether his taste buds were at fault. Bai Qi Ming suddenly felt a sense of alienation from his family. The Bai father and son sampled every dish, deliberately avoiding the stuffed green peppers, as neither of them enjoyed spicy food. With no one to share the burden, Yu Qian persevered and finished the entire plate of peppers alongside 2 bowls of rice. Bai Qi Ming couldn't help but steal glances at her, even entertaining the whimsical thought of recording a video to tease Lin Yin Yin during mealtime. Eventually, Yu Qian left the table, her stomach full. Being a mama's boy was indeed no easy feat, especially when one had to delicately uphold their mother's fragile pride. She glanced at Uncle Bai, who still conversed warmly with her mother, and couldn't help but marvel once more at how Wang Jiejia had found such an extraordinary husband for her mother. As a person of higher status, it is quite surprising to see him humbly extolling the virtues of her mother. However, Uncle Bai, might I kindly request that you refrain from discussing culinary matters with my mother? Yu Qian observed her mother being praised to the extent that it seemed as though she would be responsible for all future dinners. A wave of despair washed over her. A fleeting glimpse of maternal affection is sufficient, and on ordinary days, one should indulge in the sumptuous meals prepared by the family's cook, rich in flavor and opulence. The following morning, Yu Qian noticed that their vehicle had changed. Initially, they had been in a 5-seater car, but now they were in one with 2 rows of seats facing each other. Yu Qian was uncertain of the name of this vehicle, yet she cast a discreet glance at Bai Qi Ming. Could the intention be any clearer? 3 people traveling in such a vehicle is certainly convenient. As Qian Qian and Lin Yin Yin emerged from their home, they waved toward Yu Qian. Observing the new car piqued her curiosity, yet she refrained from asking any questions. In contrast, Jiang Zheng, who had just stepped out, was visibly intrigued by the sight of the vehicle. Chapter 9. The struggling student. As Jiang Zheng was about to enter his car, he glanced up and noticed that his neighbor had replaced their vehicle. His brows arched slightly, and without hesitation, He closed his own car door and strolled over. "Oh, you've got a new ride, and it's a modified one at that," Jiang Zheng remarked with keen interest. "Ming, didn't you previously say this car was too ostentatious for you and that you would never ride in it? What brings this vehicle to your mind today?" "The spacious interior accommodates 3 people comfortably," Bai Qiming succinctly replied. "Is that so?" Jiang Zheng responded with a knowing smile, then, quite self-assured, opened the car door and settled inside. With this 4-seater configuration, adding one more is hardly a burden. Bai Qiming, taken aback by Jiang Zheng's nonchalance, eventually resigned himself to his friend's antics, reasoning that whether there was one extra light bulb or 2 made little difference. One simply shone a bit brighter than the other. Lin Yinyan ushered Yu Qian into the car as well. Yu Qian leaned back against the seat, releasing a contented sigh. This vehicle was simply perfect for catching some Z's on the road. As she contemplated this, her eyelids grew heavy once more. Heaven knows how difficult it had been for her to awaken these past few days. Each morning necessitated the setting of 3 alarms to rouse her from slumber. The thought of enduring such mornings for another year made her want to sigh dramatically. "Nian, I'm going to catch a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive." Given that the drive to school would consume half an hour, Yu Qian was determined not to squander this opportunity for rest. With that, she swiftly drifted into a deep sleep. Jiang Zheng observed Yu Qian's instant descent into slumber, feeling an impulse to poke her awake. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyan, noticing Yu Qian's abrupt nap, grew a tad bored and began to play on her phone, occasionally sharing amusing content with Bai Qiming. Sitting opposite Yu Qian, Jiang Zheng watched her nestled comfortably in her seat, her mouth slightly agape and her cheeks flushed. He felt a peculiar itch in his palms. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation, pulled out his phone, and discreetly captured a photograph of her serene visage. As he gazed at the image on his screen, an odd sensation washed over him. When had he become so mundane as to sneakily photograph a girl? Yet, despite his thoughts, he refrained from hitting delete. Instead, he powered down his phone and feigned sleep. On the surface, Yu Qian appeared demure and cheerful in her interactions, quickly winning the favor of her classmates in Class 1. Especially notable was her earnestness during lessons, diligently taking notes with remarkable speed, prompting her peers to speculate that a genius had just transferred into their midst. Regrettably, this impression was soon shattered. On the 3rd day of her transfer, Yu Qian faced a crushing blow. Holding a Chinese language exam paper with a bewildered expression, she felt utterly lost. Could someone explain why she was so unfortunate as to encounter a monthly examination merely 3 days after her transfer? She had only just begun to familiarize herself with her textbooks. Why was fate being so cruel? Hadn't she been a cherished darling of the heavens? With a mix of despair and indignation, Yu Qian stared at the test paper, pushing aside her dismay as she began to write furiously. The latter questions in the Chinese section could certainly be crafted. However, in every other regard, she distorted history, reconstructed the tectonic plates, and crafted her own political aphorisms. Particularly in mathematics, she could only produce a singular answer. As a student of the humanities, Yu Qian was left with an unwavering obstinacy against leaving any question unanswered. After a day of examinations, she felt as though half of her vitality had been drained, her mind now consumed with the incessant thoughts of solutions and responses. Qian, how do you feel about this exam? Do you have confidence in securing the top position in our class?" Jiang Zheng leaned sideways, propping his head on his hand, gazing at Yu Qian with a smile. Yu Qian silently cast a glance in his direction, then rested her head on the desk, resolutely shutting herself off from any external distractions. This reaction seemed amiss to Jiang Zheng. His brow furrowed as he recalled glancing at Yu Qian during the exam. Her paper was filled to the brim. Could he have misjudged her performance? Yu Qian's spirits plummeted as she awaited the return of her exam papers. The efficiency of high school teachers in grading was astonishing. By the following day, all papers had been evaluated. The first paper returned was English, and as Yu Qian beheld the score of 140, there was no hint of elation. This was likely the only subject in which she would achieve a perfect score. Her other scores were disheartening. Chinese, 106, History, 45, Geography, 61, Politics, 53, Mathematics, 43. As she stared at the shocking array of scores, her entire demeanor soured. Her classmates regarded her with incredulity. No one had anticipated that the seemingly diligent Yu Qian would rank fourth from the bottom in the class. Qian. You. Lin Yin found herself at a loss for words, equally stunned by Yu Qian's dismal performance. Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming had been directly recommended to higher education institutions since their first year, a testament to their academic prowess. While Lin Yin's grades, though not on par with theirs, still placed her within the top 10 of the grade, she had never expected to witness a struggling student among her peers. Jiang Zheng, equally astonished by the outcome, curiously picked up Yu Qian's mathematics paper, only to find that she had answered 4 out of 12 multiple-choice questions correctly, and had only completed one of the major problems, leaving the others with mere formulas, one of which was incorrectly written. Observing the evident calculation traces on Yu Qian's multiple-choice section, Jiang Zheng was left speechless. Surely, even random guessing would yield a better score than this. Yu Qian's results had thoroughly reshaped Jiang Zheng's understanding of her capabilities. This was unexpected. Clutching the paper, he frowned deeply. Yu Qian appeared to be attentive in every class. Not the profile of a struggling student. Could it be that her innate capabilities were simply limited? Please allow me the solitude to accompany my exam paper, Yu Qian murmured. Her head bowed. Having performed so poorly was humiliating enough. Now she had to endure the scrutiny of her peers, which made her feel as though she might explode on the spot. Once, Yu Qian had been a student praised by her teachers, not a top achiever, but certainly a promising candidate. Now, she had fallen to the bottom ranks, a disgrace to those who had once guided her. The sight of Yu Qian in such despair was deeply pitiful, leaving her companions exchanging glances in silence. Even Jiang Zheng, known for his sharp tongue, refrained from speaking, fearful that he might inadvertently wound Yu Qian's fragile pride. Yu Qian spent an entire day grappling with her feelings, ultimately emerging from her despair. Was it merely a poor exam result? She had simply overlooked it. With a little more effort, she could still strive for success. Her determination reignited. Yu Qian decided to call her mother. Mom, please find me a tutor. She felt an urgent need for external assistance. Why the sudden desire for a tutor, Qian? Her mother inquired. I didn't do well on this exam. I thought something was wrong. Your grades have never been stellar. It's just one poor performance. Mother won't scold you, dear. If you need money, just tell me. I'm not going to pressure you about your studies. No, Mom, listen to me. Yu Qian pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. After a lengthy discussion, she finally conveyed her earnest aspiration for improvement. Once the call ended, Yu Qian collapsed on her bed, utterly exhausted. How disheartening it was. While others cunningly battled their parents to avoid tutoring, she found herself yearning for extra help yet facing opposition from her mother. Her mother seemed to be an insurmountable obstacle on her path to greatness. Chapter 10. The concert Yu Qian's academic life gradually fell into a rhythm. However, today after class, instead of immersing herself in her studies or resting, she furrowed her brow, incessantly scrolling through her phone. Qian, what are you looking at? Lin Yin inquired with curiosity. I am searching for tickets to Yulei's concert. It is scheduled for next Friday evening, Yu Qian replied, her face etched with worry. She had been searching for 3 days and had yet to find a single ticket. Before coming here, she had promised Fang Yin that she would attend her idol's concert, and she cannot possibly go back on her word. Having completed her commitments to Wang Jiajia and Qi Yu, the only obligation remaining was to attend Fang Yan's idol's concert. If she failed to go, she could already envision Fang Yan's heart-wrenching tears. The thought of Fang Yan's fervent admiration for her idol sent a shiver down Yu Qian's spine. It seems that tickets for Yulei's concert have been sold out for 2 months, Lin Yin remarked, aware that many girls in their class were ardent fans of Yulei. I even offered 5 times the price online, yet no one would sell me a ticket. Yu Qian's mind was already preoccupied with drafting an apology letter to Fang Yan. After all, Yulei was a superstar, and concert tickets were indeed in high demand. Observing Yu Qian's distressed demeanor, Lin Yin suddenly recalled something. Oh, Qian, I remember that Yulei is an artist under Shenkong Media, which is owned by Jiang Zheng's family. You could inquire with him about available tickets. Really? Yu Qian exclaimed, her heart brimming with hope. This is what they mean by a glimmer of hope in the darkest hour, or a timely aid in adversity. Eagerly anticipating her first encounter with Jiang Zheng, she waited impatiently. As Jiang Zheng returned to the classroom after using the restroom, he immediately sensed the intensity of Yu Qian's gaze upon him. "What is the matter?" Jiang Zheng paused, instinctively checking his appearance, ensuring everything was in order. He then flashed a radiant smile and approached Yu Qian. "You're looking at me like that, Qian Qian. It makes me think you are captivated by my charm." "Indeed, Jiang classmate, you are strikingly handsome, like a jade tree in the wind, making it hard for anyone not to glance your way." "Jiang Zheng, have you taken something?" Confounded by Yu Qian's expectant expression, Jiang Zheng asked, "What do you want?" "Classmate Jiang, I heard that Yu Lei is an artist under your company. I was wondering if you might have any tickets for his concert?" Yu Qian inquired, her demeanor polite and respectful. At that moment, Jiang Zheng felt somewhat uneasy under her innocent gaze. "I do have tickets, but why would I give one to you?" Yu Qian, understanding the implications, Jiang Zheng adopted a rather haughty demeanor. "We are not well acquainted, so why would I just hand you a ticket? Am I running a charity? Not for free. I'll pay for it. Whatever amount you ask for is fine." Upon hearing him formally address her as classmate Yu Qian's mind sparked with alarm, prompting her to respond quickly. "Do I look like a scalper? It appears that not only is your intellect somewhat lacking, but your eyesight is as well." Jiang Zheng observed as Yu Qian's face flushed with indignation, the smile on his face widening involuntarily. What would it take for this classmate of his to part with a ticket? Yu Qian took a deep breath, reassuring herself to remain composed, as she was the one seeking a favor and must adopt the appropriate demeanor. "My demands are modest. All I ask is that you call me brother, and I shall gift you the ticket." One absurd request. Was Jiang Zheng imagining himself as the protagonist of some melodramatic narrative? With every utterance of brother and sister, if he weren't merely 17, Yu Qian would have long since struck him. Yet, despite her internal grievances, she donned a sweet smile and exclaimed, "Hello, Brother Jiang Zheng. Once more, please. Brother Jiang Zheng." Again, Yu Qian fell silent, her fingers clenching into a fist. Noticing the fluctuation in her demeanor, Jiang Zheng hesitated to push the joke further, hastily declaring, "I will give you the ticket tomorrow." "Thank you, classmate Jiang," Yu Qian replied, taking a deep breath in gratitude, relieved that she wouldn't have to write as self-reflection. Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of regret at not hearing her call him brother again. He had a younger brother who constantly addressed him as such, yet when the term slipped from Yu Qian's lips, it felt entirely different. The following morning, Jiang Zheng handed Yu Qian the concert ticket along with a work pass. "What is this?" she asked, puzzled by the pass. "This is a backstage work pass for the Yu Lei concert. You can use it to enter and take a photo with him, provided I have notified him beforehand." Yu Qian was taken aback by Jiang Zheng's thoughtfulness. She paused and genuinely smiled at him, saying, "Thank you so much, Jiang Zheng." "No need for thanks," he replied nonchalantly. "If you ever need anything, feel free to call me." "All right, but as a student, you should focus on your studies." "I understand, it won't happen again." She was merely accompanying a friend to the concert. She wasn't a fan. Jiang Zheng regarded the suddenly docile Yu Qian, a peculiar sensation lingering in his heart, as if she had transformed from a little tiger into a gentle kitten, prompting an irresistible urge to pet her. "Should I accompany you? It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone." No, I'll have the driver pick me up," Yu Qian quickly declined. "Very well," Jiang Zheng replied, somewhat regretfully. The concert was scheduled from 7 to 9:30 in the evening. Yu Qian arrived punctually at the stadium. Upon entering, she was greeted by a deafening roar of cheers. Clutching her ticket, she made her way to the front row, marveling at the prime position Jiang Zheng had secured for her. The view was spectacular. "Hello everyone, I am Yu Lei. Ah, I love you, Thunder God. Look here, look here." As Yu Qian settled into her seat, Yu Lei made his entrance. The deafening screams assaulted her ears, yet she paid them no mind, hastily pulling out her phone to begin recording. Attendees of Yu Lei's concert were fervent fans, and those fortunate enough to secure front-row positions were undoubtedly devoted acolytes. For these fans, every move of Yu Lei elicited ecstatic cries, rendering Yu Qian's calm demeanor particularly conspicuous amidst the frenzy. The girls surrounding her gawked as she meticulously captured the moments on her device. They screamed while she recorded. They chanted support slogans as she filmed. They waved their glow sticks, and she continued to document. Perhaps she was merely a superficial fan. A girl seated next to Yu Qian could no longer contain herself and scrutinized her with a discerning glance. "Are you a fan of Thunder God?" she inquired. "Sort of," Yu Qian replied, taking a moment to respond. "You don't seem very devoted. Where's your support banner? Do you know the name of the song Thunder God just sang? What is his favorite food? What is the name of his dog?" Yu Qian, caught off guard, admitted, "To be frank, I know none of these." The surrounding girls quickly grasped the implication in Yu Qian's bewildered expression. Observing her recording stance, they concluded that she was either a paparazzo or a detractor, both of which are despised by fans. Noticing the increasingly hostile gazes directed her way, Yu Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After a moment's thought, she discreetly produced the work badge given to her by Jiang Zheng. "Actually, I'm a staff member here to monitor stage effects." The atmosphere shifted instantly with the revelation of her identity. The girls' expressions softened, and they instinctively categorized Yu Qian as an employee of Thunder God, showering her with goodwill towards Yulei. In an effort to win her favor, they shared their snacks and various Yulei merchandise, even offering guidance to ensure that Yu Qian captured her idol from every conceivable angle. Yu Qian couldn't help but marvel at the utility of her newfound status. By the end of the concert, she had thoroughly enjoyed the experience. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic girls, she clutched the gifts they had bestowed upon her and made her way backstage. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder, nearly causing her to falter in fear. Turning around, she was confronted by Jiang Zheng's unabashedly jovial face looming before her. "Jiang Zheng," Yu Qian gasped, clutching her heart as if it might leap from her chest, her expression one of unfiltered alarm. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" She glared at him, feeling a surge of indignation. "My apologies," Jiang Zheng replied, devoid of any genuine remorse. "I just finished a gathering with friends. Would you like to return with me? I still need to get some autographs from backstage." "I'll accompany you," he declared matter-of-factly, though he felt a twinge of regret for having come to wait for her when he had pressing matters to attend to. Yu Qian eyed Jiang Zheng warily, wondering if he had intentionally sought her out. Yu Qian followed Jiang Zheng and smoothly arrived at the backstage. Yulei, evidently informed beforehand, greeted Yu Qian with no surprise and graciously signed several photos and posters she brought. However, he was momentarily taken aback when she quietly retrieved a photo approximately 10 inches in size from her backpack and earnestly requested, "Could you please hold this photo for me while I take a picture?" In a way, this allowed Fang Yin to be in the same frame as her idol. Yulei, slightly bemused, accepted the photo from Yu Qian's hands and held it respectfully against his chest. Yu Qian remarked, "Why does it feel like something is amiss?" Jiang Zheng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, fortunately, this photo is in color. If it were black and white, that would be simply..." "Ha!" He chuckled heartily, picturing the absurdity of a black and white portrait resembling a posthumous photograph. Enough of that. Yu Qian shot Jiang Zheng a glare and hurriedly asked Yulei to change his pose. After taking the picture, she expressed her gratitude to Yulei multiple times. As she exited the stadium, she couldn't help but marvel at how courteous and gentle the idol of Fang Yin was. Truly admirable. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Zheng inquired, "Would you like to grab something to eat, or shall we head straight home?" "Let's go straight home," Yu Qian replied, patting her stomach. She felt quite satisfied from the concert and had no appetite. Observing her, Jiang Zheng instructed the driver to head directly to Xingyuan. This was Yu Qian's first time alone with Jiang Zheng, and she felt a bit awkward. Unsure of what to discuss, she feigned fatigue, squinting her eyes and leaning back. As she gradually relaxed and eventually fell asleep, Jiang Zheng turned his head to openly admire her serene face. She looked like a little piglet, adorably foolish in her slumber. Inwardly, Jiang Zheng critiqued himself, realizing he was losing his mind. He had been perfectly comfortable at home, so why had he inexplicably come to fetch her? Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that her slightly plump face was rather endearing. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of Yu Qian's cherubic visage. Chapter 11. Bye-bye and hey on weekends, when there are no classes, Yu Qian still rises early. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, she proceeds to tutor her student. The afternoon is hers to indulge in leisure. Yuqian plans to purchase a bag of snacks and then joyfully return to scroll through her phone. Such a languorous lifestyle is simply perfect. With her mind set, she eagerly selects an outfit. As a young lady, it is essential to dress up whimsically for an outing, even if the destination is merely a large supermarket located approximately 2 kilometers away from the Bai residence. Humming a tune, Yuqian locates Bai, who is napping in the backyard, and gently rouses him from his slumber. After all, the distance is not far. Walking serves as a form of exercise, and it has been quite some time since she last took Bai for a stroll, a win-win situation. Yuqian attaches a leash to Bai, and the two of them step out together. The journey to the supermarket goes smoothly, but an unexpected incident occurs on their return. With a large bag of snacks in one hand and Bai's leash in the other, Yuqian strolls back home. Suddenly, Bai comes to a halt, tugging insistently towards the roadside. Bai. Yuqian, thinking that Bai wishes to play, playfully pinches his ear. However, Bai shows no signs of stopping. Unable to resist his determination, she allows him to lead her. As they venture into a green belt, Yuqian gradually hears the faint whimpers of a puppy. A dog? Startled, she quickens her pace to follow Bai. After walking a few dozen meters, she spots a green nylon bag in a patch of grass, with something moving restlessly inside. Yuqian hurriedly opens the bag, and a short-haired puppy with a white coat and yellow spots emerges. Observing the weakly whimpering creature, her hands tremble and her heart races. How could there be such despicable individuals capable of harming innocent animals in this way? Had Bai not heard its cries, this puppy would likely have perished and decayed unnoticed. In a rush, Yuqian retrieves a pack of jerky from the bag and tears off a piece for the puppy. Watching it devour the morsel voraciously, she feeds it some other treats as well. Seeing the little white dog wagging its tail enthusiastically at her, Yuqian does not hesitate and scoops it up. Since she has found it, she might as well bring it home and care for it. After all, one dog is not too few, and two are not too many. Thus, with Bai on a leash and the puppy cradled in her arms, Yuqian returns to the Bai household. Where did this dog come from? Zhang, leaning against the entrance of the Bai residence, immediately spots the puppy in Yuqian's hands. I found it, she replies, setting Bai down and shaking her arms. Slightly out of breath from carrying the puppy all the way, her clothes damp with sweat. Inside, Lin Yin hears Yuqian's return and joyfully rushes out. Qian, are you going to raise another dog? What is its name? Lin Yin bends down to look at the small dog that keeps inching closer to Yuqian, hesitant to touch it. It's called, Hey, but it's not a black dog, is it? We already have Bai at home. Yuqian responds with an expression of utmost certainty directed at Lin Yin. Yuqian, if you truly wish to adopt a dog, I could procure several purebred ones for you. Just look at this one. Its appearance resembles that of an abstract painting. Remarkably, you have managed to find one even less appealing, Zhang remarked, shaking his head with a look of utter disbelief as he observed the two dogs. Mind your own business. I simply adore mixed-breed dogs, Yuqian retorted, casting a glance at Zhang. I may not have a say, but someone does. Zhang called out toward the house. Bai Qiming, your sister has once again added a new member to your family. Why don't you come out and greet it? Bai Qiming emerged from the house. Yuqian squatted on the ground, silently sharing a gaze with the dogs directed at Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming shot a disapproving glance at the amused Zhang before speaking. Take it to the vet for a wash, vaccinations, and a health checkup. Thank you, Mingji. Yuqian smiled upon hearing Bai Qiming's approval of her new pet. She gently patted the dog's head, saying, Bye, your future wife is secured. You must take good care of her. Lin Yin interjected, Oh, is this little dog a female? Yuqian replied, Isn't it supposed to be a female? She hadn't checked the dog's gender yet, but had an inclination it should be a little female. With that thought, she expertly lifted the dog's left hind leg. It's a male. Apologies, bye. It seems you shall only have male companions from now on, but that is your choice. Not mine. The three witnesses to Yuqian's actions were left speechless. Bai Qiming, should you intervene with your sister? Just look at her actions. It's utterly disrespectful to the dog. Bai Qiming silently turned his head away, disregarding Zhang's exasperated tone. Yuqian set the dog's leg down and retorted, Stop referring to me as your sister. It feels like you're intentionally insulting me. Besides, I'm merely observing the dog, not you. Do you wish to advocate for Hei Hei? It might not even be interested. Jiang Zheng, witnessing the little white dog cling to Yuxian, seeking affection after being released, felt a pang of frustration at her words. As the tension between the two escalated, Lin Yin hurriedly interjected, Yuxian, we came here to invite you to the club tomorrow. The club? Yes, the older brother of a Li family, who has connections with us, has opened a new club, and they are inviting us to the grand opening tomorrow. I have no desire to attend. Yuxian firmly shook her head. The mere mention of a club sounded tedious. She would rather indulge in her favorite anime. You see, I told you this little homebody prefers to stay indoors, Jiang Zheng remarked, still irked by Yuxian's previous comment. Yuxian, I genuinely don't want to go, she reiterated, shaking her head vigorously. She understood Lin Yin meant well in trying to introduce her to their social circle, but she simply had no interest. Dealing with people was such a hassle. Seeing Yuxian's resolute demeanor, Lin Yin reluctantly abandoned the idea of persuading her to join the club. According to Yuxian's plans, she should be comfortably nestled in her room, snacking and binge-watching her favorite series at that moment. However, with Hei Hei's sudden arrival, she was compelled to take him for a checkup first. A group of individuals embarked on a journey to the pet hospital. Indeed, a collective of people. Lin Yin by Qi Ming and Jiang Zheng accompanied her on this venture. Yu Qian cast a bemused glance at the trio trailing behind her. Lin Yin had willingly come along. Bai Qi Ming was there to support Lin Yin, but what was Jiang Zheng's purpose? Observing Jiang Zheng's face, which was etched with disdain, Yu Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who says a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean? It is, in fact, a man's heart that resembles an abyss. After more than 2 hours, Hei Hei's examination concluded. Aside from a slight nutritional deficiency, all was well. They purchased a new collar and leash for Hei Hei, and the group once again boarded the vehicle to return home. Chapter 12. The shot put once again. The monthly examination approached, and Yu Qian's performance exhibited a remarkable improvement, ascending from the penultimate position in her class to the 20th rank. Paving the way to Jingda was now secure. Filled with newfound confidence, Yu Qian was buoyed by her own achievements. Just as she was reveling in her success, the sports committee member, Feng Shui, approached with a registration form in hand. Qian, next week our school will hold the autumn sports meeting. Would you like to sign up? I'm not very good at sports, Yu Qian replied, feeling somewhat troubled. Her athletic abilities were quite lacking. Even running 800 meters left her utterly exhausted. Participating in the sports meeting seemed more like a way to become a target for ridicule among the other classes. Please, just choose any event. There are still many categories with no participants, Feng Shui implored, her expression pleading as she glanced at the half-empty registration form. Yu Qian, unable to refuse a girl in such earnestness, eventually succumbed to Feng Shui's persistence and opted for the shot put. It seemed simple enough, just throw the ball. Surely, she wouldn't falter at that. As she filled in her name, she noticed that Lin Yin and Bai Qi Ming had signed up for the mixed relay race, while Jiang Zheng had chosen not to participate in anything at all. Glancing over at Jiang Zheng, who was sleeping with his head resting on the desk, she felt a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't he be eager to partake in an event that showcased one's talents? After all, he was renowned for his charming persona, and as a prominent figure on campus, he had a multitude of admirers. How could such a moment of attention pass him by unnoticed? Though she pondered these thoughts, Yu Qian refrained from asking any questions. Instead, Lin Yin, upon learning of her shot put entry, expressed her excitement and promised to support her during the event. When Jiang Zheng later discovered that Yu Qian had registered for the shot put, he couldn't resist mocking her. Well, Sister Qian, you better put in some effort. We wouldn't want you to not only fail to bring glory to our class, but also make it the laughingstock. Yu Qian retorted, at least I signed up, unlike some who didn't even bother to register. Jiang Zheng smirked, my sincerest apologies. I was appointed as the scorekeeper by the physical education teacher, so I cannot compete. Yu Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, and Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow in triumph. Perhaps during the shot put event, I shall be the one taking notes. I hope you perform well enough that I won't be embarrassed to write down your score. Irritated, Yu Qian chose to ignore him and delve into her studies, striving to block out the surrounding distractions. The 2 weeks quickly passed, and the day of the sports meeting finally arrived. Yu Qian donned her sports attire and meticulously styled her hair into a bun, presenting herself as someone who had genuinely prepared for the competition. At that moment, she stood alongside her female classmates at the edge of the relay racetrack, cheering for Lin Yin and Bai Qiming. Lin Yin was running the third leg and, upon receiving the baton, found herself trailing behind the other teams. Fortunately, Bai Qiming, as the anchor, turned the tide in their favor. When Bai Qiming crossed the finish line first, Yu Qian couldn't help but join the jubilant chorus of cheers from those around her. Yin, that was incredible. We came in first. Our class has secured another victory. Bai Qiming runs so handsomely. As Yu Qian listened to the praises of the surrounding girls, she handed a bottle of water to Lin Yin. Yin, you ran so fast just now. Her compliment was heartfelt, for Lin Yin truly excelled in running. Had it not been for the mishap during the baton exchange, their class would have surged ahead of the others from the very start. It's all right. I really enjoy running, Lin Yin replied with a smile. She often trained in morning runs with Bai Qiming and had been practicing dance since childhood, maintaining good physical fitness. Qian, when does your shot put event begin? Once the jump rope competition concludes, it will be time for shot put. The two made their way to the shot put area, where several competitors were already warming up. Among the crowd, a particularly striking figure caught their attention. Oh, Zhang is here. Lin Yin's keen eyes spotted Zhang, who was holding paper and pen, and she quickly nudged Yu Qian. Following her gaze, Yu Qian confirmed Zhang's presence. Today, he sported a white cap and a black baseball jacket, exuding a youthful charm and vibrancy. Yu Qian had to admit that, in terms of appearance, Zhang outshone many. Zhang noticed them and grinned broadly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling. Where's Qiming? Lin Yin replied. Ming went to change clothes after sweating. Hearing this, Zhang curled his lip in disdain. What a terrible habit. He then turned to Yu Qian, beaming with mischief. So, how about it, Qian? Surprised to see me as the scorekeeper for the shot put team? Are you going to help me cheat or something? What is there to be surprised about? The trio exchanged playful banter until the announcement for the shot put event echoed through the speakers, followed by the teachers blowing their whistles nearby. Lin Yin hurriedly cheered for Yu Qian. Yu Qian waved back and stepped into the crowd of competitors, while Zhang moved beside the teachers. Yu Qian was the fourth to compete. Watching the others throw further and further, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Although she had mentally prepared herself to focus on participation, her heart raced uncontrollably as her turn approached. Number 4, prepare. At the call, Yu Qian swallowed nervously and stepped into the circle, picking up the shot put and positioning it beside her right ear. Slightly bending her knees, she sensed a lack of strength in her hands, causing her to lean back slightly, attempting to leverage her body's inertia to propel the shot put forward. Zhang, observing her movements, furrowed his brow. Feeling ready, Yu Qian took a deep breath and forcefully threw the shot put forward, but she leaned back too much. While throwing, she inadvertently twisted her waist. Pain shot through her, causing her hand to tremble, and the shot put, previously held high, plummeted directly onto her foot. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. Yu Qian, are you all right? Zhang was the first to react, rushing to her side and bending down to pick up the shot put, tossing it aside. Qian, did it hit your foot? Lin Yin's expression turned frantic as the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Pain, a tremendous ache radiated from Yu Qian's foot, causing her entire body to tremble. Her fingers clenched into tight fists, and her teeth were gritted, with only the sound of her heavy breathing punctuating the silence. Zhang, noticing the pallor on Yu Qian's face, felt a pang of concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, rushing towards the infirmary. Yu Qian quivered in Zhang's embrace, her forehead slick with cold sweat born of agony. Quickly, doctor, she was struck on the foot by a shot put. Zhang gasped as he gently placed Yu Qian on the examination bed. The school doctor hurried over, carefully removing Yu Qian's shoe to reveal that the top of her foot had begun to swell and redden. The doctor pressed lightly on the swollen area. It hurts. Hiss! Oh, it hurts! Yu Qian felt another wave of soul-wrenching pain, her fingers gripping the bedsheet as her visage contorted in distress. It is necessary to go to the hospital for an X-ray. We cannot rule out the possibility of a fracture, the doctor stated with a serious demeanor. The limited facilities in the infirmary precluded a more thorough examination, so they could only provide initial care. Then let us proceed directly to the hospital. Bai Qiming received a call from Lin Yin and quickly made his way over. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, he immediately contacted a driver. Lin Yin, observing the beads of sweat cascading down Yu Qian's face, hastily retrieved tissues to wipe her brow. Bai Qiming, having arranged for the driver and the hospital, prepared to carry Yu Qian. After all, they were now nominally siblings, and he felt a sense of responsibility towards her. However, to his surprise, before he could reach the bedside, Jiang Zheng stepped in his way. "I will handle this," Jiang Zheng said, a frown marring his brow as he regarded Yu Qian's dazed expression, his heart aching with an emotion he could scarcely comprehend. Bai Qiming looked at Jiang Zheng in astonishment. His demeanor was decidedly uncharacteristic. Chapter 13. At the hospital, a few individuals swiftly arrived at a private hospital invested in by the Bai family. Upon disembarking from their vehicle, they were greeted by a nurse who was already waiting with a wheelchair. The examination results were promptly delivered. The X-ray revealed that Miss Yu had sustained varying degrees of fractures to both the fourth and fifth toe bones. Yet fortunately, there was no displacement. A localized plaster cast would suffice for treatment. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Yu Qian. It was quite astonishing that someone could sustain such injuries merely from throwing a shot put. It was indeed a stroke of luck that she had not struck her own head. "Dr. Zhang, please attend to her as soon as possible," Bai Qiming instructed the physician. He then recalled that he had yet to inform Aunt Wang about the incident. Glancing at Yu Qian, who was still wincing in pain, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Wang Hui was in the midst of signing a contract with a client when her phone rang. Immediately, she picked it up to check the caller ID. Due to her busy schedule, she often missed calls from Yu Qian, leading to numerous arguments between the mother and daughter. Thus, she had made it a point never to silence her phone, ensuring that Yu Qian could reach her at any time. "Qiming?" Wang Hui was somewhat surprised to see her stepson calling her for the first time. It must be urgent. She excused herself to her client and stepped out of the conference room to answer the call. "Qiming? Is there something wrong? Where is Yu Qian? I'll come right away." Wang Hui's legs weakened at the news of her daughter being hospitalized. She quickly apologized to her client, provided brief instructions to her assistant, and had a car dispatched to take her to the hospital. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Wang Hui flung open the door and dashed to the ward on the third floor. Upon entering, she saw the doctor applying a plaster cast to Yu Qian's foot. "Qian, what happened to your foot? Are you in pain anywhere else?" Wang Hui rushed to her daughter's side, her chest heaving with anxiety. "Mom, woo-woo, my toe is broken." Upon seeing her mother, Yu Qian, who had been valiantly suppressing her pain, finally found an outlet for her distress. In that moment, she cried unabashedly like a child, her words barely coherent. "Sure, don't be afraid, my dear. Is there any other pain?" Wang Hui gently supported Yu Qian, fearful of causing further harm if she applied too much pressure, concerned that her daughter might have other injuries. "Cough. Aunt Wang, Yu Qian has no other injuries. She simply got hurt from the shot put landing on her foot," Bai Qiming interjected, observing the emotional scene between the mother and daughter, feeling compelled to clarify. Remembering Yu Qian's earlier claim of having a broken toe, he added, "Her toe is only slightly fractured. It is not broken." At that moment of panic, Wang Hui felt a slight alleviation upon hearing Bai Qiming's words. However, seeing Yu Qian in such distress, she could not help but offer words of comfort. Jiang Zheng was also startled by Yu Qian's sudden outburst of tears. Witnessing her unrestrained display of emotion was overwhelming for him. Lin Yin stood by Yu Qian's side, continuously handing her tissues to wipe her tears. The plaster has been set, and Yu Qian has cried enough. At this moment, her eyes are red as she lies in bed, appearing far more pitiable than her usual vibrant self. Jiang Zheng sits by her bedside, feeling a twinge of irritation as he gazes at her forlorn demeanor. Unable to restrain himself, he inquires, "Is there anything you wish to eat? I can go and fetch it for you." "Aye." Hiccup, I crave braised duck feet, Yuqian responds, still sniffling from her recent tears. Braised duck feet. Jiang Zheng's lips twitch. Is she attempting to remedy her situation through culinary means? What nonsense! She ought to maintain a bland diet and behave herself during this period. Wang Hui has finally regained her composure after learning the full extent of the situation from Bai Qiming, and she is now quite furious. Look at you, always so reckless. Even now that you've grown up, you still lack sense. You can manage to throw a ball and hit yourself. Mom, Yuqian weakly calls out, gazing at her mother's fierce expression. What do you mean, Mom? Just look at the reckless things you've done since childhood. Falling out of windows and dislocating your shoulder. Stumbling into ditches while walking. Even while sleeping, you've managed to hit your head against the wall. Upon hearing her mother dredging up old grievances, Yuqian shivers and pulls the blanket higher. She silently curses Wang Jiajia, lamenting that her novels are far too realistic. Why can't she just omit these embarrassing moments? Jiang Zheng initially felt a hint of sympathy for Yuqian, but as Wang Hui continues to recount her daughter's past follies, his gaze towards her grows increasingly peculiar. Once Wang Hui leaves the room, Yuqian finally exhales and reveals her face from the blankets. What are you staring at? She asks Jiang Zheng, a hint of frustration in her tone. It's quite a feat to have made it this far in life. Jiang Zheng gently ruffles her hair. I always thought you were merely a bit foolish, but it seems your brain has yet to fully develop. His tone is filled with tenderness. You're the one whose brain hasn't developed fully, Yuqian retorts, dodging his hand. Let's not discuss this today. Just look at the things you've done in the past. How many of them would a sensible person do? If your escapades were documented, people would think they were mere jokes. Jiang Zheng. Yuqian, now exasperated, feels the pain in her foot dissipate. All right, I won't mention it again. I'll go fetch you some tofu pudding. Your mother insists you should eat something light. With that, Jiang Zheng pats Yuqian on the head one last time before swiftly retreating just before she can strike back. Yuqian's foot has merely sustained a fracture, and the doctor has confirmed that hospitalization is unnecessary. However, Wang Hui, concerned that Yuqian might experience significant pain during the night, insists that she stay in the hospital for one evening. Yuqian lies in the VIP room, marveling at the lavish decor and unable to suppress her astonishment. This level of luxury surpasses even that of hotels. Truly, it is a world reserved for the affluent. Wang Hui originally intended to remain in the hospital all night to care for Yuqian, but her daughter adamantly refuses. I'm not a child who needs her mother by her side. Besides, there's a caregiver right here. If anything happens, I can just ring for assistance. Wang Hui observed that Yuqian truly did not desire her company, so she could only offer repeated assurances before hastening to the company to attend to the remaining matters, contemplating that she would return later in the evening. That night, Yuqian lay in bed, scrolling through her phone. As she continued, a chill began to creep around her. The caregiver had stepped out to procure a late-night snack, leaving her alone in the hospital room. Despite the bright lights and the comfortable temperature, an unsettling sensation lingered in Yuqian's heart. The peculiar ambience of the hospital often evoked dark associations, especially when one found themselves alone in a ward at night. Gradually, she curled deeper into her blanket. Suddenly, a buzzing sound jolted Yuqian, nearly causing her to toss her phone away in fright. Chapter 14, A Touch of Sourness. Yuqian picked up her phone and saw the name Jiang Zheng displayed on the screen, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was a familiar number. Otherwise, she would have been so startled that she might have thrown her phone away. Yuqian, hello, Jiang Zheng. I knew you weren't asleep yet. Tell me, isn't it particularly frightening to stay alone in the hospital? Yuqian, I'm not a coward. There's nothing to be afraid of. Though she spoke those words, the teasing tone of Jiang Zheng's voice brought an involuntary sense of calm to her heart. Curiosity piqued. She asked, how did you know I was still awake? On the other end of the line, Jiang Zheng chuckled softly. I live right across from you. Don't you turn off the lights around 10:30 every night? It's barely past 8. You might still be waiting for a late-night snack. Yuqian, how did he guess so accurately? She had indeed sent the nurse out to buy a late-night snack simply because she was hungry. After a brief silence, Yuqian spoke with some difficulty. To be honest, Jiang Zheng, have you been spying on me? She swore that even if he admitted it, she wouldn't harm him. At most, she would leave him half paralyzed. Do you think you're Shishir or Jiaochan? What is there about me that's worth spying on? Watching your two ugly dogs fight outside is far more entertaining than observing you. Yu Qian, she felt somewhat offended. Yet, she couldn't deny that conversing with Jiang Zheng gradually dissipated her fears completely. After what felt like an eternity, the nurse finally returned, carrying the late-night snack, prompting Yu Qian to end the call. Just past 10:30, Yu Qian found herself uncontrollably yawning. Although her toes ached faintly, it remained within an acceptable range, and she slowly drifted into slumber. It was not until quite some time later that Wang Hui arrived, noticing Yu Qian sleeping soundly. She tucked the blanket around her and settled down on the nurse's bed. The next morning, Wang Hui brought a wheelchair, intending to push Yu Qian back home. Come on. I don't think I need a wheelchair. I could still hop on one foot. Yu Qian felt that her injury was merely a hairline fracture, far from warranting a wheelchair. Would you risk injuring your other foot? Wang Hui was adamant about not allowing Yu Qian to take unnecessary risks. She insisted that Yu Qian sit in the wheelchair and push her to the car. Wang Hui initially planned to request a month-long leave for Yu Qian, allowing her to return to school only after complete recovery. However, Yu Qian refused, and after much back and forth, Wang Hui settled for a week's leave instead. Exhausted, Yu Qian lay in her room, awaiting her tutor's arrival. What kind of joke was her mother playing? She was in her senior year. Taking a month off might mean losing her chance at Kyoto University, and the pressure was immense. Yu Qian strained to listen as her tutor explained mathematics to her. Although she had already covered the material once, she still found mathematics to be the most terrifying subject in existence. In her previous life, it had always been Chi Yu helping her with her studies, but now Chi Yu was only in her sophomore year. Occasionally, she would unconsciously bring questions to Chi Yu, only to receive a vague response in return. Finally, the week of sick leave came to an end, and Yu Qian eagerly leaned on her crutches to return to school. Though the tutor spoke well, the ambience of learning within a school setting remains unparalleled. Yu Qian's return captured the attention of the entire school. Her video of throwing the shot put has become the most popular clip on the campus forum. Once again, Yu Qian found herself the subject of hushed whispers from two girls before her. What could she do? She could only smile and smile again. For as long as she remained unembarrassed, it was others who bore the awkwardness. As she stepped into the classroom, her classmates immediately surrounded her. Qian, is your foot feeling better? Yu Qian, I heard you broke your foot. Yu Qian, did you know? You've been nicknamed the Shot, put Queen online. Surrounded at the classroom door, Yu Qian listened to the cacophony of voices, nearly overwhelmed. Jiang Zheng approached, clearing a path by gently pushing aside a few boys, and remarked, "Can't you see she's still hopping on one foot? Make way for her." He then supported Yu Qian with both hands, guiding her to her seat. The other students exchanged glances. "I'm so sorry, Yu Qian. I got a bit too excited when I saw you and didn't notice your foot," a girl said, her face tinged with embarrassment. "It's all right. It's nearly healed," Yu Qian quickly reassured her, shaking her head. "Here, this is for you." Her deskmate Lin Li handed her a box of chocolates. Surprised, Yu Qian accepted it and saw Lin Li smiling shyly. "I wanted to visit you at home, but was afraid of disturbing you. This is a little gift." "Thank you," Yu Qian responded, feeling a swell of gratitude. What a thoughtful young man he was, even warmer than a heating pad. He regularly reminded her during lessons, patiently answered her questions, shared his snacks, and took on the more arduous tasks during their duties. His shy yet refreshing smile was simply the image of what her future son might look like. Yu Qian mused, if she had a brother or son like him, she would undoubtedly want to showcase him on social media. Watching Yu Qian beam as she accepted Lin Li's gift, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of jealousy. It was merely a box of chocolates, yet her smile was radiant, reminiscent of a cherished pet. Despite his frequent gifts to her, he had never received such a smile in return. And Lin Li, did he not understand the implications of gifting chocolates? Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. Did he not know Yu Qian was still a minor? As Jiang Zheng wrestled with these thoughts, Lin Yin and Bai Qi Ming entered through the door. "Qian, these are for you," Lin Yin said, handing Yu Qian a bag of snacks. "All the things you bought were devoured by Jiang Zheng, so I brought you some replacements." "Thank you, Yin." Yu Qian replied cheerfully, unfazed by Jiang Zheng's penchant for consuming her snacks. He often took her treats and frequently bought her more. even mentioning his pilfering when he returned home. I say, Nian Nian, with gifts being given, who would care for your snacks? Jiang Zheng's comment was less than endearing. Lin Nian Nian shot him a glare, causing Jiang Zheng to awkwardly avert his gaze. Bai Qiming observed Jiang Zheng, though he had always been rather sharp-tongued. He had never treated girls in such a manner. Today, however, his expression and tone bore an uncanny resemblance to jealousy. A thought flickered through Bai Qiming's mind. During the afternoon's physical education class, with Yu Qian still nursing an injury, the teacher permitted her to engage in free activities. As the half-period drew to a close, the teacher announced the transition to free activity, prompting a chorus of cheers from the students. Jiang Zheng, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, tugged at the hem of his shirt in an attempt to cool himself. Where was Yu Qian? Jiang Zheng glanced around, failing to spot her, and nudged Bai Qiming beside him. Bai Qiming refrained from providing a direct answer, instead inquiring, "Have you been particularly attentive to Qian lately?" What was ostensibly a question sounded more like a statement when uttered by Bai Qiming. "Have I?" Jiang Zheng's hand froze, his expression momentarily bewildered. Although both Qian and Nian were absent, his attention had singularly gravitated towards Qian. Bai Qiming regarded Jiang Zheng steadily. After all, they had shared over a decade of camaraderie. As an observer, he had discerned Jiang Zheng's feelings long before Jiang Zheng himself. Much like how Jiang Zheng had once recognized his own sentiments towards Nian. "Isn't she your sister? It's only natural for me to pay her a bit more attention," Jiang Zheng thought, feeling a twinge of unease, yet stubbornly denying it vocally. Bai Qiming did not challenge his words, but merely remarked, "As long as you comprehend your own actions." Bai Qiming did not feel the need to force Jiang Zheng to admit his affections for Yu Qian. He was simply all too familiar with Jiang Zheng's temperament, which at times resembled that of a naive boy with a low emotional quotient. When he was oblivious to his own feelings, his actions paralleled those of children who deliberately provoke young girls. To prevent Jiang Zheng from sabotaging his own path, Bai Qiming, as a brother, felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder, lest Jiang Zheng find himself regretting it in the future. Jiang Zheng attempted to articulate further justifications, but found himself at a loss for words. He maintained an unusual silence until Yu Qian and Lin Nian returned, drawing curious glances from both girls. Chapter 15. A misguided kick. As night fell, Jiang Zheng lay in bed, still pondering Bai Qiming's words. No matter how many justifications he concocted for himself, he ultimately had to admit that he harbored peculiar feelings for Yu Qian. Reflecting on his recent actions, such as specifically requesting concert tickets for her, picking her up late at night, rushing to her side when she injured her foot, and his aversion to Bai Qiming's closeness to her, fearing she might feel scared alone in the hospital, he even found himself deliberately calling her. Not to mention the times he brought her food and engaged her in conversation. Frustrated, Jiang Zheng kicked the bed, his heart racing. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through Yu Qian's sleeping photos, his fingers tracing the images. In truth, she was quite adorable. While she could sometimes resemble a fierce little tigress, more often than not, she appeared endearingly gentle, especially when she cried, evoking a desire to pluck the stars and moon for her. As he gazed at the photos, a smile crept across his lips. Yet, when his phone's screen dimmed, he caught a glimpse of his infatuated grin, and his expression changed, causing him to hurl the phone away in alarm. How had he become like Bai Qiming, that peculiar individual who indulged in emotional entanglements? Yu Qian was not yet 17. He felt like a beast. Jiang Zheng had always found Bai Qiming's unabashed favoritism towards Lin Nian troubling, using his behavior as a cautionary tale to remind himself never to fall for any woman. Observing Bai Qiming's calm exterior contrasted with the madness within, carefully guarding one person while daring not to express his feelings outright for fear of burdening them. Jiang Zheng had long worried that Bai Qiming might drive himself to madness one day. Yet, unexpectedly, love was utterly irrational and arrived without warning. Jiang Zheng sighed in defeat, beginning to understand Bai Qiming's psyche. The one he admired was still a minor, with an uncertain future ahead. What could they do before being adequately prepared? All they could do was quietly guard her, gradually occupying the most significant place in her heart, striving for a future together. Jiang Zheng mused. No wonder people say that like attracts like. He had previously thought Bai Qiming an anomaly, someone who had prematurely shackled himself to a lifelong commitment. Yet here he was, having tumbled into the same pit, willingly remaining ensnared. Truly, the world was rife with similar misfortunes. He bent to retrieve his phone from the floor, tapping on Yu Qian's WeChat, stabbing her cartoon avatar with a fierce poke. It was all her fault for smiling so sweetly that he couldn't help but soften. Cursing inwardly, he unconsciously amended Yu Qian's contact name to Little Fish. Yu Qian sensed something unusual in Jiang Zhang's gaze. It lacked his usual playful demeanor and instead seemed infused with an unexpected warmth. Warmth? Yu Qian felt as if she had lost her mind. How could this person possibly embody gentleness? Speak up, Jiang Zhang. What have I done to offend you? His intense stare left her flustered, making it impossible to focus on her studies. How could you possibly offend me? I cherish you too much. Jiang Zhang uttered his heartfelt truth with a playful tone. Unfortunately, no one in the class, save for Bai Qiming, believed him. Could you please stop staring at me? Yu Qian exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He was guaranteed admission, while he still had to face the college entrance examination. Little Fish, why don't you come and be my desk mate? I can help you with your math. Jiang Zhang said, his peach blossom eyes twinkling with mirth as he gazed at Yu Qian. Yu Qian showed no reaction to Jiang Zhang's new nickname for her, as he often bestowed upon her various monikers. Before Yu Qian could respond, Jiang Zhang's deskmate lamented, Brother Jiang, are you really going to forsake our 3 years of friendship? Why replace me? Scram. I don't want to see any males right now. It's making me uneasy, Jiang Zhang replied, casting a disdainful glance at his deskmate before turning his attention back to Yu Qian, an unspoken anticipation lingering in his heart. Not changing, Yu Qian shot Jiang Zhang a glare, wondering what madness had overtaken him. The answer was expected, yet Jiang Zhang felt a twinge of disappointment. He glanced at Lin Li with a cold snort. In his eyes, Lin Li was merely a scheming interloper vying for favor. As they bickered and attended classes, the morning slipped away. Lin Yinyin continued to lead Yu Qian ahead, with Jiang Zhang and Bai Qiming trailing behind. Bai Qiming observed Jiang Zhang's various antics throughout the day, exchanging knowing glances that required no words. Yu Qian, as per usual, ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup. Jiang Zhang, seeing her relish her meal, remarked, Little Fish, where does all this food go? You eat so much yet remain unchanged. Yu Qian felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being likened to a pig. Sure enough, Jiang Zhang followed up, raising pigs would yield more satisfaction than nurturing you. At least pigs can visibly grow fatter, whereas this is a complete loss. Regardless of how open-minded Yu Qian might be, she was still a blossoming young girl. Hearing Jiang Zhang's words, she couldn't help but kick him under the table. Though her aim was slightly off, Jiang Zhang's face turned pale, clutching a sensitive area. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Are you trying to ensure my lineage ends here? Yu Qian, who had merely intended to kick him lightly, failed to grasp the implication in Jiang Zhang's words. Seeing his pained expression, her momentum waned. Bai Qiming exchanged a perplexed glance with Jiang Zhang, initially believing his friend had gained some insight. But it seemed that as long as Jiang Zhang had a mouth, he was destined to dig his own grave. I'm so sorry. I accidentally kicked the wrong spot. Yu Qian cautiously apologized, her voice hesitant. How about we visit the school nurse? No way. Jiang Zhang gasped, feeling relief as the pain subsided. Thank goodness you can only move one foot right now. If both were in play, I would surely perish today. Initially, Yu Qian allowed him to rant, but soon grew weary of his complaints and retorted, Well, whose fault is it for spreading your legs so wide? If you had simply sat properly, would I have kicked you at all? Observing Yu Qian's attempt to turn the tables, Jiang Zhang let out a cold chuckle. Have you ever seen a boy sitting with his legs crossed? Unaware of the ahem. Never mind. As the conversation between them grew increasingly absurd, Bai Qiming's expression darkened. He glanced at the intrigued Lin Yinyin and felt compelled to intervene in this escalating dispute, suddenly realizing the implications of his words. Jiang Zhang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, while Yu Qian wore a similarly uncomfortable expression. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. Chapter 16, The Injury of 100 Yuan. As November approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Yu Qian shivered, contemplating the necessity of donning thicker, clothing the following day. During the intermission, she retrieved a piece of bread, savoring it bite by bite. Jiang Zheng leaned over and implored, "Share a bite with me." Yu Qian, reluctant and fearing he might snatch her bread, pushed his head away while shoving a large portion into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged with the bread, rendering her unable to chew for a while. Alarmed that she might choke, Jiang Zheng hastily opened his water bottle and offered it to her. Unexpectedly, upon noticing his gesture, Yu Qian blinked and reached for a bottle of milk from her desk, clinking it against Jiang Zheng's water bottle before taking a hearty sip. Jiang Zheng was rendered speechless by her actions. Was this an attempt to forge a brotherly bond? Finally, with the aid of the milk, Yu Qian managed to swallow the bread, exhaling a satisfied sigh. Was that really necessary? It was just a bite of bread, and you nearly choked yourself, Jiang Zheng remarked, his voice laced with exasperation. Absolutely, Yu Qian nodded vigorously. I could offer you a fresh loaf, but you cannot take my last bite. The first and last bites are always the most delectable. Jiang Zheng was nearly brought to his knees by her peculiar logic. Regarding the test papers the teacher just distributed, are there any questions you have? I can help you, Jiang Zheng offered. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian's eyes sparkled, and she quickly opened her math test. This one, and these last two questions, I don't understand them. Jiang Zheng took the paper, glanced at it, and began to explain it to her meticulously. If anyone wished for Yu Qian to engage earnestly in her studies, it was undoubtedly Jiang Zheng. He had already resolved to attend Kyoto University next year, and as someone he admired, he naturally hoped she would join him there. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a long-distance relationship before even embarking on a romance, which would only provide opportunities for potential rivals. Hence, with this aspiration, Jiang Zheng began to encourage Yu Qian's studies. Studying is wonderful. It not only fosters her ambition, but also wards off undesirable suitors. Grateful for Jiang Zheng's proactive guidance, Yu Qian expressed her appreciation, then immersed herself in the embrace of knowledge. With her head bowed, she diligently took notes while Jiang Zheng leaned over her desk, the scent of bubblegum wafting from his presence. Bubblegum scent? Why does your hair smell like bubblegum? He inquired, poking Yu Qian in an attempt to confirm his suspicion. Huh? Shampoo. Yu Qian was somewhat puzzled by the question, then replied, a friend recommended it to me, but I forget the brand. It smells delightful like bubblegum. Indeed, it had the scent of bubblegum. Jiang Zheng's lips twitched as he grew concerned for Yu Qian's unique taste. Should I find out the brand for you? It's even formulated to prevent hair loss, she earnestly suggested. Thank you, but there is no need for that. I'm not bald. What nonsense is this about preventing baldness? Jiang Zheng quietly ran his fingers through his hair, relieved to find not a single strand had fallen. The mere thought of himself becoming bald sent a shiver down his spine. However, his father, having surpassed 40, still boasted a full head of hair, leading him to believe that he would likely escape the fate of baldness. Yu Qian, undeterred by her unsuccessful pitch, resumed her fervent writing. Observing Yu Qian's youthful visage, Jiang Zheng resolved to start taking better care of himself to avoid the fate of middle-aged weight gain, which would make him look like a wealthy businessman alongside his mother. He certainly did not wish for others to perceive him and Yu Qian as a father and daughter out for a stroll. It was mealtime once more. Yu Qian stretched and stood up, bouncing lightly. Qian Qian, let us dine out today, Lin Yin Yin declared, weary of the cafeteria fare. Yu Qian nodded, and the group made their way toward the campus exit. Oh no, my money! Yu Qian exclaimed as she inadvertently pulled out her phone to check the time, causing her cash to flutter away in the wind. She watched helplessly as the bill soared through the air, eventually settling between two buildings. Without a second thought, she squeezed herself into the narrow space, but despite being so close to her money, she found herself unable to bend down and retrieve it. Seeing Yu Qian struggle, Lin Yin Yin called out, Qian Qian, come out. Let me give it a try. With a reluctant sigh, Yu Qian emerged, watching as Lin Yin Yin effortlessly slipped into the gap, bending slightly to retrieve the money with ease. As the bill was handed to her, Yu Qian felt a profound sense of humiliation. She stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Had she truly become so overweight? At that moment, Jiang Zheng only added fuel to the fire by remarking that little Yu Qian was significantly heavier than Yin Yin, a fact he had never noticed before. Yu Qian shot Jiang Zheng an indignant glare. How could he say she was overweight? Her weight had consistently hovered between 49 and 51 kilograms, and at 164 meters tall, she was perfectly proportioned. Seeing her distress, Jiang Zheng hastily attempted to mitigate the situation. Girls are better off with a little extra weight. Being chubby is more endearing. To his surprise, both Yu Qian and Lin Yin were incensed by his words. Lin Yin was offended by the implication that she was unappealing due to her slenderness, while Yu Qian was irked not only by the suggestion of being overweight, but also by the term adorable used to describe her. What girl does not wish to be praised for her beauty and grace? To be called cute was akin to being labeled childish. Bai Qiming regarded Jiang Zheng with a look of exasperation. Having offended two young women simultaneously was quite a feat. When mealtime arrived, Yu Qian, unusually lacking in appetite, filled her bowl only halfway, with only sporadic attempts to take some dishes. Lin Yin, too, was affected, reverting to her previously dainty eating habits, prompting even Bai Qiming to cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Zheng. Lin Yin and Yu Qian finally indulged a little, only to find themselves reverting back to their original state. Now, Jiang Zheng truly regretted his choices. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain mute like Bai Qiming. Now, with Yu Qian's appetite significantly diminished, he fretted over the possibility of her losing weight. A body composed solely of bones lacked the comforting softness he cherished. He recalled the sensation of holding her when she was struck by the shot put, and truthfully, it was quite delightful, soft to the touch, addictive in its appeal. Jiang Zheng humbly served Yu Qian more food, silently imploring her to eat more, chanting in his mind, "Please do not lose weight." After their meal, Yu Qian rebuffed Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming's attempts to pay, fueled by frustration. She handed over 100 yuan, along with 2 additional red bills, to confront her self-image. "Hello, the total is 853. How would you like to settle the remaining balance?" The server inquired with a standard smile, gazing at Yu Qian. Staring at the 3 bills she had placed on the counter, she felt mercilessly mocked. Those were the only notes she had on her. They had only ordered 4 dishes. Why was it so expensive? Let me handle it. Consider it my apology to Xiao Yuer. Don't be upset, all right? Jiang Zheng retrieved the money and placed it back in Yu Qian's hand before swiftly scanning his phone to complete the payment. Yu Qian clutched the bill that had returned to her possession, her spirits dampened. Fortunately, this mood of hers lasted only an afternoon. By evening, upon returning home, she used that 100 yuan to buy a small cake. After all, being angry wouldn't eliminate her weight. Moreover, dieting did not guarantee weight loss. It was better to maintain her current state. A little extra weight had its advantages. At least her chest was ample, and her figure was curvaceous. Yu Qian successfully convinced herself and resumed her carefree indulgence in food and drink. Chapter 17. The duck neck incident. In the room, Yu Qian sat at her desk, absorbed in her examination paper. After a considerable amount of time, she finally completed the task. She set down her pen, exhaled a sigh of relief, stretched her limbs, and decided to play with her dog to alleviate her fatigue. As she descended the stairs, she called out to her dog. A black and white patterned figure swiftly appeared in her line of sight, affectionately nudging Yu Qian's calf with its head. "Good boy, bye-bye," she said, reaching down to stroke the dog's head as she led it downstairs. However, when she called for her other dog, Hey, several times, there was no sign of it. How peculiar, she mused, wondering where it might have gone. Normally, Hey was far more clingy than Bye-Bye, often rolling over on the ground to expose its belly at the sight of her. Why, then, was it not responding today? Yu Qian searched around and eventually found Hey huddled in a corner beside the garage, appearing withdrawn. Upon noticing it, she saw blood at the corner of its mouth, sending a jolt of fear through her as she feared it had been in a dog fight. After a thorough inspection, she found no visible wounds, until she realized that Hey had simply lost a tooth. Seeing the withdrawn Hey, who seemed even more despondent due to its lost tooth, Yu Qian gently scooped it into her arms, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, it's just a tooth. In time, you'll lose more." Realizing the inaccuracy of her statement, as Hey whimpered with a feeble wag of its tail, she quickly amended, "Once your teeth grow back, you'll be able to enjoy even more treats. I promise to buy you chicken legs, duck necks, and big bones, okay?" as she continued to paint a rosy picture of treats for her dog. She inadvertently made herself hungry, recalling how long it had been since she had savored duck necks. Decisively, she set Hey down, retrieve her phone, and order a takeout of spicy duck necks, duck intestines, lotus slices, and potatoes. With her order placed, Yu Qian joyfully played with her two dogs outside. Fresh from a shower, Jiang Zheng heard faint sound from downstairs and approached the window. Peering down, he witnessed the delightful scene of Yu Qian and her dogs frolicking together. A smile graced his lips as he donned his clothes and stepped outside. "Dear, remember to give me a 5-star review," the delivery boy said as he conversed with Yu Qian, though his gaze lingered on the opulent mansion behind her. This was his first delivery to such a place. "Thank you," Yu Qian replied, taking the aromatic duck neck from the delivery boy, her mouth watering in anticipation. Just as she was about to retreat inside to enjoy her meal while watching a show, she heard a familiar teasing voice behind her. "How fortunate I am to step out and find snacks waiting for me. Come on, let's eat together," Jiang Zheng declared, striding into the courtyard of the Bai residence and nonchalantly pulling Yu Qian along with him. Reluctantly, she resisted internally, fully aware that she could not shake him off, and with an unwilling expression, she followed him into the house. Jiang Zheng deftly opened the packaging of the duck neck, handing a glove to Yu Qian before donning a pair of disposable gloves himself. He pinched a piece of duck neck and, relishing the moment, placed it in his mouth. Just as Jiang Zheng took a bite, the intense heat overwhelmed him, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. "Little fish, can you handle such spiciness?" Jiang Zheng thought his mouth was ablaze and couldn't help but exhale sharply. Upon witnessing his reaction, Yu Qian's mood instantly brightened. In front of him, she picked up a piece of duck neck and began to eat it with great enjoyment, grateful that she had ordered it extra spicy. Now, there was no one to compete with her. "Isn't the duck neck delicious? Are you really not going to have another piece?" Yu Qian provocatively waved a piece of duck neck in front of Jiang Zheng, her expression resembling that of a triumphant child. Jiang Zheng awkwardly turned his head away. He had merely intended to tease her, questioning what was so delightful about such food. Observing Yu Qian devouring the food with sheer delight, he cast a worried glance at her stomach, pondering if consuming such stimulating fare was truly safe. "I say, little fish, this food is quite pungent and fiery. Perhaps you should eat less, lest you end up with an upset stomach." Jiang Zheng turned to Yu Qian, his concerned words tinged with playful sarcasm. "You're just envious that you can't eat it, aren't you?" "I simply adore spicy food," Yu Qian replied, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Zheng with a sense of pride. Jiang Zheng, noticing that most of the food had already been consumed and Yu Qian showed no signs of stopping, Jiang Zheng suddenly leaned closer to her, adopting a mysteriously conspiratorial tone. "Would you like me to share a little secret?" "What is it?" Yu Qian, intrigued by his words, instinctively lowered her voice. "Do you know why Qiming calls himself Bai but never he?" Yu Qian gazed at Jiang Zheng, her expression urging him to continue. "I don't know why. Because calling him he sounds like a cackling laugh, which contradicts his aloof persona." Yu Qian, to be honest, this explanation genuinely surprised her. Bai Qiming occasionally referred to himself as Bai, but never as he. She had assumed he simply disliked the latter, not realizing the truth was so amusing. Did Bai Qiming truly have such a serious idol image? Noticing Yu Qian's astonishment, Jiang Zheng felt no remorse for betraying his friend. Rather, he became even more animated, sharing Bai Qiming's embarrassing past with her. "Do you know why Bai Qiming changes clothes every time he sweats? Is it because he is a germaphobe?" Yu Qian replied. "He is not a germaphobe. It's because Nian Nian once remarked that he smells quite terrible when he sweats." As Jiang Zheng and Yu Qian leaned closer, engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice a figure behind them, dark with fury, nearly seething. "Jiang, the Bao." Bai Qiming's fists were clenched tightly, his voice emerging, word by word, through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Qian was startled and leaped to her feet. Turning around, she saw Bai Qiming with a wildly uncontrolled expression and hastily exclaimed, "It's not my fault. He insisted on telling me. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Mingge." Having spoken, he forgot to remove his gloves and hurriedly ascended the stairs, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding bang. Jiang Zheng watched in disbelief as Yu Qian abandoned him, only to turn and see Bai Qiming, whose face was contorted with fury, glancing back at him with a somewhat awkward expression. He was unable to retort even when Bai Qiming playfully called him Jiang de Bao. I should head home as well. See you tomorrow, Jiang Zheng declared, intending to slip away. However, Bai Qiming was unwilling to let him off so easily, swiftly locking his arm around Jiang Zheng's neck, leading to a scuffle between the two. Meanwhile, Yu Qian quietly opened the door, startled by the sounds of the commotion and shouts emanating from below, her heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, her quick escape meant she was unlikely to be caught in the fray. Ultimately, Jiang Zheng left the Bai residence with a grimace. Yet upon noticing the abundance of duck neck and lotus root slices remaining on the table, he couldn't help but reflect that this method of distraction was indeed effective. It merely required selecting the appropriate location. Chapter 18. The arrival of my best friends. As the weather continued to grow colder, Yu Qian had already donned her down jacket. In just a few days, the final exams would commence, and once completed, a holiday would follow, marking the halfway point of their senior year. Jiang Zheng observed Yu Qian, clad in a long black down coat with a yellow scarf wrapped around her neck, leaving only her eyes visible. "Little fish, how do you plan to spend your holiday?" he inquired, walking beside her as she tucked her hands in her sleeves, waddling along like a penguin. "I'll be catching up on classes and heading back to the city." Yu Qian's voice emerged muffled from beneath her scarf. "You're going back to the city?" Jiang Zheng's expression shifted abruptly. He had been contemplating inviting Yu Qian to go skiing. "Qian, you're really going back to the city?" Lin Yin, overhearing Yu Qian's response, quickly interjected. "Yeah, will you return for the new year?" Lin Yin pressed on, concerned that if Yu Qian spent the entire holiday in the city, it would be a long time before they could meet again. "I will come back. I still have classes to catch up on, but I should be back in about a week." Yu Qian felt a pang of nostalgia for her three friends. Although they frequently video chatted, something essential seemed to be missing. Upon hearing that Yu Qian would only be gone for a week, Jiang Zheng's demeanor softened slightly as he fiddled with his fingers in his pocket. Yu Qian's return to the city was a personal decision, one she hadn't shared with Wang Jiejia and the others, intending to surprise them. Little did she know, Wang Jiejia and the others had already prepared a significant surprise for her. As soon as the final exams concluded, Yu Qian eagerly began to pack her belongings, ready to spend a week in the city before returning home to catch up on classes for the new year. However, before she could finish packing, she received a call from Fang Yan. "Where are you all now?" Yu Qian blinked in disbelief and couldn't resist putting the call on speaker. "We're at the airport in the capital. Hurry and come pick us up. I'm starving." Upon hearing Fang Yan's boisterous lament from the other end, Yu Qian's incredulity transformed into overwhelming delight. "I'm on my way. Just grab a bite to eat while you wait. I'll be there shortly." Yu Qian hurriedly dressed, slipped on her shoes, and dashed downstairs to summon the driver. "Are you going out?" Bai Qiming, sipping water, inquired upon seeing Yu Qian's flustered demeanor. "Yes. My friends have come to see me, and I'm going to pick them up from the airport." Yu Qian beamed like a child receiving a gift. Bai Qiming recalled the first time he met Yu Qian, accompanied by those three girls. With a trace of gentle concern in his voice, he advised, "Be careful on the road and return soon." "Got it, Minggu. Goodbye." Yu Qian waved cheerfully at Bai Qiming as she hopped into the car. Shortly after Yu Qian left, Jiang Zheng arrived. Upon entering, he completely disregarded Bai Qiming and, surveying the room, directly inquired, "Where's little fish?" His tone resembled that of a husband returning home to ask where his wife was. Unfazed by the oversight, Bai Qiming replied coolly, "She went to the airport to pick up someone very important to her." "Very important?" Jiang Zheng's heart skipped a beat as he probed. "Is it a family member coming to see her?" "No." Bai Qiming casually dropped a bombshell on him. A classmate with whom she shared a camaraderie so profound that they could engage in video chats daily. Classmate? Male or female? A wave of unease washed over Jiang Zheng as he gazed at the composed Bai Qiming, pressing further with his inquiries. "It must be a girl, right?" Bai Qiming, looking at Jiang Zheng with a slight smile, replied, "What do you think?" With that, she dismissed him and cheerfully ascended the stairs, her heart brimming with the joy of revenge. "Damn, how am I supposed to guess? I certainly hope it's not a guy." Jiang Zheng, feeling a surge of irritation, gritted his teeth and grabbed his phone to call Yu Qian. Once, twice, thrice. After 3 consecutive attempts, he found the line busy. Frustrated, he stared at Yu Qian's number, wondering whom she could possibly be chatting with for half an hour without hanging up. An hour and a half later, Yu Qian arrived at the airport. Wang Jejia and the others were munching on snacks bought from a roadside vendor. Upon spotting Yu Qian, they waved enthusiastically. Yu Qian rushed towards the three, and they joyfully embraced. "What brings you here?" "I was planning to return tomorrow," Yu Qian said, holding Qiyu with a hint of playful affection in her voice. "You're in your senior year, still taking extra classes, so of course we came to see you," Fang Yin said with a cheerful grin. Wang Jejia added, "Aunt Wang knew we were coming and covered our ticket expenses." Earlier, in their quest to surprise Yu Qian, they had asked Wang Hui about her specific holiday dates. Knowing of their plans, Wang Hui was delighted and generously took care of their travel costs. Qiyu remarked, "You look well fed. It seems you've adapted quite nicely here." She appraised Yu Qian with a mother's pride gleaming in her eyes. The group, warm and affectionate, strolled outside. "It's getting late. Let's head back for dinner. And tomorrow we can explore properly, shall we?" Yu Qian suggested as they approached the car. It was already 6 in the evening, and after a day of transfers, Fang Yin and the others were exhausted. With winter darkening the skies early, it was better to return home to rest and enjoy a proper outing the following day. They unanimously agreed with Yu Qian's proposal. She helped them load their belongings into the car, and they chatted merrily as they made their way back to the Bai residence. "Wow, Qian, this house is stunning. Is that the black cat you adopted? It seems you're living quite well," Fang Yin and Wang Jejia exclaimed, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in their surroundings. Qiyu stood quietly to the side, a smile playing on her lips, refraining from commenting. "You finally returned. Why didn't you answer my calls?" Jiang Zheng emerged from the Bai residence, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Yu Qian. The sudden appearance and tone of Jiang Zheng left Wang Jejia and the others puzzled. Jiang Zheng, not expecting a response from Yu Qian, turned to the other three. Feeling relieved, "Good, it's not a guy." A smile graced Jiang Zheng's face as he casually addressed Wang Jejia and her companions. "You must be Qian's friends. Welcome to the capital. It's rather late today, but tomorrow I would be delighted to be your guide and show you around. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing Jiang Zheng's tone, which exuded a sense of ownership, Qiyu and Fang Yin exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of speculation in each other's eyes. Only Wang Jejia, with her unyielding honesty, replied, "We didn't intend to hire a guide. I apologize." Jiang Zheng, taken aback, thought to himself, indeed, friends of that silly goose are just as oblivious. Qiyu and Fang Yin chimed in, "Oh dear, well done." Sensing the subtle tension in the atmosphere, Yu Qian stepped forward and nudged Jiang Zheng aside, addressing the others. "Let us not mind him. Let us proceed inside." With that, she led Qiyu and the others into the house. Bai Qiming remained seated on the sofa, and upon seeing the group enter, he nodded slightly, saying, "Dinner is ready. Please help yourselves." Jiang Zheng followed closely behind, striding into the Bai family's dining room, intending to sit next to Yu Qian. However, after glancing at the other three, he ultimately settled beside Bai Qiming, feeling somewhat dejected. Bai Qiming shot him a disapproving look, but chose not to voice his displeasure. The dinner unfolded in an oddly tense atmosphere. Yu Qian enthusiastically served her three friends, while Jiang Zheng persistently attempted to engage Yu Qian in conversation, only to receive half-hearted responses. Qiyu and Fang Yin exchanged furtive glances, eager to discern the nature of Jiang Zheng and Yu Qian's relationship. Among the 6 at the table, only Wang Jejia was wholeheartedly focused on her meal. After dinner, Yu Qian declined the guest rooms that Bai Qiming had arranged for her friends, opting instead to return to her own room with the three. As soon as they entered, Wang Jejia leaped onto the large bed, rolling about gleefully. Fang Yin began to subtly probe about Jiang Zheng, observing Yu Qian's nonchalant demeanor, ultimately concluding, "Yu Qian is still the same oblivious girl. It's merely a case of unrequited affection from a certain male." With their curiosity satisfied, Qiyu and Fang Yin dropped the matter. The 4 of them settled onto the spacious 2-meter-wide bed, eagerly planning their activities for the following day. feeling as comfortable as they had in countless previous slumbers shared together, without a trace of awkwardness. Chapter 19. A fright Yu Qian glanced at her three friends beside her, then shifted her gaze forward to Lin Yin Yin, Jiang Zheng, and Bai Qiming. She felt somewhat bewildered. Her initial plan was merely to go shopping with her three companions, yet it had transformed into an outing with a larger group. Jiang Zheng had somehow procured a luxurious-looking bus, which gave her the feeling that they were part of a tour group. Ah, that SA poster of Thor. I want it so much, Fang Yin exclaimed, leaning against the bus window as she spotted a poster of her idol adorning the cinema. Her excitement was palpable. Ahem, a bit of decorum, please. Yu Qian gently tugged at Fang Yin in an attempt to remind her of her composure. It was only after the poster was out of sight that Fang Yin settled back down, a look of lingering delight on her face. Jiang Zheng turned to glance at Fang Yin and recognized her as the girl in the photograph that Yu Qian had taken with Yulei. He smiled at her, saying, "If you admire Yulei so much, I could take you to meet him at the company." Fang Yin admitted to feeling a flutter of excitement. Yet as a true fan, she couldn't bear to impose on her beloved Thor's time, so she found herself reluctantly declining the offer. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at their destination, the largest amusement park in the capital. It was Fang Yin's suggestion, as she had always been fond of thrilling activities. The park boasted the largest haunted house in the country, and when Yu Qian inquired where they should head first, Fang Yin immediately thought of it. Upon entering the amusement park, Fang Yin surveyed the water attractions with a hint of regret. She was quite keen on the water roller coaster. However, the winter chill deterred her from wanting to get wet. What should we do first? Yu Qian asked the group. Lin Yin Yin replied, I'm fine with anything. Chi said, whatever. Jiang Zheng and Fang Yin chimed in unison, the haunted house. Upon hearing their simultaneous declaration, Fang Yin shot Jiang Zheng a knowing smile. The haunted house was a place where thrill seekers or couples looking to deepen their bonds would venture. The mention of the haunted house sent a shiver down Yu Qian's spine, yet ultimately, everyone purchased tickets for it. Standing at the entrance of the haunted house, Lin Yin Yin displayed a timid expression, clutching Bai Qiming's sleeve tightly. Bai Qiming maintained his usual calm demeanor, though a glimmer of amusement in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Jiang Zheng observed the pair and silently derided Bai Qiming, thinking that even a tortoise could not be as pretentious as him. However, he soon realized that he might find himself in a similar situation shortly, which elicited an involuntary smile from him. Impatiently, Jiang Zheng urged, let us hurry inside. As Yu Qian and Fang Yin stepped forward, she turned back to Jiang Zheng in confusion, asking, what are you following us for? With a self-righteous expression, Jiang Zheng replied, you're all girls. What if you get scared? I must protect you. Is that so? Yu Qian queried, and Jiang Zheng nodded affirmatively. With that, Yu Qian no longer hesitated. As they ventured deeper into the haunted house, the darkness thickened, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Yu Qian tightly grasped Qi Yu and Fang Yin's hands, her body beginning to tremble with fear. Wang Jie diligently leaned towards Fang Yin as the four of them formed a horizontal line and advanced forward. This formation caused Jiang Zheng, who was trailing behind, to furrow his brows repeatedly. With both sides occupied, how could he perform the heroic act of rescuing the fair maiden? The group opened another door, and suddenly, a severed head fell before them. Yu Qian gasped, shutting her eyes tightly as her heart raced. Fang Yin, however, was intrigued and leaned in closer to examine. Suddenly, Yu Qian felt a breath against the nape of her neck, followed by a gentle hand tapping her shoulder. Ah! Yu Qian shrieked, eyes still closed, grasping Fang Yin and the others as they dashed forward. Upon hearing Yu Qian scream, Wang Jie joined in the panic. Thus, the four young ladies fled in a flurry, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Zheng stood in disbelief. He merely wished to ask Yu Qian if she wanted to switch places. And in the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off after them. As he ran, Yu Qian became even more frightened upon hearing his footsteps, although Fang Yin was somewhat perplexed. Seeing her two friends in a state of panic compelled her to join them in their flight towards the exit. Consequently, what was intended to be a haunted house experience had transformed into a chaotic dash, with the spirits meant to frighten them, not even having assumed their positions before two groups swept past like the wind. The ghosts were left bewildered, pondering if a new type of ghost had arrived to terrify the visitors in such a manner. Yu Qian continued to run until she saw light ahead, at which point she dared to open her eyes again. Despite it being winter, they were all drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as they stood still. Before long, Jiang Zheng emerged, his expression sour as he confronted Yu Qian. "Why did you suddenly run off?" Yu Qian, still shaken, replied, "I felt a ghost tap my shoulder and blow on me. It terrified me." Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in shock, pondering if that ghost could have been him. "Did it not occur to you that I was right behind you?" Yu Qian sheepishly admitted she had indeed forgotten. Jiang Zheng felt something was amiss with Yu Qian's reaction. When Bai Qiming and Lin Nianian finally exited, he discerned the source of his confusion. Observing Lin Nianian nestled in Bai Qiming's arms, her face etched with fear, Jiang Zheng cast a resentful glance at Yu Qian. Why was Lin Nianian seeking refuge in Bai Qiming's embrace, while Yu Qian had sprinted away? She fled with such speed that even he could not keep up. Was it not customary for frightened girls to seek solace in a comforting hug? Why did Yu Qian, upon being startled, behave as if she had imbibed a potent stimulant? Furthermore, seeing the contented expression on Bai Qiming's face only fueled Jiang Zheng's ire. Yu Qian's fear had come swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Primarily, she had kept her eyes closed throughout, failing to witness much. Or else she might have been haunted by dread for days. Once everyone had regained their composure, they indulged in a few more leisurely games before concluding their visit to the amusement park. Jiang Zheng led them to a restaurant he frequented, and as he observed the four young ladies enjoying their meal, he couldn't help but reflect on the camaraderie they shared as if they had emerged from the same nurturing environment. After finishing their meal, the five young girls hastily dashed towards the grand shopping mall, with Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming dutifully trailing behind them, carrying their belongings as if they were preparing for life after marriage. The next morning, as soon as they drew back the curtains, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight of pure white snow. Southerners possess an inexplicable affection for snow, and even the typically aloof Chi Yu displayed a hint of excitement upon witnessing the snowfall. The girls quickly donned their clothes and gleefully raced into the snow-covered landscape, experiencing such a magnificent snowfall for the first time in their lives. Wang Jia eagerly shaped a snowball, cherishing it in her hands, while Chi Yu nodded in agreement. They resolved to build a colossal snowman from the snow at hand and capture the moment with photographs. Lin Yin, noticing their playful antics outside, joyfully joined in their festivities. The group fervently constructed a snowman nearly 2 meters tall, comprised of 3 snowballs. After laboring for quite some time, Chi Yu candidly critiqued their creation, declaring it quite ugly. The others could only agree. The irregularly shaped snowballs lacked any semblance of symmetry, and Yu Qian too found it rather dismal. They contemplated enhancing the snowman's appearance, but having skipped breakfast to frolic outside, their stomachs began to protest. Thus, they decided to first have a meal before properly refining their creation. A flurry of activity ensued as they rushed back indoors. Jiang Zheng, as per his usual custom, intended to join them for a meal, but upon entering the courtyard, he was met with the sight of the oddly shaped snowman. After a moment of restraint, he could not help but make some alterations. When Yu Qian and the others emerged after their meal, they were greeted by a snowman that had been utterly transformed. The original smiling mouth now displayed 8 teeth, not merely the upper ones, but 4 from the top and 4 from the bottom, resembling a crescent-shaped grin. The carrot nose had been removed, replaced by a snow-formed nose that jutted out like a knife's edge. The front of the snowman had been sculpted to showcase a set of 12-pack abs, with arms fashioned from snow affixed to either side. If the initial snowman was deemed unattractive, this one was an absolute eyesore. As Yu Qian and the others watched in disbelief, their blood pressure rising, Jiang Zheng approached with another handful of snow, leaving them with no doubt as to who was responsible. "Jiang Zheng," Yu Qian exclaimed through gritted teeth, and without a second thought, she ripped off one of the snowman's arms and hurled it at him. The snowman seemed to lament its fate. "What have I done to deserve this?" Jiang Zheng found himself chased around, and before long, It had escalated into a full-blown snowball fight. Ultimately, Yu Qian and her friends rebuilt a new snowman. But they still decided to sneak off to take photos with the snowman located at the entrance of a nearby establishment. Alas, their creation could only be deemed a snow mound, while the other truly resembled a snowman. Chapter 20. The elderly woman after spending a week in the capital. Wang Jejia and her friends decided it was time to return home. Aware of their impending departure, Wang Hui made a special trip from her workplace to bid them farewell. She held great gratitude for her daughter's 3 companions. During the conflicts between her and Yu Qian, it was these children who had comforted Yu Qian. Had it not been for their companionship since childhood, Wang Hui could hardly envision what her daughter might have become. Seated at the airport, Qiyu earnestly patted Yu Qian's shoulder, saying, "Qian, you are now in your final year of high school. You must concentrate and work diligently, avoiding distractions. Do you understand?" Over the past few days, she and Fang Yan had discerned that Jiang Zheng had an interest in Yu Qian. However, none of them wished to broach the subject, recognizing that Yu Qian's studies were far more crucial than such matters. Yu Qian, bemused by Qiyu's authoritative demeanor, wondered if this was due to the profound influence of her parents. Both of Qiyu's parents were educators, known for their penchant for lecturing. As a result, Qiyu had cultivated a sense of gravitas from a young age, emerging as the most dependable leader among the 4 of them. "I understand. I will strive to gain admission to Beijing University," Yu Qian vowed, though she was uncertain why Qiyu felt compelled to impart such advice. Nevertheless, her commitment was resolute. "Good child," Qiyu remarked, affectionately ruffling Yu Qian's hair. "Qian, study hard and make progress every day," Fang Yan added solemnly, giving Yu Qian's shoulder a reassuring pat. Observing the adult-like demeanor of Qiyu and Fang Yan, Wang Jejia hesitated, contemplating whether she too should offer a gesture of encouragement. After bidding farewell to her 3 friends, Yu Qian quickly transitioned to her tutoring schedule. She had only hired a mathematics tutor, as this subject posed the greatest challenge for her. The others could mostly be memorized, rendering the presence of a teacher less impactful. Thus, her daily routine consisted of studying mathematics in the morning and memorizing social studies and language in the afternoon. However, upon picking up her books once more, Yu Qian felt a wave of frustration and stamped her foot. Without the classroom atmosphere, she found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate, often distracted by thoughts of other matters or inadvertently reaching for her phone. What began as a simple check of the time would lead her to mindlessly scroll through Weibo, and before she knew it, half an hour had slipped away. Alas, her room felt more like a sanctuary for relaxation than a study environment. Holding her political science book, she walked sadly to the study, hoping a change of scenery might yield better results. However, it soon became evident that studying in a different setting without supervision proved equally ineffective. Ultimately, it was Jiang Zheng who, noticing Yu Qian's persistent furrowed brow over several days, took the initiative to inquire about her troubles. Upon learning that Yu Qian intended to hire a humanities tutor, Jiang Zheng promptly volunteered. "Aren't you looking for someone to supervise your memorization and practice exams? I can assist." "You?" "Indeed," Jiang Zheng replied, striving to suppress an overly eager smile. "We are classmates, and I often find myself bored. This would be a perfect opportunity to engage in something productive." Observing Yu Qian's lingering hesitation, he added, "I can also help you with problem solving. You are already aware of my capabilities, are you not?" Yu Qian was touched by the words and ultimately accepted the proposal. "So, where shall we hold our lessons?" she inquired. Let's go to your room," Jiang Zheng suggested, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. "It will be convenient for you to fetch your books and find the exam papers." He would never admit that he simply wanted to take a glance at her room. Yu Qian, without overthinking, nodded in agreement. They set a time for their sessions, meeting every afternoon at 1 o'clock. Jiang Zheng entered Yu Qian's room with great excitement, akin to a lovesick fool, quietly observing everything around him. He had visited this room countless times when it belonged to Bai Qiming, but none of those occasions had stirred such exhilaration within him. Although the layout remained familiar, it appeared all the more delightful to his eyes. He restrained his laughter as he settled at the desk. Yu Qian took out her books and diligently began to memorize, while Jiang Zheng unabashedly watched her. By the end of the afternoon, both were thoroughly satisfied. Under the watchful eye of another, Yu Qian finally managed to enter a productive study state, while Jiang Zheng relished the opportunity to spend time alone with her in a legitimate manner. Upon learning that Jiang Zheng was tutoring Yu Qian, Bai Qiming rarely afforded him a look of admiration. A rare acknowledgement for someone who could not be bothered to assist even his own brother with homework, yet was willing to sit quietly and listen to Yu Qian recite her lessons. From that day forward, Jiang Zheng began to arrive punctually every day to supervise Yu Qian as she studied and completed her exercises, even guiding her when she occasionally contemplated a moment of laziness. Observing Jiang Zheng, who neither charged for tutoring nor faltered in his dedication, Yu Qian nearly began to view him as a saintly figure radiating a halo of virtue. After lunch, Jiang Zheng came to find Yu Qian for their study session, only to see her getting into a car, preparing to leave. He quickly called out to her, "Little fish, where are you headed?" Yu Qian poked her head out of the vehicle, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Jiang Zheng, but I won TB studying today. I need to go to the company to get something from my mother." The previous night, she had gone out and upon returning, discovered her wallet was missing. While the money was negligible, her identification card was also inside. The ID was crucial, and not wanting to delay, she decided to replace it immediately. However, her household registration book and other documents had been taken to the company by her mother, necessitating her visit. Without a second thought, Jiang Zheng opened the car door and seated himself beside Yu Qian, stating, "I have nothing to do. I'll accompany you." Yu Qian did not protest, and the two set off to the Bai Group's headquarters. Wang Hui's company initially had business dealings with Bai's, and now, having married Bai Jin, she intended to merge her company under Bai's umbrella, currently undergoing a transitional phase, with her office recently relocated to Bai's premises. This was Yu Qian's first visit to the location. She had called her mother beforehand, and now an assistant awaited them downstairs. Following the assistant upstairs into the office area, they were met with a myriad of curious gazes from the crowd. "You go on in. I'll wait for you outside." Jiang Zheng leaned against the wall, showing no intention of entering. Yu Qian nodded and stepped into the office, and as the door closed behind her, the outside crowd erupted into animated discussion. Not far from Jiang Zheng sat two exquisitely adorned young women. Upon noticing the closed office door, one of the long-haired girls remarked with a touch of acidity, "Indeed, one person's ascendance elevates all around them. I wonder why Bai has taken a liking to that old woman burdened with a child." The other glanced at Jiang Zheng and quickly urged, "Shoo, keep your voice down. There are others around." The long-haired girl shot a glance at Jiang Zheng, scoffing before raising her voice slightly. "What is there to fear? Just a mere child. Does he dare to confront Bai directly? Frankly, that Director Wang is merely a mountain chicken turned phoenix, and that little girl is nothing but a false heiress, a mere upstart, really. How can she be so arrogant?" Jiang Zheng cast a cold sneer at the haughty woman and strode toward her. "I must say, dear lady," he began with a tone dripping with arrogance, "your facial maintenance is impressive. The hyaluronic acid has left you devoid of wrinkles. If it weren't for the creases on your neck, I might have mistaken you for an ant." He continued, unabated, "Is the thickness of your skin a deliberate choice for winter warmth? You." The long-haired girl was momentarily rendered speechless by Jiang Zheng's biting words, rising as if to strike him. Jiang Zheng, smirking derisively, retorted with such a sour demeanor, "No amount of cosmetic surgery can alter your impoverished essence. Besides envying others, what else do you do? Call for sugar daddy? I doubt any man would want a woman of your age as a daughter." In Jiang Zheng's view, notions of gentlemanly decorum and avoiding conflicts with women were non-existent, particularly when she had the audacity to mock Yu Qian and her daughter in his presence. He would not let such an affront pass unchallenged. The long-haired girl, nearly brought to tears by his insults, had never been so publicly humiliated before. Just as she was preparing a retort, the office door swung open. Wang Hui stood at the threshold, once again inquiring of Yu Qian, "Do you really not want your mother to accompany you?" Yu Qian quickly shook her head, grabbing her identification before exiting the office. Wang Hui surveyed the oddly tense atmosphere of the office, her brow furrowed. Upon seeing Yu Qian emerge, Jiang Zheng adopted a more casual demeanor, disregarding the two women entirely as he approached her. "Have you got everything?" he inquired. Yu Qian nodded in response. Jiang Zheng politely bid farewell to Wang Hui, and the duo exited the Bai Corporation building. He made no mention of the earlier confrontation, maintaining a composed demeanor as he accompanied Yu Qian to reapply for her identification card. Chapter 21. The Gift on New Year's Eve. The streets were adorned with red decorations. Wang Hui and Bai Jin relished the rare opportunity to rest at home for an extended period. Qian Qian returned from outside and observed Yu Qian playing with a dog. She gently called out to her uncle. Yu Qian set down the black dog and approached Bai Jin. He extended a basket of cherries to her, saying, "These cherries are a gift from a friend of mine. Please enjoy them." When at home alone with Bai Qiming, Bai Jin typically refrained from bringing food back, trusting that the housekeeper would ensure there was always enough to eat, especially since Bai Qiming did not have extravagant tastes. However, since Yu Qian's arrival, he often witnessed her indulging in various treats. Thus, whenever someone presented him with a basket of fruit or snacks, he found himself unconsciously bringing them home. Yu Qian habitually accepted the basket, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Bai Jin smiled in response and watched as she went to the kitchen to fetch a plate for the cherries, meticulously sealing the remainder and placing it in the refrigerator. Observing this, Bai Jin's smile deepened. What began as affection for the girl had blossomed into a genuine paternal sentiment. After all, a daughter who cares for her family and is both sweet and endearing is sure to soften anyone's heart. After washing the cherries, Yu Qian politely inquired if Bai Jin would like some. Upon receiving a negative response, she felt no hesitation and promptly bit into one, instantly captivated by its succulent sweetness. Bai Qiming descended the stairs, and Yu Qian raised the cherry in her hand, calling out, "Brother Ming, would you like to try the cherries that Uncle Bai brought back?" "No, thank you," Bai Qiming replied coolly, shaking his head, and proceeded to sit down on the sofa opposite Bai Jin. This response was anticipated, and Yu Qian continued to enjoy the cherries without pause. The scene of Yu Qian indulging in cherries contrasted sharply with the static tableau of the Bai father and son, whose indifference made it hard for anyone to believe they were related were it not for their striking resemblance. Ultimately, it was Wang Hui's return that shattered the peculiar tranquility within the house. Upon seeing her mother enter with numerous bags, Yu Qian hastily set down her cherries to assist, and Bai Jin rose to lend a hand. The once quiet atmosphere of the home transformed into a lively one. Yu Qian diligently prepared another plate of cherries for her mother. In previous years, the Bai household relied on a rotation of housekeepers during the new year to ensure someone was always present to prevent Bai Jin and Bai Qiming from starving. This year, however, was different. Wang Hui had granted all the housekeepers a holiday, meaning they had to fend for themselves. This marked the first new year since Bai Jin and Wang Hui had formed their new family, imbuing the occasion with special significance. Wang Hui pulled out the auspicious decorations she had purchased, directing Bai Jin to assist her in affixing them. Yu Qian joined Wang Hui in the kitchen to prepare dinner, and even Bai Qiming was assigned the task of setting the table. Four individuals busied themselves, ultimately managing to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. As Yu Qian gazed upon the dishes she and her mother had created, a wave of sentiment washed over her. Cooking was indeed a formidable task. Fortunately, her mother possessed a modicum of awareness and had procured a plethora of ready-made dishes. Bai Jin and Wang Hui exchanged a knowing smile, and soon everyone raised their glasses in a toast. After the meal, Bai Jin summoned Bai Qiming and Yu Qian, presenting each of them with a red envelope. Yu Qian expressed her gratitude. The envelope was made of a relatively stiff material, and she could only surmise that it was not particularly thick, making it impossible to discern its contents by touch alone. She felt an eager curiosity about the amount Bai's father had gifted her. She was not greedy, merely intrigued as to whether the affluent truly bestowed checks as New Year's gifts. Regrettably, her curiosity could not be immediately satisfied. Yu Qian felt her phone vibrate in her pocket and hastily retrieved it, discovering a WeChat message from Jiang Zheng. "Come out." She frowned at the message, wondering what Jiang Zheng was playing at, sending a message when he was just next door. Complaining internally, she nonetheless exited the Bai residence. Whereupon she spotted Jiang Zheng standing outside the door. Yu Qian swung the door open and remarked, "It's just a few steps. You could have come in directly. Why send a message?" Jiang Zheng did not retort, wearing a gentle smile, markedly different from his usual carefree demeanor. I want to give you a gift, so I thought it prudent to be a bit more formal. Yu Qian sensed something amiss in Jiang Zheng's expression, as if he had taken something akin to a placebo. Her heart fluttered with an uneasy apprehension. But why was he giving her a gift? Observing Yu Qian's anxious demeanor, Jiang Zheng suddenly revealed a book from behind his back. In the new year, I bought you a new copy of the Wushi San. Yu Qian recognized the familiar purple cover, and in an instant, she felt something inside her shatter. With a clenched jaw, she replied, "Thank you very much. But I already possess a copy of Mathematics Wushi San, and do not require another." Jiang Zheng responded, "You can alternate between the two. Do not squander your brother's good intentions." He reverted to his usual playful grin. Yu Qian was nearly apoplectic. It was the new year, after all. Who wanted to read? The Wushi San was the bane of every college entrance examinee. She turned on her heel and strode back inside, but Jiang Zheng swiftly caught up with her, disregarding her resistance and shoving the Wushi San into her embrace. "Seeing you so upset, I'll throw in one more thing." Jiang Zheng casually pulled a phone strap from his pocket and placed it in Yu Qian's hand. "This phone strap is a gift. Make sure to use it." Yu Qian rolled her eyes at Jiang Zheng before storming back into the house. Jiang Zheng remained where he stood, watching her retreating figure with a light-hearted chuckle before turning to return to a brighter space. Once back in her room, Yu Qian flung the Wushi San onto her bed in a fit of frustration. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her. She retrieved the phone strap from her pocket. The black strap had a small red fortune bag at the end, soft to the touch, adorned with a delicate flower. It was indeed quite charming. Yu Qian could not resist picking up her phone, adorned with a small rabbit pendant that Wang Jiejia had gifted her. Her gaze flitted between the two phone straps, ultimately resting on the one from Jiang Zheng, which she placed on her desk without swapping. Subsequently, Yu Qian opened WeChat and engaged in a video chat with Wang Jiejia and another friend. As the conversation flowed, she drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened at midnight by the resounding bursts of fireworks. Still in a daze, Yu Qian rose and drew back the curtains, eager to glimpse the scenery outside and make a wish. However, as she rubbed her eyes, she perceived a faint silhouette in the opposite window. "Oh my!" Startled, Yu Qian nearly tumbled to the ground. It was only during another burst of fireworks that she discerned the figure was Jiang Zheng. Noticing Yu Qian's gaze fixed on his room, Jiang Zheng waved at her with a smile. Yu Qian's limbs turned weak with fright, her heart racing. And upon witnessing this scene, she felt an overwhelming urge to scold him. What was he thinking, standing there in the dead of night without any lights? Fueled by indignation, she dialed Jiang Zheng's number. "Hello, little fish." Jiang Zheng answered. "Jiang Zheng, are you out of your mind? Scaring people in the middle of the night?" Yu Qian retorted. Jiang Zheng, taken aback by her outburst, felt somewhat innocent. After all, it was he who had been at the window first, and he only wished to enjoy the view without disturbing the darkness. Nevertheless, they had somewhat celebrated the new year together, hadn't they? Listening to Yu Qian's spirited voice, Jiang Zheng imagined her petite figure across the way, yearning to grow up quickly. By the time Yu Qian ended the call, the fireworks had long since ceased. She had missed her opportunity to make a wish at midnight and silently noted it as a grievance against Jiang Zheng. It wasn't until the following day that Yu Qian remembered she had yet to open her red envelope. With great reverence, she unwrapped the one from Uncle Bai, revealing a card inside. A card. Ecstasy surged through her, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to check the balance at an ATM. Clutching the card, Yu Qian felt elated for several consecutive days. The new year typically involves visiting relatives or traveling as a family. But with her friends and family residing in Jiang City and her reluctance to venture far, she spent the entire spring festival lounging at the Bai residence. Occasionally, Lin Yin or Jiang Zheng would coax her out for some fun. As the ice melted and the temperature rose, the season for returning to school approached. Gazing at the classroom calendar, Yu Qian felt an increasing sense of pressure. She had not taken the college entrance examination seriously in her previous life. To motivate herself, she inscribed the name of her former unworthy partner on the wall, and the effect was remarkably potent. Chapter 22. Where did this sister come from? Time invariably flies when one is diligently engaged in tasks. Yu Qian felt as though she had scarcely emerged from the festive atmosphere of the spring festival, and yet in the blink of an eye. Half of the second semester of her senior year had already passed. As the weekend approached, Yu Qian decided to indulge in a moment of relaxation. Thus, she rode her bicycle alone to a nearby park. Ultimately, she parked her bicycle beside an artificial lake and made her way to the lake's embankment, where she sat down, donning her Bluetooth headphones to chat with Wang Jiejia and a few others. Fang Yin exclaimed, "Qian Qian, do you remember Zhang Chong? He has recently become quite notorious. He stole his father's secret stash of money and was caught red-handed, resulting in a thorough beating from his father. To make matters worse, his mother returned home just in time to witness the scene and ended up giving them both a good thrashing. The wails were more pitiful than a slaughtered pig, and he hasn't shown up for class all week." Fang Yin was laughing uncontrollably on the other end of the line, mercilessly mocking Zhang Chong's misfortune. The trio continued to regale Yu Qian with amusing anecdotes from their recent lives. With the impending college entrance examination, they all hoped Yu Qian would take some time to unwind. Yu Qian was so entertained by their stories that tears of laughter streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning to see a woman of considerable age, she inquired, "Is there something you need, Auntie?" Her eyes still glistening with tears of mirth. The woman appeared hesitant, her expression a mix of concern and caution as she gently advised, "Little girl, it is quite dangerous to sit here. You should really get up." Confused, Yu Qian glanced around. Although her feet dangled over the edge, the spot where she sat was undoubtedly safe. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll just sit here for a bit longer," she replied, expressing her gratitude before returning to her conversation. As she resumed chatting with her friends, she found herself laughing so hard that she felt tears streaming down her face. In her haste to retrieve a tissue from her pocket, her pinky accidentally caught on the phone strap, causing her phone to slip from her grasp. As it plummeted toward the water, she instinctively reached out to catch it, but while she succeeded in saving her phone, she inadvertently tumbled into the lake. By the time she found herself sitting in a police station, Yu Qian was still in disbelief about the turn of events. "I swear I never intended to commit suicide," she insisted, her expression one of deep grievance as she faced the officer who was attempting to counsel her. She had struggled in the water, unable to swim, when she felt someone lifting her up. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to her rescuer, she heard a somewhat familiar voice remark, "Officer, I told you that this young girl must be in despair. How could someone so young contemplate suicide?" Before Yu Qian could defend herself, the police took her back to the station, intending to provide her with some ideological education. "Officer, I truly did not mean to take my own life. I was simply sitting there chatting with friends when my phone slipped and I accidentally fell in while trying to retrieve it," she pleaded, hoping the officer would see the sincerity in her eyes. The officer responded, "Then why did that woman say you were talking to yourself, laughing and crying all at once?" Yu Qian replied, "I was wearing Bluetooth headphones. It was merely her hair that had been let down, rendering it invisible." "Officer, in your headphones?" "Yu Qian." They fell into the water, sob. Regardless of Yu Qian's attempts at justification, the officer regarded her with a gaze that spoke of incomprehension. After enduring over 20 minutes of a lecture on moral rectitude, and after she swore for the umpteenth time that she would never again entertain such dark thoughts, she was finally released. However, why must she wait for her family to come collect her? Yu Qian gazed at the upright officer, tears streaming silently down her face. Would she dare to summon her mother? That would surely frighten her mother into illness. As for anyone else, the only person she could remember by phone who might come to her aid was just that one individual. Jiang family Jiang Zheng sat listlessly in a courtyard, sunbathing while fiddling with his phone, when suddenly an incoming call appeared. He frowned at the unfamiliar landline number and, after 3 rings, reluctantly answered. "Jiang Zheng, hello. Officer, good day. I asked if you were Jiang Zheng?" "Jiang Zheng. Indeed, it is I. Officer, your sister has fallen into the water and has been rescued. She is currently at the police station on Jinjing Road." "Jiang Zheng, is she dead? If not, please do me a favor and push her back in. Let someone contest my inheritance." Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Zheng hung up decisively. In this day and age, even swindlers have ceased to do their homework. He had only one brother. Where would his sister come from? He glanced at his younger brother, who was playing with Legos not far away, and scoffed. The call ended, and the officer, perplexed, cast a dubious look at Yu Qian. Surely, she hadn't given a random number? Having overheard the entire conversation, Yu Qian felt on the verge of tears and could only muster an explanation. He is my stepfather's son. Given that context, along with the officer's earlier words, the officer's imagination conjured a dramatic tale of familial rivalry, prompting him to cast a sympathetic glance toward Yu Qian. Yu Qian forced a smile and said, "Perhaps you could call him again and directly inform him that I am Yu Qian. He wouldn't dare ignore me." Even as she spoke, a sense of guilt washed over her, and she silently prayed that Jiang Zheng would indeed pick up the phone. Jiang Zheng, upon seeing the incoming call once more, felt a wave of irritation. Had swindlers become this brazen? He answered gruffly, intending to unleash a tirade. When he heard the voice on the other end, "Is your sister named Yu Qian, wearing a yellow knitted dress?" Yu Qian. She had indeed donned a yellow dress when she left this morning. He had thought to compliment her beauty as he saw her from upstairs. How had she ended up in the water? And how was she now at the police station? Panic surged within him, and he abruptly grabbed his car keys and dashed out. Finally, contact was established, and both Yu Qian and the officer breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, a Bugatti pulled up in front of the police station, drawing the attention of the officers. Jiang Zheng leaped from the driver's seat and hurried into the precinct. Yu Qian. As soon as he entered, he called out her name. Hearing the call, Yu Qian quickly rose and waved towards the entrance. Jiang Zheng observed that although Yu Qian appeared somewhat disheveled, she seemed to be in good spirits, which brought him a sense of relief. Chapter 23. The college entrance examination. As Jiang Zheng learned the details of the incident from the police, he felt a mix of speechlessness and relief. All things considered, it was merely a false alarm. Fortunately, Yu Qian was unharmed. To escort them out, the police required verification of identification. Jiang Zheng presented his ID to the officer, who was diligently recording the information when he suddenly stumbled upon a startling inquiry. "Is that Bugatti outside yours?" The officer glanced between the ID and Jiang Zheng. "Yes, it is," Jiang Zheng responded, puzzled by the sudden question. The officer's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he called out to a colleague. "Captain Wang, we have a minor here driving without a license. What should we do?" Yu Qian. Jiang Zheng. Damn, in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten that he was still 3 months shy of 18 and thus classified as a minor without a license to boot. Consequently, the one receiving the lecture became Jiang Zheng. Yu Qian, standing nearby, cast him a furtive glance filled with sympathy. Ultimately, it was Bai Qiming who arrived with a butler to escort the two away. Considering it was Jiang Zheng's first offense, he was merely fined 500 yuan without facing detention. After Bai Qiming settled the fine, Yu Qian and Jiang Zheng obediently followed him out of the police station. Once in the car, Bai Qiming shot a sidelong glance at the two dejected individuals in the back seat, nearly brought to tears by their foolishness. "Brother Ming, could you keep today's events a secret from my mother?" Yu Qian implored, her eyes pleading. "Sure," Bai Qiming replied coldly before posing a question. "Why did you call Jiang Zheng first?" Yu Qian was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, momentarily stunned. The previously quiet Jiang Zheng perked up at this question, eagerly turning to await her response. Today, she had thought of him first in a crisis. My phone got wet and broke, and I could only remember Jiang Zheng's number," Yu Qian admitted, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Noticing the discontent in their gazes, she covered her face and surrendered, saying, "All right. I confess, I remember Jiang Zheng's number because it's quite ridiculous. I memorized it the first time I saved it." "What is ridiculous about my number?" Jiang Zheng retorted, slightly irritated, as it was a number he had personally chosen. Yu Qian countered, "You still ask? Every time I hear you recite your number, it sounds like you're cursing. Just look at those digits, 1885488. It sounds just like I am your father." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng silently repeated his phone number, and indeed, the phonetics seemed rather akin to an insult. Bai Qiming, having grasped the answer, paused momentarily before retracting his gaze, though the atmosphere in the car had grown slightly tenser than before. Due to Yu Qian's phone malfunction, Bai Qiming instructed the driver to head directly to a mobile store. Observing Yu Qian hesitating over which phone to choose, Jiang Zheng pointed out a white model, saying, "How about this one? It suits you well." With someone assisting her in making a choice, Yu Qian felt relieved and promptly instructed the clerk to bring that model out for an immediate exchange. Upon seeing Yu Qian pick up the white mobile phone, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of joy. It was the same model as his, though his was black and hers was white. Anyone who glanced at them would undoubtedly perceive them as a couple. After Yu Qian replaced her SIM card, she nervously toyed with the phone strap attached to her old device, the little red lucky pouch now damp from water exposure. This strap was a gift from Jiang Zheng, which she had initially hesitated to use. However, after much insistence from him, she reluctantly decided to adopt it. Observing Yu Qian's apparent reluctance towards the strap, Jiang Zheng's heart sank momentarily, prompting him to say, "This is a gift from me. You must not discard it. Do you hear? I understand. I have no intention of throwing it away," Yu Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. She merely felt uncomfortable with the dampness of the strap hanging from her phone. Jiang Zheng, reassured by her words, exhaled in relief. Bai Qiming stood nearby, silently observing their playful banter without offering any commentary. Once Yu Qian completed her purchase, she naturally proceeded to pay. Noticing this, she graciously expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mingge." Jiang Zheng felt a pang of envy as Bai Qiming paid. He yearned to openly treat Yu Qian himself, but unfortunately, he lacked a legitimate status to do so. Upon returning home, Yu Qian hurried to take a shower and change into a fresh outfit. The clothes she wore at the police station had been procured by a kind police officer. Although the temperature that day was not particularly low, she feared catching a cold after getting wet. So, she took a precautionary drink. Yet, the very things one dreads often come to pass. Yu Qian indeed caught a cold. The following morning, she awoke feeling achy all over, especially her head, which throbbed as though it might explode. A quick temperature check revealed 38.5 degrees Celsius, causing Wang Hui to panic and summon a doctor. Yu Qian obediently lay in bed receiving intravenous fluids, and when faced with her mother's anxious inquiries, she could only devise clever ways to deceive her. Despite receiving treatment in the morning, Yu Qian resolutely attended class in the afternoon. With merely 2 months until the college entrance examination, she felt compelled to utilize every moment wisely. Wang Hui, witnessing her daughter's determination to attend class, found it somewhat astonishing but felt a swell of pride, as any parent would desire their child to excel. Thus, Yu Qian continued her diligent studies until the day of the examination arrived. The school had closed a few days before the exams, yet Yu Qian's anxiety intensified. Jiang Zheng shared her apprehension, fearing that if Yu Qian did not gain admission to Beijing University, they would have to navigate a long-distance relationship. In the days leading up to the exam, he relentlessly provided her with additional study sessions. On the actual day of the examination, Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming rose early. They gathered all necessary items, admission tickets, identification cards, 2B pencils, and erasers, meticulously ensuring Yu Qian had everything she needed. Once prepared, a large entourage composed of Bai Jin, Wang Hui, Bai Qiming, Jiang Zheng, and Lin Yanyan's family accompanied Yu Qian and Lin Yanyan to the examination hall. After 2 consecutive days, the pivotal college entrance examination, determining the fates of countless individuals, concluded. Upon finishing her final subject, Yu Qian emerged from the examination hall and spotted Jiang Zheng standing conspicuously. She approached him. "Little fish, you must be exhausted. Come, let me treat you to something delicious." Jiang Zheng casually took the items from her hands and led her to join Bai Qiming and Lin Yanyan. Although Jiang Zheng was eager to inquire about Yu Qian's performance, he hesitated, fearing that asking directly might upset her if her results were disappointing. For the next 2 days, both Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming tacitly engaged the 2 young ladies in joyful activities, not once mentioning the examination results. I estimated my score to be around 658 points. Eventually, Yu Qian could no longer resist and assessed her own performance. 658? Jiang Zheng furrowed his brows. The cutoff for liberal arts in previous years hovered around 650, making Yu Qian's score precariously close to the threshold. After anxiously waiting for over 10 days, the results were finally released. The 4 of them sat tensely in front of the computer. Yu Qian dared not look at her score, opting instead to step aside and allow Jiang Zheng to check it first and relay the information to her. They began by checking Lin Yanyan's results, 686 points, securing her admission to Jing University. After refreshing the page multiple times, they finally retrieved Yu Qian's score. How is it? Is it particularly low? Yu Qian asked nervously, glancing at Jiang Zheng and the others. 667, 9 points higher than your own estimate. Jiang Zheng expressed some dissatisfaction, while this score assured admission to Jing University. It left little room for choice in majors. Upon hearing this score, Yu Qian was already overjoyed. It exceeded her expectations significantly, and she felt content. When filling out her application, she chose finance and, for safety, opted for a willingness to accept any adjustments. Ultimately, she was reassigned to a major in religious studies. Upon encountering this unfamiliar field, Yu Qian took the time to research it, leaving her even more perplexed. What exactly does this major entail? It sounded rather zen. However, she had traversed this narrow path once more, advancing further than in her past life, and she felt immensely satisfied, finally able to relax. Chapter 24. Birthday celebration. On August 6th, Jiang Zheng celebrates his 18th birthday, marking the transition from adolescence to adulthood, a time when one is finally accountable for their actions under the law. In affluent families, such a milestone warrants a grand celebration. Thus, Jiang Zheng, as the eldest son of the Jiang family, is no exception, following in the footsteps of Lin Yin and Bai Qiming, who also held elaborate ceremonies for their coming of age. Yu Qian, currently unencumbered by worries, is quite intrigued by the impending birthday celebration of Jiang Zheng. To select an appropriate gift, she deliberated earnestly and even consulted Wang Jiajia and others. Their suggestions ranged from keyboards to razors and ashtrays, with Wang Yin even proposing a belt, which Yu Qian promptly dismissed. After much contemplation between shoes and a wallet, she ultimately decided on the former, reasoning that with the prevalence of mobile payments, wallets are less frequently necessary. Consequently, Yu Qian spent over 30,000 yuan on a pair of shoes from Jiang Zheng's favorite brand, her heart aching at the thought of such an extravagant purchase. Despite her financial comfort, on the day of Jiang Zheng's birthday, Yu Qian presented him with the shoes. He received them with a look of delight, eager to unwrap the gift yet mindful of the guests. Thus he opted to place it in his room for the moment. As Yu Qian was drawn by Lin Yin to indulge in small cakes, she observed the well-dressed elites around her, marveling at the gathering of capitalists. After setting aside the shoes, Jiang Zheng quickly descended and spotted Yu Qian at the dining table. He approached her with the intent to converse, but was abruptly interrupted by a young woman's voice. "Happy birthday, brother Jiang Zheng." A girl in a light blue dress, radiant and charming, cheerfully addressed him. Upon turning to see her, Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, yet understood the necessity of maintaining decorum in such a setting, and politely replied, "Thank you," undeterred by his indifference. The girl took a couple of steps closer, attempting to grasp his arm. "Brother Jiang Zheng, I haven't seen you in ages. Will you talk with me?" Jiang Zheng stepped back to evade her touch, responding, "I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy at the moment." Yu Qian watched the exchange with curiosity, and Lin Yin leaned in to whisper, "That girl is Su Qi, the daughter of one of the Jiang family's business partners. She used to cling to Jiang Zheng, but her family moved to Nan City 2 years ago." Understanding dawned on Yu Qian. It was no wonder she had never encountered her before. Jiang Zheng, evidently irritated by Su Qi's persistent attention, was overwhelmed by her incessant calling of brother Jiang Zheng. With growing impatience, he retorted, "I've told you before, Su Qi, not to call me brother. I have no sisters, and your incessant calling makes one wonder if you're about to lay an egg." This remark not only struck a blow to Su Qi, but also left Yu Qian feeling slightly insulted, reflecting on who had previously insisted she call him brother. Su Qi appeared pitiable, on the verge of tears due to Jiang Zheng's remarks. Regrettably, he showed no intention of offering her any comfort. As he watched her prepare to rush towards him, he added with a sharp edge, "Could you perhaps retouch your makeup? You look like a ghost." Upon hearing his comment about her makeup, Su Qi finally relinquished her pursuit of Jiang Zheng and hurried off to the restroom to fix her appearance. Jiang Zheng let out a sigh of relief and raised a smile anew, just as he intended to engage Yu Qian in conversation, only to find her regarding him with a peculiar gaze. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Yu Qian scrutinized Jiang Zheng from head to toe, prompting him to instinctively straighten his posture, allowing her gaze to traverse his form. It seems I had no idea that Brother Jiangzheng was so popular. Yu Qian emphasized the words Brother Jiangzheng with particular weight. Unfortunately, Jiangzheng failed to recognize the underlying sarcasm, and her words transformed in his ears into a mere four-character phrase. She was jealous. With this realization, a smirk involuntarily crept onto his lips, his peach blossom eyes sparkling under the light. Su Qi is merely the daughter of one of my family's business partners. Her character has always been this way, drawn to handsome faces. She had even pursued Qi Ming before. Jiangzheng mused silently, considering whether this would portray him as unaffected while simultaneously acknowledging his own allure. As for Bai Qi Ming, who had been dragged into the fray, well, he thought, who cares? Seeing that Jiangzheng had not grasped the mockery in her words, but instead wore a somewhat smug expression. Yu Qian felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Jiangzheng was summoned by his father to meet with the elders. Yu Qian and Lin Yin retreated to a corner, indulging in cake. Lin Yin was notoriously picky with food, showing a distinct preference for cake above all else. As they savored their treats, they noticed a small boy standing not far away, staring intently at them. Xiao, would you like some cake? Yu Qian raised her hand, offering the dessert to the little boy, who was Jiangzheng's younger brother and whom she had encountered several times. The boy, Jiang Yi, shook his head and approached them with a serious expression, declaring, Sister Qian, Sister Yin, you're eating too much. I can see your little bellies. Yu Qian, Lin Yin, what does a 5-year-old know about little bellies? As it turned out, he knew quite a bit. Influenced by his mother's daily admonitions about beauty and health, Jiang Yi believed that all girls aspired to be slender. Thus, upon witnessing Yu Qian and Lin Yin indulging without restraint, he felt compelled to offer his unsolicited advice. Feeling uncomfortable under Jiang Yi's gaze, the two instinctively straightened up, sucking in their stomachs, which only elicited a more bewildered expression from the young boy. Jiang Yi watched in astonishment as their little bellies seemingly vanished. Wow, Sister Qian, you could do magic. Your bellies disappeared. Can you perform magic for my mother too? So she doesn't have to keep eating and worrying about losing weight every day? Yu Qian and Lin Yin exchanged glances, speechless at how to respond. Noticing that Jiang Yi was missing a tooth, Yu Qian quickly shifted the topic. Xiao Yi, have you lost a tooth? Jiang Yi obediently nodded. Yes, I had it pulled out the day before yesterday. Yu Qian, does it hurt to have a tooth extracted? Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, replied. That tooth was thrown away by my mother, so I have no idea if it hurt or not. Yu Qian, what on earth? Lin Yin, ha ha ha. Lin Yin was so amused by their conversation that she covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. Chapter 25. Returning home, Yu Qian lifted her gaze toward Jiangzheng, who was standing near Father Jiang, exchanging pleasantries with the elders. Clad in a sleek black suit, complimented by his handsome visage, he seemed a far cry from his usual playful demeanor, exuding a subtle yet palpable air of sophistication. It was no wonder he was often likened to the male protagonist in novels. Such allure inevitably drew women to him like moths to a flame. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yu Qian stole several glances at Jiangzheng. Noticing her gaze, Jiangzheng turned his head, flashing her a radiant smile, which caused Yu Qian to feel a sudden warmth rise to her cheeks. Oh, Yu Qian, despite the fact that Jiangzheng looks undeniably dashing in a suit, he is merely an 18-year-old youth. You, in your past life, were a mature 21-year-old sister. How could you possibly covet the beauty of a younger man? Internally berating herself, Yu Qian pondered whether her prolonged singlehood had rendered her so desperate as to yearn for the charm of a young lad. In an attempt to disguise her fluster, she picked up a piece of cake, diverting her attention away from Jiangzheng. The banquet stretched on until 10 o'clock in the evening, with Yu Qian and Lin Yin remaining until the end. As the servants busied themselves with tidying up, Jiangzheng led Yu Qian and the others to the poolside in the backyard. Bai Qiming, noticing Jiangzheng's distracted demeanor, thoughtfully concocted an excuse to escort Lin Yin elsewhere. Leaving only Jiangzheng and Yu Qian by the pool, Yu Qian sensed an awkward tension in the air, being alone together by the pool. It felt as if they were engaging in some clandestine affair. The very idea made her chastise herself for her impure thoughts. Xiaoyu, Jiang Zheng's voice was low. One hand nestled in his trouser pocket, his fingertips fidgeting restlessly. The moonlight was enchanting tonight, perfect for confession, yet the words remained lodged in his throat. Observing Yu Qian's anxious and innocent expression, Jiang Zheng felt that confessing now would make him scoundrel. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until she turned 18, as that was merely 6 months away. Xiaoyu, how about I teach you to swim? Jiang Zheng suggested casually, extracting his hand from his pocket and reclining on a sunbed. His neatly tailored suit loosened slightly, revealing a hint of a smoke-gray shirt beneath. At Jiang Zheng's words, Yu Qian felt a pang of wistfulness and instinctively retorted, "Who needs your instruction? I have no interest in learning to swim." Not learning to swim? Does that mean you'll end up like last time, waiting for someone to rescue you in the water? That was an accident. Yu Qian was reluctant to revisit that embarrassing episode. One more mishap like that, and you might find yourself on the brink of the underworld. Jiang Zheng's teasing provoked a mix of irritation and amusement in Yu Qian. Yet, this playful banter lightened her spirits. It was only when Bai Qiming and Lin Yin returned that Yu Qian decided it was time to take her leave. Jiang Zheng accompanied them to the door, and as Yu Qian stood outside, gazing at him leaning against the doorframe, she solemnly wished Jiang Zheng happy birthday. A smile illuminated Jiang Zheng's eyes as he replied, "Yes, I am quite happy." At long last, Yu Qian received her admission notice. Upon learning that Yu Qian had been accepted into Peking University, Wang Hui was initially overcome with disbelief. However, upon receiving the acceptance letter, a sense of reassurance enveloped her. She yearned to proclaim to the world the news of her daughter's achievement. Qian, now that you have the acceptance letter, shouldn't you return home to visit your grandparents? Wang Hui smiled radiantly at Yu Qian. Upon hearing the mention of home, Yu Qian's heartbeat faltered, and the letter in her hand lost its allure. Noticing the reluctance etched on Yu Qian's face, Wang Hui found herself puzzled by her daughter's long-standing aversion to their hometown. "Mom, can I not go? A video call with Grandpa and Grandma suffices. There's no need for a special trip," Yu Qian replied, her mood visibly dampened at the thought of returning home. "Oh, my child," Wang Hui gently admonished, "your grandparents miss you dearly. You should have visited before the new year. Now that you have gained admission to a prestigious university, it is even more essential to share the joyous news in person. Can a phone call truly compare to delivering the message face-to-face?" Wang Hui had always held deep gratitude towards Yu Qian's grandparents, who had stepped in to help her with childcare after the loss of her husband when she ventured into entrepreneurship. When she later brought Yu Qian to live with her, her in-laws had shown no opposition, even sending a red envelope through her younger brother when she remarried. Yu Qian understood the reasoning behind her mother's wishes, yet an invisible barrier remained in her heart. Regardless, her return to her hometown had become an unavoidable reality. Jiang Zheng, upon hearing that Yu Qian would be visiting her grandparents, felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of being apart from her, but acknowledged the normalcy of the situation. However, seeing Yu Qian's discontent, he could not help but frown. Did little fish not wish to return? Considering Yu Qian's father had passed away early and that she was a girl, perhaps she had faced hardships in their hometown. This thought stirred empathy within Jiang Zheng, prompting him to speak. "Little fish, I have yet to visit Jiang City. Would you mind taking me along for a little adventure?" Yu Qian replied, "What'd you do there? My hometown is merely a small town with little to entertain." Jiang Zheng, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "I'm curious about what your hometown looks like. Nian Yin would love to join us as well. Wouldn't you?" Lin Yin, having been singled out, nodded eagerly, genuinely intrigued by Yu Qian's origins. Ultimately, Yu Qian's journey back home transformed into a graduation trip for the four of them. Once aboard the plane, Jiang Zheng glanced at Yu Qian, who had evidently made a special effort in her appearance, and his curiosity deepened. Yu Qian typically dressed casually, but today she adorned herself extravagantly, exuding an air of affluence. This was not a return to her roots, but rather a venture into a battlefield. After 4 hours of flight, they finally arrived in Jiang City. Instead of seeking out Wang Jia and the others, Yu Qian, accompanied by Jiang Zheng and the others, hired a vehicle and headed directly to her hometown Wei River Town. Upon disembarking, Yu Qian's demeanor transformed dramatically, becoming akin to a hedgehog, ready to defend herself at any moment. Within 10 minutes of walking, she encountered her first familiar face, a middle-aged woman who owned a breakfast shop. "Ah, is that little Qian? It's been ages since you returned." The woman held a bunch of vegetables in her hands, exuding an air of warmth. "It's me, hello, Annie." Yu Qian greeted the middle-aged woman with a standard smile. The aunt's gaze swept over the three individuals behind Yu Qian, clearly filled with curiosity. After the greeting, Yu Qian promptly took Lin Yin's hand and swiftly led the trio away. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, she was called back. This time, it was not just one person, but a group. Several women were seated in front of a small shop, each clutching a bundle of yarn, engaged in animated conversation. Upon seeing Yu Qian, their eyes lit up. "Little Qian has returned? Oh, I remember now. She is the only daughter of the eldest Yu, Wang Hui's child. Isn't she? I've heard Wang Hui has struck it rich lately. Little Qian, I heard your mother remarried. Is that true?" Jiang Zheng and the others could clearly sense that Yu Qian's demeanor was amiss. Although she maintained a smile and answered the inquiries of the aunties earnestly, her posture betrayed a sense of resistance. Lin Yin noticed that Yu Qian's palms were slightly sweaty, and she couldn't help but cast a worried glance at her. The aunties, noticing the three individuals behind Yu Qian, became even more intrigued. "Little Qian, I heard your mother's new husband has a son. Is one of those two behind you his?" Jiang Zheng and the others were still somewhat perplexed by the situation and refrained from responding casually. Yu Qian took a deep breath, displaying a polite smile as she said, "I'm sorry, aunties, my grandparents are still at home waiting for me. We must be on our way." With that, she led Jiang Zheng and the others away. Even after they had walked a distance, Yu Qian could still hear the myriad discussions echoing behind them. Her expression grew increasingly frosty. "Little fish, are you all right?" Jiang Zheng asked with concern as he looked at Yu Qian, while Bai Qiming furrowed his brow. Yu Qian shook her head, reluctant to speak. Those aunties had stirred up unpleasant memories within her. The author has a small question. When everyone reads the female protagonist's name, do they pronounce it Yu Shi or Yu Qian? Chapter 26. Memories. Yu Qian pursed her lips, feeling a palpable heaviness in the atmosphere around her. The memories she had desperately tried to forget resurfaced with the arrival of these women. She had begun to recall events from a young age, even retaining faint memories of her father, who had passed away when she was merely 3. However, what resonated more vividly were the idle gossip and whispers of those very women from her childhood. Silently, Yu Qian led Jiang Zheng and the others through a series of narrow alleys until they arrived at a 3-story residence. With a fluid motion, she pushed open the heavy iron gate. As soon as she stepped into the yard, an elderly woman with graying hair emerged, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, etched with deep wrinkles. "Grandma," Yu Qian greeted with a smile. "Little Qian, you've returned. Come inside. I prepared some delicious food for you," her grandmother exclaimed, hurrying over and taking Yu Qian's hand, guiding her into the house while also beckoning Jiang Zheng and the others. "These must be your friends, right? I bet they're hungry." Then, her grandmother called out towards the interior, "Xiao Hui, Xiao Ji, your sister is back. Hurry and come out." Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and soon a boy and a girl appeared before Yu Qian. "Sister, you're back? You're home so early. Grandpa just left to buy braised beef for you, saying you should come back to enjoy it tonight." The two teenagers, no older than 14 or 15, said excitedly, their eyes sparkling as they spoke. Yu Qian was gently ushered inside by her grandmother, with her cousins clustering around her. Jiang Zheng and the others followed closely behind. Once inside, her grandmother busied herself finding food for Yu Qian. Jiang Zheng observed the surroundings and the transformation in Yu Qian, who seemed to radiate warmth and happiness, leaving him filled with curiosity. Lin Yin, having never visited the town before, was intrigued by everything around her, while Bai Qiming sat calmly beside her. Yu Qian's grandmother presented an array of fruits and snacks for them to nibble on while she prepared the meal. When Yu Qian offered to help, her grandmother promptly declined. Before long, Yu Qian's grandfather returned, carrying the braised beef, accompanied by her second uncle and aunt, who had closed their supermarket upon receiving the news from Yu Hui. Her aunt quickly joined the kitchen to assist, and soon the meal was ready. "Please, everyone, Take a seat, Yu Qian's grandmother urged, her grandfather appearing quite delighted as he remarked, Little Qian, I heard from your mother that you've been accepted into Peking University? Yes, I've received the admission notice. Classes begin on September 1st. Yu Qian replied obediently. Wonderful. Our Yu family finally has a university student. Her grandfather exclaimed, his hair flecked with gray, yet his voice robust and full of life. Come, little Qian, eat more beef. Your grandfather has been anticipating this since morning. Her aunt smiled as she served Yu Qian a generous portion of beef, then turned to Jiang Zheng and the others, saying, please, don't hold back. Take whatever you like, and don't let yourselves go hungry. Lin Yin Yin and her companions found themselves unaccustomed to the unusual treatment of being served vegetables in such a manner for the first time. Particularly for Lin Yin Yin, the moment her bowl was devoid of greens, she would be promptly attended to by Grandma Yu and Aunt Yu Er, resulting in her consuming 3 times more food than usual, nearly overwhelming her. Aware that Bai Qiming was Yu Qian's stepbrother, the grandmothers exhibited an even more amiable demeanor towards him. After the meal, Grandma Yu intended to tidy up the guest rooms for Jiang Zheng and the others, but was stopped by Yu Qian. Grandma, there is no need to worry about them. I've already booked them rooms at the hotel, she explained. It's quite improper for guests to stay at a hotel. Grandma Yu expressed her discontent. Grandma, they wouldn't feel at ease at home, and besides, we don't have their toiletries here. After much persuasion, Yu Qian finally convinced Grandma Yu. They continued to converse for quite some time, until the night had enveloped the outside world in darkness. It was then that Yu Qian rose to guide Jiang Zheng and the others to the hotel. The small town was dimly lit, with many areas shrouded in shadow. However, the night also possessed its merits. Stripped of the day's clamor, the tranquil atmosphere was refreshing. Jiang Zheng, catching glimpses of Yu Qian through the faint light, was hesitant to speak. He yearned to understand her past, but feared to tread upon her wounds. Upon arriving at the town's finest hotel and completing the check-in process, Yu Qian jested, this is the best hotel the town has to offer. I hope the young masters and Mrs. 1T find it lacking. Lin Yin shyly nudged her in response. Noticing that Yu Qian had only booked 3 rooms, Jiang Zheng inquired, aren't you staying here? Yu Qian shook her head. My grandmother is surely waiting for me. I'll return home to stay and come back to fetch you all in the morning. After escorting them upstairs, Yu Qian cheerfully bid them good night and walked alone into the night. As she strolled through the alley, the smile that had lingered on her face faded, and she let out a deep sigh. Memories surfaced in her mind, particularly from her childhood. Wang Hui had always wondered why the once obedient Yu Qian had suddenly become rebellious after her 3-year absence from home. The reason was quite simple. She had not been mistreated or bullied, but rather influenced by the incessant gossip of the overly concerned neighborhood Andes. In her youth, when Wang Hui first departed from home, Yu Qian had felt little impact. However, gradually, the surrounding whispers began to multiply. Little Qian, your mother has gone out of work. She surely doesn't want you anymore. Poor little Qian, she just lost her father, and now her mother is gone. Wang Hui will undoubtedly find someone else to marry. After all, she is still so young. Images of those aunties flooded Yu Qian's mind. They seemed to eternally gather aimlessly, discussing the trivialities of each household with familiarity. With smiles on their faces, they would jest with the 4-year-old Yu Qian. Initially, she had boldly retorted, only to be met with a dismissive remark, as expected, without the adults at home. The child has become unruly. In the midst of idle chatter, Yu Qian began to doubt whether she had truly been abandoned by her mother. Coupled with the frustration of reaching Wang Hui, which often required 3 or 4 attempts to connect for a mere few minutes of conversation, she gradually accepted the painful reality of her perceived abandonment. The once vibrant Yu Qian grew increasingly insecure, and even 3 years later, despite Wang Hui's unwavering support and all she could offer, Yu Qian still felt unloved, morphing into a rebellious child in the eyes of others. Though her grandparents, Yu Yi and Yu Nai, sensed her growing introversion, their old-fashioned beliefs dictated that providing for a child's basic needs sufficed. They remained oblivious to the profound emotional damage inflicted by their words. Yu Qian's uncle and aunt, while caring for their niece who had recently lost her father, were preoccupied with their younger children Yu Ji, who was 2 years her junior, and the nearly 1-year-old Yu Hui, thus neglecting little Yu Qian. While the wounds of childhood and Wang Hui's selfless love could have healed her, it was the subsequent events that tore open her scars anew. Yu Qian recalled her previous life, when her mother suddenly succumbed to excruciating pain and was diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer. Hospitalization followed, accompanied by chemotherapy, coma, and desperate attempts at resuscitation. In those final days, Wang Hui, despite enduring immense suffering, remained most concerned about Yu Qian, who was merely a freshman in high school and understood little of the gravity of the situation. Fearing for Yu Qian's loneliness after her passing, Wang Hui clung to life long enough to pen a farewell letter, designate a guardian for her estate, and ensure that Yu Qian would not have to manage a company alone. She even merged her flourishing business with a larger enterprise to secure shares for Yu Qian, guaranteeing her a life free of worry. Ultimately, Wang Hui passed away in the hospital. Young Yu Qian, accompanied by Wang Jiejia and her grandparents, laid her mother to rest. Initially, she was surrounded by comforting voices, but soon she began to hear something else. Little Qian, don't be too sorrowful. Look at how fortunate you are. Although your mother has departed, she left you a vast inheritance that could sustain you for a lifetime. In our town, you are the luckiest, inheriting such wealth at your tender age, without the worry of siblings contesting it. In the guise of kind-hearted consolation from these women, her mother's death was inexplicably transformed into a blessing. It was as if they believed she should feel grateful for her mother's demise. Yu Qian felt an icy chill envelop her, yet words failed her. Did these people harbor malice towards her? No. Their comfort was genuine, as was their indifference. All her joys and sorrows were merely fodder for their casual conversations. Their soft tongues spoke words that pierced her heart. They cared not for her feelings. They merely expressed their opinions. The truth? Irrelevant. They sought only a topic for discussion, a trivial matter to entertain them. Since her mother's passing, Yu Qian had never returned to the town. Between her past life and this one, 6 years had elapsed reflecting on it all. Yu Qian's heart remained heavy with unresolved sorrow. Yu Qian sauntered back to her grandparents' home, where they were indeed waiting for her. And even Yu Hui and Yu Ji had not yet succumbed to slumber. After engaging in conversation with her family for a while, Yu Qian retreated to her room alongside Yu Ji. Sitting on the bed, Yu Ji spoke in a somewhat conspiratorial tone. Sister, aside from your new brother, what is your relationship with that other brother, Jiang? He is merely a friend, Yu Qian replied, casually placing her clothes on a chair. Are you certain he is not your boyfriend? Yu Ji's face was brimming with curiosity, unable to tolerate her sister's relentless inquiries. Yu Qian raised her hand to lightly swat Yu Ji, exclaiming, What are you thinking at such a young age? He is not my boyfriend. If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall buy you a stack of test papers tomorrow. Threatened by her sister's words, Yu Ji quickly covered her mouth, though her eyes unmistakably conveyed disbelief. She was not to be underestimated simply because of her age. Today, she had observed that Jiang had been surreptitiously watching her sister. As Yu Qian turned off the light and lay down on the same bed as Yu Ji, sleep eluded her. Though reason reminded her that the past life was behind her, and she now resided within the pages of a book, the familiar faces and events felt strikingly real. Suddenly, Yu Qian's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw a message from Jiang Zhang. Jay, the air conditioning in this hotel is actually broken. Aggrieved, Yu Qian could almost picture Jiang Zhang's disgruntled expression, and a soft laugh escaped her lips. This is just how the small town operates, so please bear with it. Doghead. Meanwhile, Yu Ji, feigning sleep beside Yu Qian, couldn't help but scoff at her sister's animated demeanor while chatting, thinking to herself that with such interactions, there was no way he wasn't her boyfriend. Chapter 27. The start of school early the next morning, after finishing breakfast at their grandmother's house, Yu Qian and Jiang Zhang, along with the siblings Yu Hui and Yu Ji, set out with sickles in hand and baskets on their backs. To ensure that Jiang Zhang and his companions did not feel their visit was in vain, Yu Qian planned to take them hiking. It was mid-August, and many fruits in the mountains had ripened, including the yellow berries that Yu Qian had adored in her childhood. Unfortunately, she could no longer remember where to find them and had to rely on Yu Hui and Yu Ji to lead the way. The The small town where Yu Qian's family resided was not large. After about a 20-minute walk from home, they reached the outskirts of the mountainous area. Jiang Zheng found Yu Qian's rustic attire endearing and could not resist capturing a photograph of her with his phone. Lin Yin, trailing behind, was slightly out of breath, wearing a large sun hat and bundled up in layers. Despite her fatigue, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bai Qiming followed closely behind Lin Yin, ready to assist her should she stumble. Their destination was a modest hill, which was not particularly high for Yu Qian and her siblings, but for Lin Yin. It was a novel experience, as she had never climbed such an unrefined mountain before. Living in the capital city, where the horizon was devoid of any elevation, she was accustomed to flat landscapes, often visiting renowned tourist attractions or private locales for recreation. Even a mountain she had visited during childhood summer camps paled in comparison to this one. After climbing for a while, Yu Qian noticed that Lin Yin was struggling and decided to pause for a rest. Bai Qiming naturally retrieved a bottle of water from the backpack behind Jiang Zheng and offered it to Lin Yin. "What is this? Can it be eaten?" Jiang Zheng inquired, holding a bright red berry. "You can give it a try," Yu Qian replied with a mischievous smile. However, she was taken aback when Jiang Zheng, encouraged by her words, placed the berry in his mouth, prompting Yu Qian to quickly grasp his hand. "Do you have a death wish? You dare to eat something you don't even recognize?" Yu Qian scolded, exasperated. Jiang Zheng, still reveling in the thrill of Yu Qian holding his hand, responded nonchalantly, "I only intended to taste it, not consume it entirely." Rolling her eyes, Yu Qian chose to ignore the ignorant boy. Along the way, she pointed out familiar wild fruits, explaining their characteristics while picking some for her friends to savor. As they neared their destination, Yu Qian spotted clusters of yellow in the distance, her face lighting up with excitement as she quickened her pace. "Is this the yellow berry?" Lin Yin asked, eyeing the prickly bushes filled with small yellow fruits the size of fingernails, skepticism evident in her expression. Yu Hui and Yu Ji had already begun picking the berries, munching on them as they went. Yu Qian selected one and offered it to Lin Yin, who bit down to taste it. Her eyes brightened instantly. "It's sweet and tangy and so juicy. It's delicious," she exclaimed, promptly joining the picking efforts. Bai Qiming observed the thorny bushes with a frown, but refrained from stopping Lin Yin. He merely reached out to help her when she appeared to be caught by a thorn. Jiang Zheng sat beside Yu Qian, assisting her in plucking the yellow berries that hung a little higher. Once they had gathered a sufficient handful, he placed them into the small box in Yu Qian's hands. "Sister, there are white berries over there." Yu Hui, amidst another cluster of yellow berries, keenly spotted small white dots on the ground and exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian was eager to rush over, but as she stood, her hair became ensnared by a thorn. Ouch! The pain tugged at her scalp. "Hold still." Jiang Zheng quickly set down the yellow berries and carefully freed her hair. Yu Qian felt his hands brush against her head, causing her face to gradually redden. As soon as her hair was untangled, Yu Qian fled in haste. She crouched amidst the white berry thicket, calling out to Lin Yin. Observing the tiny, strawberry-like fruits, Lin Yin couldn't help but remark, "They resemble white strawberries." "These are wild white strawberries," Yu Qian replied, somewhat distracted. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yin couldn't resist picking a few to taste. The underripe ones had a slight tartness, but the fully ripe ones exuded a creamy flavor and were exceptionally sweet, even more delectable than the yellow berries. Lin Yin, brimming with childlike exuberance, continued to gather them until Yu Qian urged her to leave. "There's no use in picking so many. They'll spoil by tomorrow," she explained, noticing Lin Yin's overflowing box. Lin Yin hadn't anticipated this and had hoped to take some back for her parents and brother to try. Ultimately, she reluctantly descended the mountain with Yu Qian and the others. Upon returning to the Yu household, they were greeted by a sumptuous feast. "Little girl, come. Eat more of this. You look so thin," Grandma Yu urged, pushing a plate of meat toward Lin Yin. To the elders, Lin Yin appeared excessively slender, clearly indicating malnutrition. Under the intense scrutiny, Lin Yin felt quite uncomfortable during the meal, casting desperate glances at the others, yet everyone, including Bai Qiming, kept their heads down, unwilling to come to her aid. Bai Qiming had always hoped Lin Yin would eat more, and now that someone was encouraging her, he had no intention of undermining that support. However, he contemplated buying her some digestive tablets afterward. Yu Qian and her companion spent a total of 3 days at their hometown. When it was time to leave, Grandma Yu packed a bounty of food for them and bid them a heartfelt farewell at the station. This time, Yu Qian opted not to head directly to the airport, but instead visited the city, spending an additional day with Wang Jiejia and others before returning to the capital. As soon as they arrived in the capital, Lin Yin immediately retrieved the electronic scale, only to her dismay discovering that she had gained 2 kilograms. This outcome was met with delight by everyone except Lin Yin herself. As the school year approached, Yu Qian began preparing her belongings for dormitory life. Freshmen at Jing University were required to reside on campus, and, given the considerable distance from the Bai household, even if she had the option to stay home, Yu Qian preferred not to spend over 2 hours commuting each day. With 2 college students in the family, Bai Jin and Wang Hui wished to forego their work to personally escort them to school, but were met with refusals from Yu Qian and Bai Qiming. At last, the 4 of them remained seated in a car as they made their way to Kyoto University. Which department are the 2 junior sisters from? I am a second-year senior and could offer you a ride, a senior clad in red cordially inquired upon their arrival. Before they could respond, Jiang Zheng swiftly drew them behind him, a forced smile adorning his face as he addressed the senior. Might I suggest that you extend your inquiries to the male students as well? The senior's lips twitched slightly. Who would think to ask about the boys? However, upon noticing the unfriendly expressions on Bai Qiming and Jiang Zheng's faces, he mumbled a few vague words before seeking out other junior sisters. Jiang Zheng scoffed at the departing senior and then turned to Bai Qiming. Let us escort them to the girls' dormitory. Bai Qiming nodded, somewhat displeased. They proceeded to register before heading directly to the girls' dormitory. Along the way, they encountered 2 more seniors attempting to strike up conversations, which only darkened Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming's expressions further. Lin Yin and Yu Qian's dormitories were not in the same building, and with unspoken understanding, Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming each took one to their respective dorms. 303. Little fish, you have arrived at your dorm, Jiang Zheng announced as he wheeled Yu Qian's suitcase, stepping into the open dormitory ahead of her. Following him inside, Yu Qian noticed that another girl was already present, curiously observing Jiang Zheng. Chapter 28. The arrival of the scoundrel Yu Qian displayed a gentle smile and said, Hello, I am Yu Qian. The girl opposite her responded with a smile. Yao im Han Yun. We shall be roommates from now on. Yu Qian pondered to herself, finding her seemingly easy to get along with. She then proceeded to search for a bed. The accommodation at Jing University was notably excellent. A 4-person room where each individual had a bed arranged in a lofted design with a desk beneath. Yu Qian's bed was conveniently situated to the left of the window. Jiang Zheng, a young master unaccustomed to menial tasks, had never engaged in household chores, despite his desire to assist Yu Qian with her arrangements. He found himself at a loss, relegated to sitting on a chair, watching as she climbed onto her bed to spread her bedding. Han Yun, whose bed had already been prepared by her parents, could not help but surreptitiously observe the 2 individuals across from her. They didn't resemble siblings, yet they didn't quite appear to be a couple either. Once Yu Qian had finished organizing, she bid farewell to Han Yun and left the girls' dormitory with Jiang Zheng, as she still needed to help the young master set up his bed. Both Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming were majoring in finance, residing in the same building but in different dormitories. Jiang Zheng's dormitory was 607. Upon entering room 607, Jiang Zheng's roommates had all gathered, their eyes widening when they saw their last roommate arriving with a girl. The moment they witnessed Yu Qian climbing onto Jiang Zheng's bed to arrange his bedding, envy and jealousy surged among them. It was barely the beginning of the school year, and some were already flaunting their relationships, which felt utterly disrespectful to those of them who were still single. Jiang Zheng, basking in the envy and jealousy directed at him, felt a sense of satisfaction within, though he maintained an outward composure. Once the bedding was arranged, he exchanged a few casual words with his roommates before departing with Yu Qian. The 4 of them convened and ventured to a restaurant for a meal, after which they strolled about, looking for any additional items they might need. By the time Yu Qian returned to the dormitory, it was already somewhat late, and all the girls had gathered. The four young women, initially somewhat reserved in their first meeting, gradually opened up to one another. Yu Qian gained a preliminary understanding of her future roommates. They were all from the same class, with Han Yun and Zhang Qiuli being locals of Jing City, while Zhao Na, who sat beside her, hailed from the southern province. That evening, the four of them attended the welcoming party, only to sadly discover that their class, indeed, the entire department, comprised a mere 22 students, 13 girls and 9 boys. What did this imply? It meant that escaping classes would be nearly impossible, as the targets were all too evident. The following day marked the obligatory military training. Yu Qian harbored a deep disdain for this activity, but could only grit her teeth and endure. The training continued relentlessly for 15 days, during which Yu Qian and Jiang Zheng rarely crossed paths. At times, Jiang Zheng would send her messages, but she was often too fatigued to respond. Finally, the day arrived when military training concluded. Observing the surrounding girls weeping inconsolably, Yu Qian felt perplexed. Was it truly necessary? How could emotions for the instructors run so deep after just 15 days? As soon as the military training ended, Jiang Zheng eagerly invited Yu Qian to dinner. However, upon seeing Yu Qian approach, a spontaneous laugh escaped him, betraying his earlier composure. Little fish, you now resemble a lump of coal. If a crescent moon were to be affixed to your face, you could easily take on the role of Judge Bao. Jiang Zheng, observing the once fair and delicate Yu Qian now transformed into a darkened version of herself, could not help but chuckle. Yu Qian acknowledged her newfound darkness. But what girl could endure such mockery? Enraged, she turned to leave, only for Jiang Zheng to hastily reach out and sincerely apologize, seeking her forgiveness. Yu Qian, glancing at Jiang Zheng, who had also darkened, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. While both had darkened, Jiang Zheng exuded a rugged masculinity, his skin taking on a bronze hue, whereas she appeared as a dusty little clown. This felt utterly unjust, particularly upon seeing Lin Yan, whose complexion remained largely unchanged since their military training. Yu Qian was further provoked to purchase several boxes of facial masks, determined to restore her former fairness. As her university life officially commenced, Yu Qian's long-prepared plans could finally begin. She casually inquired about the computer science major and, unsurprisingly, learned of a freshman named Zhang Yifan. Upon glancing at him, she recognized him as the boyfriend of Wang Jejia, the notorious scoundrel, and her ire was ignited. In her previous life, when Wang Jejia first entered university, this scoundrel was a sophomore. He bore a certain charm and was quite cultured, and before long, he had captivated Wang Jejia. However, unbeknownst to her, he employed this same tactic to flirt with multiple female freshmen simultaneously. By the time Wang Jejia discovered his duplicity, she had already fallen for him, and whenever she contemplated breaking up, he would feign vulnerability and make promises, leaving her in doubt. Each time Yu Qian reflected on this, she wished she could hire someone to give this scoundrel a good beating. Zhang Yifan, this scoundrel, had only just enrolled and currently bore no dark history. But this posed no challenge. If he lacked a past, she would create one for him. Yu Qian contemplated her scheme. She would feign affection for him, then orchestrate several girls to confess their feelings. Once he was caught juggling multiple relationships, she would promptly expose him online, putting an end to his deceit of unsuspecting young women. This was Yu Qian's plan. As for why she would take the initiative herself, it was to lay the groundwork for future admonitions to Wang Jejia. Best friends are a curious breed. When one of them enters a relationship, the immediate reaction is often disdain for the partner, deeming him unworthy. If a best friend finds herself enamored with a scoundrel, the urge to see him utterly defeated is overwhelming. By recalling her previous feelings, Yu Qian could clearly envision Wang Jejia's future stance. If despite all this, Wang Jejia still favored the scoundrel, then Yu Qian resolved to give Wang Jejia a serious talking to. Chapter 29. I Like You. Yu Qian donned a delicate cream-colored dress, her shoulder-length hair cascading gracefully down her back. Clutching a few books, she meandered aimlessly along the campus path. A hint of a smile graced her lips, exuding an air of innocent romance. As she spotted the scoundrel within 100 meters ahead, her smile broadened. This ensemble was a deliberate imitation of Wang Jiajia, who had a penchant for girls adorned in a pure, innocent manner, a style that particularly captivated this rogue. Soon, Yu Qian tightened her grip on the books, suppressing the urge to charge at him and deliver a swift kick. As she brushed past Zhang Yifan, she accidentally twisted her ankle and, in a moment of unfortunate clumsiness, forcefully hurled the books in her grasp towards him. Ouch! The corner of a book struck Zhang Yifan's face, eliciting an involuntary gasp of pain. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Yu Qian exclaimed, her expression fraught with concern and guilt. Just as Zhang Yifan was about to express his irritation, he caught sight of Yu Qian's striking features and instantly broke into a warm smile, his voice clear and refreshing as he replied, "I'm fine, but are you okay? Do you need me to escort you to the infirmary?" "Huh." Witnessing the scoundrel take the bait, Yu Qian let out a cold chuckle before adopting a bashful smile, saying, "I'm really fine, and I'm truly sorry about that." As Yu Qian crouched down to retrieve her scattered books, Zhang Yifan joined her, attentively taking out a piece of paper to clean the volumes meticulously. While still gathering her books, Zhang Yifan initiated a conversation. "Which department are you in?" "Philosophy." Yu Qian replied. "Philosophy? No wonder you possess such a unique aura. You exude a serene vibe that irresistibly draws people in," he remarked. Yu Qian thought to herself, "Hold it together, don't retch." She feigned shyness, lowering her gaze and remaining silent. Zhang Yifan pressed on. "May we exchange contact information? Just looking at you makes my heart race. Would it be too much to hope for the honor of becoming your friend?" Zhang Yifan offered Yu Qian a gentle smile, as if he were truly smitten at first sight. Yu Qian was on the verge of losing her composure, yet she was reluctant to abandon her carefully crafted narrative. She pulled out her phone and swiftly added the scoundrel, adhering to her predetermined storyline. Zhang Yifan's WeChat name was simply Yifan, and after he departed, Yu Qian maliciously tagged him as scoundrel struck by lightning. In the following days, Yu Qian finally comprehended how Wang Jiajia had succumbed to this charm. She had barely returned to her dorm when a WeChat message from Zhang Yifan arrived. "You twisted your ankle today. Remember to apply a warm towel, or it might swell up tonight, good girl." Upon rising the next morning, she received another message from him, accompanied by a picture of the sky. He wrote, "The sky is particularly beautiful today. I couldn't resist sharing it with you. However, the morning air is a bit chilly, so don't forget to wear a jacket when you go out." At noon, Yu Qian received yet another WeChat message. "Image, the lectures in our computer science major are dreadfully dull. I'm so curious about what your classes are like. I'd love to see you in class. You must look stunning." Each message from him seemed capable of filling an entire volume of scoundrel quotes. Yu Qian watched him perform with a cold smile. A week later, she received a message on WeChat. "Yu Qian, may I invite you to dinner? I have something particularly important to tell you." Was he planning to confess his feelings? Yu Qian replied expressionlessly, "Sure." The scoundrel responded almost immediately, providing a time and place without any pause. Just as Yu Qian was done dealing with him, she received a message from Jiang Zheng. "Jay, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Yu Qian frowned. The scoundrel had scheduled their meeting for 6 in the evening. "Sorry, I have plans tonight," she replied. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Zheng, upon seeing Yu Qian's reply, threw his phone down in frustration. Recently, Yu Qian had been acting strangely. She often sat with her phone in hand, wearing a cold smile that suggested she was not chatting with her friends. And today, she had refused to dine with him. What on earth was she up to? Jiang Zheng tugged at his hair in annoyance. Having feelings for someone who was still a minor was troublesome. He didn't even dare to confess his affections. "Hey, Jiang, are we going out for dinner tonight?" Wu Qi, Jiang Zheng's dorm mate, patted him on the shoulder. "Sure." Jiang Zheng nodded nonchalantly. In the evening, Yu Qian went to the restaurant with Zhang Yifan. Due to the company she was with, she found herself lacking appetite in front of the sumptuous spread, merely picking at her food as she awaited the scoundrel's next move. To her surprise, Zhang Yifan remained silent throughout their meal, but once they exited the restaurant and were walking down the street, he suddenly halted. Turning to her with a gaze imbued with deep emotion, he declared, Qian, I originally intended to confess in the restaurant, but upon reflection, I deemed it insincere. Now, in the midst of the bustling street, under the watchful eyes of the public, I wish to ask, will you be my girlfriend? Yu Qian thought to herself. Where on earth did he produce that rose? She looked skeptically at the flower in Zhang Yifan's hand, struggling to comprehend how he had managed to conjure a rose. As the crowd around them grew, some even shouted, hurry and agree. Yu Qian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile, prepared to accept the flower when suddenly, a furious shout broke through the air. Yu Qian, dare you agree to this? Jiang Zheng, having come out to eat with his roommates, was about to enter the restaurant when he heard the commotion. Casting a casual glance, he scoffed, just a confession. What's with all the theatrics? How tacky. However, before he could finish his critique, he caught sight of the female lead in this unfolding drama. Her innocent demeanor and bashful expression, Yu Qian. In that moment, he felt a surge of anger and indignation, seeing her about to accept the flower. He dashed forward without a second thought. The crowd, hearing Jiang Zheng's voice, buzzed with excitement, their eyes darting between the three, as a melodramatic love triangle began to take shape in their minds. Zhang Yifan's confession was abruptly interrupted, and his expression instantly darkened. Yet, possessing remarkable composure, he swiftly regained his gentle and refreshing demeanor. Jiang Zheng observed Yu Qian standing in a daze, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over, effortlessly lifting Yu Qian and carrying her away from the crowd. Yu Qian, awkwardly perched over Jiang Zheng's shoulder, felt uncomfortable under the curious gazes of passers-by, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Jiang Zheng, what are you doing? Put me down, she protested, struggling momentarily, only to feel him tighten his grip. Regardless of her protests, Jiang Zheng remained silent, continuing to carry her along. In the end, Yu Qian resolved to cover her face, if others could not see her flushed cheeks. She could comfort herself with the notion that she had not lost face today. Jiang Zheng finally set Yu Qian down in a secluded pathway within the school. Frustration simmered within her as her carefully crafted plan was disrupted. She glared at Jiang Zheng, ready to unleash her anger, when he, in a tone of unprecedented seriousness, declared, Yu Qian, I like you. Chapter 30. Too young Yu Qian, I like you. Jiang Zheng's fingers clenched into a fist, his palms slick with perspiration as he fixed his gaze upon the girl before him, not wanting to miss a single expression that crossed her face. Upon hearing his words, Yu Qian's mind went blank. The anger that had just flared within her vanished without a trace, replaced by shock and confusion. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Yu Qian stuttered, her words tumbling out in a disarray. It's not sudden. I have always liked you. I originally planned to confess when you turned 18, but Jiang Zheng felt as if his head were about to explode with jealousy. The precious fruit he had carefully nurtured was finally on the verge of ripening, only for someone to dare to interfere. Don't change the subject. You can only choose to answer whether you like me or not. Jiang Zheng's tone turned stern. Yu Qian, her thoughts in turmoil, finally managed to say, Is this really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Jiang Zheng retorted, You're too young. Too young? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Zheng erupted. You haven't even seen me properly. How can you say I'm young? Yu Qian, that is an insult. Realizing Jiang Zheng had misunderstood her intent, Yu Qian's face flushed crimson. How had their conversation escalated so quickly? I meant, no, that is not what I meant, she stammered, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. I'm saying you're too young for a relationship. Jiang Zheng's anger only intensified as he looked at Yu Qian with a cold smirk. So that guy from earlier is older, is he? Have you even looked at yourself? You're not even 18 yet. Do you expect to find someone in their 30s? Yu Qian, do you truly fancy that guy? Is that why you're so hastily offering such a flimsy excuse? Yu Qian felt a wave of frustration. She genuinely believed Jiang Zheng was too young, having been 21 in her past life. The fact that Jiang Zheng was only 18 gave her the unsettling impression of an older cow grazing on tender grass. Indeed, she was the old cow. Seeing Yu Qian remain silent, Jiang Zheng assumed she truly liked the boy they had just encountered. A bitter sensation filled his heart as he observed Yu Qian's intentionally dressed appearance, which only enhanced his jealousy. No, I don't like that guy, Yu Qian exclaimed, raising her voice in protest. You don't like him, yet you dressed up for him? You don't like him, yet you were ready to accept his confession? You don't like him, yet you turned down my invitation to dine with him? Jiang Zhang's mounting frustration reached a boiling point, driving him to madness. Yu Qian, you better come up with a better reason. Otherwise, I will go confront that guy. What could Yu Qian possibly say? Explain the circumstances of her past life? The mere thought was unfathomable. I swear, I truly don't like him. He is nothing but a scoundrel. A friend of mine was deceived by him, and I intend to gather evidence of his infidelities. Yu Qian substituted Wang Jiejie with a generic friend in her explanation. Really? Jiang Zheng still harbored doubts. Really? I swear on my life, Yu Qian declared earnestly, raising 3 fingers. If I liked Zhang Yifan, may lightning strike me down. Jiang Zheng, this is unacceptable. You must swear that if you like him, he will be rendered incapable of procreation. It must be devoid of humanity. Yu Qian. Fortunately, the scoundrel is not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly confront Jiang Zheng in a fit of rage. Despite her thoughts, Yu Qian complied with Jiang Zheng's demands and recited her oath anew. Jiang Zheng's anger subsided somewhat, yet his tone remained tinged with acidity. For the sake of your friend, you are prepared to sacrifice yourself? I must say, Yu Qian, I never realized you possessed such a saintly disposition. You dare to seduce that scoundrel. Why not attempt to seduce me instead? Yu Qian, why? Would I want to seduce you? Jiang Zheng, do not attempt to sidestep the issue. You have yet to declare whether you harbor feelings for me. Yu Qian's lips parted, yet the words eluded her. Her mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts. To claim she did not like Jiang Zheng would be disingenuous, for her heartbeat betrayed her true feelings. However, she struggled to overcome the mental barrier to her. This was a relationship akin to a brother-sister dynamic, as she had always envisioned her ideal partner to be 3 or 4 years her senior. Yet, is it not often said that a woman 3 years older cradles golden bricks? Observing Yu Qian's expression, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He exhaled deeply and gravely stated, I will not press you now. I had intended to wait until you turned 18 to confess my feelings. In the next 4 months, take the time to ponder this matter. With a pause, Jiang Zheng continued, his tone cool. Of course, you must ensure that I do not discover you have sought out that scoundrel again. Otherwise, I shall break his legs. Is that understood? Yu Qian nodded obediently. Jiang Zheng fell silent, escorting her back to the girls' dormitory. Upon her return, Yu Qian discovered that Zhang Yifan had sent her a WeChat message, inquiring about whom she had left with and whether she had sustained any injuries. Seeing the message, Yu Qian scoffed, decisively deleting the scoundrel's WeChat account. After all, Jiang Zheng had already disrupted her life, and it was futile to maintain contact with someone so toxic. Sighing, Yu Qian lay down on her bed, feeling somewhat despondent. Initially, she had intended to swiftly expose the scoundrel's true nature, yet it seemed she would have to meticulously gather evidence against him. How many more girls would suffer in the process? Yu Qian's obsession with this matter ran deep. She often recalled her past life, where Wang Jiejie's tears were invariably shed because of this man. Their numerous quarrels had left her sensitive and vulnerable, entirely consumed by the turmoil of romance. The bond between the 4 of them had been strained due to this man. As Yu Qian's thoughts spiraled, she found herself unexpectedly contemplating Jiang Zheng. Though his actions had been somewhat brusque that night, she had inevitably felt the firmness of his back, which exuded a sense of reliability. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng returned to his dormitory, seething with anger. After sitting in silence for a while, he remembered he had yet to have dinner and was beginning to feel the pangs of hunger. He called his roommates, requesting that they bring back some food. Subsequently, he sat in contemplation. Although Yu Qian had sworn her oath, doubts lingered in his mind. With thoughts of that man resurfacing, Jiang Zheng made another call, determined to uncover every detail about him. When Jiang Zheng's roommates returned, they found him with a melancholic expression, holding his phone, taking selfies. Upon seeing his roommates, he did not shy away. Instead, he softly inquired, Do you think I am handsome? His roommates responded with silence. Wu Qi remarked, Brother Jiang is the heartthrob of our finance department. How could he not be handsome? With this affirmation, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, when compared to Zhang Yifan, he was evidently more attractive and alluring. Unless Yu Qian had truly lost her discerning eye, she would undoubtedly choose him. However, recalling the unattractive pets Yu Qian kept, which she found endearing despite their plainness, made him ponder if perhaps there was something amiss with her judgment. He was soon reminded of Yu Qian's teasing remark about his youth, which furrowed his brow in contemplation. Coming from a single-parent household without a father figure, it was said that individuals lacking paternal affection often sought partners who were slightly older. Could it be that Yu Qian was similarly inclined? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Zheng's expression darkened, and he turned to his roommates once more, asking, "Do you think I appear old?" His roommates exchanged glances, puzzled, and one of them muttered, "Is Brother Zhang's mind not quite right tonight?" Chapter 31. Photographed Jiang Zheng's roommates exchanged glances and then began to shower him with compliments. How could our Jiang brother be considered old? He is clearly in the prime of his youth, radiating vigor and vitality. Indeed, that face of his is undeniably youthful. How could he possibly be aging? As Jiang Zheng listened, his dissatisfaction grew. He touched his face, pondering how he might present himself as more mature. Ever since Jiang Zheng had made his feelings clear, Yu Qian found their interactions to be oddly unsettling. For instance, at this moment, although they were gathered together for a meal just as they had in high school, she felt that Jiang Zheng's presence was overwhelmingly pronounced, to the point that she barely acknowledged Lin Yan beside her. Her mind wandered throughout the meal, and she lost track of when Lin Yan and Bai Qiming had departed, only to realize afterward that she was left alone with Jiang Zheng. "Little fish, come. I have something to show you." Jiang Zheng returned to his usual carefree demeanor. Yu Qian awkwardly stood still as Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow and pulled her closer, presenting his phone to her. "What is it?" Yu Qian mumbled, leaning in to look at his screen. What met her eyes were intimate photographs of Zhang Yifan with girls in training uniforms. Yu Qian exclaimed internally, "What?" She had thought that since they had only been in university for a little over half a month, that scoundrel would not have made a move yet. Little did she expect that he had already acted, and with 3 girls at that. Her anger was boiling over, her fingers moving rapidly across the screen. Jiang Zheng, meanwhile, shared his findings. "I had someone investigate his high school background. This scoundrel is a habitual offender. In his second year, he was caught for early romance. But the girl insisted that Zhang Yifan had pursued her without her consent. Ultimately, the school, taking into account Zhang Yifan's excellent grades, chose to downplay the incident. However, he retaliated afterward, pursuing 2 girls simultaneously in his senior year, which caused quite a stir at their school, even leading to 1 girl being expelled. Yet, Zhang Yifan seemed to suffer no consequences. As Yu Qian scrolled to the last image, she saw Zhang Yifan's early romance partner, who indeed looked quite innocent. Though she understood the context, it did nothing to quell her fury. Whoever owes a debt must repay it. This indiscriminate assault is nothing short of despicable. At the rate this scoundrel operates, I shudder to think of how many victims Wang Jiejia was in his past life. "Little fish, how do you wish to handle this?" Jiang Zheng asked with a relaxed expression. When he first received the information, he too had been taken aback. This man was truly a disgrace among men. However, he felt a sense of relief, knowing Yu Qian could never harbor feelings for such a rogue. How to handle it? Naturally, we shall expose him on campus networks. I want to see how he continues to flirt with girls thereafter. Yu Qian was itching to confront him immediately. Hearing her words, Jiang Zheng smiled even wider. "Leave this matter to me. Just wait and see the outcome." Having spoken, he swiftly withdrew his phone, denying Yu Qian the opportunity to intervene. Intrigued by Jiang Zheng's methods, Yu Qian patiently awaited a full day until Jiang Zheng sent her a link. Upon clicking, she was greeted by an eye-catching title: "Learn to charm women from a scoundrel, a harem of 3,000 awaits." As she scrolled through the post, it elaborated on Zhang Yifan's tumultuous romantic history, complete with photographs. Jiang Zheng had thoughtfully blurred the faces of the women involved. Yet Zhang Yifan's visage was magnified in stark clarity, unmistakable to anyone who laid eyes upon it. Yu Qian noted that the post resided on the campus forum, already attracting responses. "Jiang Zheng, I have shared this post on the campus forum, as well as in all major WeChat groups, and even sent a copy to their counselor. Are you satisfied now?" Satisfied was an understatement. Yu Qian generously lavished praise upon Jiang Zheng. Indeed, in the following days, Zhang Yifan's notoriety surged throughout the school. even garnering attention from the administration, who had summoned him for discussions on several occasions. The scoundrel had undeniably become a household name. However, since his transgressions were primarily moral in nature and had not yet resulted in any tangible harm, the school issued only verbal warnings. During these days, Zhang Yifan experienced the discomfort of being universally scorned, his typically gentle demeanor giving way to a morose countenance. He racked his brain in vain, unable to discern who was orchestrating this vendetta against him. Yu Qian, however, was thoroughly pleased with the outcome, as long as he could no longer deceive young women. She felt content. As for those who had read the post and were still misled, she could do little to assist them. Delighted, Yu Qian shared the post in the Heavenly Fairies squad group, which unsurprisingly ignited a collective outrage. Wang Jiejie and Fang Yin were particularly fierce in their denunciations, and Yu Qian couldn't help but smile. This matter appeared to reach a conclusion. Ever since the unexpected confession, Jiang Zheng had developed a sense of urgency. He had always regarded Yu Qian with a quiet protectiveness, taking for granted her feelings towards him, never contemplating the possibility that she might not reciprocate. Yet now, uncertainty loomed. Matters of the heart were perplexing, much like his inexplicable affection for Yu Qian. Who could say whether she might unexpectedly develop feelings for another? Jiang Zheng realized he could no longer remain passive. This weekend, he, Yu Qian, Lin Yin Yin, and Bai Qiming returned to Xingyuan together. After showering, as he prepared to don his attire, a spontaneous idea struck him while gazing into the mirror. With a smirk, he delayed putting on his clothes and instead grabbed his phone, adjusted the angle, and snapped a photo of his sculpted abs, which he then sent to Yu Qian without hesitation. While Yu Qian was engrossed in an anime, she received Jiang Zheng's WeChat message and, without a second thought, opened it. Subsequently, she distinctly heard the sound of her own gulp. Her eyes fixated on the semi-nude photograph, admiring the pale, defined abdomen and the chiseled abs, exuding an undeniable allure. As her mind grappled with the unexpected sight, another WeChat message arrived. Jay, sorry, I sent that to the wrong person. I was comparing abs with Bai Qiming. The timeout cannot be reversed. You may as well delete it yourself. Yu Qian, not fully understanding her impulsive response, remarked, since this is a competition, why not send me Ming GEs as well? I shall provide my critique. Upon seeing Yu Qian's reply, Jiang Zheng let out a cold scoff. Did she wish to see Bai Qiming's? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. As long as he remained, Yu Qian would only have access to his. Not feeling disheartened by Jiang Zheng's silence, Yu Qian reopened the photograph and quietly saved it. Subsequently, she shifted to the Heavenly Fairy squad group and composed a message. It's you, not she. What does it signify when a man sends you a half-fruit photo? Yu Qian was not foolish. She was well aware that this was deliberately sent to her by Jiang Zheng. Chapter 32. The film as Yu Qian's words fell. An eerie silence enveloped the group for a fleeting second, only to be shattered by a flurry of messages. Ew, oh, beautiful lady, please share the image. Seeking the truth. My husband is Thor. Is it above or below? You. It's you, not she. Fang Yan's perspective was indeed refreshingly unique, causing the corners of Yu Qian's mouth to twitch involuntarily. As for the request for an image, she chose to feign ignorance. My husband is Thor. I'm guessing it's a male surnamed Jiang. Upon reading Fang Yan's comment, Yu Qian nearly dropped her phone in shock. Could it be that Jiang Zheng had revealed his feelings long before, and she simply failed to notice? Is it really Jiang Zheng? Beautiful lady. It seems I missed something important. How come all of you appear to be in the know? Feeling conflicted, Yu Qian decided to clarify the events for her girlfriends in the group. After all, she was perpetually single, and the sudden onset of romance left her quite apprehensive, desperately in need of a strategist's insights. Yet, she had overestimated her fellow single friends. After watching the screen fill with messages for some time, no one offered any substantial advice, prompting her to let out a melancholic sigh. Truly, they were friends from her youth. In her past life, everyone but her had a boyfriend, and now she found herself the first to encounter romantic dilemmas, with no one to turn to for guidance. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, Yu Qian exited the group chat and subconsciously opened that photograph again. She felt an unfamiliar liquid at the corner of her mouth. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Hastily, she shut off her phone and buried herself under the covers, self-deceivingly shutting her eyes. Before long, she had truly lulled herself to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang, having waited a considerable time without receiving a reply from Yu Qian, furiously poked her avatar, then quietly opened a search engine. As a naive young man, he realized he needed to learn the art of wooing a girlfriend. Scanning a plethora of romantic phrases online, Jiang pondered thoughtfully, do girls genuinely enjoy such sweet nothings? Maintaining a mindset of trial and error, with the hope that Yu Qian might appreciate this approach, he silently crafted a line of affection. In the future, I wish to hold your hand and toast to our esteemed guests. No sooner had he sent it than Jiang regretted his impulsiveness. They weren't even in a relationship yet, and here he was contemplating marriage. Would this make Yu Qian think he was too eager? He quickly retracted the message. Since meeting you, I have felt immense happiness. How about you? No, that sounded overly sentimental. Withdraw. The myriad stars cannot compare to your radiance. Is this too flattering? No, retract. After several attempts followed by retractions, Jiang angrily closed the search engine, deeming its content utterly worthless. His finger lingered over the WeChat interface for an extended moment before he finally settled on a simple message. Good night, sweet dreams. My little fish. The following day, upon awakening, Yu Qian unlocked her phone and was met with a cascade of retracted messages, invoking a sense of anxious curiosity within her. What to do? She desperately wanted to know what Jiang had sent while she was asleep. Gazing at the final message, the good night, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. She had to admit that her feelings for Jiang were distinct. If other men sent her good night messages, her first thought would undoubtedly be that they were merely flirting. However, when it was Jiang bidding her good night, it brought her genuine joy. No, she couldn't allow herself to fall too quickly. That would certainly suggest she had harbored romantic intentions all along. After getting up and refreshing herself, Yu Qian descended the stairs, feeling invigorated. Uncle Bai and her mother had already left for work, and Bai Qiming had also vanished early in the morning. Yu Qian leisurely enjoyed her breakfast while observing the playful scuffle between the black and white dogs. The two canines chased each other, frolicking together, until suddenly, the black dog yelped in distress and lunged at the white one. What began as innocent play swiftly escalated into a genuine altercation. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Yu Qian hastily set down her chopsticks and rushed over to separate the two dogs. Bye. Blackie is your chosen partner. Brother, how could you bully her? Yu Qian admonished, exasperated as she pinched Bai's ear. Bai seemed unfazed by the reprimand, eagerly nudging his head towards Yu Qian's hand. She pushed him away in disdain and then comforted Blackie, intending to return to her breakfast. Just as she washed her hands, she noticed a certain young man striding confidently into the Bai residence. Shall we go to the aquarium later? Jiang casually seated himself at the dining table, watching Yu Qian as she ate. No, I prefer to stay at home, she replied without hesitation. After all, it was a hard-won weekend, and she was determined to be a blissful sloth. There was nothing particularly exciting outside. Hearing her refusal, Jiang frowned. Without a private space, how could he cultivate their relationship? To ensure he could spend time alone with Yu Qian, he had deliberately given 2 concert tickets to Lin Yin and Bai Qiming the previous day, finally managing to disperse the 2 distractions. How could the leading lady not make her appearance? Why stay at home? At least step outside for some fresh air, Jiang suggested. The air at home is quite pleasant, Yu Qian countered, displaying a resolute determination to remain indoors. Observing her firm stance, Jiang took a step back. If she was unwilling to go out, he proposed, isn't there a new anime, Force Spirit, that just premiered? How about coming over to my place to watch it? He had noticed Yu Qian had mentioned wanting to see it on her social media, and if she declined again, well, that would be amusing. Force Spirit? Yu Qian felt a pang of interest. I have a private cinema at home, and the viewing experience is exceptional. Jiang continued to entice her, akin to the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Clearly, targeting her weakness was effective, and Jiang, filled with satisfaction, led Yu Qian to his home's basement. The home theater at Jiang's residence was approximately 40 square meters, neither too large nor too small, an impulsive project initiated by his mother. The entire cinema was adorned in shades of gray, with several floor lamps arranged artfully around the room. Jiang Zheng turned on the lamps, casting a soft, warm light that created an intimate ambience. He guided Yu Qian to the seats and asked, "Which side would you like to sit on?" The cinema featured 2 side-by-side massage chairs on one side and a set of sofas on the other. Jiang Zheng intentionally guided Yu Qian to the sofa. The implication was unmistakable. However, she insisted on sitting in the chair. With a hint of excitement, Yu Qian plopped down onto the massage chair, relishing the novel experience of watching a film from such a seat. Jiang Zheng's smile faltered for a moment, and he let out a weary sigh. Well, he thought, let it be. He would take it slow. He adjusted the air conditioning, yet still concerned that Yu Qian might feel cold. He fetched a blanket and handed it to her. He then instructed the household helper to prepare some snacks, selected the film, and adjusted the volume. Once everything was in place, he settled down beside Yu Qian, using the remote to dim the lights, instantly creating an enchanting atmosphere for the movie. Chapter 33. Soft and bouncy as the film commenced, Yu Qian instantaneously immersed herself, her full attention fixated on the grand screen. Jiang Zheng, seated closely beside her, felt an insatiable itch within him. Why, he pondered, did this foolish girl not choose to sit on the sofa? Had she done so, they could have been much closer, rather than being in their current predicament, which irked him somewhat. At this moment, Yu Qian's mind was completely consumed by the film. The home theater, though compact, offered an exceptional auditory and visual experience. There were no cries of children, no whispers of couples, no intrusive phone ringtones, nor heads popping up from the front row. It surpassed any previous cinema experience she had ever encountered. In stark contrast to Yu Qian's engrossed demeanor, Jiang Zheng appeared somewhat disinterested. Initially, he worried that she might wish to discuss the film, so he forced himself to pay attention for a few minutes. However, upon realizing that Yu Qian preferred to watch alone, he soon lost the desire to even gaze at the screen. According to him, watching this anime was far less appealing than indulging in Ultraman. Reclining into his chair, he tilted his head to observe Yu Qian, surrounded by darkness, with only the screen's light illuminating her face. From his vantage point, he could discern the slightly disheveled strands of hair atop her head, while her eyes flickered like twinkling stars. Her nose, though not prominent, appeared exquisitely delicate, leading to her lips. Yu Qian occasionally laughed softly, her lips parting and closing in a delicate dance. Jiang Zheng's throat tightened, his gaze fixed intently on her lips, yearning to explore them for himself. He leaned closer, gradually angling his body towards her, drawn in by the sweet scent of bubblegum that enveloped him. The sound of his heartbeat drowned out the film's audio. His hands instinctively clenched into fists upon his lap. Closer, ever closer, just a fraction more, and he could rest his head on Yu Qian's shoulder. Surely, no one would intrude at this moment. The door was unlocked. He fervently hoped no one would enter. Thankfully, until he finally rested his head upon Yu Qian's shoulder, no one interrupted their intimate moment. Jiang Zheng felt the tension in her body beneath his head, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, though the sweat in his palms betrayed his emotions. He extended one hand, resting his elbow on the armrest between them for balance, while his head comfortably nestled against Yu Qian's shoulder. As he gently turned his head, a strand of her hair brushed against his cheek, sending a delightful shiver across his face. From the instant Jiang Zheng leaned upon her shoulder, Yu Qian froze, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind. Ultimately, one question lingered. Was it typically the girl who rested her head on the boy's shoulder? With Jiang Zheng's actions, she realized that merely tilting her head could allow her to kiss him. What should she do now? Should she push him away or allow him to stay for a moment longer? While she felt no intense aversion to Jiang Zheng's gesture, it was undeniably distracting her from the film. The entire room remained in a state of suspended animation, the movie progressing silently, as if they had both been pressed on pause, neither daring to break the silence. Eventually, it was Yu Qian who could no longer endure the awkwardness. Maintaining this position was proving uncomfortable, and her back began to ache. With her fingers rising and falling repeatedly, Yu Qian resolutely pushed Jiang Zheng's head. "Get up. My shoulder is sore." Jiang Zheng feeling the mischievous hand atop his head, reluctantly propped himself up, and with a teasing glance at Yu Qian, suggested, "How about I give you a massage?" "No." To preempt any further banter from Jiang Zheng, Yu Qian quickly interjected, "Don't disturb me while I'm watching the movie." Faced with her unwavering stance, Jiang Zheng suppressed the stirrings of his heart. After 2 hours of film, both were left unsatisfied. Yu Qian felt a twinge of anger as the well-crafted movie was rendered unwatchable by Jiang Zheng's antics. As the screen faded to black and the room succumbed to darkness, only their breaths echoed in the silence. Even a tree has found its guardian spirit. When will I ever have a girlfriend? What do you think, little fish? Jiang Zheng's voice, deliberately lowered, carried a hint of grievance. The words he uttered echoed the film they had just seen, and upon hearing him speak in such a somber tone, Yu Qian's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the surrounding darkness spared her from complete embarrassment. Flustered and anxious, Yu Qian chose not to respond but instead posed another question. "I saw several retracted messages on WeChat today. What did you retract?" "Jiang Zheng, I'm not inclined to answer that question." Sensing his silence, Yu Qian's curiosity intensified, prompting her to press further. Was it another photo? Now, it was Jiang Zheng's turn to feel flustered. He replied stiffly, "If you answer my question, I'll tell you what I sent last night." In the darkness, they exchanged silent glances, neither willing to break the quiet. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Yu Qian stealthily rose, intending to make her way to the exit. Yet, as she took a step, she inadvertently stepped on Jiang Zheng's outstretched calf, causing them both to scream in unison. Jiang Zheng winced in pain, while Yu Qian lost her balance and fell forward. Hearing her shriek, Jiang Zheng instinctively jumped up, eager to assist her, but upon touching her, he realized the sensation was not quite right. It was neither her shoulder nor her waist, but rather soft and somewhat bouncy. With a swift motion, Yu Qian smacked his hand away from her backside, her face burning with embarrassment. "Jiang Zheng, where are your hands wandering?" Hearing her admonishment, Jiang Zheng's heart raced, and the lingering sensation in his palm was tantalizing. Yu Qian hurriedly scrambled to her feet, no longer daring to move about recklessly, and indignantly retorted, "Why don't you turn on the lights?" Only then did Jiang Zheng snap out of his reverie, hastily fumbling for the remote on the chair and turning on the lights. As the darkness yielded to brightness, Yu Qian squinted, shielding her eyes. A grin that was impossible to suppress adorned Jiang Zheng's face as he scrutinized Yu Qian, asking, "Are you all right? Did you hurt anywhere?" After adjusting to the light, Yu Qian lowered her hand and, gazing at his beaming countenance, felt a mix of irritation and warmth. "I'm fine. I didn't get hurt." The room was entirely carpeted, rendering any falls less painful. However, it was Jiang Zheng who bore the brunt of the encounter. "Are your feet all right?" Yu Qian inquired. "I'm fine," Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, shaking his head, a broad smile adorning his lips. If a mere step could yield such delightful benefits, he would not mind Yu Qian stepping on him a few more times. Reflecting on the brief moment they had shared, he felt a tinge of regret. He had only experienced the softness beneath his hand fleetingly, and yearned for more. Jiang Zheng absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers together, observing his reminiscent expression. Yu Qian felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, wishing to strike his face a few times. Ultimately, she chose to retreat like a timid snail, offering him a hasty greeting before fleeing from the Jiang residence without a backward glance. Yu Qian dashed into her room. "Ah!" She buried herself beneath the covers, letting out a muffled scream. Indeed, she should not have ventured out today. Now, to her dismay, even her backside had been subject to unwanted attention. Chapter 34. Are you not worried about me? Yu Qian tossed and turned in bed, her face still ablaze long after the moment had passed. Everything had seemed perfectly normal until Jiang Zheng confessed his feelings. Ever since then, she found herself blushing uncontrollably. Yu Qian felt a pang of self-reproach for succumbing so swiftly. She should have at least waited until her birthday, allowing Jiang Zheng to profess his love once more before acquiescing. She silently covered her face, fully aware that she was hopelessly ensnared. What folly to entertain thoughts of a May-December romance. After living 2 lifetimes, she was finally embarking on her first love. In the university campus, handsome men and beautiful women were always the center of attention, particularly the newly arrived by Qiming and Jiangzheng, both hailed as the campus heartthrobs of Jing University. In contrast to Bai Qiming's aloof demeanor, which rendered him seemingly unattainable, Jiangzheng enjoyed a higher popularity among the students. With his alluring peach blossom eyes and an ever-present smile, he radiated warmth and charm that captivated all who beheld him. Although Jiangzheng and Yu Qian had been inseparable since their arrival at school, neither had ever acknowledged a romantic relationship. Nonetheless, many brave young women approached Jiangzheng to express their affections. Most would concede defeat after a single rejection, yet there were exceptions, as exemplified by the current situation. Jiangzheng gazed at the girl before him, clad in a black crop top and a white jacket, her heavily made-up visage reflecting his irritation. He glanced up the stairs, wondering why Yu Qian had yet to appear. Lin Yanyan had made dinner plans in the cafeteria with a few friends, and while Bai Qiming accompanied her, Jiangzheng had come to collect Yu Qian from the girls' dormitory. However, he had just arrived when this girl had latched onto him. "Hey, handsome, let's add each other as friends. Since we're both single, we could hang out," she said, presenting her WeChat QR code with a flirtatious wink. Jiangzheng replied curtly, "Sorry, I'm not interested. Please leave." Undeterred by his rejection, the girl persisted, "Oh, come on, we're adults now. What is wrong with having more friends? You can chat with me whenever you're bored." Jiangzheng's impatience grew palpable. He typically refrained from using harsh language, but when pushed, he spared no one. "Could you please stop looking at me with that ridiculous expression? It's genuinely off-putting. If you lack self-awareness, I suggest you take a good look in the mirror. It's better to hurt yourself than to inflict harm on others. Moreover, I recall rejecting you in the lecture hall last time. Was my previous refusal not clear enough for you, leading you to believe that I, Jiangzheng, am someone who would entertain any offer?" This was the first time the girl had been so brutally rebuffed, and her expression shifted dramatically. Yet, she stiffened and retorted, "I merely wanted to add you as a friend. Why are you being so harsh?" Jiangzheng stepped back, disdain evident in his eyes. "Let me offer you some advice. Do not hold yourself in such high regard. Your WeChat is as worthless as trash. It does not imply that my own is of the same caliber." The girl was infuriated by Jiangzheng's disparagement, trembling with rage, yet resolutely retorting, "If you won't add me, then so be it. There's no need to speak so harshly. Is it merely because you have a bit of wealth and a pleasing appearance?" Upon hearing her words, Jiangzheng was both amused and enraged. "You have no shame. Why should I restrain myself? What relevance does my family's wealth or my looks have to you? At least I possess a modicum of self-awareness, unlike you, who adorns yourself each day in a garish attempt to appear presentable. It must be exhausting. You have a head on your shoulders, yet hardly translates to any semblance of dignity. You don't even grant yourself respect, yet you expect me to do so. Why hasn't the government considered using your visage for research on bulletproof vests?" The two stood beneath the girls' dormitory, surrounded by numerous passers-by who overheard their heated exchange. Many onlookers sided with Jiangzheng, while curious girls discreetly gathered at a distance, some even recording the spectacle on their phones. Jiangzheng remained unfazed, and by the time Yu Qian descended the stairs, a crowd had formed at the dormitory entrance. Through the throng, Yu Qian spotted Jiangzheng and hurriedly made her way through, witnessing firsthand how mercilessly he treated the girl. With a complex gaze, Yu Qian looked at Jiangzheng, suddenly feeling the terror that the character Yu Qian experienced in the book when Jiangzheng berated her. The girl being scolded remained rooted in place, trembling with red-rimmed eyes, seemingly unable to leave, glancing at Jiangzheng intermittently, even disregarding the pleas of familiar faces to depart. Seeing her shameless demeanor, Jiangzheng lost interest in berating her further. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Yu Qian, and upon looking up, he noticed her standing amidst the crowd with a complex expression. His demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was the earlier arrogance and disdain, replaced by a look of grievance and discontent as he strode toward her. "Why did you take so long to come down? Look, I've been entangled in this mess waiting for you." As he spoke, he took Yu Qian by the hand and led her outside, his abrupt change in attitude eliciting gasps from the girls behind them. "What has happened?" Yu Qian pondered, aware that while Jiangzheng could be sharp-tongued, he wasn't one to lash out indiscriminately. Her curiosity piqued regarding how the girl had provoked his ire. Ah, just a siren trying to ensnare me. But I saw through her facade. Jiang was reluctant to discuss the girl, yet continued, "You see, there are always girls eager to attach themselves to me. Aren't you the slightest bit concerned that someone might steal me away?" His tone was laden with feigned grievance. Yu Qian remained silent, and Jiang pressed on. "Will you finally grant me a title? I'm overwhelmed by these unwanted advances." Though his tone was playful, Yu Qian discerned the seriousness in his eyes, causing her to awkwardly turn her head away as she murmured, "Didn't you say you would confess again on my birthday?" They stood close enough that their hands brushed against each other during the conversation, and even in a hushed tone, Jiang clearly heard her words. Jiang blinked in disbelief, and a wave of immense joy washed over him. Did Yu Qian's words convey the very meaning he had hoped for? Contemplating this, Jiang boldly inquired, "When I confess again, will you accept?" Yu Qian's cheeks flushed anew. Was such a question not redundant? Surely. The understanding was implicit. Why must it be uttered aloud? Noticing Yu Qian's gaze cast downward, avoiding him, Jiang stepped in front of her path, obstinately pressing, "You will accept." "Want to you?" Yu Qian, flustered and indignant, retorted, "If you keep asking, it won't just be an acceptance." She challenged him, "So if I don't ask, that means I agree?" Jiang arrived at this conclusion, his heart brimming with elation, his smile irrepressible. Observing Yu Qian's somewhat flustered demeanor, he contemplated asking if now was an opportune moment for confession, but upon noticing her ears flushed with crimson, he resolved to allow her a bit more time to gather herself. Furthermore, he wished to be adequately prepared before making his declaration. With renewed vigor, Jiang caught up to Yu Qian, joyfully leading her outside the campus. Chapter 35. A bite for me. The restaurant chosen by Lin Yin was not far from the school. Jiang and Yu Qian opted to walk rather than drive. Upon arriving at the establishment, they ascended directly to a private room on the second floor. "Qian, come sit here." Lin Yin joyfully beckoned Yu Qian to take a seat beside her. Turning to Bai Qiming, who had been seated next to her, she added, "Qiming, you can sit with Zhang. I want to enjoy cake with Qian." She gestured towards the 6-inch blueberry cake that had been tantalizing her for quite some time. Bai Qiming glanced at Yu Qian and Jiang, seemingly indifferent as he remarked, "I sense that Qian does not wish to sit with you." Yu Qian replied, "I do not. You're talking nonsense." Before Yu Qian could retort further, Jiang gently guided her to the seat opposite Lin Yin. "You two can still enjoy it together from across the table, right, little fish?" he added, almost casually brushing his fingers across Yu Qian's palm. Feeling somewhat fatigued by the two scheming men, Yu Qian found herself unable to voice her concerns in front of the oblivious Lin Yin, and could only manage a reluctant nod in her direction. Observing that the seating arrangement had settled, Lin Yin did not insist further, producing a plate and fork for Yu Qian, sharing the delectable cake with her. Bai Qiming summoned a waiter, indicating they were ready for their meal, then turned back to Lin Yin, his brow furrowing slightly. "Try to eat less. We'll be having dinner soon." He found Lin Yin's preference for sweets over meals quite vexing, yet he couldn't bring himself to be stern with her. Lin Yin nonchalantly nodded, still exuberantly indulging in the cake, entirely disregarding Bai Qiming's advice. Jiang, however, leaned in, his gaze fixated with interest on Yu Qian as she savored the dessert, watching the cake gradually disappear in her mouth, his eyes unwittingly smoldering with intensity. He cleared his throat and leaned closer to Yu Qian, whispering, "Little fish, I would like to taste a bite as well." Jiang leaned in so closely that his breath brushed against Yu Qian's neck, causing her to stiffen immediately. In a fluster, she glanced at Lin Yin across the table, who remained engrossed in her cake. Yu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't corrupted the child. "There's more over there. Help yourself," she said, leaning slightly away and gesturing for Jiang to take it himself. Disregarding the cake on the table, Jiang's eyes roved suggestively over Yu Qian's lips as he stated, "You can feed me a bite with your fork." He emphasized the words "your fork" with particular weight. Bai Qiming, overhearing their exchange, lifted his gaze to Jiang with a cold stare, hoping he would temper his flirtations, but alas, Jiang Zheng remained oblivious. Yu Qian thought to herself, haven't they yet defined their relationship? Must they be so flirtatious in public? Bai Gu's eyes are practically daggers, feeling the weight of her predicament. Yu Qian's hand trembled slightly around the fork as she witnessed Jiang Zheng leaning in closer. In a moment of quick thinking, she thrust a sizable piece of cake in her mouth, attempting to stifle her embarrassment. The large morsel nearly choked her, causing her to roll her eyes in distress. With remnants of cream and cake clinging stubbornly to her lips, Jiang Zheng was momentarily bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He hastily retrieved a tissue to assist Yu Qian in wiping her mouth, while gently patting her back to help her regain her composure. Lin Yin, equally startled, quickly poured a glass of water for Yu Qian to alleviate her discomfort. As Yu Qian finally managed to swallow, Lin Yin cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Zheng, saying, "Ah Zheng, why do you behave like a child, fighting with girls over food? It's truly immature." Fighting over food? Jiang Zheng, upon hearing Lin Yin's accusation, cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Qiming. What could be more painful than the one you love remaining oblivious to your feelings? He smiled flamboyantly at Lin Yin, insisting, "I did not fight. I merely wished for Xiao Yu to feed me with her fork." Silence. Both Yu Qian and Bai Qiming interjected simultaneously, halting Jiang Zheng. Yu Qian, noticing Lin Yin's innocent gaze, felt that Jiang Zheng had tarnished her reputation and wished he wouldn't corrupt such a Na'vi girl. Although Lin Yin was half a year older than Yu Qian and had reached adulthood, she remained remarkably innocent. This innocence was not a derogatory term, but rather an authentic portrayal of Lin Yin. She had grown up under the protective wings of her parents, brother, Bai Qiming, and Jiang Zheng, in a remarkably pure environment. Prior to Yu Qian, she had no close female friends to share her thoughts and feelings with. Consequently, while other girls experienced the pangs of first love and secret crushes, she had never encountered such emotions nor shared them with anyone. Thus, despite her high intelligence, her emotional quotient was as pristine as that of a child. In the presence of Lin Yin, Yu Qian unconsciously assumed a sisterly role. Engaging in playful banter with a minor, Yu Qian found herself overwhelmed by the stimulation. Bai Qiming glared coldly at Jiang Zheng, as if ready to sever their brotherly bond should he utter another inappropriate remark. Under the twin glares of indignation, Jiang Zheng sulkily pouted, internally cursing Bai Qiming for his unrequited love. Lin Yin was already an adult, yet he had not confessed his feelings, waiting for her to wake up to reality. Even if it meant Bai Qiming remained single for eternity. Lin Yin, perplexed by the tense atmosphere among the group, wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the arrival of the serving staff shattered the awkward silence. Qian, the Huaiyang cuisine here is exceptionally authentic. Though not spicy, it is truly delectable. You must try it, Lin Yin enthusiastically recommended to Yu Qian. With a smile, Yu Qian acknowledged her suggestion and swiftly placed a morsel of food into Jiang Zheng's bowl, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she urged, "Hurry and eat. Eat. When food is on the table, let us refrain from conversation." Yu Qian genuinely felt apprehensive. She feared nothing in the world, yet the thought of Jiang Zheng making inappropriate remarks terrified her. Jiang Zheng, unperturbed by Yu Qian's demeanor, joyfully began to savor the dishes in his bowl. After sampling a piece of tender shrimp, Yu Qian was instantly captivated by its exquisite flavor, quickly swallowing it before eagerly sampling other dishes. Just as Jiang Zheng prepared to speak after finishing his meal, Yu Qian promptly used the communal chopsticks to serve him several dishes, attempting to silence him with an abundance of food. By the end of the meal, Jiang Zheng was so stuffed that he found no desire to speak, a result that both Yu Qian and Bai Qiming found quite agreeable. As they exited the restaurant, Lin Yin expressed her intention to return home, prompting Bai Qiming to accompany her. Yu Qian waved goodbye to Lin Yin with a cheerful smile, but once the two were out of sight, she turned to Jiang Zheng with an expression devoid of emotion and remarked, "Could you perhaps tone it down in front of Yin?" Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. "You all seem to regard her as a child. Let us not forget, you're even younger than she is." Observing Yu Qian's disapproval, he added, "Surely, you've noticed Qiming's feelings. If no one were to stir the pot, Do you truly believe Nian Yin would awaken to her emotions? Yu Qian took a deep breath, questioning why she should meddle in others' affairs. If Minggu isn't anxious, why should you be? Do you think you're the matchmaker here? Jiang Zheng, amused by Yu Qian's fierce demeanor reminiscent of a little lion, replied, If I were a matchmaker, I would bind us together with an unbreakable wire. Yu Qian felt exasperated, wondering how the conversation had shifted back to her. She steadied herself and forced a smile at Jiang Zheng. I suddenly feel that being single suits me quite well. Fortunately, I do not have a boyfriend. Jiang Zheng responded, all right, as for them, I will do whatever my girlfriend asks. He wore an expression that conveyed, just so. You decide. If it weren't for his sympathy towards Bai Qiming, he would hardly concern himself with others' romantic entanglements. Having fully retreated into silence, Yu Qian thought to herself that Jiang Zheng would inevitably find himself on the receiving end of Bai Qiming's wrath one day due to his loose tongue, for there was indeed precedent for such occurrences. Chapter 36. The heartbreak grass upon returning to her dormitory. Yu Qian was taken aback by the sudden blast of music as she opened the door. Han Yun was applying a facial mask, and, upon noticing Yu Qian's arrival, hastily turned down the volume. You're back. Han Yun greeted her with a cheerful smile. Yes, where are the others? Yu Qian placed the boxes of strawberries on the table and went to sit on her chair, taking off her shoes. They went out to eat. They haven't returned yet. Han Yun replied. Is that so? Yu Qian refrained from asking whether Han Yun had eaten, knowing full well that she likely had not, and was simply waiting for the others to bring back food. After all, more than half a semester had passed, and they had grown accustomed to each other's quirks. Take Han Yun, for instance. She was generous and straightforward, yet undeniably lazy. She often lounged in their dorm during her free time, relying on her roommates for food. In comparison, Yu Qian felt she was unworthy of the title homebody. Once Yu Qian had changed her shoes and washed her hands, she opened one box of strawberries, washed them, and offered them to Han Yun. Here, have some strawberries. Thank you, Han Yun said, taking one without hesitation, carefully biting into it while tilting her head back to chew. Did Jiang Zheng buy these? Han Yun asked with a teasing glint in her eyes as she savored the strawberry. It was no wonder she speculated that the two of them resembled a couple, despite Yu Qian's persistent denials. After all, in the myriad of photos captured on campus, aside from those taken in classrooms, Yu Qian could be found in nearly every one of them with Jiang Zheng. Caught off guard by the question, Yu Qian retorted somewhat irritably, just eat your strawberries. So, you're not denying that Jiang Zheng bought them, Han Yun remarked, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under the playful scrutiny, Yu Qian placed half of the strawberry in Han Yun's bowl and hurried back to her own seat. Gazing at the strawberries, a smile crept into Yu Qian's eyes. Earlier, on her way back, she had seen a girl playfully dragging her boyfriend to buy fruit. Without hesitation, Jiang Zheng had pulled Yu Qian into the fruit shop, insisting she choose whatever she wanted while he took care of the bill. His demeanor suggested, I have a card. Feel free to swipe it, as if he had taken it upon himself to sponsor the entire fruit store. This display left Yu Qian bemused, wondering just how many domineering CEO novels he had read in private. She already had oranges and kiwis she had purchased, and had no intention of buying more fruit. Yet Jiang Zheng lingered in the store, and she did not wish to attract attention by resisting him. Ultimately, she randomly grabbed a box of strawberries for him to pay for. However, Jiang Zheng insisted that one box was insufficient and added another to her selection. As they walked, Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng's determined demeanor, carrying two boxes of strawberries that seemed so at odds with his usual aura of sophistication. It was both amusing and infuriating. Jiang Zheng was learning how to love her, and she could feel it. Although his antics were sometimes laughable, they brought a genuine smile to her face, and she envisioned a joyful future walking alongside him. With a smile in her eyes, Yu Qian enjoyed her strawberries when her phone vibrated. She opened it to find a message from Jiang Zheng, 42 days. A single number, laid in with mutual understanding. Under the daily countdown of Jiang Zheng, Yu Qian felt the approach of her birthday more acutely than ever before. In the past, it was her mother and Qiyu who reminded her of the occasion. However, this time, she found herself somewhat looking forward to it, curious about how Jiang Zheng would express his feelings. As the weather began to turn cooler, Yuqian took the opportunity to bring her thicker clothes back to the dormitory over the weekend. Yuqian, the day after tomorrow is New Year's Day. Our senior in the club mentioned that we're organizing a social event. Are you going? Zhao Na, sitting beside her, looked at Yuqian with excitement. A social? I don't want to go. Yuqian quickly shook her head, realizing that attending such an event would surely drive Jiangzheng mad. Moreover, she had little interest in mingling and feasting with a group of strangers. Come on, Han Yun and Zhang Qiuli are going. Our dormitory needs to be complete. Zhao Na pouted, clinging to Yuqian's arm. I really don't want to go, Yuqian insisted firmly. Zhao Na, are you silly? Qian already has a boyfriend. What is the point of attending social? Are you trying to make Jiangzheng jealous? Han Yun looked at Zhao Na as if she were being foolish. Right? Aren't you afraid Jiangzheng will come after you for this? Zhang Qiuli chuckled, adding, if you take Qian along and Jiangzheng shows up, we want to be able to help you. Oh, that's true. Yuqian isn't single anymore. Zhao Na suddenly recalled Jiangzheng's existence, shivering at the thought. She could only blame Yuqian for being so low-key that she hadn't considered this matter. Ever since Jiangzheng's video of scolding others circulated on the campus network, his nickname had shifted from Campus Heartthrob to Heartbreak Grass. They all imagined themselves in the position of the girl who had been scolded. They would likely be devastated and withdrawn. Despite his captivating looks, his sharp tongue left no room for mercy. Truly, he was a heartbreak to behold. Following that incident, no one dared to approach Jiangzheng again. Thanks for the reminder, sisters. I almost made a grave mistake. Zhao Na dramatically patted her chest, expressing her gratitude to Zhang Qiuli and Han Yun. Yuqian observed the exaggerated performance of her friends with a sense of amusement. Although Jiangzheng was not her boyfriend yet, she had no intention of refuting their words. Qian, I want to ask you a question. Zhang Qiuli turned her chair to face Yuqian, her expression brimming with curiosity. Has Jiangzheng ever scolded you? The other two listened intently, eagerly awaiting Qian's response. Why would he scold me? Yuqian found the question rather perplexing. Because Jiangzheng scolds with such authority. I believe he must practice regularly. Zhang Qiuli replied earnestly. What a far-fetched reason. Just because Jiangzheng was skilled at scolding. Does that mean he uses her as a target for practice? Couldn't it be that he is simply exceptionally talented? Yuqian felt both amused and bewildered. You're being silly. People are different. Han Yun took a picture of Qiuli and remarked, you see, Qian is his girlfriend. How can she be compared to other girls? A girlfriend is meant to be cherished, right? Qian? Han Yun then turned his gaze to Yuqian, suddenly shifting topics. So, how does he behave when he's upset? Does he choose to kiss you or embrace you? Yuqian. The more they inquired, the more outrageous it became. Their relationship was undeniably a pure platonic bond, not even a proper romance yet. Unfortunately, no one would believe such a truth. Chapter 37. New Year's gift on the day of New Year's. Zhao Na and her companions rose early to prepare, only venturing out by noon. Yuqian, rarely afforded the luxury of leisure, lay in bed, savoring the tranquility of the quiet dormitory. Alas, such serene moments are often meant to be disrupted. Upon seeing Jiangzheng's name flashing on her phone, she momentarily considered hanging up and returning to her repose. Deceiving herself, she buried her head under the covers, listening to her phone vibrate incessantly until it rang for 5 seconds before she wearily decided to answer. Little fish, let us go out to celebrate New Year's. Jiangzheng's exuberant voice resonated from the other end of the line. I'm not particularly inclined to go out, Yuqian replied, her face etched with sorrow as she curled deeper into her blanket. Winter is best spent nestled in bed. Why venture outside? She had planned to indulge in takeout, not even wanting to change out of her pajamas. But I'm all alone in the dorm, and I'm dreadfully bored, Jiangzheng lamented, fully aware of Yuqian's temperament, deliberately feigning a pitiful tone. Indeed, upon hearing his plaintive voice, Yuqian found herself torn. Although she suspected he was being disingenuous, a flicker of empathy stirred within her, albeit just a smidgen. Caught in a dilemma between her cozy cocoon and her prospective boyfriend, she deliberated. Let us not go anywhere else. How about the library? Jiangzheng pressed on, sensing her hesitation. Upon hearing that the destination was the warm library, Yu Qian hesitated further. It seemed almost unbearable to be outside, even for that. All right then, but I haven't changed yet, so I might be a bit slow, she sighed, slowly peeling back the covers, preparing to change her attire. Oh dear, she has indeed been beguiled by handsome charms, choosing a man over her warm nest, she mused. Seeing his plan succeed, Jiang Zheng wore a triumphant smile. He picked up a gift from the table, ready to depart. Wu Qi, noticing Jiang Zheng's movement, quickly interjected. Brother Jiang, aren't you going to play ranked matches? Jiang Zheng, triumphantly raising the gift in his hand, responded, I am not like you single dogs, confined to the company of games. If you don't want to go out, just wait for your father to return with dinner tonight. His roommates shot him scornful glances. Yet, swayed by the allure of the promised food, they begrudgingly acknowledged Zhang's status. Brother Jiang, please bring me a jianbing guozi. I want fried noodles. Dad, I don't want anything else. Just bring me a chicken pot. Jiang Zheng waved dismissively behind him, striding out of the dormitory with an air of self-satisfaction. Yu Qian's dorm was still somewhat distant from Jiang Zheng's, and she preferred not to have him take a longer route to fetch her. So they agreed to meet at the library entrance. As she exited the dormitory, Yu Qian adjusted her hat and pulled her scarf up higher, aiming to leave only her eyes exposed to the world. Gazing at the snow that reached her ankles, she reflected that she was no longer the naive girl from the south she had been the previous year. This amount of snow held no allure for her now. With her hands tucked in her pockets, despite being bundled up warmly, she still felt a shiver run through her. Yet, she dared not quicken her pace, mindful that a fall could lead to considerable discomfort. As Yu Qian approached the library, she spotted Jiang Zheng from a distance, clad in a gray cotton coat, standing at the entrance. Upon noticing her, Jiang Zheng walked over with a smile. Why aren't you wearing a hat? What will you do if you get cold? Yu Qian's voice emerged from her scarf. You could have waited for me inside the library. Why are you just standing here like a fool? I forgot. Besides, it's not that cold, Jiang Zheng replied, admiring how adorable Yu Qian looked all bundled up. The two hurried into the library, where Yu Qian stood on the welcome mat, unable to resist stomping her feet to warm up. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly at the sight, reminiscent of a dog scratching the ground. Yu Qian shot him an exasperated glance. Today was New Year's Day, and most people had either gone home or were attending gatherings, leaving the library sparsely populated. Jiang Zheng led Yu Qian past the rows of bookshelves to a secluded spot where they could sit. What made you think of meeting at the library today? Yu Qian asked, loosening her zipper slightly to let in some air, as the library was quite warm. If we hadn't arranged to meet here, would you have come out? Jiang Zheng inquired. Most likely not, Yu Qian admitted, noticing the rosy hue on Yu Qian's cheeks. Jiang Zheng felt an urge to poke her playfully, but restrained himself. Instead, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. It's New Year's Day, and I have a gift for you. Intrigued, Yu Qian glanced at him, but saw no sign of a present. With a teasing smile, Jiang Zheng said, I've hidden the gift in my coat. If you want it, you'll have to reach for it. He then shot her a flirtatious wink. I think I might not want it anymore, Yu Qian replied, turning her head away, unwilling to look at the peacock-like boy. Seeing that Yu Qian was not taking the bait, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment and resignedly retrieved the gift from his coat. Yu Qian was taken aback when he actually produced a gift from his clothing, having thought it was merely playful banter. With a hint of mystery, Jiang Zheng took out a small red velvet box from his pocket and declared, This gift was meticulously chosen. I assure you, you will adore it. While Yu Qian held little hope for a boy's taste in aesthetics, Jiang Zheng's pride sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. He took her hand and placed the box in her palm, urging her with a sense of pride, open it. With utmost reverence, Yu Qian set the box on the table, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid. Inside were 3 lipsticks, neatly arranged side by side. While not overwhelmingly surprising, she pondered if there was a deeper significance behind the trio. So what do you think? Surprised? Jiang Zheng prompted eagerly, like a child seeking praise. Hurry and try on a color. See how stunning it is. As they conversed, Jiang Zheng reached out and retrieved the lipstick from the center, opening it with a flourish. You should try this one, he urged. Yu Qian's gaze fixated on the vivid hue. Indeed, the lipstick was from that renowned brand often mentioned by Fang Yan, yet the color was rather questionable. While it wasn't the notorious Death Barbie pink, This rose-red shade certainly left much to be desired. With a sharp intake of breath, Yu Qian inquired, "Is this what the sales associate recommended for you?" Her skepticism was palpable. Perhaps the associate, upon noticing a male purchasing lipstick, had slyly foisted an unsellable shade upon him. "No, I personally selected this one. It has a lovely name as well. Thinking of you," Jiang Zheng replied, holding the lipstick as if he were eager to apply it on Yu Qian himself. "Thinking of you? More like thinking of hitting you." Such a color is hardly manageable for the average person. With an impassive expression, Yu Qian retracted the lipstick, capping it neatly, and proceeded to pick up another one. Observing her disinterest in his chosen shade, Jiang Zheng's smile instantly faded. Chapter 38. Countdown. Although he felt a twinge of displeasure, he nonetheless introduced the lipstick in Yu Qian's hand, saying that one was chosen by Wu Qi and the others. Afterward, Jiang Zheng mumbled quietly, "The other two are utterly unappealing. Clearly, the one I selected is the most exquisite." Upon hearing the name of his roommate, Yu Qian's mind conjured an amusing image of several tall boys huddled around a lipstick counter, deliberating over their selections. To her surprise, she found it quite endearing. A smile graced Yu Qian's lips as she opened the lipstick, only to confirm Jiang Zheng's assertion of a typical male aesthetic. Gazing at the glaringly vibrant red, she could vividly imagine its effect on her own lips. Seeing that both his selection and those of his roommates had been dismissed, Jiang Zheng quickly reached for the last lipstick, stating this one was picked out by the sales associate. If this one were to be disliked as well, it would render his New Year's gift a dismal failure. Upon learning that it was chosen by the clerk, Yu Qian felt a flicker of anticipation for the final lipstick. She removed the cap and gently twisted it open, revealing a muted rose hue. Indeed, it was true that girls inherently understood one another better. She had been narrow-minded just moments before. Noticing Yu Qian's satisfaction, Jiang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Yet, glancing at the dark red shade, he thought it less appealing than the choices made by Wu Qi and his companions, pondering Yu Qian's poor taste. "Little fish, if you like this one, why not give it a try? I believe I have only seen you wear lipstick on your birthday." Jiang Zheng's gaze was intensely fixed on Yu Qian. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Yu Qian realized she had only applied skincare products that day and had not done any makeup, leaving her lips unprepared. What if the lipstick applied unevenly? However, seeing Jiang Zheng's eager expression, she retrieved a wet tissue to wipe her lips. After glancing at the other two lipsticks on the table, she hesitated but ultimately decided to use Jiang Zheng's choice first, applying the pink shade lightly on her lips, followed by the rose hue. Taking out her phone, Yu Qian opened the camera to meticulously perfect the color. Once satisfied, she pressed her lips together, uncertainly asking Jiang Zheng, "Is it pretty?" "Not just pretty. It is utterly captivating," Jiang Zheng replied, his eyes fixed intently on Yu Qian's lips as he swallowed hard. Yu Qian felt uneasy under his gaze, wanting to turn away. Jiang Zheng gently cupped her face, preventing her from moving, and then leaned in. Yu Qian felt the sensation of his lips against hers, momentarily freezing in place. She stared at his silky black hair, her pupils dilating in surprise. This moment lasted merely 2 seconds before Jiang Zheng pulled back, looking at the dazed Yu Qian with a brilliant smile. Her gaze fell upon the clear imprint of his lips on his right cheek, and her face instantly flushed crimson. "How dare he consider this lip print as your New Year's gift to me?" Jiang Zheng remarked, touching the mark on his cheek, the mirth in his eyes deepening. In truth, he had initially intended to kiss her directly, but at the last moment, he had turned his head. One day, he vowed, he would make Yu Qian take the initiative to kiss him. Flustered by Jiang Zheng's audacity, Yu Qian turned away, covering her face with her hands, taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. "Little fish, today is New Year's Day. If I were to confess my feelings now, would you accept?" Jiang Zheng leaned in close to Yu Qian's ear and whispered, "Very well. Now your ears have turned crimson." Yu Qian shifted uncomfortably, muttering, "I refuse. We agreed that it would be on your birthday, and there's no way I'm budging on that." Jiang Zheng chuckled softly at the little turtle's bravado, choosing not to expose her facade of strength. The two spent the entire afternoon in the library. Eventually, Yu Qian's stomach grumbled, prompting Jiang Zheng to accompany her to the dining hall. "What are your plans for later?" he inquired, returning to the dormitory to sleep. Yu Qian replied with an air of certainty, But I heard the fireworks show tonight is spectacular. Don't you want to see it? Here he goes again. Jiang Zheng was once more attempting to entice her. Yu Qian silently stuffed her mouth with food, resolutely avoiding his gaze. I spent last New Year's alone. This year, I truly wish to celebrate it with you. Jiang Zheng continued to coax, resting his chin on his hand. No way, it's too cold outside. You can celebrate with your roommates. Yu Qian firmly shook her head. Alas, how heartless. Jiang Zheng sighed dramatically. They walked all the way to the base of the girls' dormitory, yet he still couldn't persuade her to join him for the countdown. Just before Yu Qian entered the dormitory, he called out to her. Little fish, as your future boyfriend, may I request an advance on a hug? Jiang Zheng spread his arms wide, standing on the steps, a smile illuminating his face as he awaited her decision. Yu Qian turned back, hesitated momentarily, then glanced around, noting the absence of others. Even the dormitory supervisor was nowhere in sight. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she dashed into Jiang Zheng's embrace. Happy New Year, she murmured, hugging him briefly before retreating and fleeing. Jiang Zheng stood rooted to the spot, a broad smile spreading across his face. After a few moments, he finally turned away, his spirits lifted. As he reached the boys' dormitory, he suddenly remembered the few hungry friends awaiting him inside. Normally, such a lapse would be easily forgotten. But in this joyous mood, he pivoted on his heel and made his way back to the dining hall. Meanwhile, Yu Qian returned to her dormitory to change her clothes. Glancing at the red gift box, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. She picked up her phone, snapped a picture, and shared it on her moments, setting it to private. She had a habit of documenting her feelings in this way, though she seldom shared them publicly, preferring to keep her emotions hidden from others. Reclining back on her bed, Yu Qian continued to beam with joy. In just 22 days, she would receive a boyfriend. The anticipation of such a foreseeable surprise brought her immense happiness. Counting down the days until her joy arrived, each passing day filled with expectation. That evening, she received festive greetings from Qi Yu and the others, to which she responded one by one. In 6 months, my friends and I will reunite. It seemed that ever since she entered this story, her fortunes had only improved. Yu Qian resolved to treat Wang Jiejia with more kindness, grateful for that seemingly foolish little romance novel that had infused her life with so much vibrant color. Yu Qian has always cherished solitude in her room, yet today, under the influence of a certain young man, she finds herself reclining on her bed, her mind awash with visions of his smiling visage, pondering what he might be doing tonight. He must be settled in his dormitory by now. She ought to have prepared a gift for him today. Reflecting on it, Yu Qian realizes that she has only gifted him something on his birthday. Henceforth, she must remember to bestow upon him presents more frequently. With a sense of solemnity, she records this intention in her phone. Indeed, she shall endeavor to shower her boyfriend with gifts in the future. Chapter 39. I have something to say. January 23rd, Saturday. Yu Qian awoke, somewhat dazed, from her dormitory bed. Since last night, she had been pondering how Jiang Zheng would confess his feelings to her, leading to an unprecedented bout of insomnia. Today was the weekend, and she intended to return home to celebrate her birthday. 18, such a significant age. Indeed, the age of full legal capacity as defined by the state, marking her true entry into adulthood. Just a few days prior, her mother had called, mentioning that Uncle Bai intended to host a banquet for her, which she promptly declined. During such an occasion, she preferred to share the joy with family and friends rather than have a grand celebration. With determination, Yu Qian rose to wash up. As she brushed her teeth, her mind wandered, speculating on the form Jiang Zheng's confession might take. Would it be akin to those dramatic scenes in television dramas, where he boldly declares his feelings beneath the girls' dormitory, a candlelit dinner? Or perhaps, like the protagonists in rich CEO novels, he would rent an advertisement space to proclaim his love? A chuckle escaped her, but she soon choked on the absurdity of her thoughts, turning a shade of crimson. Having finished her morning routine with a heart full of joy, she received a call from Jiang Zheng. Descending the stairs with anticipation, she was met with nothing. She scrutinized Jiang Zheng closely. He bore no signs of having dressed up and certainly did not appear to be bearing gifts. Let us go. Qiming and the others are waiting for us at the school gate, Jiang Zheng urged, his expression unremarkable. Yu Qian began to question her reality. Had he not been eager to confess previously? Why was he so composed today, even more so than she? Both lost in their own thoughts. They exchanged no words during the journey, and even when they boarded the vehicle, Yu Qian remained a daze. "Qian Qian, happy birthday!" Lin Nian exclaimed with exuberance, her delight almost surpassing that of Yu Qian herself. Yu Qian smiled and expressed her gratitude. On the return trip, the air was filled with the lively chatter of Lin Nian and Yu Qian, while Jiang Zheng, unusually focused on his phone, remained silent. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, Wang Hui and Bai Jin were already home, and a cake awaited them on the table. Witnessing the cheerful expressions of her family, Yu Qian felt a surge of happiness. Yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her. What was Jiang Zheng truly planning? Wang Hui placed great importance on Yu Qian's 18th birthday. She had gone to great lengths to prepare, cooking fried eggs and Yu Qian's favorite dishes, spending the entire afternoon in a flurry of activity, treating the occasion with more seriousness than even the New Year. After the family shared a delightful dinner, Bai Jin gifted Yu Qian a property deed, a present that undeniably exuded the aura of a wealthy tycoon. Bai Qiming presented her with a custom necklace. Wang Hui, on the other hand, bestowed upon Yu Qian a complete set of cosmetics from a prestigious brand, accompanied by the words, "You are 18 now, a grown-up. It's time to learn to adorn yourself and not appear like a child all the time." Indeed, no one could dispute that such advice came from a mother's heart. Yu Qian returned to her room, once again retrieving her phone, only to find it devoid of any messages. In her heart, Yu Qian felt a twinge of defiance, silently resolving that if he did not confess his feelings before midnight, she would embrace singlehood. By 8 in the evening, Lin Yan arrived, followed shortly by Jiang Zheng along with his parents and younger brother. Upon seeing Zhang's father and mother, Yu Qian felt a flicker of uncertainty. Why had the elders come? "Qian Qian, this is a gift for you. Happy birthday." Jiang Zheng's younger brother, Jiang Yi, presented her with an Ultraman figurine, saying, "If you ever feel scared, just take out this Ultraman. He will protect you." "Thank you, Xiao Yi," Yu Qian replied, touched as she gently patted Jiang Yi's small shoulder, then discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Zheng. It was amusing that, despite being older, he lacked his brother's charm. Lin Yan gifted Yu Qian an exquisite designer dress, but as she gazed at the sparkling garment, she struggled to envision the occasion for which she might wear it. Apart from Jiang Zheng, everyone present had brought gifts for Yu Qian, including Zhang's parents, who rarely made an appearance, gifting her a bracelet. Only Jiang Zheng stood there, offering neither a gift nor a word. As the lights in the living room dimmed, the only illumination came from the soft, warm glow of candles atop a tiered blueberry cake. In the hazy darkness, Yu Qian instinctively sought Jiang Zheng. Their eyes met, and he beamed at her with a broad smile. In a huff, she closed her eyes and began to make a wish. "May all those I love find peace and happiness." Opening her eyes, Yu Qian puffed her cheeks and gently blew out the candles. The crowd erupted in applause, wishing her a happy birthday. Wang Hui handed her the knife to cut the cake, and just as she was about to slice through it, she heard a clear voice proclaim, "Wait a moment." Jiang Zheng's voice stood out in that moment. "I have something to say." He stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Yu Qian across the cake. With a radiant smile, he turned towards Wang Hui and Bai Jin, saying, "Uncle and Annie, I wish to request your blessing for Yu Qian and me to pursue a relationship with marriage as our ultimate goal." At this proclamation, the room fell into a stunned silence. Zhang's father, maintaining an air of composure, discreetly stepped back to distance himself from Jiang Zheng, wishing to avoid becoming the center of attention alongside his foolish son. Zhang's mother stood in shock. She had suspected that her eldest son had something significant to discuss, given his incessant calls urging her to return home a week prior. Although she had speculated about his feelings, she never imagined he would boldly present such a request to her parents at this moment. Bai Jin frowned, glancing between Jiang Zheng and Yu Qian, ultimately resting his gaze on Wang Hui. Although Jiang Zheng had addressed Wang Hui, he was, after all, the stepfather, and felt it inappropriate to intervene directly in Yu Qian's affairs. Wang Hui took some time to digest Jiang Zheng's words, then abruptly turned to Yu Qian. Although surprised, Yu Qian showed no signs of aversion. In fact, Her face began to flush. Realizing this, Wang Hui thought to herself, what marriage? You're still so young. She attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere with a forced smile, but Jiang Zheng was resolute in his intentions. Auntie, I am earnest. Jiang Zheng retracted his usual carefree smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, Today I have specifically invited my parents here, hoping to engage in a relationship with Yu Qian under the witness of our esteemed elders. Upon finishing, Jiang Zheng turned to his parents and declared, Dad, Mom, I have feelings for Yu Qian, and I envision spending my future with her. You have no objections, do you? Zhang's father and mother exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the audacity of their son. Zhang's father cleared his throat, smiling gracefully as he remarked, In our household, your mother calls the shots. Zhang's mother shot a reproachful glance at her husband, then awkwardly laughed. What opinions could we possibly have? This matter rests entirely upon our esteemed family. Brother Bai and Hui's decision. All eyes shifted to Wang Hui, who was in a tumult of emotions, unable to fathom that Yu Qian, just having turned 18, was already facing the implications of love and marriage. She was resolute in her disapproval and was about to voice her dissent when she felt a tug on her clothing. Looking down, she saw Yu Qian playfully pulling at her attire, reminiscent of the innocent mischief from her childhood. A chill ran through Wang Hui as she turned to meet Yu Qian's sparkling gaze, clearly awaiting her approval. Her heart clenched, observing the conciliatory demeanor of the Jiang couple. She found herself at a loss for words to express her objections. After enduring a period of rebellion, their mother-daughter relationship had finally shown signs of improvement. If she were to oppose now, what if Yu Qian rebelled again? Why should she bear the burden of being the villain? You are still young. Discussing marriage feels premature. I consent to your relationship, but you must navigate its boundaries wisely, Wang Hui replied with a forced smile, her mind racing with the urge to interrogate Yu Qian about the matter at hand. With Wang Hui's reluctant approval, Jiang Zheng's tightly clenched hands finally relaxed. He took a deep breath, beaming radiantly at Yu Qian. Little fish, I formally request to court you. Would you allow me the honor of being your boyfriend? Despite his confidence in Yu Qian's response, a dryness gripped his throat, and his body remained tense. Yu Qian, listening to Jiang Zheng's words, felt her heart thunder within her chest and instinctively uttered the 3 words she had practiced for so long, I am willing. Applause erupted from a corner of the room, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother and Sister Qian are together now. Can we start eating the cake? If we don't hurry, Sister Qian will squash the cake. Jiang Yi's interruption shattered the previously charged atmosphere. The Jiang couple resumed their composure, casually engaging with Bai Jin and Wang Hui in other discussions. Lin Yin lingered beside Bai Qiming, still in a state of shock. When did Qian and Jiang Zheng become an item? Why had she never noticed? Bai Qiming observed the exuberant Jiang Zheng, then glanced at the bewildered Lin Yin, beginning to reconsider his strategy. If things continued this way, he might indeed find himself serving as Jiang Zheng's best man. Reminded by Jiang, Yu Qian suddenly remembered the cake cutting and hurriedly looked down. The decorative cream flowers atop the cake had been marred by her clumsy attempts. Yu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to find a place to hide. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone's gaze was diverted from cake. With trembling hands, she hastily divided the cake into several pieces and placed them onto a plate. Jiang Zheng approached Yu Qian, his fingers twitching slightly. Just as he was about to reach for her, he abruptly changed direction and slipped his hand into his pocket. Yu Qian's mother was still somewhat disapproving of their relationship, so it was wise for him to exercise restraint in the presence of his future mother-in-law. Chapter 40. A delayed gift. Yu Qian's 18th birthday proved to be quite exhilarating. After bidding farewell to Lin Yin and the 4 members of the Jiang family, Wang Hui, with a serious demeanor, summoned Yu Qian into her room for an interrogation. One could say that when Jiang Zheng publicly declared his feelings, Yu Qian was indeed taken aback and filled with joy. However, now she wished to confront Jiang Zheng and give him a piece of her mind. Once again, Yu Qian recounted the events between her and Jiang Zheng in great detail, swearing to the heavens that during her senior year, she had not engaged in a romantic relationship with him, nor had her acceptance into Peking University been motivated by him. She adamantly asserted that there had been no transgressions between them. Just as she was about to exhaust herself with her explanations, Wang Hui finally relented. Qian, my dear, I understand you dislike being constrained by your mother. I do not oppose your friendship with Jiang Zheng, but there are certain matters that must remain untouched before marriage. Do you understand? Wang Hui gazed at Yu Qian with a serious expression. Yu Qian had never broached intimate subjects with her mother before, and a wave of shyness washed over her. Nevertheless, she resolutely replied, I understand, Mom. I will not. Despite Yu Qian's repeated assurances, Wang Hui remained concerned. However, upon witnessing her daughter clearly smitten, she could only suppress her anxieties. As soon as Wang Hui exited the room, Yu Qian buried herself under her blankets. A tumult of emotions swirling within her, desperately seeking an outlet for her feelings. Wang Hui descended the stairs, whereby Jean observed her with a look of concern and asked, What's wrong? Wang Hui, no longer able to maintain her composure in front of Bai Jean, revealed her weariness and agitation. Just think, Qian is still so young. What is she doing getting involved in a romantic relationship? Bai Jean refrained from voicing his opinions on the matter. However, he held a certain admiration for Jiang Zheng, whom he had watched grow up. It was entirely normal for young people to experience the stirrings of affection. Bai Jean took Wang Hui's hand and let her sit down. Pouring her a glass of water, Wang Hui remained enveloped in worry. Daughters are not the same as sons. If they act impulsively and cross boundaries, Qian's life could be ruined. She imagined a scenario where, one day, Yu Qian might suddenly announce that she was pregnant. What would she, as a mother, do? Moreover, even if they had not overstepped, both children were still so young and uncertain of themselves. In a fleeting moment of passion, they might believe they were each other's one true love. But what would happen later? What if Jiang Zheng were to fall for someone else? Before today, Wang Hui had never considered the possibility of her daughter dating. She believed Yu Qian should at least wait until after university to gradually meet boys. As youth is fraught with uncertainties, Wang Hui's perspective often inclined toward the worst possible outcomes, while Bai Jean viewed Yu Qian's relationship with Jiang Zheng as a positive development. Setting aside the fact that he found Jiang Zheng's character commendable, he believed that their young age allowed them to nurture their feelings gradually. A long-term relationship could prove more stable than those formed through arranged marriages or blind dates. Furthermore, the Bai and Jiang families have been long-standing business partners, with both families being well acquainted with each other as elders. This familiarity would spare Yu Qian the discomfort of assimilating into a foreign family, a significant advantage for her. Yet, observing Wang Hui lost in her thoughts, Bai Jean chose not to share his insights, but instead listened quietly as she vented her frustrations. His wife is not foolish. She is merely flustered with concern and unable to accept the situation at present. In due time, she will come to terms with it. Yu Qian, eager to share her feelings, took out her phone and navigated to the Fairy Squad group chat, her fingers hovering over the screen for a while before ultimately exiting the page. With only 6 months remaining until the college entrance examination, she did not wish for Qi Yu and the others to distract her. Although she knew they would all perform admirably, the fear of unforeseen circumstances lingered. She decided to hold her thoughts in, planning to speak with them in person once the exams were over. Abandoning WeChat, she quietly transitioned to Weibo, where she joyfully recounted her birthday experiences. However, a troubling thought struck her. Where was her gift? As she continued writing, it dawned on her that Jiang Zheng had yet to present her with a present. Could it be that Jiang Zheng intended to gift her a boyfriend, thus deeming other gifts unnecessary? That seemed unlikely. Unable to puzzle it out, Yu Qian resolved to inquire directly. She reopened WeChat, located the pinned contact, and sent a succinct message. Did you forget something today? Jiang Zheng responded swiftly, almost instantaneously. Jiang Zheng, I forgot to say goodnight. Here's the belated wish. Good night, JPG. Yu Qian felt he was feigning ignorance and was unwilling to drop hints any further. It seems I have not received your gift. The reply indicator showed he was typing. Yu Qian fixed her gaze on her phone, eagerly awaiting Jiang Zheng's response. After several seconds, instead of a text, she received a voice call. Without hesitation, she accepted the call. Little fish, Jiang Zheng greeted. Did you forget to buy a gift? She asked. Acknowledging his forgetfulness would be acceptable. she would merely feel a twinge of disappointment. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly, his tone filled with affection. How could I forget? If he hadn't forgotten, why hadn't he given it to her? You're quite forward today, asking for a gift. In the past, whenever I gifted you something, you would always find a way to reciprocate, ensuring you never felt indebted. Yu Qian felt her cheeks flush at his words, realizing she had overstepped her bounds. Previously, she had maintained a certain distance, but now Jiang Zheng was her boyfriend, one of the cherished individuals in her heart. Faced with someone she loved, who loved her in return, she couldn't help but indulge in a bit of affection, yearning for more, much like a spoiled child seeking unconditional love. Not hearing her response, Jiang Zheng chuckled once more and gently said, "Little fish, pull back the curtains." Yu Qian smiled, joyfully leaping off her bed to swiftly draw the curtains open. Across from her, Jiang Zheng stood by his window, beaming and waving at her. Unable to resist, she leaned slightly out of the window. Jiang Zheng held his phone and continued, "Little fish, step back a bit. I am about to present your gift." Observing the considerable distance of at least several meters between them, she was curious how he intended to deliver it. Would he fly over or throw the gift? Soon, Jiang Zheng provided her with an answer. After a brief absence, Jiang Zheng returned, holding an intriguing object. He placed his phone on the windowsill and began to manipulate it. Gradually, a dark figure ascended from the window. It was a drone. Yu Qian watched as the drone bobbed up and down, making its way towards her, a small box gently swaying beneath it. A wave of anxiety surged within her. What would happen if it fell? Her eyes remained fixed upon the tiny contraption, her emotions mirroring its ascent and descent. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the drone safely reached her room. Yu Qian wiped the beads of nervous sweat from her forehead, clutching her phone in one hand while she unwrapped the small box with the other. A ring. Yu Qian stared at the delicate ring in disbelief. "Little fish, did you see this?" She crouched down, hidden from Jiang Zheng's view. "Did you see it? Why? Why is it a ring?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, filled with trepidation as she hesitated to speculate on Jiang Zheng's intentions. Chapter 41. Step outside. Yu Qian carefully examined the ring in her hand. Its design remarkably simple, adorned with wave patterns and filled with tiny diamonds. The band appeared quite slender, even more so than typical rings. "Xiao Yue, my desire to marry you is not a fleeting impulse," she declared. "Ever since I recognized my true feelings, I have been envisioning a future that includes you." Jiang Zheng gazed intently at the windowsill across from him, imagining the expression on Yu Qian's face at that moment. "This isn't a first ring," he said. "Why don't you open the little red pouch attached to your phone?" "What?" Surprised by Jiang Zheng's words, Yu Qian hurriedly untied the phone strap. Struggling to open the small red fortune pouch, she felt a surge of anxiety and fetched a pair of scissors to carefully cut it open. As she extracted the cotton inside, she eventually uncovered another ring. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, but then a wave of panic washed over her as she recalled nearly losing the ring when she fell into the water. What if someone had stolen her phone? The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she silently noted Jiang Zheng's carelessness. She meticulously compared the two rings. They were nearly identical, save for subtle differences in the wave patterns. With a tumultuous heart, she clutched the ring and stood by the window, her voice soft and slightly wistful. "Why did you give me two rings?" Jiang Zheng chuckled lightly. "Actually, there's another one, but you will receive that one on our wedding day." Yu Qian replied, "Are these rings wholesale? Have you not noticed? The two rings can be combined. Would you like to try wearing them together?" There was an inexplicable allure in Jiang Zheng's tone. Swallowing hard, Yu Qian ultimately followed her instincts, setting her phone aside to pick up one of the rings. And then she reached for her phone again. "Jiang Zheng, I can't get it on. What do you mean by heaven and hell can change in an instant?" Clutching the ring, despair filled Yu Qian's eyes as she exclaimed, "You bought the ring too small." Jiang Zheng's smile vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. "It's all right. This ring can be resized. I had never held your hand before, so I chose the size based on intuition. I simply didn't expect to misjudge." Feeling a slight tension in his scalp, Jiang Zheng quickly attempted to reassure Yu Qian. Upon hearing his flustered explanation, she burst into laughter. She carefully aligned the two rings, and indeed, there was an irregular gap between them, prompting her to imagine what the middle ring might look like. So, you were plotting against me long before this, Yu Qian said playfully, her tone brimming with delight, as she recalled that he had given her the phone strap during last year's New Year. Indeed, Jiang Zheng did not refute her words. I have long since locked myself to you, entirely disregarding the possibility of a future without you. Unknown to you, I have been secretly preparing the rings. Thus, Yu Qian stood there, blissfully clutching the ring, engaging in a light-hearted conversation with Jiang Zheng by the window. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yu Qian was suddenly overcome by a surge of impulse. Jiang Zheng, could you come down for a moment? After receiving an affirmative reply, Yu Qian finally ended the voice call, donned her coat, and quietly opened the door, peering outside. The house was enveloped in stillness, illuminated only by the wall lamp. She tiptoed down the stairs, poised to step outside, when a soft voice drifted from behind her. Are you going out at this late hour? Startled, Yu Qian felt a chill run down her spine. Trembling, she turned to see Bai Qiming standing outside the kitchen, a bottle of milk in hand, resembling a spectral figure. Be Brother Ming. I'll be back shortly, she stammered, lowering her voice, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Bai Qiming regarded Yu Qian, who seemed intent on seeking out Jiang Zheng, his demeanor growing even more forbidding. It's late. You might catch a chill. Whatever you have to say can wait until tomorrow. The thought of her sneaking out at such an hour for a clandestine meeting was disconcerting. It was clear that her unreciprocated feelings were far from fair, especially as those two appeared to be on the verge of becoming a couple. Yu Qian, bemused by Bai Qiming's unusual demeanor and reluctant to speak loudly for fear of awakening her mother, attempted to placate him. Seizing the opportunity while he raised the milk to drink, she dashed out the door. Bai Qiming watched her retreating figure with a scoff, thinking that if those two truly sought to be together, they had a long way to go. Once outside, Yu Qian immediately shivered from the cold. Jiang Zheng had been waiting at the Bai family's entrance, and they exchanged glances, smiling at one another as if they were engaged in a secret affair. It's so cold. Why did you call me down? Jiang Zheng inquired, his gaze focused on Yu Qian, who had curled up tightly against the chill. I just felt an overwhelming desire to do something, Yu Qian confessed, standing uncomfortably close to Jiang Zheng, their proximity resembling an embrace. Jiang Zheng felt a sudden dryness in his throat, instinctively lowering his gaze. In an act of boldness, Yu Qian rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Jiang Zheng's neck, and tilted her head to kiss those lips that perpetually evoked both love and frustration within her. Jiang Zheng's pupils flickered with surprise as he beheld Yu Qian so near, their breaths intertwined in the frosty air. Yu Qian shut her eyes, trembling, afraid to witness Jiang Zheng's expression. Feeling the cool touch of his lips, she could not resist gently licking his lower lip. This gesture sent a jolt through Jiang Zheng, igniting a fervent intensity in his gaze. He grasped her waist, taking the lead as he deepened the kiss. Eventually, Yu Qian found herself lost in the kiss, enveloped in Jiang Zheng's embrace. As she gasped for air, her mind wandered to the realization that the novels were indeed correct. Being kissed until one's legs felt weak was a genuine experience. Jiang Zheng had not anticipated such a delightful surprise this evening. He forced himself to avert his gaze from Yu Qian, knowing that he would be unable to resist further advances otherwise. In silence, they remained entwined outside the Bai household, surrounded by a blanket of snow and the soft glow of distant lights. This was Jiang Zheng's first time fully embracing Yu Qian, and the exquisite sensation left him reluctant to let go. Yet sensing Yu Qian's trembling, he took a deep breath and said, "Hurry inside. You mustn't catch a cold." Yu Qian buried her face in Jiang Zheng's embrace, and after a moment replied with a muffled, She then gently pushed Jiang Zheng away, lowered her head, and dashed into the house. Jiang Zheng remained rooted to the spot, watching Yu Qian's retreating figure, a smile blossoming on his lips. He raised a hand to touch his lips, unable to resist pressing them together, attempting to prolong a certain sensation. Yu Qian's heart raced as she entered, her eyes scanning the surroundings until they landed on an empty cup on the table, releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bai Qiming was not present. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. She softly closed the door and tiptoed back to her room. Upon entering, She could not help but rush into the bathroom, turning on the tap and splashing water onto her face. The author has something to say. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, future updates will be adjusted to the morning. Chapter 42. Hand in hand, even the cold water could not extinguish the warmth that radiated from Yu Qian's face. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her heart brimming with joy, and awkwardly turned her head away. Had she been too forward just now? Yu Qian began to reflect, yet upon recalling Jiang Zheng's reaction, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. They were already in a romantic relationship. A kiss seemed entirely normal, did it not? Moreover, it should not always be Jiang Zheng taking the initiative. Feelings are reciprocal. She cherished Jiang Zheng and wished to convey her affection to him as well. As Yu Qian nestled into her blankets, her mind swirled with thoughts until she drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming an indescribable dream. The next morning, when Jiang Zheng rose, his mother was already fully equipped, appearing ready to head out. "Mom, where are you off to this time?" Jiang Zheng asked, somewhat speechless as he observed her. Unlike the typical mothers who fret over their children, his mother spent almost half the year traveling, leaving his younger brother to spend more time with the housekeeper than with her. He had arranged for her return a week in advance. "To Australia," Zhang's mother replied casually as she continued to tidy up upon seeing her eldest son. "Mom, could you bring back a gift for Xiaoyu this time?" Jiang Zheng leaned towards his mother, his demeanor playful yet earnest. From a New Year's gift exchange, he had noticed that Yu Qian preferred items chosen by women. His mother, who had an eye for fashion and enjoyed dressing up, might select something that Yu Qian would appreciate more. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother paused, incredulous as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "I never knew you could be so thoughtful to bow." Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. "Xiaoyu is going to be your future daughter-in-law. Of course, I must be attentive." Zhang's mother was accustomed to her eldest son's brazen manner, yet she still advised him earnestly to bow. "It's fine to say such things to us, but if you were to say it in front of Qian's mother, you might end up losing your girlfriend altogether." Yu Qian's mother would undoubtedly be furious upon hearing such words, wishing to reprimand this scoundrel. Zhang's mother, recalling the events of the previous night, felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Nevertheless, she could not deny the joy that came from her son finding a girlfriend. Jiang Zheng was unlike other children. Due to his grandmother's influence, his linguistic education began with curses. When he first learned to speak, his grandmother, who adored her eldest grandson, was still alive. Sadly, as she aged, she developed dementia and often resorted to cursing, even engaging in verbal duels with the television. She loved to keep Jiang Zheng close, and under her influence, his first word was a curse. By the age of 3, his repertoire of expletives had only expanded. Now, having matured, he could temper his temper somewhat, but in his youth, he was truly insufferable, often bringing tears to the eyes of his playmates, and even frustrating his father to the point where he preferred to remain in the office rather than return home. At that moment, the only solace she found was in the knowledge that her mother-in-law was a cultured individual whose choice of harsh words was not excessively vulgar. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom the sort of remarks Xiao Jing would utter. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Mama felt a pang of nostalgia. They often said that one could foresee a person's future by observing them at the age of 3. Thus, from the time her son Jiang Zheng had made those little girls cry, she had suspected that he might remain single for life. Fortunately, her son had taken it upon himself to arrange his own affairs before she could even worry about it. "What is Qian like?" Jiang Mama inquired, hoping to ascertain Yu Qian's interests in order to select an appropriate gift. What did Yu Qian enjoy? It seemed that apart from eating, sleeping, and frequenting the supermarket, she had little else that captivated her. "Just buy whatever you see fit," she replied. Jiang Zheng was exceedingly attentive, handing her a hat with great care. Once she was prepared, Jiang Mama exited the house with a brisk efficiency that belied the fact that she was a mother of 2. After bidding farewell to his mother, Jiang Zheng turned on his heel and made his way directly to the Bai residence. At this moment, Yu Qian was sitting in silence with Lin Yinyan. Yu Qian could hardly believe that her relationship with Jiang Zheng would have such a profound impact on Lin Yinyan. She had even come to chat with her early in the morning. The questions she posed were all centered around romance, such as, "Qian, how did you realize you liked Jiang Zheng? Have you held hands? What does it feel like to have a crush?" An array of seemingly trivial yet utterly embarrassing inquiries. Yu Qian found it even more difficult to converse than she did with her own mother, and today, Bai Qiming was unusually unperturbed by Lin Yinyan's sudden change in demeanor. Yu Qian could only blush furiously while carefully crafting her responses to these mortifying questions, fearful of leading this innocent girl astray. Their exchange continued until Jiang Zheng entered, shattering the awkwardness of their conversation. "Good morning," he declared, boldly taking a seat beside Yu Qian. Lin Yinyan's eyes sparkled as she shifted her gaze between them. Yu Qian instinctively straightened her posture under her scrutiny. "You know, Yin, if you're interested in love, you might want to watch some of those melodramatic idol dramas. The way you're staring at us, even the little fish won't let me hold hands anymore." Jiang Zheng remarked with a teasing glint in his eye as he shot a sidelong glance at Bai Qiming and then raised an eyebrow at Lin Yinyan. Lin Yinyan blushed at Jiang Zheng's words. However, her curiosity about how the two had ended up together was genuine. She had racked her brain the previous night, but could not recall any signs of their budding romance. "Little fish, shall we go out on a date soon?" Jiang Zheng proposed, his eyes gleaming with a victorious charm. "Sure, why don't we leave right now?" Yu Qian, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in Lin Yinyan's presence and wishing to avoid further embarrassing conversations, realized for the first time that being outside was preferable to staying at home. The two moved in sync, rising to their feet. Yu Qian hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Yinyan and Bai Qiming, then pulled Jiang Zheng out the door. "Are you that afraid of facing Yinyan?" Once outside, Jiang Zheng naturally took Yu Qian's hand. She stiffened momentarily, yet did not withdraw. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she admitted, "I always feel like I'm leading a child astray in front of her." Jiang Zheng found it difficult to comprehend Yu Qian's feelings, yet having learned from past experiences, he refrained from contradicting his girlfriend. "Come a little closer. Aren't you cold?" he inquired, gazing at the bashful Yu Qian. With a gentle pull, he brought her nearer and effortlessly slipped her hand into his pocket. Yu Qian's palms grew slightly clammy, especially as she felt Jiang Zheng's fingers gently clasping hers, her heart racing to the brink of her throat. Although they were on a date, neither had a specific destination in mind. They strolled leisurely to the supermarket, returning with an assortment of Yu Qian's favorite snacks. Since the formalization of their romantic relationship, Jiang Zheng's demeanor had become bolder. During their free time, he often accompanied Yu Qian to her classes. In her department, there were merely 22 students, and the classroom typically saw only half of them in attendance. The teacher was well acquainted with several students, and upon noticing a stranger's face amidst familiar ones, a knowing expression crossed her features. Throughout the class, Yu Qian barely lifted her head, while Jiang Zheng seemed particularly fond of observing her shy demeanor, occasionally squeezing her hand affectionately. Chapter 43. Let us make a bed as soon as class ended. Yu Qian eagerly tugged Jiang Zheng outside, completely avoiding the teasing glances of her roommates. "Little fish, why are you in such a hurry?" "I still wish to treat your roommates to a meal," Jiang Zheng remarked, noting how increasingly shy Yu Qian had become, especially considering how bold she had been the previous night when she kissed him. "And you said when we're out, can you keep your hands to yourself and not keep groping around?" Yu Qian shot him a fierce glare. It felt as though Jiang Zheng had a touch of hyperactivity. During class, he was either poking her waist or squeezing her hand, making it difficult for her to focus on the history of Buddhism without feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. "So, is it permissible to be reckless when we are alone?" Jiang Zheng seemed to catch the underlying meaning in Yu Qian's words. Frustrated, she glared at him again but refrained from replying. Jiang Zheng's face lit up with a smile as if he had discovered a new world, his joy radiant enough to rival the sun. "Little fish, once the holidays arrive, how about we travel together?" With only a few days left until the break, Jiang Zheng was eager to embark on a journey with just the two of them. "No way. I need to return to Jiang City first." Yu Qian quickly shook her head. Last year, Qi Yu and the others came to visit her. This year, it was her turn to seek them out. Then we can go to Jiang City first and explore other places afterwards. What do you think? Jiang Zheng intertwined his fingers with Yu Qian's, placing her hand in his pocket. Overwhelmed by his persistence, Yu Qian sighed. "Aren't you afraid my mom will hit you?" She truly would. "You silly girl, do you think I would suggest going on a date with you in front of your mother?" Jiang Zheng playfully poked her forehead with his other hand. "And we can sneak away halfway, right?" Yu Qian thought to herself. Anyone who knows Jiang Zheng must be incredibly unfortunate. Do you think Minggu is a fool? Although Nian Yin is easily deceived, Bai Qiming is utterly cunning. Do you think he would notice if we snuck out? Yu Qian felt exasperated. With a look of affectionate concern, Jiang Zheng said, "Little fish, you are still too naive. You do not understand the male psyche at all. Do you really believe your Minggu is a paragon of virtue? He is merely shy and waiting for someone to make the first move." Yu Qian was astonished by Jiang Zheng's summary. Yet she still held on to her belief that Bai Qiming was not like that, was he? Observing her reluctance to accept his perspective, Jiang Zheng suddenly proposed with a mischievous grin. "How about we make a bet? If I'm right about Qiming, then you must kiss me for 10 minutes. And it has to be a passionate kiss. If I lose, then I'll let you kiss me for 10 minutes. Yu Qian was taken aback. "Do you think I'm an idiot? If you lose, you better behave yourself in front of me from now on." She was genuinely wary of Jiang Zheng's tendency to flaunt their affection indiscriminately. "Deal," Jiang Zheng replied confidently, unfazed by her stipulation, certain of his victory. Who could possibly know Bai Qiming better than him? In the end, reality proved that men do indeed understand men. Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian to find Bai Qiming and shared his plan. "As we part ways in Jiang City, each to indulge in our own pursuits, we shall reconvene at the Beijing airport after 3 days." Jiang Zheng confidently outlined the plan. Bai Qiming's gaze oscillated between the two of them for a moment. Just as Yu Qian thought he would vehemently oppose, he merely remarked, "All right." Yu Qian was taken aback. This was not the Bai Qiming she knew. "Aren't you going to consider Nian Yin's opinion?" She attempted to protest. Jiang Zheng countered, "Do you think Nian Yin would be happier as a third wheel with us, or with Qiming?" Without hesitation, Yu Qian declared, of course, with Bai Qiming. In truth, Lin Yin spent the most time with Bai Qiming and had come to rely on and trust him. However, their familiarity had blinded her to her own feelings. Yu Qian could only inwardly apologize to Lin Yin. Observing the flirtation between the two, Bai Qiming felt a wave of disdain. Yet he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. "While I consent to your outing, Jiang Zheng, should you dare to overstep or act inappropriately, the consequences will be yours to bear." Just as Jiang Zheng understood Bai Qiming, the latter similarly grasped Jiang Zheng's character. Although he knew Jiang Zheng would likely behave, as Yu Qian's brother, he felt a duty to protect her. The two men exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Yu Qian, bewildered, watched them, suddenly realizing that without her and Lin Yin, these two might have become a couple. After Bai Qiming finished speaking, he ascended the stairs. Jiang Zheng turned Yu Qian's face towards him, a triumphant smile adorning his features. "Now, little fish, it's time to fulfill your wager." With that, he teasingly pointed at her lips. Yu Qian's face flushed crimson, and in a flurry, she glanced at the busy aunt in the kitchen before swatting Jiang Zheng's hand away. Jiang Zheng, accustomed to Yu Qian's shyness in public and her ease in private, half pulled, half dragged her out of the Bai household. Once Yu Qian regained her composure, she noticed Jiang Zheng had taken her to his home. "Come on," Jiang Zheng urged, noticing her rooted stance, and gently nudged her arm. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, her voice laced with anxiety as she saw him heading upstairs. "To my room," he replied, his intentions clear. Yu Qian hesitated but ultimately entered Jiang Zheng's room. It was her first time there, and the decor was refreshingly different from her own. Yet at that moment, she had no mind for such details. Jiang Zheng guided her to the sofa, their eyes locking as he coaxed. "Now that we are undisturbed, little fish, it is time to begin." As thoughts of Jiang Zheng's earlier mention of a 10-minute kiss flooded her mind, her gaze instinctively drifted to his lips. "Shall I time you?" Jiang Zheng teased, relishing her embarrassment. It was futile to hope Jiang Zheng would relent. Eventually, she would have to face this encounter. With a determined heart, Yu Qian shut her eyes and pulled Jiang Zheng's head toward her, pressing her lips against his with unyielding resolve. In her past life, she had barely managed to embody the role of a mature sister, often engaging in risque discussions with Fang Yin, who was keen on such topics. She had perused novels and anime, thus possessing a theoretical understanding of intimate encounters. Jiang Zheng watched as Yu Qian, awkwardly extending her tongue to explore his lips, displayed a lack of finesse that nonetheless ignited an overwhelming fire within him. The innocence of her seduction proved to be the most lethal, and Yu Qian became the catalyst for his desires. Just as she appeared to falter in her approach, Jiang Zheng grasped the back of her head, forcefully pulling her into an embrace. Chapter 44. Confidence exchange. As Yu Qian finally emerged from the dizzying grasp of oxygen deprivation, she became acutely aware of the intimate position she shared with Jiang Zheng. In the softly lit gray room, Yu Qian reclined on the deep blue sofa, her hair cascading messily around her, her lips vibrant and alluringly crimson. Her garment had been slightly lifted, leaving her abdomen exposed to the cool air, while a large, bony hand incessantly kneaded her waist. A hand? When had her clothing been disturbed? When had Jiang Zheng placed his hand upon her waist? Feeling the intent of that hand ascend further, Yu Qian hastily covered her chest, attempting to rise in protest. Don't move, Jiang Zheng murmured, a low sound escaping his lips as he pressed half of his weight onto Yu Qian. He buried his head into her shoulder, inhaling her fragrant essence, the residual warmth intensifying with each passing moment. Yu Qian, pinned beneath Jiang Zheng, dare not stir. Her face flushed crimson as she surrendered to the constant exploration of his hand upon her waist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jiang Zheng finally calmed himself. He propped himself up, gazing at Yu Qian with a satisfied smile, surprised by the softness and slenderness of her waist. It was exquisitely delicate, perfectly suited to be held in his embrace, and he yearned to leave his mark upon her. Enough of the touching. How dare you indulge in such thoughts? Yu Qian abruptly pushed Jiang Zheng away, hastily adjusting her clothing. Jiang Zheng's gaze lingered on the fleeting glimpse of her warm, pale skin, unable to resist savoring the sensations from moments prior. Yu Qian, feeling the weight of his gaze, was overwhelmed with anxiety and yearned to flee the scene. I need to go back, she declared, turning towards the door. With agility, Jiang Zheng grasped her arm, his words laced with insinuation. It's nearly noon. How about taking a nap in my room? The very idea of his beloved lying in his bed was utterly irresistible. Yu Qian found herself captivated by Jiang Zheng's audacity. Was this nap merely a pretext for something more intimate? She covered her ears, resolutely refusing to hear another word from him, and fled the Jiang residence. As the examinations drew to a close, Yu Qian initially planned to wait a couple of days before heading to Jiang City. However, she succumbed to Jiang Zheng's relentless persuasion. On the second day of their holiday, the group boarded a flight to Jiang City once more. Though the winter in Jiang City boasted slightly milder temperatures than in Beijing, it remained biting cold, the kind that penetrated to the bone. Even Jiang Zheng shivered as he disembarked from the plane. In such frigid weather, even Lin Nian lacked the desire to shop. Observing this, Yu Qian promptly hailed a taxi to take them back to the Jiang family home. Upon their arrival, Qi Yu and the others were already waiting inside. They possessed a key to Yu Qian's home and, upon hearing her announcement of arrival, had hurried over. Qian, Fang Yan exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop Yu Qian in a warm embrace. Yu Qian staggered back slightly, caught off balance, but Jiang Zheng was there to steady her, preventing her from falling. Qian, it seems you've grown taller, Wang Jiajia remarked, gesturing to compare their heights and discovering that Yu Qian indeed stood a bit taller. Much to her astonishment. Indeed, it appears I have grown a little, Yu Qian replied. Come inside, I brought you all gifts. With a cheerful smile, Yu Qian embraced her friends and entered the house, prompting Jiang Zheng and the others to instinctively follow suit, carrying their belongings. Lin Yan and Qi Yu, having met a few times before, quickly engaged in lively conversation, leaving Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming somewhat sidelined. A sudden sneeze escaped Jiang Zheng, the chill catching him off guard. Upon hearing the sound, Yu Qian rose from her group of friends and walked over to Jiang Zheng with genuine concern. Are you all right? Are you feeling cold? The chill of the southern air was evidently different from what those from the north were accustomed to, and the absence of underfloor heating in the house further exacerbated the discomfort. Despite Qi Yu having turned on the air conditioning earlier, the effect was minimal. Worried that Jiang Zheng might catch a cold, Yu Qian naturally reached out to touch his hand. Fang Yin and Wang Jiajia, observing the entire exchange, widened their eyes in surprise. Qian, what is this? Are you two together? Although framed as a question, Fang Yin felt certain that the two had indeed developed a connection. During their last trip to the capital, she had sensed something unusual between them. She remained unfazed, thinking that since Yu Qian had already been admitted to university, there was no need to worry about her neglecting her studies. If they wanted to date, so be it. Only Wang Jiejia was genuinely shocked, her astonishment comparable to that of Lin Yin Yin at the beginning. Yes, Yu Qian openly admitted to her 3 friends, even harboring a hint of pride in her revelation. She was the first among them to find a boyfriend, no longer the target of ridicule from her previous life. Upon hearing Yu Qian's confession, Fang Yin and Wang Jiejia's curiosity ignited, shifting their focus entirely away from Jiangzheng to pull Yu Qian aside, where the girls began to whisper excitedly in a corner. Qian, how far have you two gone? Have you had any deep exchanges? Fang Yin's gaze was intense as she looked at Yu Qian. Yu Qian paused for a moment, then responded honestly, "We kissed." The girls collectively inhaled sharply. "So, how's his kissing technique? How does he like to kiss you? Have you felt his body? Does he have an 8-pack? Fang Yin grew increasingly animated, while Lin Yin Yin crouched beside Wang Jiejia, both of them sharing a look of admiration for Fang Yin's unabashed curiosity. She remained quietly beside Yu Qian, only pulling Fang Yin back gently whenever her voice rose too loudly, to avoid drawing the attention of the 2 boys nearby. What was meant to be a wholesome gathering among good friends had been transformed into a spirited exchange of gossip. And Yu Qian felt a twinge of guilt as she watched Lin Yin Yin, who appeared utterly astonished by their conversation. Such an innocent child had unwittingly been led into a new realm of understanding by them. In the evening, Jiangzheng treated everyone to dinner. Fang Yin and the others were not shy about ordering a lavish spread, even specifically requesting a dish of crayfish. When the crayfish arrived, Yu Qian's mouth watered at the sight, and she eagerly donned her gloves to start peeling. Although Jiangzheng had no particular fondness for crayfish, seeing Yu Qian's enthusiasm inspired him to put on gloves as well and join her in the task. After peeling one, he placed it in Yu Qian's bowl, and she looked up at him with gratitude in her eyes. Jiangzheng, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, "If you marry me in the future, you shall never have to peel shrimp again." Yu Qian had yet to express her thoughts on his somewhat corny declaration. However, opposite her, Fang Yin spoke up with a teasing tone. Qian, what he means is that if you marry him, he will render you incapable of using your hands." After uttering this, Fang Yin cast a provocative glance at Jiangzheng, as if to say, "You dare flaunt your affection before the single ones? I shall ensure your downfall." Yu Qian. The others snicker upon reflection. This interpretation did seem plausible. Yu Qian couldn't help but laugh at Fang Yin's words. Yet seeing Jiangzheng's displeased yet restrained expression, she quickly picked up several dishes to soothe the little prince. Chapter 45. Let us have a video call after dinner. Yu Qian originally intended to return home to sleep, but the chill within her abode was unbearable. Houses possess a peculiar quality, despite regular cleaning and ventilation. They quickly succumb to an aging coldness when uninhabited, and this sensation proves impossible to dispel, particularly in the southern regions. The indoor temperature often dips below that of the outdoors, with air conditioning and heaters failing to provide immediate warmth. If it were just her, she could easily find a place to stay at a friend's house. However, there were 4 of them this time. Thus, Yu Qian opted for all of them to stay at a hotel. However, a disagreement arose regarding the number of rooms needed, primarily between Jiangzheng and Lin Yin Yin. Lin Yin Yin, accustomed to single rooms during her travels, was eager to experience sharing a room with girls, especially given Yu Qian's presence. She ardently advocated for sharing a room with Yu Qian. Jiangzheng, upon witnessing this, grew displeased. He had yet to share a room with his girlfriend. So why should she share one with Lin Yin Yin? If the 2 of them were to share a room, his plans for a clandestine visit would be thwarted. Therefore, he resolutely insisted on either one room per person or a shared room with Yu Qian. Observing the escalating tension between the 2, Yu Qian felt her cheeks flush at Jiangzheng's blunt remarks. Bai Qiming, who had been silently observing Jiangzheng's outburst, finally reached his limit and directly instructed the receptionist to reserve 4 rooms, specifically on the 5th and 6th floors, with 2 rooms per floor. Upon receiving the room keys, Lin Yin Yin glared furiously at Jiangzheng and turned away, linking arms with Yu Qian as they ascended to the sixth floor. Standing before their room, Lin Yinyan, still unwilling to concede, dragged Yu Qian into the same room. Yu Qian, accustomed to sleeping alongside girls, had no qualms about it, having often shared slumber with Qi Yu and others in the past. However, Lin Yinyan was not so adaptable, accustomed to wearing earplugs and an eye mask in the dormitory. She found herself unable to settle down after the excitement of their chat. With a resigned smile, Yu Qian bid her farewell and retreated to the adjacent room. Upon entering, she opened her phone to find a dozen messages from Jiang Zheng, ranging from an hour and a half ago to just moments before. All inquired about her activities and whether she was sleeping with Lin Yinyan. As Yu Qian scrolled through the messages, another one from Jiang Zheng popped up. "Are you asleep?" A slight smile tugged at Yu Qian's lips as she joyfully replied, "Not yet. Just came from Yinyan's room." Upon receiving her response, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of energy, but as he read the content, a pang of bitterness struck him. His girlfriend was with someone else, not with him. Just as Jiang Zheng contemplated initiating a video call with Yu Qian, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Fresh from a shower, his hair remained damp. Preferring not to use the hotel's towels, he wore only a white t-shirt and black shorts, the air conditioning in the room providing ample warmth. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Zheng flashed a sly smile. He set his phone down, grasped the hem of his shirt, and deftly removed it, feeling quite confident in his physique. Then, he initiated a video call, his upper body bare. Upon seeing the call, Yu Qian clicked to accept without a moment's hesitation. "Jiang, where are your clothes?" Yu Qian stammered, her gaze caught by the jarring flesh tone on the screen. "I just took a shower and didn't feel like dressing," Jiang Zheng replied with an expression of nonchalance, deliberately tilting his phone to reveal more of himself to her. Yu Qian swallowed hard, feeling her heart race, convinced she might bleed from her nose. Why such stimulation at this late hour? Her eyes followed Jiang Zheng's movements downward, eventually resting on his defined abs. She recalled the last photo, confirming that Jiang Zheng possessed a six-pack, a sight that was undeniably alluring. She wondered how firm they might feel to the touch. "Little fish, do you want to know if I'm wearing pants?" Jiang Zheng's voice was like that of a siren, irresistibly drawing her in. "Yes." Yu Qian blinked at the figure on the screen, finally managing to say, "It's cold. You should put on some clothes, or you might catch a cold. Don't you really want to see?" Jiang Zheng continued to tempt her, and Yu Qian felt her resolve wavering. To prevent herself from rushing downstairs to uncover the truth, she trembled as she ended the call. Upon seeing the conversation conclude, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of regret. He hadn't anticipated Yu Qian's fortitude against temptation. Unlike him, who would leap at any chance to be close to her, even without her revealing anything. Shaking his head in frustration, he sent her another message. "Jiang Zheng, I heard that the temperature under a boy's covers is around 30 degrees. Yu Qian." "Jiang Zheng, so, would you like to come warm up my bed?" Yu Qian internally screamed as she tossed aside her burning phone. Jiang Zheng was a devil, always attempting to pull her into his depths. Unfortunately, she was particularly susceptible to his charms. "Mother, forgive me, at this rate, I may not last long." It wasn't a lack of willpower. It was simply that Jiang Zheng was too enticing. With a heavy heart, Yu Qian threw herself into her blankets, her mind swirling with Jiang Zheng's words and the images she had just seen. Deep down, she really wanted to reach out and touch him, but feared the consequences that might follow. Seeing that Yu Qian was unresponsive, Jiang Zheng sighed in disappointment. Should he go up to find her? After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, they had 3 more days alone together, so there was no need to rush. Once resolved, Jiang Zheng picked up his clothes and got dressed, then turned on the hairdryer to dry his hair. He was the one who would be going on a date with Yu Qian, and he couldn't afford to catch a cold otherwise. All the beauty of these spring days would be wasted. That night, influenced by Jiang Zheng, Yu Qian experienced a dream that was beyond description. She dreamt of Jiang Zheng lying on the bed, appearing utterly pitiable, allowing her to explore him freely. The two became entwined, and, in the end, Jiang Zheng even grasped her hand, leading her down an uncertain path. Of course, she ultimately saw nothing, for she had never truly encountered such a situation. How could she conjure an image of what might follow? Awakened from her dream in a state of fright, Yu Qian lay on her bed, feeling utterly despondent. It was difficult to discern whether she was left with lingering desire or a wish to evade this shameful thought. She reached for her phone and quietly played a calming mantra, though she sensed deep down that she might not remain steadfast until marriage. She resolved to hold on a little longer. At the very least, she could console herself with the notion that she had struggled valiantly. Yu Qian's thoughts remained characteristically languid and self-deceptive. Chapter 46. Which one to buy? Yu Qian had yet to freshen up when Fang Yin and the others arrived. There are no renowned tourist attractions in Jiang City, and the weather outside was particularly frigid. Therefore, the girls unanimously decided that it would be best to visit the food street for some indulgence, allowing Lin Yin Yin to experience the local culture as well. Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming, however, expressed no interest in this venture and opted to remain at the hotel. Consequently, Yu Qian, without a trace of guilt, left her boyfriend behind and cheerfully took her friends along. Lin Yin Yin had a penchant for sweets, so Yu Qian made a point to take her to purchase the city's specialty, sand cakes. These delightful treats are crafted from a blend of glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour, enriched with honey and sugar, and dyed with various plant extracts into 5 vibrant colors: red, yellow, blue, pink, and white. They're steamed in specially designed small steamers, making them incredibly appetizing. The 5 of them savored their way from one end of the street to the other, stopping to browse through shops along the way. It wasn't tea until evening that they decided to return. As they passed by a supermarket, Fang Yan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she pulled Yu Qian inside. Lin Yin Yin and the others, puzzled, followed suit into the supermarket. Yin Yin, what are you planning to buy? Wang Jiejie inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. It's not me. It's Qian Qian who's buying, Fang Yin replied with a mischievous grin. Yu Qian, bewildered, protested, I don't need to buy anything. No, you must buy something, Fang Yin declared with unwavering certainty, leading Yu Qian with ease to the shelves in front of the checkout counter. One side of the shelf was filled with chewing gum, while the other side, as Yu Qian gazed at the myriad of small boxes before her, she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Qian Qian, which one do you fancy? Fang Yin casually picked up a box, already perusing its contents. We haven't reached that stage yet, Yu Qian replied, her cheeks flushed as she attempted to defend herself. Again, this is a bit excessive. Qian Qian is still in a budding romance. A girl shouldn't be so frivolous, Qiyu admonished, her expression serious. She was a conservative, unable to accept premarital intimacy, especially considering that Yu Qian seemed quite young. Couples in the throes of passion are often akin to thunder and fire. I merely want Qian Qian to protect herself, Fang Yin countered, not perceiving this as a matter of shame. In this era of information overload, they were aware of everything they needed to know. Despite schools and families being stringent against early romance, there were always those who dared to taste forbidden fruits. To her, being 18 meant that, with mutual consent, engaging in such experiences was entirely normal. Rather than suppressing oneself, it was far wiser to ensure proper protection, as long as one maintained their health. Qi remained unconvinced and attempted to pull them away, but Fang Yin stubbornly held her ground. Ultimately, Qiyu could only stand aside with a stern expression, waiting for them. The checkout area was already bustling with activity, and with 5 girls standing in a prominent spot, each passerby couldn't help but cast a glance their way. Yu Qian, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, covered her face, while Fang Yin enthusiastically analyzed which item to purchase. Even Lin Yin Yin, filled with curiosity, picked up one to examine. This was Wang Jiejie's first time confronting such a place, and she expressed her astonishment. This isn't food, so why are there so many flavors? And they even come in different sizes? Fang Yin, comparing several boxes, turned to Yu Qian and inquired, Qian Qian, which one do you think we should choose? Yu Qian was at a loss. Let her fade into social oblivion. As a pure maiden, why should she have to answer such shameful questions? Observing Yu Qian's inability to respond, Fang Yin, after a brief moment of indecision, randomly selected a few and stuffed them into Yu Qian's arms, murmuring, given Jiang Zheng's demeanor, surely he wouldn't prefer the small size. Yu Qian stood there, clutching the pile of items, wishing she could bury her head in the floor. Qian Qian, I read online that this one is quite special. When you use it, Please share your experience with me. Fang Yin pointed to a uniquely marked box, her laughter bubbling with delight. Why? As a flower of our motherland. Did Fang Yin seem to possess a hue of knowledge that set her apart from others? Yuxian genuinely wished to ask her where she acquired such vast information. Ultimately, Yuxian was compelled to carry 5 boxes of these items to the checkout. The cashier, encountering a group of girls purchasing such items for the first time, couldn't help but steal a few glances at them. In response, Yuxian could only numb herself inwardly. After all, no one recognized her, and she felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Feigning composure, Yuxian exited the supermarket and hastily made her way to a corner, unzipping her down jacket to stuff the plastic bags inside. How absurd! Couldn't they provide a black plastic bag for such private items? That clear plastic bag. Did they really expect her to boldly flaunt these items in public? Why had she chosen not to bring a bag today? Observing Yuxian's fluid movements, Fang Yin remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Is this really necessary? It's not as if it's something shameful." Yuxian shot back, "If you have the courage, you carry it." She lacks such bravery as well. Fang Yin let out a couple of awkward chuckles. This location was rather close to her home, and if she were to encounter her parents while carrying such items, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yuxian zipped up her jacket, using her hand to support the bag from slipping down. Cautiously, she walked a few steps, her posture reminiscent of a newly pregnant woman cradling her belly. The group returned to the hotel at a snail's pace. Yuxian planned to conceal the items in her room first, but upon entering the lobby, she unexpectedly encountered Jiangzheng. Panic surged within her, prompting her to clutch her stomach even tighter. "Jiangzheng, what are you doing here?" Yuxian stammered, her voice trembling. "Jiangzheng shouldn't be out here. He should be in his room, bored and seeking fresh air." Jiangzheng scrutinized her with suspicion, asking, "Why are you holding your stomach?" Yuxian froze, hurriedly concocting an excuse. "I overate today. My stomach hurts." "Really?" "Indeed." Yuxian was apprehensive about what Jiangzheng might do, and she discreetly nudged Lin Yin beside her. Lin Yin and Fang Yin quickly assisted Yuxian in creating a diversion, and they hastily dashed into the elevator. Observing the flustered demeanor of these young ladies, Jiangzheng became increasingly curious about what Yuxian was concealing. He held no belief in her claims of stomachache. However, what could Yuxian possibly be hiding from him? Upon returning to her room, Yuxian promptly retrieved a bag and stuffed it into her suitcase, covering it with clothes in a guilty manner. After completing this task, she let out a sigh of relief. That evening, Fang Yin and the others intended to share a sleepover with Yuxian, leaving Jiangzheng with no opportunity to uncover her little secret. After spending 3 days in Jiang City, Yuxian and Jiangzheng were set to commence their date. At 5 in the morning, the outside world remained enveloped in darkness. Yuxian was awakened punctually by Jiangzheng. They had to sneak away from Lin Yin, so Jiangzheng had deliberately chosen an early flight. Bai Qiming, observing Jiangzheng's smug expression, felt quite displeased but nonetheless advised him to drive safely and take good care of her. "Do I need you to remind me?" Jiangzheng retorted with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. "I believe it is you who should take full advantage of the opportunity these days." Bai Qiming had already established a space for solitude with Lin Yin. Whether they would mutually express their feelings or remain oblivious to each other depended on fate. Bai Qiming paused for a moment. Previously, he had contemplated silently safeguarding Lin Yin as she matured, and he was willing to wait indefinitely. However, now, every time he witnessed Jiangzheng and Yuxian's affectionate interactions, a sense of discontent and even a tinge of jealousy toward Jiangzheng began to fester within him. Why did the person he cherished respond to his affections so swiftly, while he and Lin Yin remained stagnant, determined not to wait any longer? He felt an urgent need for a breakthrough, which prompted him to agree to Jiangzheng's reckless plan. Jiangzheng, pulling along his and Yuqian's suitcase, cheerfully patted Bai Qiming on the shoulder, saying, "Don't bother us with calls for the next 3 days. We'll see you in 3 days." With that, he swaggered away, dragging his suitcase. Yuqian hurriedly bid farewell to Minggu, then chased after her suitcase. Chapter 47. Swimming the rendezvous was orchestrated by Jiangzheng in the coastal city of Nanshur, a place renowned for its perpetual summer. "Shall you wear?" The flight is still 4 hours away. You should rest for a while, Jiang Zheng suggested as he noticed Yu Qian's stifling yawns. Without waiting for her consent, he gently rested her head against his shoulder. Yu Qian, offering no resistance, succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the bustling Jiang city, Lin Yin had risen early, prepared herself, and knocked on Yu Qian's door. After a prolonged silence, she assumed Yu Qian had gone in search of Jiang Zheng and decided to descend alone. Eventually, she learned from Bai Qiming that the pair had slipped away, leaving her crestfallen. How could Yu Qian embark on this adventure without her? Seizing the moment, Bai Qiming produced 2 tickets to Yuan City, thereby persuading Lin Yin to journey to the opposite end from Nanshi. Upon disembarking the plane, Yu Qian rubbed her neck, realizing that dozing against a shoulder was hardly conducive to comfort. A stiff neck was now her unwelcome companion. Yet, the heat of Nanshi enveloped her immediately. The streets were alive with short sleeves and flip-flops, the essence of summer palpable in the air. Let us first check into the hotel and change our attire, she suggested. As Jiang Zheng, already shedding his outer coat, too felt the oppressive warmth. As they prepared to hail a taxi, 2 nearby drivers simultaneously noticed them and rushed over, eager to solicit their fare. "Hey, handsome, where are you headed? I can take you," one called out, while the other chimed in, "You must be from the north. Would you like a guide? I'm quite familiar with the routes." It was the off-peak tourist season in Nanshi, and such competitive antics among drivers were commonplace. The 2 men stood before Jiang Zheng, their faces flushed as they vied for his attention, with one even attempting to seize the suitcase from Jiang Zheng's grasp. Observing this, Yu Qian couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, "I suppose it's the first time 2 men have bickered over you." Jiang Zheng, initially perturbed by the commotion, could only smile helplessly in response to her teasing. Ultimately, he casually pointed to one of the drivers, and they climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, the driver, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Given your attire, you must be from the north. I heard it's a frigid -10 degrees up there." Jiang Zheng merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant sound, yet the driver's exuberance remained undeterred. This middle-aged man, sporting a bit of stubble, continued to engage Jiang Zheng in lively conversation. As they alighted from the car, Jiang Zheng found a business card thrust into his hand by the driver. He then escorted Yu Qian to the hotel he had reserved. Upon witnessing Jiang Zheng register with their identification cards, Yu Qian suddenly realized she had forgotten to inquire how many rooms he had booked. Before she could voice her question, the receptionist swiftly provided the answer. "Here is your room key. May you enjoy your stay." Gazing at the solitary room key in the receptionist's hand, Yu Qian's understanding dawned upon her. "I require an additional room," she said, her cheeks flushing as she handed her identification back to the receptionist. Jiang Zheng swiftly snatched back his identification card and tucked it into his pocket, denying Yu Qian access. "I made the reservation in advance. There are no rooms left here." "Nonsense." The driver clearly mentioned that it's the off-season and there are very few people. Yu Qian shot Jiang Zheng a glare and reached out to snatch the ID from him. The receptionist, adorned with a standard smile, observed the playful banter between the two, a wave of melancholy washing over her as she reflected on her own single status. Eventually, in a fit of exasperation, Yu Qian pinched Jiang Zheng, managing to reclaim her ID. As she received her identification back, the receptionist found herself wishing to offer Yu Qian another room. However, glancing at the menacing gaze of the young man behind her, she hesitated. Oh dear, if she dared to provide another room, he might file a complaint against her. "I'm sorry, miss. Your identity information has already been registered. You cannot check in again." Yu Qian was left speechless, realizing it meant she had no choice but to share a room with Jiang Zheng. Twists of fate led Jiang Zheng, who had initially been disheartened, to cast an appreciative glance at the customer service representative before dragging Yu Qian inside. "Come on, let us go change. We'll head out to have some fun soon." Yu Qian was pulled into the elevator by Jiang Zheng. The room Jiang Zheng had booked was a delightful seaside view, offering a direct glimpse of the ocean. As he opened the window, a gentle sea breeze enveloped them, providing a refreshing comfort. Yu Qian turned her head to survey her surroundings. The room exuded a Southeast Asian holiday vibe, featuring a grand bed, a soft couch, and even a bathtub on the terrace. What on earth was a bathtub doing here? A multitude of inappropriate thoughts flashed through her mind as she gazed at it. "Little fish, let us go swimming later," Jiang Zheng suggested, opening his suitcase and waving a brightly colored swimsuit, his intentions unmistakable. "The beach is too crowded. A stroll will suffice," Yu Qian replied. She was well aware of Jiang Zheng's thoughts, and the sight of that flimsy piece of fabric sent her heart racing. "The hotel I booked has a private beach. Haven T, you noticed how nearly deserted it is outside?" He had gone to great lengths to find a hotel that met all his criteria. To share a bed with Yu Qian, he had forsaken his friend as private villa in favor of a room that lacked the luxury of 2 separate bedrooms. Jiang Zheng rummaged through his suitcase again, producing a neatly packaged blue swimsuit. "Here, I prepared your swimsuit as well," he said, revealing a matching couple's design. Yu Qian's mouth opened and closed as she struggled to respond, finally managing to stammer, "I can't swim." At this point, Jiang Zheng would not allow Yu Qian to back down. He thrust the swimsuit into her hands, insisting, "You must learn. Have you forgotten how you ended up in the police station last year?" With that, he pushed Yu Qian into the bathroom to change. She braced herself against the doorframe, refusing to enter. "Why'd I have to go in and change?" she protested vehemently. Jiang Zheng paused for a moment as he playfully pushed Yu Qian's shoulder, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "If you choose to change outside, that would be acceptable. However, I change rather swiftly, and one can never be certain when I might emerge. Or perhaps you prefer the idea of both of us changing outside. That would be a delightful prospect indeed." Yu Qian had to concede that when it came to audacity, she could never match Jiang Zheng. Ultimately, she retreated to the restroom, securing the door with a lock. Within the confines of the restroom, Yu Qian engaged in an extensive mental pep talk before donning her swimsuit. Once clad, she cast a glance at her reflection in the mirror. "Oh dear," she thought, "her chest is quite petite, lacking the voluptuous curves that Fang Yin possessed." Had she known this moment would come, she would have brought along some padding. Yet, padding was no guarantee. What if it floated away in the sea? Goodness, what am I even contemplating? She admonished herself. It's not as if I'm dressing for Jiang Zheng. So what if her chest was small? A smaller bust could even be less burdensome. Yu Qian scolded herself softly, but still lacked the courage to step outside. "Little fish, are you ready?" Jiang Zheng called from outside, his patience wearing thin. Feeling flustered by his urgency, she hesitated. "Jiang Zheng, could you step out for a moment? I need to find a skirt." With a beautiful scene about to unfold, there was no way Jiang Zheng would comply. "What sort of skirt do you need? I can hand it to you directly." He pulled Yu Qian's suitcase closer, speaking as he unzipped it. In that instant, Yu Qian remembered the little surprise she had hidden in her luggage. Hearing the sound of the zipper outside, her instincts took over, and she flung open the restroom door. Racing out. Chapter 48. The Great and the Small. As Jiang Zheng was about to open the suitcase, Yu Qian impulsively sat upon it, directly pressing down on the case. Jiang Zheng. His curiosity about what treasures lay within the suitcase intensified. Yet, in that moment, all his attention was captivated by Yu Qian. Standing at 163 centimeters and weighing 49 kilograms, she embodied a delicate beauty that, while not the skeletal ideal of 45 kilograms or less, exuded a charming softness. Jiang Zheng's gaze lingered from Yu Qian's collarbone down to her waist, fixating on the softness he had once touched, causing his breath to quicken. He was nearly overwhelmed with the desire to reach out and caress her. The deep blue swimsuit clung tightly to her porcelain skin, accentuating her every curve. Jiang Zheng felt a flush rise to his eyes. "Turn around." Yu Qian, feeling bashful yet determined to remain seated on the suitcase, could only push Jiang Zheng's head away with her hand. Complying, he turned his head, though the incessant movement of his Adam's apple betrayed his inner turmoil. "I hadn't expected your chest to be so small. It seems to be about the size of an apple, doesn't it?" As Yu Qian nervously rummaged through the suitcase for a dress, she heard Jiang Zheng lamenting her figure. "So what if it's apple-sized? It's mine, earned through my own efforts." Her irritation eclipsed her embarrassment, and her nervousness dissipated as she glared furiously at the back of Jiang Zheng's head, contemplating whether to strike him into a stupor. Just as Yu Qian's hand itched to act, Jiang Zheng spoke again. "It may be small, but it should feel delightful to the touch. After all, your backside is so soft, and as for your chest, it should be even more so." Yu Qian could no longer contain herself. She raised her foot and kicked Jiang Zheng in the back. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and stumbled forward, his knee crashing against the floor with a resounding thud. Ouch! Jiang Zheng winced in pain, rising to rub his sore knee, all the while chattering incessantly. Little fish, if you want to kneel before the heavens, just tell me directly. One person kneeling is pointless. He continued. What did I go wrong? It's clearly not large, but they say that with a bit of rubbing, it might grow. Jiang Zheng's words were accompanied by a suggestive smile. Yu Qian felt her temper flare to the point of combustion. If you find it small, why not seek a girlfriend with a larger chest? Noticing her increasingly darkening expression, Jiang Zheng realized he had crossed a line and hastened to amend his words. I only like Yu Qian. The size of anyone else's chest is inconsequential to me. Yu Qian, with such a shameless boyfriend, she would never need to worry about succumbing to senility. Life was a constant source of excitement. They had been playfully bickering in a room for quite some time. Jiang Zheng, still fixated on the idea of swimming together, picked up Yu Qian's hat and pulled her downstairs. As they stepped onto the sandy beach, Yu Qian finally felt her anger dissipate. To learn swimming, one must venture into slightly deeper waters. Jiang Zheng gently took Yu Qian's hand and slowly waded into the sea. Upon reaching waist-deep water, he released her hand and instructed, stand firm. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Jiang Zheng submerged himself, gracefully swimming around Yu Qian. Startled by the splashing water, Yu Qian lost her balance and fell into the sea, prompting her to call out for Jiang Zheng in a panic. He quickly swam over and pulled her from the water. Trembling and still shaken, Yu Qian clung tightly to his arm. Although the sensation of his arm was undeniably pleasant, they were there to learn to swim. Jiang Zheng gently patted her back, encouraging her to calm down. Now, I will support your waist. Let us experience the buoyancy of the water together, shall we? Observing Yu Qian's reluctance to let go, he adjusted his teaching approach, soothing her as one would a child. Yu Qian recognized her overreaction, yet her past experience with near drowning instilled a lingering fear of the water. You mustn't let go, she insisted. Gradually, she loosened her grip on Jiang Zheng, allowing him to encircle her waist while she leaned forward. It was her first attempt at swimming, and regardless of her effort, she found her arms and legs unresponsive. Jiang Zheng, ever patient and encouraging, continued to support her waist, a sweet torment indeed. After a couple of exhausting attempts, Yu Qian was panting but had made little progress. She paused to rest in the water before deciding to try again. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng's hand trembled, nearly causing her to plunge back into the depths. In a flurry, Yu Qian steadied herself, unsure of what had just happened. Her previous movements had been somewhat exaggerated, inadvertently striking. Are you all right? She asked, concerned. Jiang Zheng shook his head with an odd expression, but seeing he was not in pain eased her worry. Yet, he then suggested, perhaps you should rest on the shore. Yu Qian nodded, but noticing Jiang Zheng remained motionless in the water, her heart sank. Could it be that he truly was hurt, yet too embarrassed to admit it? Are you really okay? She asked cautiously. I am fine, he replied, his voice low and lacking conviction. As Yu Qian hesitated to leave the water, Jiang Zheng offered her an enigmatic smile. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Is that what she thought it meant? Yu Qian's gaze involuntarily drifted underwater, but the rippling surface obscured her view. Although she knew she hadn't seen anything, the intensity of Jiang Zheng's gaze only heightened. After a long pause, she finally managed to exclaim, You little pervert. She felt indignant, having done nothing at all. Jiang Zheng, slightly offended, retorted, A pervert is a pervert, but why add the word little? Are you looking down on me? Yu Qian, exasperated, found the double standards outrageous. After all, who had just been teasing her about her modest chest? How would you know if it is big or small? I've never seen, she challenged, a sense of satisfaction coursing through her as she felt she had avenged her earlier grievances. With a sly smile, Jiang Zheng drew Yu Qian into his embrace, firmly pressing her waist to prevent her from rising. Their bodies were closely entwined, the sensation of skin against skin remarkably pronounced in the cool sea water. How does it feel? Jiang Zheng inquired, his gaze intense as it bore into Yu Qian. She found herself rendered speechless, unable to retort. Just as Jiang Zheng leaned in to kiss her, Yu Qian hastily covered his mouth. Zhang, calm down, please. Ignoring her plea, he seized her hand with his left and pressed his lips against hers. After a prolonged moment, he pulled back, breathless, and hoarsely asked if she still dared to speak frivolously. In that instant, Yu Qian comprehended the man's obsession with the matter. She pressed her fingers against her swollen lip, tears brimming in her eyes, fervently nodding. I promise I won't speak thoughtlessly again. Do you like it? Zhang pressed. Yu Qian found herself at a loss for words, her emotions boiling down to a single expletive. She felt utterly trapped. How could she respond to such a loaded question? To say she disliked it would surely incite Zhang's wrath. Yet to admit she liked it risked him insisting on a more immediate experience. Both options felt perilously futile. Perhaps it would be wiser to render him unconscious instead. Chapter 49. Discovery. Zhang, I feel cold. Yu Qian remained silent, evading Zhang's question, and turned to him with a semblance of pity. You deceiver, Zhang muttered in mild dissatisfaction. Under the blazing midday sun, how could one feel cold? He gently tapped Yu Qian's forehead with his own, but ultimately decided to let it go. Observing this, Yu Qian staggered towards the shore. Once the seawater had dried, an uncomfortable sensation settled upon them. They resolved to return for a shower before indulging in a shopping expedition and dining. Shall you wash first? Or shall I? Zhang inquired, adopting an expectant demeanor. You go ahead, she replied, seizing the opportunity to dispose of the item hidden within her suitcase while Zhang was occupied. With an innocent expression, Yu Qian sat on a chair, feigning modesty. Zhang, indifferent, nodded and proceeded into the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of running water, Yu Qian swiftly approached her suitcase, gently unzipping it, and rummaging through her clothes to retrieve the transparent plastic bag. Where should she conceal it? Clearly, tossing it out the window was out of the question, and the trash bin would be too conspicuous. The wardrobe was also not a viable option. Perhaps beneath the bed? No, that wouldn't work either. The bed was a high one, and anything placed too far back would be visible. Where could it be hidden? Yu Qian fell on the verge of a breakdown, regretting not having disposed of it earlier. A sudden thought struck her, her pillow. She could stow the small boxes within the pillow itself, using it continuously thereafter. How clever she was! Excitedly, she grabbed a pillow and unzipped it. One by one, she extracted the small boxes from the plastic bag and neatly tucked them inside. Done. Wiping the imaginary sweat from her brow, she felt a rush of relief. What are you doing? Zhang's voice startled her, nearly sending her spirit soaring. Nothing much, she replied, feigning calmness, grateful that her pillow was already in place, otherwise. Have you finished your shower so soon? Feeling guilty, Yu Qian could hardly dare to appreciate the sight of Zhang emerging from the bath, his robe casually undone, revealing much of his torso. Her lack of embarrassment only raised suspicion in Zhang's mind. He gave a nonchalant hum and casually scanned the room. Yu Qian, having secured her clothing, walked into the bathroom with a composed demeanor. Locking the door and turning on the water, she took a moment to calm her racing heart, appearing as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, a nagging feeling persisted. Had she forgotten something? Why did she still feel a tinge of anxiety? Zhang took a few steps around the room, pausing beside Yu Qian's suitcase, his fingers itching with curiosity, yet ultimately he refrained from opening it. Though his desire to uncover the secret was strong, he feared provoking Yu Qian's ire more. Grabbing a towel, he casually rubbed it through his hair before settling onto the bed. What is this? Zhang casually glanced back and discovered he was sitting on a plastic bag. He noticed the logo of a supermarket on it and thought it must have been discarded by Yu Qian. Zhang nonchalantly reached for the bag, intending to toss it in the trash, when he found a small receipt inside. He effortlessly pulled it out to take a look. Vitality Pack, 8 pieces, XX Ultra Thin. Zhang lowered his head, motionless as he stared at the receipt, mentally repeating its contents several times. After a long while, a smile filled with desire appeared on his face. Excellent, there are 5 boxes. It seems that this is what Yu Qian had been hiding. The presence of this bag indicates that Yu Qian has already stashed away her treasures. Zhang scanned the surroundings but did not rush to search. Instead, he casually toyed with the receipt while his gaze fixated on the bathroom door. Half an hour later, I'm all set. Yu Qian emerged from the bathroom, looking neat and tidy. Upon raising her head, she spotted Jiang Zheng half reclined on the bed, staring at her. "What are you looking at?" Yu Qian felt a bit uncomfortable and tugged at her clothes. "Let us go eat. We need to fill our stomachs before we can have the energy to play games." Jiang Zheng's smile remained as carefree as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Yu Qian blinked, feeling quite pleased as she descended the stairs with him. There were numerous food vendors around the hotel, and Yu Qian gazed longingly at the tantalizing snacks, nearly drooling. She found several items she had never tried before, and suddenly felt unable to move. "How about we eat here instead of going to the restaurant?" Yu Qian grasped Jiang Zheng's hand, her face radiant with anticipation. "Sure." Jiang Zheng's agreement surprised her. Why is he so agreeable today? Jiang Zheng, although he occasionally indulged in snacks, maintained a very regular routine. His 3 meals a day were indispensable. At this hour, he would typically insist on having a proper meal. Snacks could serve as after-dinner treats, but he would never substitute them for a full meal. Jiang Zheng affectionately ruffled Yu Qian's hair, his smile serene. "After all, we're on vacation. Let us buy whatever we desire." However, there was something unsettling about his smile, reminiscent of a farmer fattening a pig before slaughter. Yet, Yu Qian was too lazy to speculate on his antics. Joyfully, Yu Qian led Jiang Zheng to a stall selling coconut rice, ordering 2 portions, along with several snacks to share at the table. When she tasted the coconut cake, her eyes lit up. She immediately decided to take some back for others to enjoy. With the gentle sea breeze blowing, the beautiful evening scenery surrounding her, and the presence of someone she cherished, Yu Qian felt immensely satisfied with the meal. So much so that upon finishing, she stood up and began to hiccup incessantly. "Let us go for a walk to work off these hiccups." Yu Qian felt embarrassed by her current state, but found her full stomach uncomfortable enough to warrant a stroll. It appears that what you truly require is not merely a stroll, but rather some digestive tablets. Jiang Zheng observed Yu Qian, who was hiccuping like a malfunctioning toy, and he felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Despite being adults, they still exhibited the appetite of children. He guided Yu Qian along the coastline for a leisurely walk before leading her to the pharmacy to purchase the necessary tablets. While at the pharmacy, Jiang Zheng discreetly glanced at the hygiene products aisle, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a long day of antics, Yu Qian finally felt a bit more at ease. As darkness enveloped the sky, she, no longer inclined to browse, eagerly tugged Jiang Zheng to return. Unbeknownst to her, the smile on Jiang Zheng's face grew ever wider as he clutched the small note in his pocket, his expression one of anticipation long awaited. Chapter 50. Indeed, it is still too small. Upon returning to her room, Yu Qian felt a surge of anxiety about how she would sleep tonight. Was it truly necessary for them to share the same bed? Jiang Zheng lounged on the sofa, lazily beckoning Yu Qian with a gesture. "Come here for a moment. I wish to show you something." "What is it?" Yu Qian inquired, a hint of confusion crossing her features, yet she approached and settled beside Jiang Zheng. He slowly retrieved a small receipt, unfolded it, and presented it to Yu Qian. "Read the contents for me." Yu Qian took the receipt and glanced at it, her mind nearly exploding with realization. She finally understood what she had forgotten. While hiding her belongings, she had neglected to dispose of the bag. "I suspect. You concealed these items, didn't you?" Jiang Zheng wrapped an arm around Yu Qian's waist, his fingers teasingly grazing her side, causing her heart to race with apprehension. "No, Jiang Zheng placed a finger against her lips, silencing her. His smile was particularly alluring as he remarked, "There's no need to deny it. I've noticed your peculiar behavior these past few days. However, I won't pressure you to reveal where they are. I shall search for them myself." With that, Jiang Zheng released Yu Qian and began to meander through the room. Not under the bed, not in the wardrobe either. He searched leisurely, all the while observing Yu Qian's expressions. Could it be hidden in the bed? As he caught sight of Yu Qian tensing up, his smile broadened. He reached out to lift the covers. "Enough, Jiang Zheng." Yu Qian could no longer contain herself and abruptly stood up. His nonchalant demeanor felt akin to torture. What was wrong with her hiding her supplies? Why should she feel guilty when she was certain Jiang Zheng had contemplated purchasing them himself? Fuming, Yu Qian marched up to Jiang Zheng, grasped his shirt, and then forcefully pushed him onto the bed. Jiang Zheng appeared surprised but complied without resistance, lying back. Yu Qian positioned herself above him, looking down with determination, then leaned down to bite his chin. "Ouch, that hurts," Jiang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight, entirely unfazed by the bite. He even reached out to support Yu Qian, ensuring she didn't T-fall. Yu Qian bit down fiercely, leaving a distinct mark on his chin. For a moment, she felt her resolve wane upon seeing the imprint, but quickly straightened her back, asserting, "Do you not understand that girls are sensitive about such matters? If you know, why must you bring it up? Can't you search quietly?" Jiang Zheng, amused by Yu Qian's indignant expression, chuckled heartily. "I understand now. It won't happen again," he responded amiably, then continued, "But next time, perhaps I should be the one to buy such items, considering how sensitive girls can be." As he lay on the bed, he raised an eyebrow suggestively at Yu Qian and extended a hand to pull her beside him. "I am genuinely curious, little fish. Just how much confidence do you have in me? For a 3-day trip, you purchased 5 boxes. As he spoke, Jiang Zheng rolled towards Yu Qian, cupping her face with his hand as he leaned in slowly to kiss her. Jiang Zheng's kiss was both reckless and domineering, leaving Yu Qian enchanted and lost in the pleasure he bestowed upon her. After a considerable time, Jiang Zheng released Yu Qian, his eyes filled with suppressed emotions. In a husky voice, he murmured, 18. Indeed, still too young. Jiang Zheng's gaze lingered intensely on Yu Qian's flushed cheeks, as though he intended to consume her with his eyes. Though he yearned to continue, the reality of her being merely 18 held him back. Yu Qian was taken aback. She felt one of Jiang Zheng's hands firmly encircling her waist, while the other caressed her back with a rhythm of tenderness and pressure. Their clothes were somewhat disheveled, and despite having reached such an intimate juncture, Jiang Zheng surprisingly halted, having previously displayed an eagerness that seemed insatiable. In her astonishment, a sweet sense of reassurance began to blossom within her. She observed Jiang Zheng, who was endeavoring to regain his composure, scrutinizing the youthful elegance of his features. It seemed he had matured somewhat. His gaze now bore a hint of determination absent from their initial acquaintance, and the contours of his face had grown more defined than in his boyhood. Jiang Zheng was indeed a young man. This realization struck her with unprecedented clarity. In her heart, he had once been a somewhat rebellious and carefree youth, but now he was evolving into a man learning to shoulder responsibilities, gradually maturing. Captivated by this version of Jiang Zheng, Yu Qian lifted her chin and pressed her lips against the spot she had just bitten. Jiang Zheng cursed under his breath, tightening his grip, his eyes, tinged with desire, fixed upon Yu Qian as he thought, "You are taking advantage of my restraint. Just wait until you turn 20, and I shall reclaim every moment lost today." At the sight of Jiang Zheng's fierce declaration, Yu Qian's smile brightened even more. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, her heart filled with tranquility. Previously, she had merely been a girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, eager for a carefree romance. But now, she envisioned a future with Jiang Zheng, marriage, the establishment of a family, and him becoming her husband, an indispensable presence in her life. In the days to come, they would share countless nights together, ultimately finding solace in each other's arms. Eventually, Jiang Zheng excused himself to the bathroom. He found it impossible to remain calm while gazing at Yu Qian. She lay on the bed, her eyes sparkling with mischief, laughing with abandon. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Zheng returned from the bathroom, his body still enveloped in steam, and nestled beside Yu Qian. She was beginning to feel drowsy, and with a dreamy gaze, she murmured, "Aren't you afraid of acting impulsively again?" He chuckled, "I relish the thrill. If I cannot have it all, I shall still savor every moment." Jiang Zheng pulled Yu Qian closer, allowing her to rest against him as she succumbed to sleep. Though she had anticipated a night fraught with tension that would render her sleepless, Yu Qian fell into a deep and sweet slumber. The tranquility of the night sky outside contrasting with the warmth of the embrace within. Chapter 51. Emotional Turmoil in the Morning. Yu Qian was roused from her slumber by the sound of crashing waves. Groggily, she shifted within her cocoon of blankets, intending to change her position and drift back into sleep. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her scalp, jolting her into full consciousness. Cautiously, she turned her head and discovered that her hair was being pressed down by Jiang Zheng. Well, it seemed she was truly awake now. Gently, she extricated her hair from beneath his head. Jiang Zheng, still lost in dreams, stirred slightly, yet remained deeply asleep. After a few minutes, Yu Qian successfully freed her hair, and although sleep was no longer an option, she had no desire to rise. Instead, she lay on her side, gazing at Jiang Zheng's serene visage. In slumber, he appeared so gentle, a stark contrast to his usual vibrant and audacious demeanor. The lips that often incited frustration were now softly closed, their fullness evoking an irresistible urge to kiss. Yu Qian quietly inched closer, scrutinizing Jiang Zheng's face. Her gaze gradually shifted downward, landing on his Adam's apple, piquing her curiosity. Was it hard or soft? Tentatively, she reached out her finger and pressed gently. It was somewhat firm, shifting beneath her touch. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she contemplated squeezing it, but the movement startled Jiang Zheng, causing him to exhale heavily, furrowing his brow and stirring restlessly. Alarmed, Yu Qian quickly withdrew her hand. Once he settled back into a tranquil state, she felt a surge of boldness and extended her hand toward him again. This time, her target was his abdominal muscles. Despite their recent candid encounters, she had yet to explore the contours of Jiang Zheng's physique. It is often said that only men are intrigued by women's bodies, yet women equally harbor a fascination for men's forms, albeit usually concealed beneath a veneer of propriety. Now, filled with curiosity, Yu Qian reached out with eager fingers. Jiang Zheng wore his own t-shirt, and she gently lifted the blanket, raising his shirt slightly to place her hand upon his abdomen. The sensation was distinctly different from her own. How to describe it? Yu Qian pinched her own belly for comparison, noting the softness and excess flesh in contrast to his. However, why did it feel somewhat fuzzy? What could that mean? The desire to peek beneath the surface surged within her. Just as Yu Qian contemplated a discreet investigation, Jiang Zheng, at last, stirred from his slumber, unable to withstand the disturbance. Little fish. His voice was thick with sleep, and he reached for Yu Qian, pulling her close against his chest while his other hand slipped beneath the covers to grasp the hand that had been so daringly exploring. "Are you trying to seduce me?" he murmured, recalling the restless night spent holding her, unable to find rest until the early hours. Yet, despite his lingering drowsiness, the allure of her initiative was irresistible. "Not all," Yu Qian replied, her eyes wide as she feigned innocence. "This is hardly seduction, it's merely exploration." Though it was said, Yu Qian felt somewhat uncomfortable being pressed against Jiang Zheng and wished to rise and freshen up. However, as soon as she made a move, Jiang Zheng inhaled sharply. "Little fish, do you know when a man feels the most tormented? The sight of something delectable yet unattainable, especially in the morning when desires run high, doubled the anguish." Yu Qian innocently replied, "When a zipper gets stuck in the crotch." Jiang Zheng. Had she unlocked something? It felt as if she had suddenly become more liberated, able to utter such words. The two remained entangled in bed for a while, until at last, they both regained their senses. Jiang Zheng leaned in to kiss Yu Qian, only to be disdainfully pushed away by her. "It's too early for kisses without brushing our teeth." "I'm not that daring." Yu Qian got out of bed and immediately drew back the curtains. The piercing sunlight flooded the room, instantly invigorating them. "Jiang Zheng, I want something sweet today." She contemplated breakfast while brushing her teeth. Jiang Zheng nodded in agreement. Once they were both ready, they grabbed the room key and stepped outside. Today, they ventured further. Yu Qian purchased a sweet cup of purple rice porridge and a portion of glutinous rice balls. As Jiang Zheng observed her joyfully indulging in sweets, a nagging feeling of unease crept into his mind. Although Yu Qian usually enjoyed sweet treats, her breakfast typically consisted of buns or fried dough sticks. This was the first time he had seen her eat something so light in the morning. Guided by the locals, they meandered to a bustling street brimming with life. Various local delicacies and fresh produce were readily available. Yu Qian seemed particularly cheerful today, easily excited by everything she encountered, and animatedly chattered away with Jiang Zheng. The alarm bells in Jiang Zheng's mind grew louder. What could account for this sudden change in his girlfriend's demeanor? This concern persisted until Yu Qian bought a pancake, which ultimately shattered his apprehensions. With drool pooling, Yu Qian purchased a pancake filled with a grilled sausage. She held the pancake, swallowing hard, but instead of eating it, she offered it to Jiang Zheng, her eyes sparkling. "Here, take a bite first." Jiang Zheng, not paying much heed at the moment, leaned down and took a delicate bite, inadvertently pulling the entire sausage out of the pancake. This misstep, however, led to calamity. Yu Qian stared in shock at the sausage in Jiang Zheng's mouth, then at her pancake, now merely filled with vegetables, and tears sprang to her eyes. Jiang Zheng was momentarily bewildered. He and T fully processed the situation before instinctively placing the sausage back into the pancake. He took the pancake from Yu Qian's hands, sweating profusely, and urgently asked the pancake vendor for a replacement. Alas, even with a new pancake in hand, Yu Qian's tears continued to flow unabated. Her crying was not the loud wailing of heartbreak, but rather silent tears that fell while she fixed her gaze on him. Jiang Zheng, having never encountered such a situation, became flustered and anxious, yet Yu Qian remained silent. Finally, it was only after he bought her a cup of milk tea that her tears finally ceased. "Xiao Yuya, are you feeling any better?" Jiang Zheng inquired, seated beside Yu Qian, his expression imbued with a palpable caution, his voice barely above a whisper. Yu Qian nodded, acutely aware of her peculiar state today, her emotions oscillating wildly like a roller coaster. Just moments ago, she had found herself crying inexplicably, leaving Jiang Zheng visibly startled. Moreover, she had an intense craving for sweets. Could it be that her monthly visitor was approaching? During that time, her sweet tooth and emotional fluctuations were notorious. Yu Qian retrieved her phone and opened the app she used to track her cycle, which indicated that there were still 5 days remaining. Yet, an unsettling ache began to manifest in her abdomen. It would be prudent to check, just to alleviate her concerns. Finding a public restroom, she entered and, to her dismay, discovered faint traces of blood. "I apologize for scaring you earlier," Yu Qian explained, grasping Jiang Zheng's hand. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Zheng's face remained etched with trepidation. Was this the torment that befell all girls during their cycles? It was enough to send him into a panic. Yu Qian led Jiang Zheng to a supermarket to purchase sanitary napkins. Initially, Jiang Zheng had insisted on procuring them himself, but Yu Qian felt uneasy. Besides, since the bleeding had only just commenced, a few paper tissues would suffice for the moment. Once at the supermarket, Jiang Zheng exhibited no embarrassment as he accompanied Yu Qian in selecting the sanitary napkins, even snapping a photo of the brand she held up. Yu Qian, amused by his actions, asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just noting down the brand you use, in case I need to buy them for you in the future." Jiang Zheng replied matter-of-factly. Yu Qian contemplated informing him that such an occasion was unlikely, as she typically prepared for her cycle in advance at home. "By the way, Xiao Yuer, would you like some brown sugar water?" He had just looked it up, discovering that it might provide some relief during her cycle. The author's note: "I apologize. My rhinitis flared up today, causing a severe headache, so there's only one chapter." Chapter 52. The darkness of suffering. Yu Qian shook her head awkwardly, insisting that she didn't need anything. After purchasing sanitary napkins, she promptly rushed to the restroom to change. The arrival of menstruation is indeed a mysterious phenomenon. One often feels nothing until it suddenly strikes, unleashing pain with a vengeance. In the end, Yu Qian was carried back to the hotel by Jiang Zheng. "Little fish, are you really not going to take any medication?" Jiang Zheng observed the beads of sweat forming on Yu Qian's forehead, feeling a pang of anxiety. He had looked up online that pain relief was an option for women during their periods. Yu Qian, however, shook her head in distress. The pain was within her tolerable limits, and she preferred to avoid medication. "Why is it so severe this time? I've never seen you in such pain before." "It might be because I was in the water yesterday." Yu Qian had never experienced such a tumultuous ache, with her insides seemingly in disarray. Previously, she had only felt a slight heaviness on the first day. Hearing her explanation, Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of regret. Why did he insist on teaching her to swim yesterday? "It has nothing to do with you," Yu Qian said, noticing Jiang Zheng's almost melancholic expression. She felt compelled to offer some comfort. She herself had not anticipated that her period would arrive several days early. Menstruation, such a capricious entity, arriving and departing at will, utterly unnegotiable. Jiang Zheng laid down beside Yu Qian, placing his hand on her lower abdomen. "Shall I massage it for you?" Yu Qian, in a state of despair, nodded slightly. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Yu Qian, her expression a mix of emotions, pushed Jiang Zheng's hand away. In that fleeting moment of contact, she felt the surge of her period intensifying. She pushed his hand aside and staggered to the restroom, resigning herself to a day spent there. This was the first time Jiang Zheng had witnessed the ordeal of menstruation so directly. It was truly torturous, and yet he could do nothing to alleviate her suffering. Throughout the day, Yu Qian languidly remained in bed, and Jiang Zheng brought her dinner. That night, Yu Qian's sleep was restless, and Jiang Zheng found himself half awake all night, waking whenever she stirred. Though they had done nothing, the 2 nights spent sharing a bed left him utterly drained. By the following day, the pain had subsided, and they prepared to depart. Yu Qian was still keen to buy coconut cake and other snacks, dragging Jiang Zheng along with her. Observing her newfound energy, Jiang Zheng remained unsettled, mentally noting Yu Qian's symptoms for future reference, determined to be better prepared next time. As they were leaving, Jiang Zheng made sure to retrieve the 5 boxes of condoms they had purchased. Yu Qian insisted he dispose of them, but he replied with conviction that they would eventually be needed. "You bought these. Trust me, when the time comes, I will definitely use them." Yu Qian was rendered speechless by his words, pondering how far ahead he was thinking. What if these had an expiration date? Couldn't they simply purchase more later? However, ultimately, she could not sway Jiang Zheng and watched as he cheerfully packed them all into a suitcase. Upon returning to the capital, the familiar chill instantly enveloped Yu Qian, reminding her of reality. Her brief stay in the southern city had reaffirmed her belief. Indeed, summer was the most delightful season of all. "Please wear your hat properly. Qi Ming and the others will not arrive for another hour. Let's find something to eat while we wait for them." Jiang Zheng carefully wrapped Yu Qian up snugly, fearing that she might catch a chill. The airport offered little in terms of dining options, so the two entered a KFC, casually ordering a few items and waiting for Lin Yin Yan's return. Before encountering Lin Yin Yan, Yu Qian had envisioned a confrontation filled with indignation, where she would demand an explanation for Yu Qian's escapade with Jiang Zheng, or perhaps even choose to ignore her altogether. She had prepared herself for a humble apology, seeking forgiveness. However, upon their meeting, it was Lin Yin Yan who appeared with an expression of guilt. Yu Qian thought to herself, "Is it me who has misunderstood the situation?" Observing Lin Yin Yan's shy and somewhat guilty glances towards Bai Qi Ming ignited Yu Qian's curiosity. Could it be that the two had ignited a spark so swiftly? In novels, such pairings typically culminated only as they approached graduation. Yu Qian turned her gaze back to Bai Qi Ming. Although his demeanor remained cold, his eyes sparkled when they fell upon Lin Yin Yan. She was consumed with curiosity about the events that had transpired between them. Her inquisitiveness was soon satiated. Lin Yin Yan, unable to contain her excitement and eager to share her sentiments, chose Yu Qian as her confidant. Thus, Yu Qian became an amused bystander, summarizing the whirlwind of Lin Yin Yan's recent experiences. While staying at a hotel, the hairdryer malfunctioned, and rather than inconveniencing anyone late at night, she sought assistance from the next room, that of Bai Qi Ming. When he opened the door clad in a bathrobe, she tripped, inadvertently tugging at his robe and bestowing upon him her first kiss. What could have ended there as an accident took an unexpected turn. Lin Yin Yan had not only kissed him once. In a moment of disorientation, she remained on the floor and, emboldened, kissed him again, with predictable results. Throughout the retelling, Yu Qian's expression was one of sheer delight and astonishment. "Yin Yin, I have a tiny question. Did you see everything?" Yu Qian felt as if she had successfully shipped a couple, exhilarated and intrigued. Lin Yin Yin blushed fiercely, nodding. Indeed, not only had she seen everything, but she had also touched a little. Yu Qian clasped her heart, which threatened to leap from her chest, as an inappropriate thought crossed her mind. How could their relationship progress so rapidly? She had barely managed to glimpse Jiang Zheng. Moreover, was it true that Bai Qi Ming wore nothing beneath that bathrobe? Was it purely coincidental? She boldly speculated that perhaps Lin Yin Yin's fall was, in fact, orchestrated by Bai Qi Ming. Her thoughts turned dark as she considered how well Jiang Zheng and Bai Qiming matched each other's mischief. She believed such antics were well within Bai Qiming's capabilities. Honestly, every time I see Qiming, my heart races, and I can't help but recall that day's scene. Do you think I might actually like him? Lin Yinyin was currently overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to shake the urge to observe Bai Qiming and his every action. Yet, she found herself questioning whether this sensation could be classified as affection. Yu Qian, possessing an almost divine insight, was aware that these two would inevitably end up together. However, matters of the heart ultimately require the parties involved to comprehend their own feelings. Thus, Yu Qian posed a counter-question to Lin Yinyin. If Minggu were to lean in for a kiss now, would you object? Lin Yinyin hesitated, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head. The mere thought of Bai Qiming wanting to kiss her filled her with a fluttering excitement and an indescribable joy, leaving no room for disdain or rejection. In truth, she realized that she had developed feelings for Qiming, those of a romantic nature. Stealing a furtive glance behind her, she blushed further and confessed, "But we have always regarded each other as good friends. Do you think if I truly liked Qiming, he would reciprocate?" "Oh, Minggu has longed for this." Yu Qian refrained from disclosing the previous scheming between Bai Qiming and Jiang Zheng. According to Jiang Zheng, Bai Qiming had meticulously planned to deepen their relationship during a private trip. She had always assumed that Bai Qiming would be the one to reveal his feelings first, never suspecting that he was orchestrating matters so that Lin Yinyin would develop feelings first. It appeared that he was waiting for her to confess. What should she do? Yu Qian felt an overwhelming urge to expose Bai Qiming's intentions to Lin Yinyin, but she knew that if she did, Bai Qiming would undoubtedly retaliate against her. With a heavy heart, she lamented her predicament. Did she really have to watch Lin Yinyin leap into Bai Qiming's embrace? The two young women walked hand in hand ahead, while the two men behind them exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own secrets. Chapter 53. An urgent date. From the look on your face, it seems you have been rather content these past few days, Jiang Zheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he observed Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming smirked, retorting, "It must surely be better than your own situation." Jiang Zheng, noticing his demeanor, instinctively sensed that Bai Qiming was not in the mood to boast, but rather to mock. It was evident that his days had been anything but pleasant. Otherwise, he would have been flaunting his happiness and sharing it with the world. Jiang Zheng glared at Bai Qiming, unable to refute his words. After all, apart from the first day, he had not received even a simple kiss or hug from Yu Qian in the subsequent days. Yet, he was aware of how to strike at Bai Qiming's vulnerabilities. "It appears you have successfully won the heart of your beloved. I wonder if Nian has agreed to be with you? Oh, by the way, when do you plan to make it official? It would be nice if you could be as open as Xiao Yu and I are before our parents. Please refrain from playing any clandestine games." With each word Jiang Zheng uttered, Bai Qiming's expression grew colder. Ultimately, the initial good mood Bai Qiming had was gone, and he icily reminded, "Allow me to remind you that I have another identity, that of Qian's brother. As your future brother-in-law, it would be wise for you not to offend me." TCH, Jiang Zheng rolled his eyes at Bai Qiming. They both tacitly agreed to cease their verbal sparring. Yu Qian had thought that Lin Yinyin would at least take some time to contemplate before confessing to Bai Qiming. However, to her astonishment, the very next day upon returning home, Lin Yinyin shyly approached her and asked, "Qian, I wish to confess to Qiming. Do you think I should prepare something special?" Yu Qian was left utterly speechless. Had she really sorted out her feelings in just one night? Could this be one of the merits of being the protagonist? Reflecting on her own prolonged indecision, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Zheng. However, what does one need to prepare for confessing to Bai Qiming? Standing before him, Bai Qiming would likely be so elated that he might even spar with Jiang Zheng. Ahem, that depends on your personal perspective. Yu Qian strained her eyes, attempting to convey her sincerity to Lin Yinyin. Isn't it customary to present flowers in such scenarios? Perhaps I could also offer flowers? Qiming loves music. I could confess while playing the piano, or invite him to a private dinner. As Yu Qian listened, her heart ached. It seemed she had never done anything special for Jiang Zheng. Not even once had she gifted him flowers. If Lin Yinyin were to make such a grand confession to Bai Qiming, it was easy to foresee that Jiang Zheng would become extremely jealous, and she would be in deep trouble. Yin Yin, I believe you should plan this carefully. After all, it is a confession, and it would be best to create an unforgettable memory for both of you. Please, grant the child a chance for redemption. She needs to arrange everything for Jiangzheng right now. Immediately, if he sees Bai Qiming being confessed to in such a manner. He surely won't be upset that he received nothing. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Lin Yin also felt her approach had been a bit hasty. Indeed, it was crucial to plan this properly. A romantic confession must be executed flawlessly. Yu Qian apologized to Lin Yin, whom she had misguided, and promptly took out her phone to make reservations at a restaurant and order flowers. Urgent. Jiangzheng was at home working out when he heard Yu Qian suggesting they go out for dinner. He was momentarily taken aback. She had just returned yesterday, and today she was the one to invite him out? Wasn't she usually fond of staying in her room during times like these? Confused, he quickly tidied himself up, even choosing an outfit he deemed quite stylish before heading out. When Jiangzheng emerged, he saw Yu Qian waiting for him at the door. He hurried over, questioning, "It's so cold outside, and your health isn't the best. What are you doing out here?" Before she could respond, he leaned closer, surprised. "You put on makeup today?" In all the time he had known her, this was only the second time he had seen her made up, the first being on his birthday. Yu Qian shyly nodded, striving to sound casual. "I really wanted to spend time with you today. Let us go on a date." With that, she reached out, intertwining her fingers with his. A smile crept across Jiangzheng's lips, his eyes sparkling with delight at his girlfriend's affection. Hand in hand, they made their way to the restaurant she had reserved. According to her plan, they would dine first, then watch a movie, and finally, she would present him with flowers, a flawless itinerary. However, Jiangzheng was not one to follow the script. Upon entering the restaurant, he was astonished. Yu Qian typically had no fondness for Western cuisine. When the waiter brought 2 steaks to their table, Jiangzheng looked at her with concern. "Are you sure you can eat this much?" At his words, Yu Qian's sweet girlfriend facade nearly faltered. After their meal, Jiangzheng insisted on purchasing a cake, leaving Yu Qian to hastily eat her food, exclaiming how delicious it was as their movie was about to start. Yet when they arrived at the cinema, Jiangzheng was reluctant to enter. They had a home theater, so why venture into a public space? Although there was heating, it could never match the comfort of home. Moreover, Yu Qian was still on her period and needed a rest. He was already satisfied that she had invited him out for dinner. Watching a movie could be done at home, where they could enjoy each other's company more intimately. Unable to sway Jiangzheng, Yu Qian's date plans changed once more, and she hurriedly called the flower shop to redirect the delivery to Zhang's residence. Once they arrived at the Zhang household, Jiangzheng could finally fulfill his earlier fantasy, holding Yu Qian while they watched a movie. In the dimly lit room, warmth enveloped them, and both had shed their coats. This time, Yu Qian chose not to sit in the massage chair, but rather allowed Jiangzheng to hold her comfortably as they reclined on the sofa. Initially, her mind was occupied with the idea of their date, but gradually, she became engrossed in the film. After a while, however, she began to feel uncomfortable and wanted to shift positions. "Your belt buckle is digging into me," she muttered in mild annoyance. "I don't have a belt," Jiangzheng replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Yu Qian paused, suddenly realizing what was beneath her, feeling both embarrassed and flustered. She yearned to escape from Jiangzheng's embrace, yet he held her firmly with both hands. "You were the one who suggested we go on a date today. Therefore, you cannot resist whatever I desire." Yu Qian felt a twinge of guilt and resigned herself to remain in Jiangzheng's arms, allowing his hands to roam playfully around her waist. Jiangzheng's temper flared, and after pinching Yu Qian's cheek, he leaned down to kiss her. After a considerable time, he finally released her, breathless, and with a slightly aggrieved tone remarked, "Perhaps you should forego makeup in the future. Kissing you leaves a taste of powder, which is rather unappetizing." It had never occurred to her that cosmetics could become a culinary concern. Yu Qian couldn't help but laugh at Jiangzheng's assertive yet humorous complaint. The two remained entangled in the room for a while longer, until the flower delivery arrived, prompting them to exit. Yu Qian accepted a bouquet of red roses from the delivery man and promptly turned to present them to Jiangzheng. "I have never given you flowers before. Consider this a belated gesture, Jiangzheng. I like you." Cradling the flowers, she gazed expectantly at him. despite the ulterior motives behind this date. She realized that articulating her feelings made her somewhat anxious. What era are we in? Still gifting red roses. How quaint, she mused. Though she feigned disdain, Jiang Zheng's body betrayed his true feelings as he accepted the bouquet, his joy evident for all to see. Yu Qian had grown accustomed to Jiang Zheng's straightforward nature, so his reaction did not surprise her. However, she ultimately decided to forego the kiss she had initially planned to give him. Feeling that the day's date had turned out reasonably well, Yu Qian set aside her worries and intended to retreat to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng, holding the flowers, glanced at the vase in the living room and deemed it unworthy of the bouquet in his hands. Ultimately, he resolved to place the flowers in his own room. Lying on his bed, he stared at the blossoms beside him, still feeling a discontent that lingered. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his phone, adjusted the angle, and captured a photograph of the bouquet, which he then sent directly to Bai Qiming. Today, my little fish insisted on giving me flowers. Sometimes my girlfriend can be quite clingy, he wrote alongside the image. Watching the WeChat notification indicate that the recipient was typing, yet receiving no reply, Jiang Zheng finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 54. Compensation. Bai Qiming felt an intense anger upon seeing Jiang Zheng's message on WeChat, so much so that he contemplated blocking him. However, he refrained from doing so because he had overheard Yu Qian and Lin Yin's conversation that morning while standing at the staircase. As for Yu Qian's attempts to deceive Lin Yin, he chose to overlook her actions this time, considering her to be his stepsister. As for Jiang Zheng, he decided to keep his WeChat contact, for who could tell in the future who would end up showcasing their feelings to whom. What truly occupied his thoughts was how Lin Yin would confess her feelings to him. He was genuinely looking forward to it. Lin Yin was a woman of action. Once she resolved to orchestrate a romantic confession, she swiftly set about her preparations. Yu Qian found herself dragged into a hall adorned with an abundance of pink and white roses. At the right moment, I will cover Qiming's eyes, lead him here, perform a dance for him, and then present him with a watch as my confession. Do you think this process is acceptable? Lin Yin excitedly detailed her plan, which she had been arranging for the past 3 days. Yu Qian, momentarily blinded by the sea of roses, thought to herself, this was it. She could almost envision Jiang Zheng's face twisted with jealousy. Absolutely beautiful. Minggu will surely adore it. Will he truly like it? Without a doubt. Seeing Lin Yin's uncertainty, Yu Qian wished to reassure her, believing there was no need for such self-doubt. The moment she spoke, Bai Qiming would undoubtedly respond affirmatively without a second thought. I even drafted a script for what I wish to say during my confession. Qian, could you take a look and see if it's all right? Lin Yin retrieved a meticulously folded piece of paper from her bag, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Yu Qian. Yu Qian took the letter and began reading the heartfelt words, her expression faltering for a moment. After finishing the sweet confession, she felt a pang in her teeth. I believe you need not go to such lengths to set up this venue. Simply handing this confession letter to Minggu would surely bring him immense joy. Lin Yin took Yu Qian's words as encouragement, shyly tucking the letter away. By the way, Yin, do you prefer a private confession for just the two of you, or would you rather have a more lively gathering? Lin Yin blushed. Responding bashfully, Qiming does not enjoy crowds, and I am also afraid of a failed confession. A discreet approach would be best. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she and Jiang Zheng would not need to serve as witnesses to this confession. As long as Jiang Zheng did not witness Bai Qiming being confessed to, there would be no issues, and she would not have to worry about him tearfully demanding compensation from her. Yu Qian continued to assist Lin Yin in fine-tuning the decorations and selecting gifts. On the day of Lin Yin's confession, she cleverly arranged to take Bai Qiming out under the pretense of shopping. Yu Qian stayed at home with Jiang Zheng, one watching television while the other entertained his younger brother. As the day appeared to conclude peacefully, Yu Qian felt exceedingly satisfied. Regrettably, Yu Qian gazed at Jiang Zheng, who was originally in good spirits while gaming with his younger brother. Upon glancing at her phone, her expression abruptly shifted, and she turned to fixate intently on him. Observing Jiang Zheng's countenance, which was a mix of resentment and anger, sent a shiver down her spine. Surely, he could not be aware of Yin's confession today. He must not have witnessed the scene of their declaration. So what could account for this melancholic demeanor? With his phone in hand, Jiang Zheng ignored his brother's frustrated screams due to a teammate's disconnection and approached Yu Qian directly. Little fish, you know that Nian Yin confessed to Qi Ming today, right? Who was the scoundrel that relayed this news to him? Yu Qian feigned composure, her eyes widening in surprise as she replied. Nian Yin confessed? She didn't mention anything to me. You needn't try to deny it further, Jiang Zheng countered, extending his phone towards her, indicating for her to take a look for herself. Yu Qian accepted the device, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the scene brimming with flowers at the confession venue. Trembling, she scrolled down, discovering a complete video of the confession, from Bai Qiming being blindfolded to his eventual acceptance. She recalled that they hadn't brought a camera during their setup. Was it possible that Bai Qiming had secretly installed a camera? A sense of clarity washed over her as she reached the end of the video, where Bai Qiming had sent a few messages to Jiang Zheng. Such a complicated confession. I wonder how long Nian Yin worked on it in secret, and how hard Yu Qian has been encouraging her. Otherwise, Nian Yin might not have had the courage to confess. Yu Qian thought to herself, Bai Qiming's skills in tea art must be at least at level 10. He rarely speaks that many words in a day. Throughout the video, Lin Yin had not mentioned her at all. Yu Qian felt as if she were on the brink of collapse, struggling to form her words. You must listen to me. I want to listen. Jiang Zheng interjected. Why does Bai Qiming get to have such a grand confession? Look at all those flowers. Look at his watch. Nian Yin even expressed so many sweet words to him. You've never said anything romantic to me. You only gave me a bouquet of 21 flowers. Admit it. Yu Qian, you deliberately arranged that date with me, didn't you? And you were so perfunctory about it. Just as Yu Qian was about to speak, Jiang Zheng interrupted her. My girlfriend is so invested in someone else's confession, yet she shows no concern for me, her boyfriend. I'm quite heartbroken. Yu Qian tapped her forehead, pondering whether she should lament how accurately she had gauged Jiang Zheng's feelings. See, he truly was throwing a tantrum. What misfortune had befallen her to fall for Jiang Zheng? With a sense of fatigue, Yu Qian looked at Jiang Zheng and managed to ask, What do you want me to do? Just state your demands directly. I can't endure that look any longer. My requests are not extravagant. Jiang Zheng replied with a tone of grievance. I want you to give me something personal of yours, to take a couple's photo for social media. And I expect you to tell me unique sweet nothings every day for a month, as well as initiate kisses daily. Jiang Zheng, you are being utterly unreasonable. Let us set aside the earlier matters. After a month of incessant sweet nothings and daily affectionate kisses, was it truly necessary for her to ponder endlessly? You mention her confession, yet have you considered that since you declared your feelings, you have yet to present me with a bouquet? Yu Qian rose to her feet, gazing down at Jiang Zheng, attempting to dominate him with her imposing demeanor. Now, it was Jiang Zheng who appeared deflated. Indeed, he had never bestowed flowers upon her, deeming them too cliché. Yet, he often treated her to delightful delicacies. However, while Qi Ming received such tokens, she found herself devoid of them. Yu Qian could hardly bear witnessing Jiang Zheng's submissive demeanor, which stirred within her an overwhelming desire to fulfill all his wishes. Ultimately, Yu Qian reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Zheng's demand for a gift, resulting in countless couple photographs and a love letter of no less than 300 words. Yu Qian observed as Jiang Zheng, now beaming with joy, changed his phone background from her solo portrait to one of the two of them together, promptly sharing it on social media. Surely, this must be the conclusion. Yet it was not. An hour after posting, Jiang Zheng gazed at Yu Qian with a melancholic expression. What now? Yu Qian felt she could truly empathize with those men who would rather work overtime than remain at home. With such an enchanting yet tormenting little sprite around, one occasionally craved solitude. Look at them, sporting couple avatars. Jiang Zheng displayed his social media likes to Yu Qian, and upon searching for Bai Qiming and Lin Yin, she confirmed they indeed had couple avatars. Thus, without needing to request, Yu Qian automatically handed her phone to Jiang Zheng. Very well, let him do as he pleases. Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian's phone, deftly changing their avatars to one selected from the recent photographs. Yet, even after updating the avatars, Jiang Zheng remained unsatisfied. Noticing that Yu Qian had saved his name in her contacts, he impulsively altered his own designation. Chapter 55. The comparison. Having completed all of this, Jiang Zheng finally handed his phone to Yu Qian with a sense of satisfaction. As Yu Qian was about to leave, he reminded her not to forget to deliver the love letter to him the following day. Yu Qian, utterly speechless, could only nod in resignation. Upon returning home, she noticed that Bai Qiming's room was illuminated, and in a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick his door. How could someone be so inconsiderate? If it weren't for Bai Qiming's video and that remark, would she have found herself in such a predicament? Ultimately, Yu Qian lacked the courage to kick the door. Instead, she quietly flashed him the middle finger before sneaking back to her room, where she had a 300-word assignment to finish. Meanwhile, within his room, Bai Qiming was smiling as he gazed at the video on his computer. Yu Qian's assumptions were indeed accurate. The confession video was recorded with a camera he had installed. In fact, he had not just one, but 8 cameras. His intention was to comprehensively capture the beautiful memory of Lin Nian's confession. The footage he sent to Jiang Zheng was merely a distant shot. He had 2 additional cameras that captured Lin Nian's expressions in high definition, which he intended to keep for his own enjoyment. He planned to edit these videos meticulously, perhaps even utilizing them for their future wedding. Yu Qian retrieved a piece of note paper from the bookshelf and grasped a pen, but she found herself unable to write a single word. What she was attempting to compose was far from a love letter. It resembled more of a remorseful note to a wife. To make matters worse, Jiang Zheng demanded that she come up with the content herself, forbidding her from copying anything from the internet. If he discovered any similarities, he would require her to write 3 additional pieces. Yu Qian sat at her desk with a furrowed brow, scribbling and then crossing out words. This was indeed a daunting task. Why was it that others' boyfriends sweet-talked their girlfriends, yet she found herself in the opposite situation? The most perplexing aspect was that she had done nothing wrong. Why was she being subjected to this punishment? After wrestling with her thoughts for over 2 hours, she finally managed to reach the required word count, her mind so fatigued that she collapsed on her bed without even bothering to scroll through her phone. The following day, before Yu Qian had even risen, she was awakened by the incessant notifications from WeChat. Blinking her bleary eyes open, she glanced at her phone. "My dearest treasure, it's time to get up." Who is this? Yu Qian stared at the unfamiliar name, her mind momentarily blank. She squinted at her phone, opening WeChat to find familiar chat records. When had Jiang Zheng changed his WeChat name? How could he bring himself to write such a cheesy moniker for himself? Jiang Zheng certainly had a way of reshaping her perceptions of men. Gazing at the glaring nickname, she inhaled deeply, ultimately suppressing the urge to change it back. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she believed Jiang Zheng would check up on her. After all, only she could see it, and she would eventually grow accustomed to it. Yu Qian felt as though her boundaries were being continuously trampled by Jiang Zheng. Yet sadly, she found herself reluctant to resist. Checking the time, she realized it was already 8:30. Indeed, it was time to rise. Had it not been for the exhaustion from writing that love letter the previous night, she would have naturally awakened by 7:30. As she donned her attire and descended the stairs, Jiang Zheng had already settled himself in the living room, exuding an air of confidence. With both Hey Hey and Bye Bye wagging their tails at his feet. "Good morning, little fish," he greeted, his smile as warm as spring, though his gaze seemed to be searching for something in Yu Qian. Yu Qian thought to herself, could he have been excited all night? Glancing around, she noted 2 ants busy in the kitchen, leaving Jiang Zheng the sole occupant of the living room. Resigned, she took a seat opposite him and handed him the love letter. "Don't you want it?" she asked, surprised by his reluctance to reach out and take it. "Isn't it supposed to be you reading it to me?" Jiang Zheng feigned indignation once more. Yu Qian's expression fractured, and with a decisive motion, she slapped the love letter onto the table. "Jiang Zheng, just because I like you doesn't mean you can take advantage of me." The living room was a potential thoroughfare for guests, making it impossible for her to read the letter aloud in public. Observing her genuine frustration, Jiang Zheng's demeanor shifted. He swiftly tucked the letter into his pocket, silencing himself at last. With him quieted, Yu Qian finally felt at ease enough to enjoy her breakfast. Jiang Zheng, clutching the letter in his pocket, grappled with the urge to read it, yet resolved to savor it later that evening. They were to venture out for gifts today, so he decided it would be best to relish the letter in the comfort of home. As he watched Yu Qian leisurely savoring her steam bun, he dared not rush her, glancing at her with a dreamy expression and smiling intermittently. When Bai Qiming descended the stairs, he immediately spotted Jiang Zheng displaying himself like a peacock. With a raised eyebrow, he found it intriguing that, despite all the messages he had sent the previous day, Jiang Zheng showed no signs of jealousy. He wondered how Yu Qian had managed to placate him. Jiang Zheng, noticing Bai Qiming, huffed disdainfully before a thought struck him. He slowly retrieved the love letter from his pocket. Our little fish is increasingly fond of me. After all this time in a relationship, she even penned a love letter. She refused to send a WeChat message, insisting that a handwritten note would better express her affection for me. With that, he held the letter aloft, deliberately waving it before Bai Qiming. "Oh, is that so?" Bai Qiming responded, unperturbed by Jiang Zheng's boastfulness. Nonchalantly, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black watch on his wrist. Jiang Zheng's eyes nearly turned crimson at the sight of the watch, and without a second thought, he turned to Yu Qian, his eyes clearly pleading, "I want one too." Yu Qian, having overheard Jiang Zheng's shameless words, was so incensed that she nearly fumbled the bun in her hand. Sitting right there, she was appalled that Jiang Zheng would dare tarnish her reputation with such fabrications. What did he mean by insisting she had to handwrite it? Had he even offered to let her send a WeChat message? Would she have spent over 2 hours crafting it? Seeing Jiang Zheng's competitive demeanor once more made Yu Qian lose her appetite for the bun. If these two continued to compare notes, she would be the one to suffer. "I'm full. Let us go," she declared. "Take your time, Minggu, we're heading out." With that, she abandoned her half-finished soy milk, greeted by Qiming, and hurriedly pulled Jiang Zheng towards the door. The gift requested by Jiang Zheng was intimate in nature, and Yu Qian immediately recalled a particular belt she had seen while accompanying Lin Yinyan on a shopping trip. At that time, she had considered Jiang Zheng's usual athletic style and thought a belt would be of little use to him, which was why she had refrained from purchasing it. Upon arriving at the store, Yu Qian purposefully sought out the belt and had it wrapped up with precision. Jiang Zheng was thoroughly pleased with the belt, and, subsequently, he used the excuse of needing a suit to match it to persuade Yu Qian to accompany him in acquiring a complete ensemble, including cufflinks, a tie clip, and a wallet. As Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng, she felt an odd sensation akin to having a kept boy. Witnessing the fervor of Jiang Zheng's shopping spree, she remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You're not actually considering having me buy your underwear as well, are you?" Jiang Zheng's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Contemplating the possibility, Yu Qian felt an urge to thrust her phone into his face, imploring him to check her balance. She was utterly out of funds. With Jiang Zheng's shopping spree, she had witnessed her savings, which she had meticulously accumulated and managed, swiftly diminish. Jiang Zheng, noticing the paltry sum left in her account, wrapped his arms around Yu Qian, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I will transfer you the money. From now on, I will take care of you, and you can continue to buy me gifts." Was there really a distinction between that and him spending his own money? Yu Qian found herself at a loss for words. As Jiang Zheng appeared ready to transfer her funds, she quickly stopped him. It was that she minded Jiang Zheng spending her money. She genuinely enjoyed buying him gifts. However, this spirit of comparison must be firmly curtailed. Otherwise, she would surely be driven to madness. With several large bags in hand, Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian to the car to head home. Upon spotting a supermarket, he suddenly requested that she wait for him and ventured inside alone. Yu Qian placed their items in the car and settled into the back seat to await his return. After a brief interval, Jiang Zheng emerged, handing her a box of xylitol. After a long day of walking, Yu Qian felt quite fatigued, and shortly after the car started, she leaned against Jiang Zheng and fell asleep. As Jiang Zheng gazed at the slumbering Yu Qian, he rummaged through his pockets. Yu Qian, in a deep sleep, did not stir until they reached her doorstep. She waved at Jiang Zheng and made her way into the Bai residence. Once inside, as she bent down to change her shoes, a cacophony of items tumbled down upon her from above. Stunned, she stared blankly at the assortment of candies, chocolates, and pecans and macadamia nuts scattered across the floor. Reaching behind her into the hood of her coat, she discovered a few pieces of candy that had not fallen out. While she could interpret the candies and chocolates as a romantic gesture, the presence of those nuts was baffling. Why hadn't Jiangzheng just placed a brick in her hood to knock her out completely? Chapter 56. The Sunflower Scripture with Valentine's Day fast approaching. The streets are adorned with vendors selling roses and various gifts. Jiangzheng, who previously held little interest in any holiday, has found himself particularly attentive to such occasions since being with Yu Qian, even harboring a sense of anticipation. He recalls that typically, girlfriends craft scarves for their boyfriends on Valentine's Day, and he yearns for a scarf woven by Yu Qian's own hands. But does she possess the skill to knit? Quietly, Jiangzheng opens his phone and searches for scarf-making tutorials. Observing the dexterity of the individual in the video, he sighs, wondering if Yu Qian is capable of such artistry. Perhaps he could knit one for her instead? He furrows his brow, contemplating this possibility. Within 10 seconds, he resolves to create a scarf for Yu Qian. Though she may be clumsy, he considers himself clever. With a few more viewings, he is sure to master it. And according to the video, it could be completed in a mere afternoon. As a novice, he might take a bit longer, but surely he can finish it in 3 days. With immense confidence, he stealthily visits a yarn shop that afternoon. Welcomed warmly by the shop owner, he resolutely selects crimson yarn. A red scarf would beautifully complement Yu Qian's rosy cheeks. Like a thief, he sneaks the yarn back to his room, where he begins to clumsily learn from the video. Meanwhile, Yu Qian is also preoccupied with finding a gift for Valentine's Day. To prevent Jiangzheng from comparing her gift with Bai Qiming's, she discreetly consults Lin Yinyan. What do you plan to gift Mingge for Valentine's Day? Lin Yinyan, having clearly pondered this question beforehand, responds without hesitation. I intend to buy a set of couple cups, one for me and one for Ah Ming. Couple items. This is an avenue she has yet to explore. Yu Qian's eyes brighten as she realizes she has found her gift direction. Naturally, she cannot purchase the same thing as Lin Yinyan, so she reflects on other pair gifts. Couple slippers? Couple shirts? Couple watches? None of those seem right. Perhaps a pair of thermal cups? Though Jiangzheng may not use them often, eventually forgetting about them, she finds comfort in using thermal cups herself. Yes, this will do. Having made her decision, Yu Qian drags Lin Yinyan along to shop. After mutually exchanging ideas, they select their desired items within 2 hours and, having completed their shopping, they meander through the streets. As dusk approaches, they finally head home. During their outing, Lin Yinyan receives 3 phone calls from Bai Qiming, while Yu Qian's phone remains silent, devoid of any notifications. Yu Qian checks her phone repeatedly, realizing with disappointment that not a single message has arrived. The unusual silence of her phone leaves her feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon returning home with Lin Yinyan, they find Bai Qiming seated in the yard, idly tossing pieces of jerky to a dog, which eagerly vies for the treats. When he sees them, he casually throws a few more pieces, provoking a playful tussle between the dogs. You're back, Bai Qiming states, his gaze fixed on Lin Yinyan, clearly awaiting her attention, leaving Yu Qian feeling like an afterthought. Yu Qian consciously greeted Brother Sheng before carrying the gifts upstairs. After placing them down, she hesitated, taking out her phone, but still found no messages. Unable to restrain herself, she stood by the window, noticing the light in Jiangzheng's room. This was peculiar. He hadn't called or texted her all day, despite usually sharing even his dreams with her. This unusual silence persisted until the next day, when Jiangzheng only made a brief appearance at the Bai family during her breakfast, subsequently disappearing for the entire day. This was a stark contrast to his usual inclination to stay glued to her side. Could it be that he was planning some surprise? The saying goes, a quiet child is up to mischief, and this sentiment certainly applied to Jiangzheng. Ultimately, Yu Qian couldn't contain her curiosity and decided to investigate Zhang's household. Upon entering, she found Jiang engrossed in a video game, who cheerfully greeted her. Hey, Xiao Yi, do you know what your brother has been up to these past few days? Yu Qian attempted to sound casual. Jiang Yi regarded her with a peculiar expression. He thought Yu Qian resembled his mother when she asked him if he knew where his father's hidden stash was. Reflecting on his brother's demeanor lately, he replied, Sister Qian, you should really talk to my brother. He can't practice the sunflower manual. Yu Qian was taken aback. What on earth? Noticing her confusion, Jiang Yi continued, my brother has been locking himself in his room. I secretly saw him poking at something with 2 needles. He must be practicing the sunflower manual. Honestly, even I know it's a lost art, and the manual my brother got must be a counterfeit. What if he gets carried away? The little boy's tone was filled with concern for his brother's intelligence. Yu Qian's mouth fell open, and she solemnly patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. Don't worry, I will ensure your brother does not practice the sunflower manual. Imagining Jiang Zheng, a tall figure of 1 meter 80, delicately wielding 2 embroidery needles. Her heart fluttered at the thought of his adorable appearance. Excitedly, she tiptoed upstairs, holding her breath as she gently pushed open Jiang Zheng's door. At a glance, she saw him deeply focused at his desk, intent on something. What are you doing? She whispered, peering over his shoulder. Jiang Zheng startled at her sudden appearance, instinctively hiding what he held. Unfortunately, Yu Qian had already caught a glimpse. To her surprise, it was yarn, not the embroidery needles she had imagined, and she felt a twinge of disappointment. Yu Qian, you startled me, Jiang Zheng exclaimed, still recovering from the shock as he picked up the yarn from the floor, revealing no embarrassment in being caught crafting, only frustration. Indeed, he was furious. He had assumed that with his intellect, knitting a scarf would be simple, yet after 2 days, he had barely managed to create 10 centimeters, 6 of which had noticeable dropped stitches. Moreover, he consistently struggles to achieve the right balance between tightness and looseness. In some areas, a fist could easily fit, while in others, it is crumpled into a mess. Yu Qian gazed at the rosy yarn, her expression one of perplexity as she inquired, "What is this? Well, how should I put it? It resembles a scarf in the making, yet its shape is utterly unrecognizable as such. This is a Valentine's Day gift I have crafted for you, a scarf made with my own hands. What do you think? Are you delighted? Surprised?" Yu Qian replied, "Thankfully, I noticed it early, or else it would have been quite a shock." Chapter 57. The scarf. No matter how hard Yu Qian tried to suppress her conscience, she could not muster any joy when faced with a tangled mass of yarn that resembled a chaotic knot. Observing Yu Qian's silence, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of frustration. "Yu Qian, I painstakingly knitted this myself, and you dare to express disdain? Look, I've even pricked my fingers until they bled." Yu Qian was curious about how much force Jiang Zheng had exerted with such blunt knitting needles to draw blood. Swallowing hard, she asked with some difficulty, "What made you think of knitting a scarf for me? There are countless gifts in the world. Why choose one that tortures both you and me?" He retorted, "Well, typically, it's the girlfriends who gift scarves to their boyfriends. I was merely concerned you wouldn't know how to knit, which is why I decided to make one myself." His tone was laden with a sense of grievance, and in that moment, Yu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for her apparent indifference. "But how did you know I couldn't knit? Can you?" he inquired. Of course, as their eyes locked in mutual bewilderment. Jiang Zheng found himself questioning why he had spent countless hours knitting if his girlfriend could indeed knit scarves, something she had never divulged to him. Yu Qian, with an innocent expression, gazed at Jiang Zheng. What girl hasn't dabbled in crafts during her youth? In high school, she had knitted 3 scarves for her friends, Qiyu and others. Noticing Jiang Zheng's increasingly agitated demeanor, Yu Qian quickly clasped his hand. "If you wanted a scarf, you should have just said so. I could have knitted one for you. This would save her the trouble of selecting a gift." Jiang Zheng, momentarily speechless, found sincerity in her offer, nodding earnestly at the prospect of receiving a scarf from her. Yu Qian picked up the vibrant red yarn, feeling fortunate for her timely discovery. "Shall we change the color? This hue is quite overwhelming for most people." At that moment, Jiang Zheng was solely focused on whether he would indeed receive a scarf, showing no concern for its color, and readily agreed to Yu Qian's suggestion for a change. However, he insisted on keeping the red yarn, just in case he needed to practice his technique in the future. The two returned to the yarn shop, where Yu Qian headed straight for the thickest yarn available. Naturally, a scarf required chunky yarn. She feared that using finer yarn would take her weeks to complete. After selecting the yarn, Jiang Zheng insisted that Yu Qian knit in his room. Eventually, Yu Qian sat cross-legged on Jiang Zheng's bed, her fingers deftly working the yarn into a scarf, while Jiang Zheng discreetly took out his phone to record her. Watching her intently focused figure on the screen, Jiang Zheng felt a surge of affection wash over him. After finishing the recording, he attentively brought her fruit and milk, feeding her bite by bite. By 8 in the evening, Yu Qian had completed half of the scarf. Rubbing her sore neck, she decided to finish the rest tomorrow. Although Jiang Zheng felt a tinge of disappointment at not completing the scarf today, he dutifully massaged her shoulders and fingers. Upon leaving Zhang's home, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Feeling slightly guilty, Yu Qian sneaked back home. As soon as she entered, her mother, Wang Hui, was waiting in the living room. "Did you go to see Jiang Zheng again?" she asked, looking at her daughter with a mix of concern and exasperation. "You two spend all your time together. What is this all about?" Though she has come to understand and appreciate Jiang Zheng's virtues, Yu Qian cannot help but feel that, as a young lady, she ought to maintain a degree of modesty. "Oh, mother, after a long day, why have you not yet taken a rest?" Yu Qian said with a silly smile as she clasped her mother's hand. Ever since she arrived in this world, her fondness for indulging in her mother's affection has only grown. Wang Hui, observing Yu Qian's playful demeanor, could only sigh in response. After exchanging a few more words, the mother and daughter retreated to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, Yu Qian was urged to rise early to knit scarf, though she was not pleased with the early summons. The eager expression on Jiang Zheng's face compelled her to remind herself that she had chosen him as her boyfriend. All she could do was indulge him. After a morning's work, the scarf was finally complete. Jiang Zheng, unable to contain his excitement, wrapped the scarf around his neck and posed like a flamboyant peacock from various angles. Just as he was about to head out, he seemed to remember something, carefully unwrapping the scarf and laying it on the bedside, occasionally bursting into laughter. Yu Qian, witnessing his antics, was unfazed. 2 days later, on Valentine's Day, Yu Qian descended the stairs in the morning to find Bai Qiming leisurely seated in the living room, sipping water from the cup gifted by Lin Yinyan. "Good morning, Minggu," she greeted. Pretending not to notice the cup, she briskly headed to have breakfast. She then observed Bai Qiming drink cup after cup, bewildered. Could it be that he is sipping on some divine nectar? Drinking so much, is he not concerned about needing to relieve himself? Before Yu Qian had finished a single yo qiao, Jiang Zheng entered, and upon seeing his attire, she nearly choked on her food. The temperature in the capital had risen significantly over the past few days, reaching over 10 degrees in the morning. Even Yu Qian, who abhors the cold, had switched from a down jacket to a lightweight fleece sweatshirt. Yet, in this warm weather, Jiang Zheng still donned a scarf and carried a thermos. Striding in with the demeanor of an old bureaucrat, he ambled over to Bai Qiming, unscrewing the thermos and exhaling a puff of steam. This scarf knitted by my girlfriend is indeed warm, and this thermos she gifted me is so convenient for carrying. I can enjoy goji berry tea anytime." He then glanced at the deep blue cup in Bai Qiming's hand, remarking, "Unlike some cups, which can only be used at home." Yu Qian listened with a stoic expression as Jiang Zheng boasted, watching Bai Qiming's demeanor grow increasingly frosty. She felt as though she might kneel before Jiang Zheng. "For heaven's sake, could you wipe the sweat from your forehead before saying such things?" Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng, clad in a thin sweater, already sweating profusely, and she wondered if he had any concern for overheating. "Jiang Zheng, do you not think it is a bit warm today?" she asked. "I don't feel warm at all," he replied confidently. Yu Qian massaged her temples, pondering what exactly these two were trying to achieve. Ultimately, Bai Qiming ascended the stairs in silence, cradling his cup, leaving Jiang Zheng to revel like a triumphant rooster, basking in his own glory for quite some time. Originally, Yu Qian intended to celebrate Valentine's Day with Jiang Zheng. However, witnessing his stubborn refusal to remove the scarf, she reconsidered, thinking it more prudent to forego the outing, as he would undoubtedly succumb to heat exhaustion outdoors. Jiang Zheng, unsatisfied with merely flaunting before Bai Qiming, sought out his younger brother and, with utmost seriousness, addressed the elementary school-aged boy. "Xiao Yi, do you not think that the scarf knitted by your sister-in-law is particularly exquisite? However, no matter how beautiful it is, it bears no relevance to you, and you shall likely never find someone who adores her boyfriend as much as your sister-in-law does." Jiang Yi. Has his brother become ensnared in some peculiar obsession? Yet, this was not the most outrageous of occurrences. Late that evening, around 10 o'clock, Jiang's father returned home. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Jiang Zheng, adorned with the scarf and seated in the living room, cradling a thermos. Jiang father. Jiang Zheng glanced at his father, then fondled the scarf and inquired, Father, do you recall what day it is today? Jiang father. He wished to remain oblivious. Regrettably, Jiang Zheng was intent on showcasing his pride, entirely indifferent to the audience's reaction. He continued to speak to himself, a middle-aged man like you, whose physique has deteriorated and lacks any charm, has surely not received a Valentine's gift in many years. Unlike me, who was gifted this scarf after 2 days of labor by my dear Xiaoyu. It truly brings warmth to my heart, the middle-aged Jiang father. He felt an overwhelming urge to chastise this rebellious son. However, before he could act, a satisfied Jiang Zheng, clutching his thermos, sauntered back to his room. Chapter 58. Ice cream. The following day, Yu Qian could no longer endure seeing Jiang Zheng still intending to wear that scarf. In an act of exasperation, she decisively removed it from him. Under Jiang Zheng's gaze, filled with sorrow, she firmly prohibited him from wearing it unless it snowed. Otherwise, it'd be confiscated. Realizing that he had no opportunity to wear it this year, Jiang Zheng could only, with a heavy heart, purchase a box to carefully store the scarf away. Meanwhile, inspired by Jiang Zheng's actions, Bai Qiming, observing Lin Yinyan before him, casually remarked, I don't know why today, but I can't shake this chill in my neck and hands. Startled by his words, Lin Yinyan quickly reached out to touch Bai Qiming's hands, which were warm. Ming, you're not coming down with a cold, are you? She asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qiming was slightly irritated by her misunderstanding. He then embraced Lin Yinyan, chiding himself inwardly. He was not a fool like Jiang Zheng, who would want a scarf or gloves in such warm weather. Yet, he truly longed for something made by her own hands. Not long after Valentine's Day, the new semester began. Yu Qian continued her daily routine of attending classes diligently, never arriving late, leaving early, or skipping school, savoring each moment of her academic life. In contrast, Jiang Zheng was occupied, as he was set to intern at his family's company next semester. Consequently, he was busy applying for course exemptions. Yu Qian was surprised by Jiang Zheng's decision. Typically, a driven scion of wealth would choose to start their own business. She expressed her naive thoughts, prompting Jiang Zheng to mock her without reservation. Why not utilize the resources at home? Why waste decades proving oneself? I am the legal heir of the Jiang family. Ultimately, I will return to inherit the Jiang enterprise. It's wise to immerse myself early and master the core operations. This is what a true heir ought to do. Thus, Yu Qian's daily life transformed into attending classes, accompanying Jiang Zheng to lectures, and visiting the library together. It is said that a focused man is the most attractive, and Jiang Zheng, immersed in his studies, was undeniably handsome. Yu Qian silently admired him, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have such a remarkable man as her boyfriend, which brought her a sense of secret joy. As Jiang Zheng busied himself with his studies and applications for exemptions, Yu Qian enjoyed a tranquil semester, finding great satisfaction in her routine. By June, the time for the college entrance examination arrived, prompting Yu Qian to take 5 days off to return to Jiang City and cheer on Qiyu and others. Xiaoyu, are you really going? Jiang Zheng asked, wrapping his arms around Yu Qian from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, his tone laced with grievance. I've already secured my leave. Of course, I am going, she replied, as she pulled away from his embrace, preparing to gather her things for the journey. I want to go with you, he protested. Forget it. You still need to participate in the exemption exams. Yu Qian resolutely denied him. Jiang Zheng understood that this time he truly could not accompany her. Yet he was reluctant to be separated from Yu Qian for 5 long days. Since the moment they met, they had never been apart. Finally, under Jiang Zheng's gaze, which resembled that of a stone statue dedicated to his wife, Yu Qian boarded the car without looking back. This time, she was accompanying her friends for the college entrance examination and did not wish to disturb their studies. Instead, she booked herself a hotel room, spending the day assisting the 3 of them with their revision and practice papers, while at night they would retire to their separate quarters. Although she had also taken a college entrance examination in her previous life, the years had dulled her memory, and she often felt a pang of regret. Had she known she would traverse into a book, she would have diligently completed the practice papers 10 or 8 times over. Yet now, all she could do was silently wish that Whether in the pages of a book or in reality, they would all gain admission to excellent universities. Surely, that would remain unchanged. She prayed for divine favor. Checking her items, exam admission ticket, identification card, and pins, Yu Qian meticulously ensured everything was in order. Taking a deep breath, she embraced each of her friends. You all must do your best. We promise to reunite in the capital city. As she looked at her friends, she momentarily saw echoes of her previous life, where they had continuously encouraged her, propelling her forward. Now, the roles had reversed, and she found herself waiting for them. Don't worry, I dreamt last night that Jingda and Nanda were fighting over me. It's a sure thing. Upon hearing her words, even surrounding classmates couldn't help but glance her way, marveling at her audacity. Qian, you should head back now. It's going to rain today. Don't suffer out here, suggested Xiaoyu. Yes, right. Qian, just go back and don't stand here like a fool, added another friend. Yu Qian beamed at their words, reassuring them, don't worry, I won't get wet. Make sure to take your umbrellas, and if you lose them, just call me, and I'll come and pick you up. The following afternoon, after the last examination concluded, Yu Qian stood outside the examination hall holding 3 bouquets of flowers as Qi Yu and the others emerged one after the other. I'm finally done with the exams, exclaimed Fang Yin, bursting into uproarious laughter, resembling someone who had just escaped from a mental institution. Qi Yu and Wang Jejia shared in the exhilaration. That evening, they returned home to compare answers, and Yu Qian noted that their estimations aligned closely with her previous life's experience. The actual results, therefore, would likely not deviate significantly, and the anxious weight on her heart finally lifted. Once the examinations were over, she felt a profound sense of relaxation. Yu Qian and her friends indulged in a day of revelry before returning to the capital city, Jiangzhou. As Yu Qian exited from exit 2, she immediately spotted the most radiant boy amidst the crowd. She ran up and threw her arms around Jiang Zheng's neck. Before her departure, she had been composed and decisive. But now, in the capital, thoughts of him occupied her mind daily. Sensing his presence, Yu Qian couldn't resist nuzzling her face against his neck, reveling in his enticing scent. Little fish, what's wrong? He asked playfully. I just bought you an ice cream. Yu Qian's spirits remained high, though she realized she hadn't seen any ice cream moments ago. After waiting for you for far too long, my ice cream has melted, dripping all over my hands. And I devoured the crispy shell without the chance to wipe my hands clean. Yu Qian exclaimed, oh what? She suddenly pushed Jiangzheng away and glanced down at her clothes. Indeed, there were 2 conspicuous white stains on her waist where he had just embraced her, provoking quite the imagination. Why did you hug me when your hands were unwashed? Yu Qian glared at Jiangzheng, who had raised his hands, her anger escalating. This was a brand new outfit she had just purchased. It's a reflex to hug you when I see you, Jiangzheng replied, looking quite pitiful. It was Yu Qian who had initiated the embrace, and he had simply lost control in that moment, while holding her waist. Yu Qian's chest rose and fell in agitation as another thought crossed her mind. Did you eat the ice cream you bought for me? She then realized that the pleasant scent surrounding him was not just charming, but rather that of her own melting treat. It's all melted now, if you want. You can taste what's left on my lips, Jiangzheng said, pouting as he leaned in to kiss Yu Qian. Disgusted, she pushed his face away. Truly, distance breeds beauty. While she was in the city, thoughts of Jiangzheng filled her with admiration for his every move. Yet upon their meeting, her blood pressure never seemed to lower. Today marks yet another day when thoughts of wanting to strangle her boyfriend flood her mind. Chapter 59. Zhang's father's birthday. As the end of the first semester approached, Jiangzheng had successfully passed the exemption exams. In the upcoming semester, he would only need to attend 1 or 2 classes a week. With such a reduced class schedule, a significant question loomed. Would he need to move out? Seated in the school gazebo, they were gently caressed by the evening breeze, which lulled them into a drowsy state. Yu Qian raised her gaze to Jiangzheng, her heart filled with unspoken speculations. The distance from Jing University to the Jiang family building was considerable, and residing on campus posed various inconveniences, such as curfews. If Jiangzheng were to undertake an internship, remaining at school would not be practical. Yes, I should move out, Jiangzheng murmured, nestling against Yu Qian's shoulder. Little fish, since freshman year is coming to an end, why not move out together? Yu Qian felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Was he suggesting cohabitation so soon? Jiang Zheng seemed utterly unperturbed by her mother's potential disapproval. Next semester, will you come live with me? He continued, playfully appealing to her. Flustered by his affectionate nuzzling, Yu Qian asserted, I still have classes. Living on campus is more convenient. I'll drive you to class, he insisted. No way. Little fish reluctantly, Yu Qian admitted to herself that she was quite tempted to move out. After all, in her previous life, she had also moved out of the dormitory by her sophomore year. Compared to the shared living environment of a dorm, she longed for a space entirely her own, one where she could act freely without concern for others. However, the prospect of living with Jiang Zheng felt undeniably peculiar. If her mother were to discover this arrangement, she could only imagine the consequences. Eventually, Yu Qian, worn down by his persistence, conceded, summer vacation hasn't even started. Let us discuss next semester when the time comes. Upon hearing her words, a triumphant smile spread across Jiang Zheng's face. He knew that once she softened, he could easily persuade her to move in with him. By the way, little fish, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tomorrow night. Yu Qian was taken aback. Auntie is back. Despite having known Jiang Zheng for over a year, she had rarely seen his parents. His father was a quintessential workaholic, seemingly merging his home life with his office, while his mother adored globetrotting, often leaving little time for family. Together, they appeared to be an incongruous couple, seldom seeing each other, yet maintaining a loving bond. Ever since Jiang Zheng's public confession of his feelings, Yu Qian frequently received parcels from his mother filled with an eclectic assortment of gifts, cosmetics, fine wine, carpets, and even risque lingerie. The bold designs of the latter led her to reasonably speculate that Jiang Zheng's mother had perhaps visited some exotic locale. Tomorrow is my dad's birthday. My mom has come back specifically to celebrate with him, Jiang Zheng clarified. Although she has a penchant for playfulness, she is not entirely neglectful. When she's away from home, she frequently engages in video calls with them. On significant occasions, such as birthdays, she promptly returns home. Your father's birthday? What should I gift him? Yu Qian suddenly rose, exclaiming, why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? How about gifting him a daughter-in-law? Jiang Zheng felt that this suggestion was absolutely brilliant, certain it would astonish his parents. Yu Qian looked at Jiang Zheng with a sardonic smile. I believe gifting a daughter-in-law would be less meaningful than a daughter. How about we pledge brotherhood instead? With her bold words, Jiang Zheng immediately felt intimidated. But what does his father truly enjoy? He relishes making money, cherishes his wife, and adores him and his brother. Beyond that, it seems rather sparse. The hobbies of middle-aged men are rather simple. After much contemplation, Jiang Zheng ultimately decided to take Yu Qian to purchase a set of golf clubs. Yu Qian eyed him skeptically. Does your father really like this? To be on the safe side, she also bought a tea set. Recalling a previous conversation between Uncle Bai and Uncle Jiang regarding tea and tea utensils. The following evening, Yu Qian meticulously applied a no-makeup look, nervously accompanying Jiang Zheng to his home. Standing outside the Jiang residence, she felt an unexpected shyness akin to a bride meeting her in-laws. Upon entering, Jiang's mother greeted her with a beaming smile. Qian is here. Hello, Annie, Yu Qian replied with a sweet smile, then turned to Jiang's father, respectfully greeting him as uncle. Jiang's father nodded kindly at her. Jiang Zheng took the items from Yu Qian's hands, proudly lifting them towards his mother-mom. This is the gift I personally selected for Dad yesterday with Xiaoyu. What do you think? Isn't it thoughtful? Dad, look. This is the golf club chosen by your future daughter-in-law, along with the tea set. Observing her son's boastful demeanor, Jiang's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes. He seldom bought gifts for his parents, yet here he was being attentive for his girlfriend. Upon hearing that Yu Qian had chosen the gift, Jiang's father immediately beamed. Rising to say, last time, Uncle Wang mentioned inviting me to play golf. This gift is perfectly timed. Yu Qian felt her cheeks flush and quickly clarified. Uncle, the golf clubs were chosen by Jiang Zheng, while I selected the tea set. Jiang's father paused for a moment, then said with a hint of melancholy, my dear, have you forgotten that I injured my back last year and no longer play golf? I've taken to drinking tea for health instead. Just the other day, your uncle sent me a box of Beima Maojian. Ah, daughters truly understand their fathers. The tea set you gifted is perfect for my office. Jiang Zheng. Yu Qian. Watching Jiang Zheng still standing there in bewilderment, Zhang's father urged him to quickly put the tea set away, then smiled and encouraged Yu Qian to have some fruit to tide her over. Mother Jiang stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Yu Qian, lowering her voice with an air of mystery. Qian, have you used the perfume I sent you last time? Yu Qian looked at the somewhat exuberant Mother Jiang. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth as she shook her head. I haven't used it yet. Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang expressed a hint of disappointment, softly murmuring, "Oh, what a pity. It is said that any man who encounters this fragrance simply cannot resist." Yu Qian retorted, "If men cannot resist, you should have given it to Jiang Zheng. Why give it to me? Auntie, is this really appropriate?" Yu Qian's impression of Zhang's family parents was once again refreshed. "Mom, why are you pulling Xiao Yue?" Jiang Zheng, having placed the gifts down, turned to see his mother whispering with Yu Qian. His curiosity piqued about the topic at hand. "What business is it of yours?" Mother Jiang rolled her eyes at Jiang Zheng and then advised Yu Qian in a hushed tone to remember to try the perfume when she returned, before briskly heading to the kitchen to check on the dishes. Jiang Zheng, unconcerned, reached for Yu Qian's hand, and before they could exchange many words, Mother Jiang announced that the meal was ready. The Jiang family's dining table was a long one. At the head sat Father Jiang, the birthday celebrant, with Mother Jiang and Jiang Yi on his left, while Jiang Zheng and Yu Qian occupied his right. Mother Jiang glanced around, remarking, "Ah, a family truly looks best when gathered together." Yu Qian, hearing this heavily implied statement, felt her face grow warmer. Father Jiang raised his chopsticks, and everyone followed suit. This was Yu Qian's first meal alone with the Jiang family, and she felt somewhat reserved. Noticing this, Jiang Zheng nonchalantly served her some dishes. Since Yu Qian was coming today, his mother had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare her favorite foods. Yu Qian's bowl quickly filled with dishes Jiang Zheng served, prompting her to pinch him gently in response. Glancing at Mother Jiang across the table, who seemed entirely uninterested in their side of the conversation, Yu Qian relaxed a bit and, seeing a piece of fish before her, instinctively served some fish meat to Jiang Zheng. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zheng, upon seeing the fish in his bowl, succumbed to his theatrical tendencies. With a blissful expression, he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Indeed, little fish understands me well, knowing I prefer fish meat over fish bones." Yu Qian retorted, "You have a knack for mischief. Can't you just eat your meal without fussing? Who eats fish with bones? Does Jiang Zheng think he has a cat?" Chapter 60. Genetics. Ah, my dear husband, how fortunate we are to have practiced the trumpet early on. Mother Jiang gazed at Jiang Zheng, her expression one of relief after a calamity. This foolish child, even in front of his own parents, seeks to flaunt his affection. If he possesses such courage, let him try it before his mother-in-law and see if he can still secure a wife. She was utterly perplexed, pondering how her son, with his sharp tongue and mischievous nature, managed to win over Yu Qian. Could it be that Qian enjoys her son's cheeky demeanor as a submissive? Turning her attention towards Yu Qian, Mother Jiang's expression mingled sympathy with a buoyant sense of liberation. "Qian, do indulge in more," she urged. Given that her son had such commendable parents, it was imperative that they do not part ways. Father Jiang, in agreement with Mother Jiang's sentiments, silently pushed the dishes towards Yu Qian. The meal, if one overlooked Jiang Zheng's occasional theatrics, was indeed quite delightful. By 8 in the evening, Mother Jiang presented an 8-inch cake onto the table. Yu Qian regarded the lopsided cake, with areas of cream unevenly spread, and then glanced at the expectant expression of Mother Jiang, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. Under the family's urging, Father Jiang cheerfully made a wish, and when it came time to slice the cake, he placed a generous portion on Yu Qian's plate. "Qian, do have a taste. This cake was lovingly made by your aunt. I eagerly await this flavor every year," he declared, then lifted a small plate of cake, indulging in a piece himself. Observing Father Jiang's joyful demeanor, Yu Qian sensed a deeper meaning in his words. Surely, the emphasis was not solely on the cake being made by his aunt or the yearly anticipation. Uncle Jiang could not possibly mean to flaunt affection, could he? Gripping her fork, Yu Qian discreetly turned to Jiang Zheng, who bore an expression of disdain for his father, yet was undeniably envious. As Yu Qian's hands trembled, she quickly stuffed a piece of cake in her mouth, smiling sweetly. This cake is truly delectable. I wish to learn how to bake from aunt. As expected, Jiang Zheng's eyes sparkled at her words. Yu Qian continued, but I am quite clumsy. When my mother was away during my childhood, I attempted to learn cooking on my own and nearly sever my finger. Baking a cake seems so challenging. I doubt I could ever manage it myself. Indeed, she could not cook. The meals prepared for her during her youth were by ghost, not her own hands. Mother Jiang, observing Yu Qian's self-deprecating revelation and her son's disappointed countenance, suddenly experienced an epiphany. Why had she, in her eagerness to showcase her talents, inadvertently subjected herself to annual cake-making duties? Though she appreciated the support, the prospect of baking every year was truly daunting. She lamented her youthful naivety, blinded by love. Though Mother Jiang's cake may have appeared somewhat unrefined, its flavor was undeniably exquisite, a testament to the mastery honed over time. Yu Qian struggled to savor each bite of the cake. Although it was delectable, the sheer quantity overwhelmed her, especially since she had just finished a hearty meal. Once she finally managed to finish the cake, she dared not sit down, anxiously holding her breath, fearing her little belly might suddenly protrude. Mr. Jiang observed Yu Qian's completion with great satisfaction. Although he rarely expressed it, he genuinely adored his obedient and endearing daughter. When Jiang Mama was pregnant with Jiang Yi, he had secretly visited the Guanyin temple, hoping for a daughter, but alas, Guanyin did not heed his prayers, and a son was born instead. If he hadn't truly cherished Yu Qian, he would not have given her such a generous slice of cake in previous years. He would only allocate a small portion to his sons, usually consuming the lion's share himself over 3 days. As night fell at 10 o'clock, it was time for Yu Qian to return home. Just before she departed, Mr. Jiang unexpectedly produced 2 red envelopes, handing one to Jiang Yi and the other to Yu Qian. Uncle, this. Yu Qian was taken aback by the envelope. Today, as the birthday celebrant, I am giving you red envelopes to share in the joy, Mr. Jiang said, gesturing for her to accept it. While she hesitated, Jiang Zheng interjected, Dad, why don't I have a red envelope? Mr. Jiang shot him a glance and replied, Your share has been included with Qian Qian's. I'm not inclined to share my good fortune with you. Yu Qian was speechless. Upon hearing that his portion was with Yu Qian, Jiang Zheng immediately lost his irritation, snatched the envelope, and stuffed it into her pocket, saying, Since this is Dad's intention, you should accept it. After receiving the envelope, Yu Qian was gently pushed out the door by Jiang Zheng. Hand in hand, they walked next door, and upon glancing at his face, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had truly surprised her today, especially Mr. Jiang. Reflecting on it now, she realized how much Jiang Zheng resembled his father, particularly in their shared trait of boasting. However, Jiang Zheng, being younger, lacked his father's subtlety. She mused that Jiang Zheng's disposition was undoubtedly inherited. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, the world was at its most serene, and Yu Qian was cocooned in her blankets, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, she was awakened by the sound of barking. In her dreamlike state, she threw off the covers, slipped into her slippers, and hurried downstairs. Upon opening the door, she followed the sound and discovered Bai wedged between the railings of a rose bush, its belly trapped, hindquarters on one side and head on the other. It appeared to have sneaked out and was just returning, while Hei circled around it anxiously. The moment the 2 dogs spotted Yu Qian, they wagged their tails vigorously. Fully awake now, Yu Qian was incensed to see both dogs covered in yellow mud. She opened the iron gate and attempted to pull Bai out from the outside. But the poor creature was stuck by its head and yelped in fear, struggling helplessly. With no other option, Yu Qian had to go inside to rescue the dog. As she gazed upon the towering rose bushes, Yu Qian inhaled sharply, yet she knew she had no choice but to brave her way through. Grasping a stick, she cautiously maneuvered into the thicket of roses. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached Bai. Slowly, she crouched down, clutching its neck, and with a force akin to uprooting a carrot, she extracted it from the railing. The moment Bai emerged, it immediately began wagging its tail and nuzzling against Yu Qian. Just as she attempted to rise, it playfully shoved her, sending her tumbling towards the rose bushes. Ouch! Bye-bye. Yu Qian lost her balance, instinctively reaching out, only to be pricked by the thorns, distorting her expression in agony. To make matters worse, her clothing became ensnared in the thorns. Any movement only worsened her predicament, leaving her unable to turn around. With a grimace, Yu Qian painstakingly tried to free the fabric caught in the thorns, but there were simply too many entanglements. Even her pants were trapped, and she dared not bend down to address them. Just as she resigned herself to waiting for her aunt to rescue her, her valiant hero arrived, clad in sneakers, ready to save the day. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Jiang Zheng was taken aback upon returning from his morning jog, greeted by such a scene. The delicate pink roses bloomed vibrantly, while Yu Qian was ensnared within the green tendrils, resembling a distressed princess, both pitiable and enchanting. Though regrettably clad in a bear-themed pajama set rather than a lace princess gown. Jiang Zheng, please help me out. Yu Qian's voice was tinged with urgency for the first time. Okay, don't move. Be careful of the thorns, Jiang Zheng replied, his own urgency evident, though it was primarily driven by his desire to capture the moment on his phone. Xiaoyu, please don't move. Be cautious of getting pricked. Just let me take a picture first. To her dismay, he proceeded to snap a photo. Yu Qian thought to herself, is this really a hero? Clearly, he was akin to a stone, adding to her misfortune. Stiffly, she allowed Jiang Zheng to take a shot. Fortunately, he soon put down the phone, carefully untangling the rose vines while shielding her from further pricks. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, Yu Qian finally emerged from the rose bushes, petals scattered all around them. Her immediate reaction was to grab Bai and deliver a few swift pats on its rear, scolding, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. After reprimanding the dog, she turned her gaze towards the smirking Jiang Zheng. He had seemed quite pleased while taking her picture just moments ago. Seeing the dangerous glint in Yu Qian's eyes, Jiang Zheng quickly tempered his smile, saying cautiously, I just thought you looked stunning among the flowers and couldn't resist capturing the moment. Oof. Yu Qian scoffed, and Jiang Zheng, sensing the shift, turned and fled. She took off after him, but after just a couple of steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Hearing the thud, Jiang Zheng rushed back, anxiously checking to see where she had landed. Does it hurt? Are you all right? Though Yu Qian felt no pain, after all, it was merely grass beneath her, she was momentarily disoriented. Turning to see the small hole that had tripped her, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Hey. The two dogs truly exasperated her. Neither of them ever settled. One incessantly plotted to escape, while the other busied itself with digging holes. Today, she had the misfortune of being outsmarted by the dogs not once, but twice. As Yu Qian's words faded, a sharp reprimand echoed in her ears. Yu Qian, what are you doing? Instinctively, she turned her head to find her mother glaring at them with a face full of fury. It dawned on Yu Qian just how intimate her position with Jiang Zheng appeared at that moment. She was half sitting on the ground, cradled in Jiang Zheng's arms, her hair disheveled, while his hand was lifting her pant leg up to her thigh. Startled by her mother's chastisement, Jiang Zheng hastily released Yu Qian and stood up, causing her to have yet another unwelcome encounter with the grass beneath her. Life was indeed challenging, and Yu Qian had to muster the courage to explain to her mother, Mom, I just tripped. Jiang Zheng was merely helping me. She truly hadn't done anything wrong. She wished her mother would cease that accusatory glare. Wang Hui approached with a furrowed brow, noticing Yu Qian's tousled hair, tiny cuts on her hands, and numerous grass stains on her clothes. It certainly did not resemble the clandestine meeting she had envisioned, yet it wasn't far from it either. Yu Qian, what on earth happened? Look at your face and hands. Did you sleepwalk into self-harm? Wang Hui was filled with frustration at the sight of her daughter, in such a disheveled state, so early in the day. Mom, she silence. Who is your mother? Both Yu Qian and her mother shot Jiang Zheng a fierce glare. Jiang Zheng, having misspoken, observed the cold countenance of his future mother-in-law and momentarily became more subdued. After all, this was Wang Hui, the mother of Yu Qian, whose approval he sought. Ultimately, after a gentle explanation from Yu Qian, her mother's expression softened. Yu Qian retreated to her room to change clothes, and Wang Hui, glancing at Jiang Zheng with some hesitation, finally said, "Come in and have breakfast with us," with the invitation from his future mother-in-law. Jiang Zheng eagerly followed her into the Bai household. It had been a while since Yu Qian had breakfast with her mother. Wang Hui and Bai Jin rose early every day, and by the time they left for work, Yu Qian had only just awoken. Thus, the rare opportunity to share breakfast with her mother filled her with joy. Yu Qian glanced at Jiang Zheng, who was eating breakfast with elegant manners and poise, and was somewhat astonished. At this moment, Jiang Zheng appeared akin to a dutiful daughter-in-law before a fearsome mother-in-law, displaying utmost propriety. So, Jiang Zheng was indeed afraid of her mother. However, this courteous facade of Jiang Zheng was quite commendable. Alas, this demeanor did not last long. As soon as Wang Hui and Bai Jin stepped out, Jiang Zheng immediately scooted closer to Yu Qian. "Xiao Yuer, what flavor are your buns?" "Feed me one. Mine and yours taste the same, but I believe yours tastes better." Yu Qian, confronted with this shameless side of Jiang Zheng once more, found herself at a loss for words and ultimately picked up a bun to feed him. "It is indeed tastier than mine." Jiang Zheng nestled closely against Yu Qian, nearly pushing her off her chair. After finishing her breakfast, Yu Qian suddenly felt a faint pain in her right index finger. Upon closer inspection, she noticed what appeared to be a tiny black speck on it. "Jiang Zheng, do you see if there's a splinter here?" "Where? Let me take a look." Jiang Zheng gently grasped Yu Qian's finger, leaned in slowly, and then kissed the spot. Yu Qian thought to herself, never mind. She would just find a needle to extract it herself. As she began to rise, Jiang Zheng quickly held her hand, saying, "I saw it. There's indeed a splinter. Don't worry, I'll help you take it out." With that, Jiang Zheng hurried off to ask the auntie for a needle. Jiang Zheng held Yu Qian's finger with one hand while maneuvering the needle with the other. Time passed, and Yu Qian's eyes began to ache from staring. Yet Jiang Zheng still hesitated to make his move. "I'll do it myself." Yu Qian had lost faith in Jiang Zheng's ability to assist. It would be quicker if she took matters into her own hands. Honestly, how could an elderly woman like Granny Roan work so swiftly with a needle, while Jiang Zheng, a grown man, was so indecisive? No, I'll get it done right away." Jiang Zheng finally carefully inserted the needle into Yu Qian's finger, delicately extracting the splinter while softly murmuring, "It one T hurt. You're not scared at all, little fish. Just turn your head away and don't look." Observing Jiang Zheng's childlike demeanor, Yu Qian was left speechless. Though she felt little discomfort, she obediently turned her head away, allowing Jiang Zheng to continue. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Zheng finally managed to extract the splinter. Relieved, he exhaled as he examined the small black spot in the palm of his hand. When Jiang Zheng returned home, his father was just about to leave. Seeing his father holding a box of cake in one hand and the tea set Yu Qian had gifted him in the other, Jiang Zheng inquired, "Dad, where are you taking that tea set?" "To the office." "But there's a tea table in your study. Why take it to the office?" Jiang Zheng's father replied, "How annoying," and dismissed him, taking the cake and tea set to the car. Upon arriving at the Jiang Corporation building, the assistant noticed the boss carrying items and hurried over to offer help. However, with both hands occupied, Jiang Zheng's father could only shake his head. "No need. I can carry these myself." With that, he strode confidently into the building, turning heads among passing employees. Only after he entered the elevator did they begin to whisper amongst themselves. "Wasn't yesterday the boss's birthday? He usually only carries a cake. Why is there an extra box today?" Jiang Zheng's father entered his office, carefully placing the cake on the table. He then walked over to the tea table by the window, without hesitation putting away the original set of Celadon tea, and replacing it with the purple clay tea set gifted by Yu Qian. Once everything was arranged, he smiled and took out his phone. "Hello, Lao Zhang, are you free? Come to my office for some tea." Half an hour later, a middle-aged man, known as Lao Zhang, entered the office. He cast a glance at the gleaming cake on the table, fully aware that, Mr. Jiang had aged another year. The directness of his gaze clearly indicated that this was not the first instance he had encountered such a situation. Old Jiang sat comfortably in the chair opposite the desk, casually crossing his legs, awaiting the extravagant display of affection from Mr. Jiang this year. However, after a prolonged silence, Mr. Jiang remained reticent. "Come, let us enjoy some tea today," Mr. Jiang said, lifting his gaze and smiling at old Jiang, then beckoning him to the tea table. Old Zhang hesitantly ran his fingers through his hair, puzzled. No showcasing of your wife this year? Mr. Jiang deftly retrieved a box of Baihao Injin and began to brew the tea with practiced ease. Old Zhang accepted the cup, inhaled the aroma, and took a sip. The brew was rich and refreshing, a fine tea indeed. Mr. Jiang also sampled the tea, and upon hearing Old Zhang's remark, set down his cup. This tea is merely average, but the quality of my tea utensils today elevates the flavor. Old Zhang glanced at the Yixing teapot in his hand, recognizing it as a fine piece, though it paled in comparison to the porcelain set he had previously owned. This tea set was a birthday gift from my daughter-in-law. We must appreciate the heartfelt gesture from the younger generation, Mr. Jiang elaborated. Old Zhang, momentarily speechless, mused regardless. The familiar scene has returned. But, Old Jiang, you have a daughter-in-law? I was unaware that your son had married. Mr. Jiang continued to smile amiably. My son is still in university, but he has made commendable progress by finding a girlfriend early on. They plan to marry after graduation. You should have seen her. She is exceptionally well-behaved and dutiful. Just yesterday, she visited my home, bringing not only this tea set, but also a set of golf clubs. Old Zhang listened, somewhat incredulous. A girlfriend was one thing, but referring to her as a daughter-in-law seemed premature. He had thought he had yet to receive an invitation from the Jiang family. Old Zhang, Mr. Jiang continued, if I may offer my advice, one should marry off their son sooner rather than later. Look at me. My daughter-in-law was settled early, and I have no worries. My wife has taken quite a liking to her as well. Your son, Zhang Jing, is nearing 30, isn't he? When will he tie the knot? I hope I won't be the one sending you an invitation. After spending an hour in Mr. Zhang's office, Old Zhang exited in a huff. As soon as he stepped out, he angrily dialed a number. Zhang Jing, listen to me carefully. If you do not bring a wife home by the end of this year, you might as well spend the new year alone. Do not return. Once Old Zhang was gone, Mr. Jiang opened the cake and savored a bite, then picked up his phone to dial another number. Hello, Dawei. Are you free? Come to my office for some tea. Chapter 61. Delivering meals as summer vacation commenced, Yu Qian had just settled into a leisurely mode, preparing to relish the holiday, when Jiang Zheng had already donned the mantle of a diligent office worker. It was not just Jiang Zheng. Bai Qiming had also embarked on an internship at the Bai Group. Yu Qian lounged in the living room, one hand clutching fruit and the other snacks, indulging in amusing variety shows. Whenever her provisions ran low, someone would replenish them, and when her phone grew tiresome, she could entertain herself with her dog. This blissful existence elicited a contented sigh from her soul as she felt that such leisurely days belonged to a past life. In fact, it was reminiscent of a previous existence. She had never experienced a day as relaxed as today in this lifetime. Each day had been filled with noise and chaos. And speaking of noise, her thoughts drifted to Jiang Zheng. It dawned on her that she hadn't seen Jiang Zheng in 3 days. He left for work before she had risen each morning and returned only after she had fallen asleep each night. Aside from their brief video call at noon, when they could catch a glimpse of one another through the screen, she was almost on the verge of forgetting what it felt like to have a boyfriend. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. Jiang Zheng must be ready for lunch soon. After watching a few more minutes of the show, a video call unexpectedly popped up. Without a second thought, she clicked to answer. Little fish, what are you doing? Jiang Zheng appeared on her screen, clad in a white shirt with his tie loosened, exuding the aura of a corporate elite. From the background, it was evident he was still in the office, having not yet taken a meal. I'm snacking. Haven't you eaten yet? She turned her camera to showcase her bountiful spread, hoping to share a glimpse of her vibrant life. I've been busy since this morning and still have so much to do. I'm so hungry, little fish. I don't even have time to eat. Jiang Zheng's plaintive voice emanated from the phone. Yu Qian's heart ached as she observed the mountain of folders on his desk. A pang of guilt began to stir within her. Her boyfriend was laboring diligently while she remained an aimless slacker, languishing in leisure from one life to the next. With her conscience prickling, Yu Qian found herself bewilderedly stepping out the door, carrying the meals prepared by Jiang's family's cook. How had she ended up agreeing to deliver lunch to Jiang Zheng? Initially, she had merely felt sympathy for a man too busy to buy his own meal and had intended to order takeout for him. How had it transformed into her personally bringing him food? As she eyed the three-tiered lunchbox, she meticulously replayed their conversation in her mind, only to realize belatedly that she had fallen into Jiang Zheng's trap once again. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she thought of someone enduring hunger and set aside her irritation, hastily boarding a car to set off. Upon arriving at the Jiang Corporation building, Yu Qian retrieved her phone, ready to call Jiang Zheng to come down for his meal. However, the call went through, yet no one answered. After waiting outside for several minutes, observing the bustling foot traffic, she grew concerned that Jiang Zheng might genuinely be overwhelmed with work and decided to deliver the meal herself. Yu Qian entered the Jiang Corporation building and made her way directly to the front desk. "Greetings, I am seeking Jiang Zheng from the finance department. Might you guide me to him, or perhaps summon him down?" At the front desk, two lovely young ladies brightened at the mention of Jiang Zheng. Who is he? After all, he is none other than the heir of the Jiang family. Observing this girl with a lunchbox, coupled with the frequent references made by their boss to a prospective daughter-in-law, could she possibly be the rumored future princess consort? "Are you looking for Jiang Zheng? May I inquire who you are?" I am his girlfriend. He asked me to bring him lunch." For the first time, Yu Qian revealed her identity as Jiang Zheng's girlfriend, which felt rather peculiar. "Very well, miss. Our company's elevators require a card for access. If you wish to ascend, allow me to escort you." One of the young ladies stood up excitedly, swiftly stepping out from behind the front desk to lead Yu Qian. Actually, Yu Qian preferred that she simply called Jiang Zheng down, but now that the young lady was so enthusiastically before her, what could she say? "All right, thank you." As she observed the curious gazes of the two young ladies, Yu Qian felt a strange flutter in her heart. Is the service of the Jiang family always this excellent? The front desk staff seemed exceptionally cordial. The customer service representative escorted Yu Qian into the elevator, directly ascending to the 23rd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, she continued to diligently guide Yu Qian to the entrance of the finance department. Arriving at the finance department, Yu Qian expressed her gratitude to the young lady. However, upon peering inside the bustling room, she found herself unable to locate Jiang Zheng and had to seek assistance outside. She casually approached a young man in a suit standing at the doorway. "Jiang Zheng? Oh, you mean Assistant Jiang? He seems to have stepped out for a moment and has not yet returned." Hearing that Jiang Zheng was not in his office, Yu Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. What could he possibly be up to today? Holding her lunchbox, Yu Qian waited at the entrance of the finance department for Jiang Zheng, only to find herself instead confronted by his father. Qian, what brings you here?" Zhang's father stood surrounded by a group of individuals, all holding notebooks or folders, as if they had just concluded a meeting. Caught delivering lunch to her boyfriend and unexpectedly encountering his father, Yu Qian felt her cheeks flush. "Uncle Jiang, you came to deliver lunch? How splendid. I just finished a meeting and have yet to eat." With that, Zhang's father gestured for his assistant to take the lunchbox from Yu Qian's hands, much to her astonishment. Regarding the lunchbox, he explained to those behind him, "This is my eldest son's fiancée, E. This child is filial, knowing my appetite has been poor lately and that I do not wish to eat outside food. She specially brought me a meal." Instantly, a chorus of compliments ensued from those present. Yu Qian stared blankly at the lunchbox as it was carried away, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind. When did she transition from being Jiang Zheng's girlfriend to his fiancée, E? Is Zhang's father truly experiencing digestive issues? Did he not invite her to enjoy hot pot just yesterday? If Zhang's father has eaten, what will Jiang Zheng have? What should she do now? Is it too late to order takeout for Jiang Zheng? Ultimately, all thoughts coalesced into a singular phrase. It's over. Jiang Zheng is about to throw a tantrum. Zhang's father dismissed a group of people and, observing the still dazed Yu Qian, kindly said to her, "That rascal Jiang Zheng seems to have vanished. Please, take a seat in my office's reception area and wait for him." With that, he leisurely carried his lunchbox and strolled ahead. Yu Qian found herself with no choice. Seeing that Jiang Zheng had yet to arrive, she could not simply stand idly by, so she followed Zhang's father to the office to await his return. Meanwhile, where was Jiang Zheng? In the restroom. The moment he saw Yu Qian's call, he chose to ignore it. He was acutely aware that, given Yu Qian's temperament, should he answer the phone, she would undoubtedly withhold the meal from him. If he ventured downstairs to retrieve it himself, with so few witnesses, how could he possibly showcase his affection? Not only did he refrain from answering the call, but he also deliberately concealed himself, ensuring that Yu Qian would seek assistance. Thus, many would become aware of his girlfriend's thoughtful gesture of delivering food to him. This way, everyone would come to know that he had a particularly devoted girlfriend who loved him enough to bring him meals. Estimating that enough time had passed, he checked his reflection and emerged from the restroom with a buoyant spirit. The thought of Yu Qian shyly presenting him with a lunchbox filled him with excitement. Jiang Zheng approached the finance department, but it was empty. There was no one around. Could they have gone inside to wait? Undeterred, he stepped into the office, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Yu Qian. Just as he intended to retrieve his phone from his desk to inquire about her, a colleague called out to him, "Assistant Jiang, your girlfriend was just here." Chapter 62. Do you prefer the mature Yu Qian? Jiang Zheng felt a fleeting moment of joy, only to quickly suppress the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "Have you seen where my girlfriend went?" "Look, everyone saw my girlfriend arrive with a lunchbox, right?" "Your girlfriend came to deliver lunch to the chairman. She just went upstairs to the office." Jiang Zheng. Are you certain it's the chairman and not the future president or Jiang Zheng himself? She went to the chairman's office? Who took her there? The chairman took her up. Jiang Zheng. Frustrated to the point of speechlessness, Jiang Zheng turned and strode purposefully towards the elevator. Upon arriving at the chairman's office, he forcefully pushed the door open, startling Yu Qian, who was indulging in grapes in the reception area. She trembled, causing the grapes to bounce off the table and roll onto the floor. "Where's my food, Xiaoyu?" Jiang Zheng's mouth turned downwards as he cast a pitiful glance at Yu Qian. Your food was eaten by uncle." Seeing Jiang Zheng's eyes redden with anger, Yu Qian's voice grew softer. "Don't worry, that's your father. I've ordered another meal for you. It will be here shortly." Yu Qian comforted Jiang Zheng, having just placed an order through a delivery service and even added extra money to ensure prompt service. The merchant had assured her that it would be delivered in approximately 10 minutes. Yet, Jiang Zheng remained unconvinced. He abruptly stood up, pushed open the office door, and immediately beheld his much-anticipated meal being devoured by his father, nearly causing him to fume. "That was my heartfelt meal. Dad, that was specially sent by Xiaoyu for me. Then why didn't you go get it?" Jiang Zheng stammered, well aware that his father understood his intentions all too well. Still trying to show off your affection in front of me? These tactics are ones I've long mastered. Dear boy, you're still a bit too young." Jiang Zheng, observing his father's lack of remorse, felt his anger intensify. "Dad, my mother has already mentioned that your belly is too large, resembling a pregnant hamster when pinched. You should consider losing weight. It would be best not to indulge in such fatty foods and chicken legs. You wouldn't want to incur my mother's ire, and that would be rather unfortunate. Moreover, I am still growing and in need of nutrition. Even mice care for their young. Why are you acting like a stepfather, snatching food from your own son?" Seeing his father's expression darken rapidly, Yu Qian disregarded appearances and quickly covered Jiang Zheng's mouth with her hand, saying, "Uncle, please enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave now." Having said that, she pinched Jiang Zheng and, with a contorted expression, pulled him towards the exit. That was my meal." Jiang Zheng sulked as he sat on the sofa in the reception area. Observing Jiang Zheng's childish demeanor, Yu Qian felt speechless, contemplating his princess-like temperament. "How about I bring you lunch again tomorrow?" "Really?" "Indeed." Upon hearing that Yu Qian would come again tomorrow, Jiang Zheng's tone brightened, but he added, "I want you to deliver for 3 days." "Yu Qian, you're becoming quite demanding. Is it all right if I stay for 2 more days? My heart has suffered a significant blow today, and I seek your comfort." Jiang Zheng, noticing the peculiar expression on Yu Qian's face, promptly amended his statement. "Very well. I shall stay for 2 days." Yu Qian felt she ought to be perpetually prepared with a quick remedy for her heart, at such a tender age. Why was she often so emotionally drained? "Come, have some grapes to tide you over. Dinner will arrive shortly." Yu Qian reached for a grape and offered it to Jiang Zheng, who, instead of extending his hand, leaned forward with his mouth agape. Yu Qian thought to herself, well, let us indulge him just this once. With remarkable patience, she fed him a dozen grapes before their takeaway finally arrived. She had ordered a serving of pork trotter rice along with 3 side dishes. Jiang Zheng settled himself in the parlor, opened the takeaway, and began to eat. Although his claim of hunger bore a hint of theatrics, he had indeed been busy since morning, scarcely sipping water. As Jiang Zheng ate in silence, Yu Qian observed him from the side. Now was her opportunity to scrutinize him closely. After 3 days apart, her boyfriend had changed considerably. His white shirt, with sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular arms, had a button undone at the collar, and his tie was loosened, complemented by dark gray suit trousers. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, he now exuded an air of a sharp and sophisticated rogue. Jiang Zheng's appearance resembles that of a charming scoundrel, particularly appealing in this ensemble, especially with his strikingly handsome face, which seems far removed from notions of loyalty and devotion. Yet clad in such attire, he could still display the playful innocence of a big boy. One must admit, this delightful contrast is rather captivating. Little fish. Admit it. Yu Qian looked at Jiang Zheng, perplexed. Admit what? Jiang Zheng wiped his mouth with a napkin, gazing at her with a knowing look. I'm saying you are fond of mature men. Yu Qian was at a loss for words. How did he arrive at such a conclusion? Usually, when I ask you to look at me, you refuse. Yet today, having merely changed my attire, your gaze has not strayed from me. Moreover, the novels she read were all about domineering CEOs, and even her choice of dramas revolved around successful urban romances. Yu Qian, feeling cornered, retorted, So what if I enjoy reading about domineering CEOs? Does that mean I should only watch children's films? May I not look at you? Yu Qian turned her head in exasperation, only to have Jiang Zheng grasp her chin and turn her back to face him. Who else would you look at? It must be me. Naturally, his girlfriend should keep her eyes on him. At worst, I shall wear a suit more often. Consider it a form of seductive uniform. Yu Qian was utterly speechless. The two lingered in the parlor for a considerable time until Zhang's father finished his meal. As Yu Qian prepared to leave with the empty takeaway container, Jiang Zheng unexpectedly reached out and took it from her. What are you doing? Yu Qian watched as Jiang Zheng placed the container on the table, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What else can be done? After all, this is your first time delivering a meal to me. Although I didn't get to taste it, it should at least serve as a keepsake. Jiang Zheng meticulously took a photograph of the lunchbox and then sent it to Bai Qiming. Yu Qian, standing behind Jiang Zheng and observing his every move, thought to herself, is Jiang Zheng's method of commemorating this moment truly to send it to Bai Qiming? Just how devoted is he to flaunting his affection? She couldn't help but wonder about the expression on Bai Qiming's face upon receiving the photograph. After taking the picture, Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian's hand and led her downstairs. Amidst the curious gazes of the receptionists, he suddenly kissed Yu Qian gently before swiftly parting. He handed the lunchbox to her, his gaze intense as he said, "See you tomorrow." Flushed and unable to meet the eyes of those around her, Yu Qian nodded shyly and hurried to her car. The following day, at 11:30, Yu Qian emerged from Zhang's residence with a lunchbox, only to encounter Lin Yin, who was also carrying a lunchbox. Unlike Yu Qian, who bore a delivery person's expression, Lin Yin appeared somewhat excited and shy. Yu Qian, puzzled, glanced at Lin Yin's lunchbox and couldn't resist asking, Yin, is that from Inga? Lin Yin nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Qiming mentioned yesterday that the food at the company was unpalatable and left him feeling unwell, so I thought I would bring him something to eat. Yu Qian mused to herself, surely, her Mingge must be suffering from an upset stomach caused by Jiang Zheng's antics. Observing Lin Yin, who had unwittingly been duped into delivering food, a sympathetic understanding glimmered in Yu Qian's eyes, as if recognizing a fellow wanderer in misfortune. A word from the author, Jiang Zheng. Little fish is coming to bring me food. I must show everyone. Zhang's father, my wife is not here. No one can flaunt their affection before me. Bai Qiming, that foolish Jiang Zheng. Yin, my stomach aches. Chapter 63. Stealing a kiss on her second occasion of delivering meals, Yu Qian discovered that Jiang Zheng had also become more astute. He stood downstairs early, waiting for her arrival before ascending together. Though this delightful interlude lasted only 2 days, it was sufficient for the entire Jiang building to recognize Yu Qian's presence. With the results of the college entrance examination revealed, Qi Yu and her companions indeed returned to their previous institution. Qi Yu had set her sights on Jingshi University, aspiring to follow in her parents' footsteps and become a teacher. Wang Jieje was accepted into Jing University, while Feng Yin chose Min University. The thought of reuniting with her friends in the capital in less than a month filled Yu Qian with immense joy. Yet, she noticed that Jiang Zheng seemed busier of late. Recalling their recent video chats, which consisted of little more than brief exchanges, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It had been several days since she last saw Jiang Zheng, and tonight she resolved to wait for him, eager to behold her boyfriend once more. Otherwise, she feared she might forget what his smile looked like. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, her mother and uncle had already returned. But Jiang Zheng was still absent, and Yu Qian found herself growing drowsy. She sat upright in her chair, fighting sleep until just past 11 when she finally heard the sound of a car approaching. Instantly alert, she slipped on her slippers and hastened downstairs. "Jiang Zheng," she called, breathless as she spotted him entering. "Little fish, why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Zheng beamed with surprise upon seeing her, taking her hand and leading her inside. The rest of the household was already asleep, leaving only the soft glow of the wall lamp in the living room. As they settled together on the sofa, Yu Qian sensed an unmistakable weariness behind his smile. "Little fish, were you waiting for me?" Jiang Zheng's voice held a note of pleasure as he drew her into his embrace, releasing a contented sigh as he relaxed. "Have you been very busy lately?" Yu Qian gazed at him with concern. Her Jiang Zheng had always been vibrant and full of life. She had never witnessed him exhibit such fatigue. "Yes, I'm just getting accustomed to these new responsibilities. It will take some time, but things will improve soon," he replied. Yu Qian reached out to caress his face. "Are you managing? Is it too arduous?" Jiang Zheng nuzzled against her hand like a cat, speaking softly. "It's manageable. After all, I must confront these challenges sooner or later. A little fatigue now will lead to easier days ahead, granting me more time to spend with you." A knot formed in Yu Qian's heart. She longed to suggest that he take things slowly, not to pressure himself so intensely, and to prioritize his own well-being before worrying about her companionship. Yet, amidst her swirling thoughts, she found herself unable to voice her concerns. Though Jiang Zheng typically exuded the demeanor of a privileged heir, he possessed a deep sense of responsibility, fully aware of his identity and the obligations that rested upon his shoulders. "With such a busy schedule, are you eating properly?" she inquired. "Yes, if I eat then," he replied. "Returning so late, you shouldn't drive yourself. Let the chauffeur take you, or consider staying at the apartment," she advised. "All right," he agreed. "Jiang Zheng?" "Yes." Yu Qian turned her head to glance at Jiang Zheng, who had rested his head on the sofa, his eyes gently closed. Choosing not to utter another word, she tenderly patted his hand, encouraging him to drift into a deep slumber. Once Jiang Zheng was asleep, Yu Qian surveyed the second floor, given her strength. It was impossible for her to carry him back to his room, so she carefully laid him flat on the sofa. She removed his shoes and fetched a blanket from the other side of the sofa to cover him. Leaning beside Jiang Zheng's head, she quietly admired his serene sleeping face. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to witness the transformation of a young boy into a true man. From the exuberance she first encountered in him, to the clingy and delicate nature he displayed during their courtship, to the nascent maturity and responsibility he now exhibited, she cherished every facet of Jiang Zheng. Wasn't it said that after the passionate phase of love, feelings would gradually fade? Yet, she found her affection for Jiang Zheng only deepening, to the point where she believed it had blossomed into love. Yu Qian gently leaned closer to Jiang Zheng, their breaths mingling in the stillness. Gazing at his innocent expression, an inappropriate thought crossed her mind. If he were awake and noticed her intention to kiss him, he would likely react impulsively. How different it was now, as he remained unresponsive to her every move. A smile crept across her lips as she prepared to steal a kiss from her boyfriend. Just as she pursed her lips, ready to plant a kiss on his cheek, a sudden flash of light from the left startled her, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of the camera shutter. It was Jiang's mother exclaiming in exasperation, "How could I forget to turn off the flash?" Yu Qian nearly struck Jiang Zheng's face in her fright, almost waking him. Regaining her composure, she glanced to her left, where Zhang's mother stood at the top of the staircase in her nightgown, her hair cascading down as if she were a ghost emerging from a horror film. "Ah, Auntie, you're home?" Yu Qian stammered, her tongue stumbling in her shock. It was rather terrifying at this late hour. Haha, Chin Chin, I just came down to check on my darling. No witties. You carry on. I'll head back to sleep, Zhang's mother replied, waving her hand as she retreated with her phone in hand. Yu Qian watched as Zhang's mother vanished down the corridor on the second floor, still processing the encounter. When had she been standing there? How much had she seen? What had she just captured in that photo? The whimsical thoughts of romance evaporated from Yu Qian's mind. Frowning, she adjusted the blanket around Jiang Zheng, observing him still blissfully unaware. With a pout, she left the Jiang residence, her expression clouded with concern. The next morning, Jiang Zheng awoke on the sofa, frowning as he contemplated the blanket draped over him. He vaguely recalled holding Yu Qian on this very sofa last night. Surely, this couldn't be a mere figment of his longing for her. Rising from the sofa, he made his way to his room to freshen up. Upon returning downstairs, he found his mother at the dining table, her demeanor animated as she caught sight of him. "Mom, you're back." Jiang Zheng was not surprised to see his mother. "Well," the bow. "Do you recall what transpired last night?" Zhang's mother inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity. Fortunately, she had returned home yesterday and, in her desire to show affection for her newly employed son, had waited up for him until the late hours. Otherwise, she would have missed such an amusing incident. It was regrettable that she had been so excited initially that she forgot to record the moment, and her subsequent attempts at clandestine photography had been discovered. Last night, did something happen? Jiang Zheng looked at his mother's expression, his brow furrowing slightly. Could there be something from the previous night of which he was unaware? Observing Jiang Zheng's confusion only heightened his mother's excitement, prompting her to quickly retrieve her phone and present the clandestinely taken photos to him. Although the lighting was dim, she had deliberately enlarged the images, and the details were still quite clear. Jiang Zheng took the phone with a puzzled expression, only to be rendered speechless upon seeing the images. After a few seconds, the corners of his mouth began to widen. He had suspected all along that Yu Qian was deeply enamored with him, and it seemed she had even stolen a kiss. Just look at that gaze. It was as if she wished to devour him whole, and her lips were puckered like a puffer fish. How could his girlfriend be so adorably charming? Jiang Zheng fixated on the photograph, then tapped a few times to transfer the image to his own device, subsequently deleting the original from his mother's phone. "Zabao, what are you doing?" Zhang's mother exclaimed in disbelief as she noticed the photo had vanished. Infuriated, she thought this ungrateful boy. She had kindly shared this secret with him, only for him to erase the precious image. "Mother, that is a private photo of me and Xiao Yuer. Naturally, it is meant solely for our eyes. If you wish to see it, perhaps you should ask to take one with Dad," Jiang Zheng retorted, exemplifying the meaning of turning one's back on one's own mother. Chapter 64. The dog. Ever since Jiang Zheng chanced upon the photograph of Yu Qian stealing a kiss, a smile has graced his lips without faltering. Even when confronted with challenges at work, he merely glances at that photo and finds himself invigorated, no longer frowning as he had in the days prior. At long last, the lunch break arrived, and he eagerly retrieved his phone, promptly opening the pinned WeChat message. Upon seeing Jiang Zheng's message, Yu Qian recalled the kiss they had shared last night, which was interrupted by Zhang's mother. A sense of shyness washed over her, yet the desire to see her boyfriend prevailed. She activated the video call, and Jiang Zheng's face lit up with a spring-like smile. "Little fish, you stole a kiss from me last night." His tone brimmed with playful satisfaction, evoking a mixture of admiration and frustration. Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng's momentary indignation, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, but it's unfortunate that I didn't actually get to kiss you." Gazing at Jiang Zheng today, she found the familiar vibrancy of the boy she cherished, which soothed her heart. The sight of him appearing so weary last night had indeed stirred her compassion. Jiang Zheng, surprised by Yu Qian's candidness today, found his smile widening even further. "What a pity. I fell asleep last night. I wonder if I might request that kiss for tonight?" With Yu Qian remaining silent, he took her silence as acquiescence. Indeed, his girlfriend adored him. Not only did she cover him with a blanket at night, but she also kissed him. He pondered when they might share a home, as he too wished to drape a blanket over Yu Qian. Yu Qian felt an overwhelming inclination to indulge Jiang Zheng today, readily acquiescing to his request to bring him a meal without a second thought. Surely, Witnessing him enter his home alone in the night had awakened her nurturing instincts. Quietly, she sought to rationalize her unusual behavior today. While heading to the neighboring kitchen to fetch food, Yuqian hesitated for a moment before stepping into her own kitchen, tying on an apron and slicing vegetables. Surely, preparing a meal for him would bring him greater joy, wouldn't it? Her knife skills were quite adept. During her childhood, when her mother was not yet affluent, their family lived modestly. With grandparents and uncles busy with their work, it often fell upon Yuqian to care for her younger siblings, Yuji and Yuhui. On occasions when hunger struck or when the adults returned late, she would prepare meals for them. Even after relocating to Jiang City with her mother, she occasionally cooked for herself. Though her culinary prowess was not extraordinary, she could manage to whip up simple home-cooked dishes. Yuqian prepared sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried corn, sautéed lotus slices, and even fried an egg. As she filled the lunchbox to the brim, a flicker of concern prompted her to add a portion of the auntie's delectable braised beef. With a heart brimming with affection, Yuqian made her way to the Jiang residence. Today's lunch arrived somewhat late, and as Jiang Zheng received it, he wasted no time in tearing it open and diving into the meal. Yuqian sat beside him, a smile playing at the corner of her lips, eagerly anticipating his reaction to her culinary efforts. He frowned. Yuqian observed Jiang Zheng frowning as he sampled each dish, her smile faltering slightly. Jiang Zheng, haphazardly shoving food into his mouth, mumbled with a furrowed brow, Aunt Zhou must have suffered another heartbreak. Today's cooking is subpar. What's wrong? Behind Jiang Zheng, Yuqian's smile faded as she struggled to suppress her unusual tone. Aside from the beef brisket, the rest of the dishes were unappetizing. The pork tenderloin overly sweet, the corn and lotus root rather bland, and the egg far too overcooked, leaving a discomforting sensation in the stomach. It was truly vexing. Aunt Zhou, at her age, should not be seeking a second spring. Each time she faced a romantic setback, her cooking suffered, but today was exceptionally poor, suggesting that this latest blow had been particularly devastating. Yuqian could no longer muster a smile. Not only had he astutely criticized her culinary efforts, but he had rendered them utterly worthless in his eyes. She glared fiercely at the back of Jiang Zheng's head, her tone laced with danger. If it's inedible, then don't eat it. Order takeout. Otherwise, it will be unpleasant on your stomach. Forget it. It wasn't worth the trouble. After all, it was just one meal. Yuqian watched the disdainful expression on Jiang Zheng's face, her fingers itching to react. Last night's heartache had been a moment of folly on her part. This rascal deserved a few kicks. With a stern expression, she observed Jiang Zheng finish his meal, half of her dishes still untouched. How utterly delightful! After wiping his mouth, Jiang Zheng intended to sweetly cuddle with his girlfriend, but before he could even reach her, he was swiftly swatted away. Bewildered, he gazed at the slight redness on the back of his hand. His girlfriend had struck him. Was he a victim of domestic violence? Jiang Zheng, feeling aggrieved, watched as Yuqian silently packed away the meal box, not even granting him a loving glance before turning to leave. He attempted to reach for her, only to receive a sharp glare. Following her down the stairs like a dutiful spouse, he watched her get into the car without a backward glance, his mind swirling with confusion over what had provoked her ire. Could it be that she was upset because he hadn't kissed her when he picked up the meal box? Or perhaps because he playfully asked her to feed him? Or? Jiang Zheng quickly retrieved his phone, activated the front camera, and scrutinized his reflection. No remnants of food adorned his face. He still appeared fresh and attractive, his lips looking quite kissable. So what, exactly, had incited Yuqian's anger? Upon returning home, Yuqian was filled with pent-up frustration as she glanced at the meal box, wishing she could hurl it away. What's wrong? Bai Qiming's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Startled, she turned to see him standing in the kitchen, drinking water. Brother Ming, aren't you working today? I came back to grab something. Bai Qiming noted Yuqian's still simmering anger and glanced at the meal box before calmly remarking, I noticed the kitchen was a bit messy. And said you cooked? Mentioning the kitchen made Yuqian feel slightly embarrassed, and she nodded. Well, I haven't eaten yet. May I have those dishes in the kitchen? Just now, Yuqian prepared an abundance of dishes, serving only a third of each to Jiang Zheng, while the remainder was neatly stored in the kitchen. Upon hearing Bai Qiming's words, Yu Qian was taken aback. She had initially felt quite confident in her culinary skills, but after Jiang Zheng's recent critique, she felt a twinge of embarrassment about offering her creations to Bai Qiming. After all, Bai Qiming's palate was far more discerning than Jiang Zheng's, and she feared that any further comments might compel her to hurl the plates in frustration. In the midst of her indecision, Bai Qiming, oblivious to her turmoil, had already begun to help himself to the dishes. Fortunately, the weather was warm, and the food had not yet cooled. Yu Qian anxiously observed Bai Qiming's expression, which remained inscrutable. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Glancing at the containers on the table, she pursed her lips, but dutifully proceeded to wash them. Bai Qiming, out of the corner of his eye, noticed the similar dishes Yu Qian had discarded into the trash, coupled with her expression upon returning. It was easy to surmise that Jiang Zheng had once again committed a foolish act. A flicker of amusement danced in Bai Qiming's eyes as he discreetly retrieved his phone, capturing a photograph of the dishes on the table, which he promptly sent to Jiang Zheng with the message, "Today's dishes taste delightful." Jiang Zheng, upon receiving Bai Qiming's message, furrowed his brow. Wasn't it the very food he had just eaten? Had Bai Qiming dined at his home? The idea seemed implausible. Bai Qiming would not send such a trivial image without reason. Reflecting on Yu Qian's inexplicable outburst earlier, he hesitated to pursue further speculation. His hands trembled as he replied, "Who made this?" Bai Qiming responded, "My sister." Jiang Zheng's mind reeled. "My girlfriend made that." How could Bai Qiming, that scoundrel, have eaten the food prepared by his girlfriend? Realizing the truth, Jiang Zheng felt as though he might vomit blood. He sprang up from his desk, shouting towards the financial director in front of him, "Brother Fong, I need to take a leave." Startled by the sudden outburst, the financial director fumbled, ruining the document he had just signed. Before he could express his irritation, he was met with the sight of Jiang Zheng's reddened eyes. Cautiously, he inquired, "Where are you going?" Jiang Zheng strode out of the office without looking back, declaring, "To eat, and to confront that person who stole my meal." The financial director could only watch in bewilderment. It was merely a meal. Yet Jiang Zheng's demeanor suggested an impending crisis at Zhang's company. Chapter 65. Intoxication. As Jiang Zheng drove to the Bai residence, he chanced upon Yu Qian discarding the last plate of corn into the garbage bin. "That was my dish," he exclaimed, startled by his words. Yu Qian inadvertently tossed the plate into the bin as well. Breathless, Jiang Zheng rushed inside, his sole focus on the refuse. Witnessing his intent to retrieve the discarded food, Yu Qian quickly grasped his hand. "What are you doing?" "I've already thrown it away." With reddened eyes, Jiang Zheng resembled someone who had suffered an injustice. "I didn't know it was your creation. I barely had a taste of it. But now that it's in the trash, can you really salvage it? Besides, you were disdainful of this dish before. Why the sudden change upon learning it was mine? Even if I can't eat it, I could bury it in remembrance. Moreover, what I consumed was not merely food, but rather your affection for me." Devoid of maternal warmth, Yu Qian felt an urge to retaliate, wishing to make him as miserable as the discarded vegetables. "Why did you give my dish to Qiming? Couldn't you have saved it for my dinner?" His tone was unjustly accusatory, as if she were at fault, when he had been the one to express his disdain initially. "He is my brother. Why shouldn't I share it with him? I'm still your boyfriend, your future husband." Yu Qian scoffed. "That could be debatable." Jiang Zheng faltered. Observing Yu Qian's simmering irritation, he began to reflect on his missteps. "I apologize, Xiaoyu. You truly excelled today. It resembled something made by an ant, which led to my misunderstanding. If there's a next time, I promise to devour every morsel, even if you fry the eggs to resemble dog excrement." Yu Qian replied, "I advise you not to make such bold claims." Noticing her anger had subsided slightly, Jiang Zheng seized the opportunity to be endearing. After a prolonged effort, he finally managed to restore her mood, cautiously asking, "Will you still prepare heartfelt meals for me in the future?" All he received in response was a cold laugh. Silencing him instantly, he internally chastised himself, lamenting the loss of his girlfriend's lovingly prepared meal, a testament to her profound affection for him. When would he again savor such a delicacy? He regretted having rushed through lunch today, nearly forgetting the taste. How he wished for a second chance. As the new semester of his sophomore year commenced, Jiang Zheng's work finally fell into a steady rhythm. He was able to clock in and out punctually, often finding time to visit the school during early departures. Unfortunately, Yu Qian had yet to agree to cohabitation, leaving him with no choice but to seek her out at the university. Conversely, Yu Qian enjoyed a rather carefree existence. Her friend Wang Jejia resided in the adjacent dormitory, allowing them to spend time together daily. On this particular day, with no classes to attend, the two indulged in dinner together. Afterward, as Wang Jejia had matters to attend to, she returned to her dormitory alone. Hardly had Yu Qian settled down in her room when a call from Fang Yin came through. "Hello, Yin Yin. Woo-woo. Wow. Qian. I feel so miserable." Hearing Fang Yan's cries, Yu Qian hurriedly got out of bed. After asking for the address, she took a taxi to the KTV where Fang Yan was. Upon entering the private room, she was immediately greeted by Fang Yan's heart-wrenching wails as she clutched the microphone. "Fang Yan." Yu Qian raised her voice, and Fang Yan turned her head, setting down the microphone and leaping towards Yu Qian with a sob. Qian, why is this happening? I finally made it to Jing City, and I haven't even attended the Thunder Goddess concert. Woo, you said he could get married. So I sent my blessings, but why must he retire from the industry? Woo, why? Fang Yin cried with a hoarse voice, the scent of alcohol heavy on her breath. Yu Qian, feeling a headache coming on, pulled her over to the sofa. Noticing 3 empty bottles on the floor, she gasped in shock. What a tremendous blow this must be. Fang Yin continued to ramble about her heartache, incessantly mentioning the Thunder God. Yu Qian was at a loss for how to console her. Although she wasn't an avid fan herself, she had witnessed Fang Yan's fervent admiration. Fang Yan's family owned a supermarket and was financially stable, yet among their group of 4, she was the most frugal, spending her money on merchandise related to her idol. Before she was admitted to Jing City, her greatest wish had been to attend the Thunder Goddess concert, but now, after just finishing military training, news of his marriage had surfaced, and now he was announcing his retirement. Yin Yan, it's all right. If you want to meet him, I can ask Jiang Zheng to arrange a handshake for you. Woo, is that really what I want? I want to see my Thunder God shining on stage. Qian, my heart aches so much. After saying this, Fang Yin grabbed 2 open bottles of beer, took a swig from one, and shoved the other into Yu Qian's arms. Yu Qian sensed trouble. What are you doing? Drink with me. The pain in my heart can only be numbed by alcohol. Yu Qian tried to refuse, but just as she opened her mouth to protest, Fang Yin poured the beer directly into her mouth. Yu Qian. When Chi Yu and Wang Jejia arrived, they found 2 intoxicated girls. The music in the room was deafening, with Fang Yin sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face, while Yu Qian sat dazed on the sofa. Chi Yu approached and pulled Fang Yin to sit on the sofa, glancing at Yu Qian, who looked utterly bewildered. Frowning, she gently pinched Yu Qian's cheek. Qian, are you all right? Yu Qian's gaze slowly focused on Chi Yu's face as she murmured, "A you." Just as Chi Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Yu Qian's expression shift. Her lips quivered, and tears quickly filled her eyes. "A you, my mom is gone. I'm an orphan now. Chi Yu. Wang Jejia. Impressive, my sister." To curse herself as an orphan while drunk, her mother would surely be furious if she heard. "Jejia, why did you portray Jiang Zheng as such a venomous character?" He.S. infuriating. Wang Jejia. What did she do? She did nothing at all. Wang Jejia and Chi Yu exchanged a bewildered glance. As Fang Yin was about to collapse onto the floor, Chi Yu hurried over to restrain her, preventing any further commotion. Wang Jejia grasped Yu Qian's hand, who was silently shedding tears, lamenting, I truly miss my mother. I long to see her. Jejia, I want to see my mother. And I also wish to see Jiang Zheng. Do they not want me anymore? Not all. Your mother and Jiang Zheng are both well. If you just close your eyes and rest, you'll be able to see them, Wang Jejia reassured, gently patting Yu Qian until her tears began to subside. Suddenly, Fang Yin slammed her hand on the table exclaiming, Men are all deceivers. The Thunder God once proclaimed an everlasting love for the stage, yet now he has forsaken it. Jiang Zheng is also a man. He is a deceiver too. He no longer wants you. Chi Yu and Wang Jejia were momentarily speechless. The clarity of her reasoning was striking, almost uncharacteristic of an intoxicated individual. Upon hearing that Jiang Zheng was a deceiver who no longer desired her, Yu Qian burst into an even more fervent cry. Chapter 66. Intoxication. Tu Qiyu and Wang Jijia gazed at the two inebriated girls, whose wailing was deafening, leaving them with a throbbing headache. As Qiyu rubbed her temples, contemplating silencing the jarring music, the door to the private room swung open once more. "Good day. We are here for a routine inspection." 3 police officers entered, their brows furrowed upon seeing the 4 young women inside. Fixing their gaze on Qiyu, one of the officers said, "Please present your identification. We need to conduct a routine check." Upon the sudden arrival of the police, Fang Yin and Yu Qian ceased their tears, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. "I don't have my ID. Jijia, do you?" Qiyu, caught up in the moment, had forgotten hers. I have it," Wang Jijia exclaimed, hastily rummaging through her bag. Qiyu picked up Fang Yan's purse, also searching for her identification. As the two busied themselves, Fang Yan stumbled over to the officers, grabbing hold of the most handsome and youngest among them. "Hey there, do you keep turtles? I have one that is quite beautiful. Its eyes are just like yours, small and round." The officer, with thick brows and bright eyes, responded with a bewildered expression. "Fang Yan, what are you doing?" Seeing the officer's face darken, Qiyu rushed over to pull Fang Yan away. "I apologize, my friend is drunk." With a heavy heart, Qiyu glanced at the officer, hoping he would overlook Fang Yan's intoxication. Fang Yan, glancing between Qiyu and the officer, suddenly smacked her lips. "Oh, so you has a liking for this type? I'll let you have him then." She then called out to Yu Qian and Wang Jijia. "Qian, Jijia, look, our Yu has finally developed feelings." As Yu Qian staggered over, still in a daze, she inquired, "Really? I want to see if he is as handsome as Jiangzheng." Yu Qian leaned toward Qiyu, cupping her face in her hands. He doesn't look as good as Jiangzheng, but he has quite a compatible appearance with you." Qiyu. Meanwhile, the officer had finished checking the IDs and was about to leave when Fang Yin seized the handsome officer once more. "You're mistaken. It's this." Fang Yin held onto the officer tightly, declaring, "Young man, our Yu likes you. Do you like her? Though our Yu may one day become a formidable figure lacking in feminine allure, right now, well, she is a girl with ample charm." Upon hearing ample charm, Yu Qian nodded in understanding. "Yes, she is full of ambition. She has a grand vision." "Shut up, both of you." Qiyu glowered as she pulled Fang Yin away. Wang Jijia quickly apologized to the unfortunate officer. Having received a reprimand from Qiyu, the 2 inebriated girls shivered slightly, then stared at each other in confusion. Fang Yin lamented, "You just scolded me." Yu Qian replied, "She scolded me too." In unison, Fang Yin and Yu Qian wailed, "Wah, woo, woo, woo." The 2 intoxicated girls embraced, suddenly bursting into tears, their pitiful appearance reminiscent of children who had just been scolded by their mother. Fang Yin, "My heart aches so deeply. Thor is no longer with us, and Yu is scolding me, sob sob." Yu Qian, "I want my mother, sob sob. I want Jiangzheng." Qiyu's chest heaved unevenly. Suddenly, Yu Qian's phone rang, and Wang Jijia, noticing Yu Qian was in tears, answered the call for her. Upon hearing that Yu Qian was intoxicated, Jiangzheng rushed to the address provided by Wang Jijia, his heart racing with urgency. As he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Yu Qian and Fang Yin were crouched before an enormous low table in the private room, each clutching a pen and a workbook resembling elementary school students diligently doing their homework. In truth, they were indeed engaged in their assignments. Qiyu, infuriated, had sent Wang Jijia to a nearby stationery store to procure 2 sets of elementary school exercise books, and she was now supervising the 2 inebriated girls as they struggled to focus. Fang Yin put down her pen and extended her fingers, repeatedly counting on them. Eventually, she turned to Yu Qian in frustration and asked, Qian, what is 7 plus 8? I can't count with my fingers." Hearing this, Yu Qian also extended her fingers, 1, 3, 4. "Oh dear, I can't count either. What is 7 plus 8? Furrowing her brow in deep thought, she pouted and shook her head. "I can't do it. This problem is too difficult." Fang Yin sighed. It really is quite challenging. Sitting on the sofa, Qiyu observed the 2 girls whispering to themselves, their voices audibly betraying their attempts at cheating. She coldly admonished, "No whispering. Each of you write independently, and if you continue to speak, I shall deduct your little red flowers." Upon hearing about the deduction of their little red flowers, the two instantly fell silent, ducking their heads, and resumed their troubled finger-counting. Jiang approached silently, a look of amusement in his eyes. What on earth has happened to them? Wang Jiejia, sitting opposite Yu Qian and Fang Yin with her phone adjusted to the clock display, played the role of the classroom timer, responsible for keeping track of their time. Hearing Jiang Zheng's voice, she glanced at Qiyu and quietly explained, "They upset you and are being punished with a test. Whoever performs poorly will have a little red flower deducted." Jiang, are we certain only two of them are intoxicated? Why does it seem as though all four are rather peculiar? What is this little red flower nonsense? Gently, Jiang patted Yu Qian, "Little fish. It's time to go home." Yu Qian, dazed, looked up and after a few moments recognized Jiang, her mouth agape, and her eyes reddened. As she appeared on the verge of tears again, Qiyu scolded, "Yu Qian, no crying." Instinctively, Yu Qian closed her mouth and moved closer to Jiang. Resembling a child seeking solace from a parent, tugging at his sleeve, Jiang, "You is so fierce." This was the first time Jiang had witnessed such a side of Yu Qian, and the sensation was akin to having a daughter. He reassuringly patted her shoulder. "It's all right. I will take you home." Half embracing Yu Qian, he glanced at Qiyu and Wang Jiejia, then spoke gently, "It might be too late to head back now. I will book a nearby room for you to take care of Fang Yin." As the clock approached 10, the group found themselves scattered across different schools, realizing that returning now would mean facing curfews. Moreover, taking care of an inebriated companion added to their concerns. Thus, they decided it would be more prudent to secure a room outside, ensuring a peaceful and convenient solution. To this suggestion, both Qiyu and Wang Jiejia nodded in agreement. They assisted Fang Yin in settling into the hotel room. Meanwhile, Jiang prepared to depart, carrying Yu Qian on his back. Qiyu furrowed her brow at him, questioning, "Aren't you planning to leave Qian here?" In response, Jiang cast a glance at Qiyu, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Please be cautious tonight." Observing Jiang's resolute demeanor, Qiyu understood that he would not consider leaving Yu Qian behind. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. The kindness Jiang had shown towards Yu Qian was evident to all, and given Yu Qian's current state of intoxication, there was little she could do regardless. Entrusting Yu Qian to him was, in fact, a source of reassurance. Chapter 67. The little ancestor standing outside the hotel, Jiang gazed at the dazed Yu Qian. He turned and crouched down in front of her, saying, "Come on, little ancestor, I will carry you back." Yu Qian obediently nestled onto Jiang's back, her eyes hazy as she stared ahead. "You are Jiang, right?" "Indeed. I am Jiang, Yu Qian's boyfriend." Upon hearing his reply, Yu Qian broke into a slight smile before pouting, resting her head on his shoulder. "Jiang, you're real. So my mom hasn't passed away, right?" Jiang furrowed his brow at her question, wondering why she would ask such a thing. Before he could respond, Yu Qian suddenly tightened her grip around his neck, her voice trembling as she said, "Jiang, I miss my mom. Can you take me to see her?" It was late at night. Returning like this would surely frighten Aunt Wang. "Little fish, look, it's dark outside. Your mother is asleep. Let us go see her tomorrow." "Shall we? But I want to see her right now." All right. Count to 100, and we will go find your mother, okay?" Jiang coaxed Yu Qian. This silly girl could barely add 7 and 8, and now he wondered if she could count to 100. If she could, he would call her ancestor. In her drunken state, Yu Qian's thoughts were singularly focused. Upon hearing him suggest counting, she earnestly began, 1, 2, 3, 9. Yu Qian diligently counted while Jiang carried her toward his apartment, conveniently located nearby. After walking for a while, his arm began to ache, and he couldn't help but jostle her slightly, muttering, "What a little lump you are." Though intoxicated and somewhat dim-witted, Yu Qian was not deaf. Hearing Jiang call her a little lump, she immediately protested, pinching his ear and shouting, "I am not a lump. I'm clearly very light." Jiang grimaced at her pinch and quickly reassured her, "You're very light, little ancestor. Please be gentle. It hurts." Yu Qian released his ear. Pondering what she had intended to do, the thought escaped her. She then wrapped her arms around his neck, insisting, "Put me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore." Feeling her squirming on his back, fearing she might fall, Jiang Zheng quickly set her down. Once on the ground, Yu Qian wobbled and turned to walk away. "Where are you going, ancestor?" Jiang Zheng asked, sweating from the commotion. "I'm hungry. I want to eat barbecue." "But you already had dinner, didn't you?" "But I'm hungry. Who could withstand such a pitiful look from a girlfriend?" Jiang Zheng resigned himself to the idea of carrying Yu Qian for a late-night snack. Yet, Yu Qian refused to get on his back. "I want you to hold me. Your back pokes my chest. It's uncomfortable." Jiang Zheng sighed. "Fine, I'll hold you then." He lifted her, as if she were a child, and continued walking. Yu Qian leaned against him and suddenly called out, "Jiang Zheng." "Yes, Jiang Zheng, brother." Suddenly, Yu Qian straightened up, locking eyes with Jiang Zheng as she embraced his neck. "Jiang Zheng, I love you." Jiang Zheng's smile broadened, expanding with each passing moment. "I understood. Of course." His little fish adored him. Was this not a given? Yu Qian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. "You have never uttered 'I love you' to me." Jiang Zheng gazed at the inebriated girl before him, wishing he could etch her into his heart. "I express my fondness for you daily. My affection only grows stronger. Is that not love?" As for declarations of love, he wished to reserve those for their twilight years. However, his little fish could certainly tell him every day. "Is that so? It seems quite reasonable," she mused, contentedly leaning against Jiang Zheng's shoulder once more. After a brisk walk of several minutes, they finally arrived at the night market. Upon spotting the barbecue stall, Yu Qian immediately disregarded the notion of being carried by Jiang Zheng. He could only wrap an arm around her as they approached the vendor. "Excuse me, we'll have 3. "No, for lamb skewers," Jiang Zheng ordered, ignoring Yu Qian's displeased expression. It was late at night, and overeating could lead to discomfort. Moreover, given that she had recently mentioned her desire to lose weight, he feared that if she awakened the next day and recalled his indulgence, he would be in trouble. The vendor, somewhat bewildered, questioned whether he had heard correctly. Were these 2 individuals truly ordering only 3 skewers at this late hour? After confirming his doubts, he reluctantly prepared 3 skewers, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement. Within a few minutes, the skewers were ready. Yu Qian sat on a stool, reverently grasping a skewer and taking a hearty bite, her satisfaction evident. "Little fish, I—" "Hush, keep your voice down." Yu Qian covered Jiang Zheng's mouth and gently caressed her stomach, as if to imply she were a child. Jiang Zheng looked on in astonishment at her gesture. In a hushed tone, Yu Qian whispered, "The little meat in my belly is asleep. If we eat quietly, it won't gain weight." Jiang Zheng couldn't help but be amused, realizing that she remembered her vow to lose weight. Watching the adorably silly Yu Qian, he felt a blend of affection and humor. Once she had finished eating, Jiang Zheng took her to the supermarket to buy a carton of milk to help her sober up. By the time he carried Yu Qian back to his apartment, it was already 11:30. He coaxed her into brushing her teeth and washing her face, and once she was settled, she was already drifting into slumber. As he observed Yu Qian peacefully asleep on his bed, an uncontrollable reaction stirred within him. The very items in the room, all purchased together with her, intensified the sensation that they were, in some sense, already married. Yet, despite his longing, his beloved remained unresponsive. With a sigh, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips, tucked her in, and resignedly retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. The following morning, before 5 o'clock, Yu Qian awoke, desperate to relieve herself. With her eyes still closed, she attempted to navigate her way out of bed, only to discover one of her hands firmly grasped. No matter how she struggled, she could not free herself. Groggily, she opened her eyes and found Jiang Zheng asleep on the floor, still holding her hand tightly. After a moment of bewilderment, she decided to prioritize her needs and headed to the restroom. She pried open Jiang Zheng's fingers and hastily made her way to the restroom, rousing him from his slumber. Groggy, he reached out to find Yu Qian, but all that greeted him was her silhouette retreating. Yu Qian lingered in the restroom, her mind flooded with memories of the previous night, and as she recalled her drunken escapades, she wished she could vanish into thin air. After much mental preparation, she still felt a wave of shame wash over her upon seeing the imprint of her teeth on Jiang Zheng's face. Last night, when he sought to hold her close as they slept, she had deemed it too warm and kicked him away. Not only that, But she also claimed the entire bed for herself, denying him even a corner to rest in. When Jiang Zheng protested, she retaliated by biting him, bursting into tears in a display of feigned victimhood, ultimately forcing him to sleep on the floor. With a weary expression, Jiang Zheng sat on the bed and, upon seeing Yu Qian, spoke in a tone tinged with melancholy. "Oh, little ancestor, have you finally awakened?" Chapter 68. Bite marked the little ancestor. Yu Qian was indeed awake, wishing she could obliterate her previous self from yesterday. What foolish actions had she committed? Jiang Zheng, upon witnessing Yu Qian in such a state, had no intention of letting her off the hook. Such a splendid opportunity was too precious to squander in securing a few benefits for himself. "Little fish, do you recall how you treated me last night?" To ensure Yu Qian's memory was jogged, Jiang Zheng deliberately touched the bite mark on his face and rubbed his waist where he had been kicked. Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng's antics, momentarily silent, before softly replying, "I remember someone calling me Little Iron Dumpling last night." Jiang Zheng, taken aback, realized he had forgotten that detail. In a flurry, he adopted a more aggrieved tone. "I took such great care of you last night, and you kicked me out of bed. Look, I still bear a bite mark on my face. How am I supposed to go to work like this? Just yesterday, you were calling me brother and professing your love for me, and today you turn your back on me. Is this how you treat your devoted boyfriend?" Yu Qian, at a loss for words, acknowledged her defeat in this verbal sparring. Under Jiang Zheng's gaze, she felt akin to a villain from a tragic tale. "What do you want me to do to make amends?" Jiang Zheng was elated by her response, his expression brightening instantly. "I want you to move in with me." Yu Qian hesitated, and Jiang Zheng continued, "I'm not asking you to stay here every day. Just come over to live with me when you have fewer classes or when you miss me. Is that acceptable?" Though Jiang Zheng's plea was humble, it felt rather inappropriate, as if a mistress were addressing a married woman. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of alcohol, Yu Qian's mind was oddly lucid at this moment. In her sophomore year, she typically only had 2 classes a day, with Wednesdays being her sole day filled with lectures. Jiang Zheng's unspoken implication seemed to be, "If you don't come to live with me on days other than Wednesday, it means you don't care for me." Yu Qian contemplated a refusal, but seeing Jiang Zheng's weary face from tending to her, she felt her resolve waver. Upon noticing her nod, Jiang Zheng was overjoyed. He propped himself up with one hand while pulling Yu Qian toward him with the other, urging, "It's only 5 o'clock. Stay with me a little longer. I'm still a bit sleepy." As Yu Qian watched Jiang Zheng close his eyes again, she fell into silence. Fully awake now, she had no desire to sleep. However, she also lacked the inclination to scroll through her phone. So she turned to study Jiang Zheng's sleeping visage. As she gazed, memories of how she had tormented him the previous night flooded her mind, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Indeed, Jiang Zheng had been thoroughly exhausted by the previous night's antics, falling into a deep slumber as soon as his eyes closed. It was not until 6:30, when the alarm rang, that he finally opened his eyes. Turning to look, he found the bed empty save for himself. Rubbing his hair, he got up from the bed. "Little fish," Jiang Zheng called out, but was met only with silence. He paused for a moment, feeling a tinge of disappointment, before heading to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he heard the sound of the door opening. As Jiang Zheng's eyes brightened, he expelled toothpaste foam, rinsed his mouth, and casually splashed water on his face before joyfully stepping out of the bathroom. He spotted Yu Qian placing breakfast on the table and approached her with delight, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Stop fooling around. Let us eat breakfast first," she said, slightly breathless from his embrace. "I'll hold you, and you can feed me," Jiang Zheng insisted, unwilling to let go, as he had thought Yu Qian had already returned to school, which had left him feeling despondent for several minutes. He was in urgent need of comfort. Yu Qian, feeling exasperated, finally snapped at him, prompting Jiang Zheng to obediently sit down and eat on his own. Rolling her eyes at him, she lamented that all she wished for was to be a fairy, yet Jiang Zheng had an uncanny ability to provoke her into a rage. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Zheng prepared to leave for work, but before departing, he coaxed Yu Qian into granting him a good morning kiss. With no classes that morning, Yu Qian intended to check on Fang Yan's condition. After walking for a while, she arrived at the hotel where they had stayed the previous night. Chiyu had morning classes and had already returned to school, leaving Wang Jiejia to care for Fang Yan. I've already asked her roommate to help her take a leave, Wang Jiejia said, looking weary as she curled up in bed. Despite Chiyu's efforts to keep things in check, Fang Yan had been anything but calm, even singing out loud in her sleep, leaving Wang Jiejia on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Seeing Wang Jiejia nearly wilted from exhaustion, Yu Qian urged her to eat breakfast before allowing her to catch up on sleep, while Fang Yan remained oblivious to the world around her. It wasn't until noon that Yu Qian contemplated extending their stay, when Wang Jiejia and Fang Yan finally awakened one after the other. After replenishing her sleep, Wang Jiejia was once again full of vitality, while Fang Yan, suffering from a hangover, groaned in pain. Qian, my head is killing me, she whined. Serve you right for drinking so much, Yu Qian retorted. Yet she dutifully helped massage her temples and even went to fetch honey and fruits to help her recover. Once they exited the hotel, Yu Qian inquired about their next destination. With no classes for Wang Jiejia and Fang Yan having taken a leave, they looked to Yu Qian, with Fang Yan's eyes brimming with tears. Sister, just keep me company today. I'm feeling quite down, she pleaded, striking a dramatic pose. Yu Qian, slightly exasperated, ultimately made a call to request a day off. I suggest you change your clothes first, she said, distancing herself from Fang Yan, who reeked of alcohol, the scent having fermented overnight. While Yu Qian grimaced at Fang Yan, she couldn't help but commend her considerate boyfriend, who had helped her change clothes the night before. Catching a whiff of her own clothes, Fang Yan grimaced, and the three of them casually found a shop to purchase new outfits, discarding the old ones in the process. After their shopping spree, with no specific plans in mind, they decided to visit Chiyu, waiting for her to finish her class before heading out for a meal together. On the other side, Jiang Zheng drove to the Jiang Group building. Inside the car, he took a moment to glance at the reflection of his face in the rearview mirror. Clear bite marks were visible. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Zheng's face, and he strode into the office with his head held high, amidst a myriad of astonished and curious gazes. Seemingly oblivious to the attention, he settled into his chair. As his colleagues cast their gaze towards the bite marks on his face for the fifth time, one finally couldn't contain themselves and spoke up, Assistant Jiang. What happened to your face? At last, Jiang Zheng's eyes brightened momentarily before he composed his expression, responding in a casual tone, Oh, you mean the bite marks? My girlfriend got a bit tipsy last night and insisted on hugs and kisses. When I got tired and tried to set her down, she bit me. Chapter 69. The Sea King Xiaoyu. After speaking, Jiang Zheng raised his hand to touch the tooth mark on his skin. A hint of helplessness in his voice as he remarked, My girlfriend is simply too clingy. But, you know how girls are, they just love to be affectionate. Don't your girlfriends behave similarly? A colleague who had been single for an extended period interjected, I apologize, but my girlfriend is not at all clingy. In fact, she hardly speaks. All she requires is occasional encouragement. Jiang Zheng cast a glance at his colleague, a look that seemed to convey, Isn't that the case for everyone? His lips struggled to suppress a smile. Yet, deep down, he felt a twinge of regret, pondering when Yu Qian would ever leave her mark on him. The colleague, overwhelmed by the display of affection, wiped his face and silently opened WeChat. His mother had previously attempted to arrange a blind date for him, but he had consistently declined. Now, however, he found the prospect of a blind date appealing, realizing that relying solely on himself would likely lead to a life of solitude. He too desired a girlfriend who would be affectionate and clingy. One morning, every curious onlooker who wondered about the tooth mark on Jiang Zheng's face was inundated with tales of his romantic life. The group felt a bit nauseated by the flood of affection, collectively thinking, no wonder he is the beloved son of the CEO. The talent for showcasing a partner truly runs in the family. Chiyu's school was somewhat distant from where Yu Qian and her friends were situated, yet they opted not to take a taxi. Instead, they leisurely rode their bicycles to their destination. Upon arriving at Jiangshi University, they conspired to surprise Chiyu and decided to hide in the greenery near the teaching building to ambush her. Their timing was impeccable. They had barely waited for 10 minutes when class concluded. To avoid missing Chiyu, the trio peered eagerly at the entrance of the building. Ayu emerged. Upon spotting Chiyu, Wang Jiejia felt a surge of excitement and instinctively reached for Yu Qian and Fang Yin to guide them around to Qi Yu's side. However, just as she stood, Yu Qian and Fang Yin swiftly pulled her back. What is going on? Wang Jiejia was bewildered. Fang Yin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qi Yu, exclaiming, "Did you not notice who was beside Xiao Yu? A man." Fang Yin was so exhilarated that she temporarily set aside her admiration for her idol, while Yu Qian wore an equally enthusiastic expression. Upon being alerted, Wang Jiejia scrutinized more closely and indeed discovered a rather handsome young man standing beside Qi Yu, with a slight distance between them. The young man appeared to be engaging Qi Yu in conversation, although she did not acknowledge him throughout. "Quickly, let us follow them," Fang Yin urged, pulling Yu Qian and Wang Jiejia along excitedly. They then watched as Qi Yu and the young man proceeded to the cafeteria, where he shyly conversed and shared laughter with her. Yet regrettably, Qi Yu seldom smiled in return. Midway through their meal, Qi Yu received a phone call, hastily finished her food, and left the young man alone in the cafeteria, looking forlorn. Yu Qian and her friends stealthily followed, only to witness Qi Yu encounter another young man on the way, who seemed to invite her somewhere, but she declined. Subsequently, Qi Yu made her way directly to the library, where she greeted a third young man before they both entered together. Yu Qian, Wang Jiejia, and Fang Yin exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief in their eyes. Is the ice-cold beauty truly in such demand now? Fang Yin murmured to herself. Wang Jiejia, equally skeptical, exclaimed, "I so desire to pen a novel for Ayu, titled My Best Friend, the Sea King." Upon hearing Wang Jiejia's words, Yu Qian regarded her with exasperation, suggesting, "I advise against writing it. If Qi were to find herself in a similar predicament, with her temperament, she might very well strike you down." The trio lingered outside the library for half an hour, their legs growing numb without a sign of Qi Yu's emergence. "What shall we do? Must we continue to wait here?" Though they sheltered in the shade, the autumn sun was no trifling matter, and Yu Qian had begun to perspire. "Forget it. Let us not disturb her date. We shall amuse ourselves." After much deliberation, they resolved to entertain themselves, allowing Qi Yu to soar alone in the sea. Yu Qian and Wang Jiejia accompanied Fang Yin to the arcade, where they spent the afternoon releasing her pent-up emotions, finally helping her emerge from the shadow of her lost idol. Yu Qian had presumed that cohabiting with Jiang Zheng would at least grant her a week's reprieve before embarking on that journey, but to her surprise, just after bidding farewell to Wang Jiejia and returning to her dormitory, Jiang Zheng called. "Where are you?" Yu Qian thought she must have misheard. How could he have overheard someone mention being downstairs? "I'm right below your building. Hurry and grab your things. I'll take you home." Indeed. Home, back to their shared abode. Yu Qian was taken aback by his eagerness. Jiang Zheng was indeed quite enthusiastic. Had it not been for the watchful dormitory supervisor, he would have rushed upstairs to assist Yu Qian with her belongings. To fetch Yu Qian, he had even left work early. With no other option, Yu Qian succumbed to the teasing gazes of her roommates, her heart racing as she collected a few items before descending the stairs. "Here, let me help you with that." Leaning against the wall, Jiang Zheng seized the suitcase from her hands the moment he spotted her. His smile was so radiant that passers-by couldn't help but glance twice. Driving, with Yu Qian seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Zheng's smile never faltered. Upon arriving at the apartment, he ushered Yu Qian into the bathroom. "Go wash up first. I'll hang your clothes." Seeing his enthusiasm, Yu Qian thought little of her suitcase and acquiesced. However, when she emerged from the bathroom, she was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Zheng, who held up her pale, green lingerie, measuring it against himself. "What are you doing?" Yu Qian struggled to articulate her confusion, wondering if Jiang Zheng harbored some unknown quirks. Unfazed by being caught in the act, Jiang Zheng clutched her lingerie and remarked in a tone of surprise, "It's really quite small. I can't even fit into it." Yu Qian was left dumbfounded. Jiang Zheng, still unsatisfied, picked up another piece adorned with tiny strawberries, comparing the two. "So that's why your chest seems to fluctuate in size. I see now that women's lingerie comes in thick and thin. Don't you think you've learned too much?" Yu Qian's fingers tightened in frustration. It was truly a pity that she had just trimmed her nails the day before. Jiang Zheng carefully set aside the lingerie, then reached for the underwear. But Yu Qian swiftly swatted his hand away, declaring, "I'll do it myself." With a hint of regret, Jiang Zheng rubbed his hand and squatted to the side, watching as Yu Qian meticulously hung her clothes one by one in the wardrobe. Indeed, within the wardrobe, half of the garments belonged to him and the other half to Yu Qian, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Jiang Zheng gazed at the wardrobe, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The author wishes to convey, the reference to the Sea King Xiaoyu originates from the works of Alexander Dumas Fils. Dumas Fils sought to gather evidence of his father and Hugo dancing in matching outfits, only to inadvertently witness his father strolling hand in hand with Anderson to the theater, which inspired the creation of the play Father in Disguise. Chapter 70. In their third year after Jiang Zheng finished washing up, he returned to find Yu Qian nestled comfortably in the blankets. He leaped onto the bed, cradling her face in his hands, and bestowed upon her a lingering, passionate kiss. Yu Qian, blushing at Jiang Zheng's ardor, unabashedly teased him, deservedly so. In truth, if Jiang Zheng truly wished to pursue something more, Yu Qian would not resist. However, he was remarkably obstinate on this matter. Having sought counsel, he learned that engaging in sexual relations at a young age could be detrimental to a girl's health. After all, he envisioned a lifetime with Yu Qian and could never permit her to endure any harm. As for whom Jiang Zheng consulted, Yu Qian expressed her lack of curiosity. "Oh, if only you were older than me," she mused. Although Jiang Zheng was denied, he still held Yu Qian close, kissing her earlobe as if she were a precious treasure. "If I were older, I certainly wouldn't choose you as my boyfriend," she replied candidly. Her acceptance of Jiang Zheng had been a result of considerable internal conflict. Had he been younger, no amount of persuasion would have swayed her to be with him. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zheng immediately lifted his head, leaning down to gaze at Yu Qian. "If not me, who would you choose? Do you have a backup?" Yu Qian looked at him, exasperated by his wounded expression. It was he who broached the topic, and she was merely addressing it. "With you around, why would I need a backup?" she retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. Jiang Zheng huffed softly and reclined once more. He was well aware that Yu Qian could not possibly have a backup, yet the mere thought of not being her first choice was unbearable. Simultaneously, a resolute thought solidified in his mind. Yu Qian indeed preferred maturity. Yu Qian had a tendency to toss and turn in her sleep, a fact Jiang Zheng discovered during their recent travels. She relished shifting positions, and regardless of whether she wore a nightgown or pajamas, her attire would ultimately shift, exposing her fair abdomen. Nevertheless, no matter how her clothing arranged itself, she always cocooned herself snugly, remaining impervious to the cold. Upon awakening in the morning, Jiang Zheng found his hand effortlessly brushing against the soft flesh of Yu Qian's belly. Unable to resist the temptation, he indulged in a few more touches before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. After ensuring Yu Qian was warm, he proceeded to wash up, engage in some exercise, and then ventured downstairs to procure breakfast. "Little fish," he murmured, planting gentle kisses on her face and pinching her nose to rouse her from slumber. Observing her drowsy demeanor filled him with delight. "I've placed breakfast on the table. If you're late rising, just heat it up. Come give me a kiss before I head to work." Yu Qian, however, disregarded him, closing her eyes to continue her slumber. Jiang Zheng, unperturbed, adjusted her head gently, pressed his face against hers, and then cheerfully departed for work. It was only after 8 o'clock that Yu Qian finally awoke. Stepping out of her room, she was greeted by the sight of buns and soy milk that Jiang Zheng had left on the table. The buns were cold, but the soy milk retained a slight warmth. After washing her face, she heated the buns in the microwave and began to eat, glancing around the apartment as she savored her meal. The apartment was chosen by her alongside Jiang Zheng. It features a layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Yet, one of the bedrooms has been transformed into a study by Jiang Zheng. Every item within the dwelling has been purchased by her and Jiang Zheng together. The yellow sofa, the deep blue curtains, and various pieces of furniture in natural wood tones, including cushions, tablecloths, and an assortment of little knickknacks, all curated by them. Occasionally, while shopping, she could not resist buying beautiful things to adorn their space, which was entirely a reflection of her taste. Furthermore, upon purchasing the apartment, Jiang Zheng recorded her fingerprint and set her birthday as the password. all of which truly imbued her with a sense of ownership over this little home. With classes in the morning, Yu Qian finished her buns, shouldered her bag, and stepped out. Today, she opted for the subway instead of car. A subway station is conveniently located just outside the community, and it takes only 3 stops to reach the school. As she entered the subway, a sense of dislocation washed over her. It had been a long time since she last rode the subway. Since arriving in Beijing, she had spent most of her time inseparable from Jiang Zheng, who usually drove her or they would take a taxi. Today, taking the subway felt a bit unfamiliar. Perhaps next time, she could invite Jiang Zheng to join her. Once cohabitation began, life unfolded quite naturally. In the apartment's wardrobe, Yu Qian's clothes multiplied, leaving Jiang Zheng with only a quarter of the space for his own garments. Observing the wardrobe stuffed full of her belongings, Jiang Zheng contemplated that their future marital home must include a spacious walk-in closet for Yu Qian. Her presence in the apartment grew more frequent. Although they were clearly in the throes of romance, they somehow settled into a rhythm reminiscent of an old married couple. As they reached their 3rd year in university, Jiang Zheng eagerly counted down the days until Yu Qian turned 20. At long last, that day arrived, and he dug out the boxes of condoms, 5 that Yu Qian had purchased nearly 2 years prior. "Little fish, which flavor would you like?" Jiang Zheng's gaze was fervent as he looked at Yu Qian. She glanced at the items he had hidden away for so long, somewhat speechless. "Are you sure these haven't expired?" "No, they have a shelf life of 5 years. No distractions, just pick one quickly." Seeing the urgency in Jiang Zheng's demeanor, Yu Qian found it amusing. After more than a year of cohabitation, she had grown bolder and could now discuss such matters with him without a hint of embarrassment. She casually pointed to one, and Jiang Zheng returned the others to the drawer, knowing they would have time to use them later. He fumbled slightly as he tore open the packaging. The following scene is left to your imagination. Jiang Zheng gazed at Yu Qian, her hair damp with sweat and traces of tears on her cheeks, now peacefully asleep in his embrace. He leaned down to kiss her forehead, contentedly holding her as they drifted into slumber. At long last, his wishes had been fulfilled. Chapter 71. Jiang Zheng in the kitchen. Yu Qian slept soundly until noon, awakening to a lingering discomfort in her body. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and there were no classes to attend. Indeed, indulging in fleeting pleasures can lead to such consequences. Lying despondently on the bed, her stomach growled, yet she had no inclination to rise. "Little fish, are you awake?" Jiang Zheng entered wearing an apron, his expression radiating delight as he gazed at Yu Qian. "What is this?" Alarm bells rang in Yu Qian's mind. "I personally prepared a meal for you, and I'll bring it in to feed you." Just as Jiang Zheng was about to exit to fetch the food, Yu Qian hurriedly called out, "No need, I can get up to eat myself." It's not as if she was a character from a novel, unable to rise from her bed. Although her legs felt somewhat sore and her body ached, she was still capable of movement. After washing her face, she emerged to find the dining table adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, sought ed spinach, stir-fried potato strips with green peppers, a small dish of meat, and egg drop soup. The presentation looked surprisingly appealing. Yu Qian sat down, and Jiang Zheng eagerly served her a bowl of rice, pride evident in his voice as he remarked, "I followed the recipe today. Doesn't it look particularly appetizing? It seems I have a talent for cooking, so from now on, I'll take charge of your meals." Holding the rice bowl, Yu Qian picked up a piece of spinach with her chopsticks, contemplating how to offer praise. However, the thought of complimenting him vanished as nausea gripped her. How foolish she was to have the audacity to take a bite, knowing it was Jiang Zheng's first attempt at cooking. With tears welling up, she clutched the trash can, feeling as though her insides were about to revolt. Were someone unaware to witness her in such a state, they might mistake her for someone suffering from morning sickness. "Little fish, you." Jiang Zheng squatted beside her, gently patting her back, his earlier pride replaced by a look of alarm. Before eating, Yu Qian had considered the possibility that Jiang Zheng's cooking might not be palatable, but she could never have anticipated it would be this dreadful. The seemingly innocuous spinach was imbued with a cold, greasy flavor, and to her horror, it was sweet. The mere thought of that taste made her stomach churn. How could he have ruined the sacrifice of the ingredients so utterly? Why hadn't she made him taste it first? Jiang Zheng poured a glass of warm water for Yu Qian to rinse her mouth, and handed her an apple to soothe her stomach. After a prolonged struggle, she gradually regained her composure, tears still glistening in her eyes as she bit into the apple, indignantly asking, "Have you never tasted your own cooking?" Jiang Zheng shook his head. After preparing the dishes, he was eager for Yu Qian to try them, and he hadn't sampled them himself. Yu Qian's frustration intensified on the very first day of adulthood. Why must she endure such torment? She felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Could it truly be that inedible? Jiang Zheng pondered, glancing at the dishes with doubt. They appeared appealing, and he had meticulously followed the recipe steps. Yu Qian watched as Jiang Zheng approached the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and selected a potato strip. Oh dear! Certainly, it wasn't just one dish that had gone awry. Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng, who was now retching, and felt no sympathy in her heart. He deserved it. After finishing her apple, Yu Qian bent over, clutching her stomach, and retreated to her bed for some much-needed rest. Jiang Zheng expelled the contents of his stomach into the trash can for quite a while. Upon rising, he promptly disposed of all the food into the bin. What on earth was that? Disgusted by the meal, Jiang Zheng found himself unable to stomach any other dishes. Suppressing his nausea, he descended the stairs to buy Yu Qian a bowl of congee and a serving of soybean milk. After consuming these two items, Yu Qian finally felt a bit more at ease. Jiang Zheng felt deeply remorseful for having caused her distress. With a glum expression, he nestled into the blankets and gently rubbed her belly. Seeing Jiang Zheng looking like a guilty puppy, Yu Qian felt a twinge of irritation. It was she who had been harmed, yet here she was, comforting the very person who had caused her suffering. Don't be upset. It's your first time cooking, and the fact that you didn't burn down the kitchen is already commendable. Jiang Zheng still appeared miserable. He was typically adept at managing everything. How could he have faltered in the kitchen? I lacked experience today. Next time. There will be no next time. Yu Qian shot him a glare, as if once was already too much. From now on, you're only allowed to wash dishes and vegetables. No cooking, understand? Oh, Jiang Zheng, feeling wronged, buried his head into Yu Qian's shoulder for comfort. Unfortunately, she was in no mood for his antics and pushed him away, wrapping herself tightly in the blankets to sleep. Now, in their third year, some classmates were already contemplating their future paths. Yu Qian too pondered what she would do next. Their major was quite laid back. Each lecture felt like a spiritual cleansing. Influenced by the curriculum, most students in their field were rather detached from material desires. Of the 9 boys in the class, none had sought relationships, and it was rumored that 2 had already made arrangements to enter a monastery upon graduation. Relying on finding a job in their field seemed futile, and Jiang Zheng would undoubtedly be anxious about it. Returning home to take over the family business didn't appeal to her either. After some reflection, Yu Qian proposed, "What do you think about me opening a supermarket?" She looked at Jiang Zheng with earnestness. Owning a supermarket would allow her to be her own boss, without the need to be present every day, and it offered lucrative returns and flexible hours. It was her suggestion that had initially led her mother to support her uncle's venture into the supermarket business. Opening a supermarket? Jiang Zheng mused for a moment. It could work. After all, he would take care of the financial responsibilities, allowing Yu Qian to pursue her interests. The worst outcome would merely be a financial loss. Have you made your decision? Absolutely. Yu Qian nodded firmly. Opening a supermarket had been a dream she penned about in her childhood essays, though back then, her motivation had been the prospect of endless food. Great, then I'll help you choose a location. A secret smile graced Jiang Zheng's lips as he eagerly volunteered for this task. Yu Qian nodded nonchalantly. While she was eager to open a supermarket, the specific location was of lesser significance to her. Chapter 72. The supermarket. Jiang Zheng acted with remarkable swiftness within a mere week. He informed Yu Qian that the location for the supermarket had been selected. So soon? Yu Qian regarded Jiang Zheng with skepticism. Though she lacked experience in running a store, she understood that choosing a supermarket site was no simple task. It required a place with high foot traffic and ample space. Given the fierce competition for commercial properties in Jing City, it seemed implausible that a suitable location could be found so quickly. You will be thoroughly satisfied with this spot, Jiang Zheng asserted confidently, eager to witness Yu Qian's reaction upon seeing the shop. His self-assured demeanor instilled a flicker of anticipation within Yu Qian. However, that afternoon, She had made plans to go shopping with Lin Yin, thus delaying their visit until the following day. The next day, Jiang Zheng brought Yu Qian to view the premises, accompanied by Lin Yin and by Qi Ming. Jiang Zheng felt somewhat exasperated by the presence of the two companions. He had intended to bring Yu Qian alone, and it seemed these two were merely there to illuminate his path. As Yu Qian sat in the car, the route became increasingly familiar, to the point that she could envision the culinary delights awaiting her at the next intersection. Could be what I think it is, she pondered. Minutes later, the car came to a halt. Yu Qian gazed at the familiar building adorned with the Jiang Group's emblem, her emotions indescribable. Hurry and get out. Aren't you eager to see it? Jiang Zheng beamed brightly. After saying this, he gallantly unfastened her seatbelt and assisted her out of the vehicle. Yu Qian felt a stirring within. She wasn't quite as eager to see it anymore. The group proceeded directly to the left side of the Jiang Group building's first floor, where they could clearly see that the interior had been cleared, boasting nearly 300 square meters of space. Yu Qian observed the tidily prepared shop with bemusement. She recalled that it had previously housed a CAF and a fast food establishment. Bai Qiming frowned slightly as he surveyed the shop. This is the prime location you selected? What is wrong with it? The area is ample, surrounded by office buildings with substantial foot traffic. More importantly, Yu Qian will be able to commute to work alongside me. Jiang Zheng mused, envisioning the joy of sharing daily commutes with Yu Qian. Occasionally, when work grew tiresome, he could take a leisurely stroll downstairs. Such a life felt blissful, akin to living like a deity. Jiang Zheng believed he had outsmarted himself. Bai Qiming, unimpressed, directly addressed Yu Qian. Qian. We have shops right below our own building. Why bother renting here from the Jiang Group? It would be rather embarrassing for the Bai family to establish a supermarket beneath the Jiang Group's banner. Huh, who said it's a rental? I've purchased this property and registered it under Xiao Yu Heir's name. Jiang Zheng declared with unabashed pride. He had acted swiftly, securing the location the day after Yu Qian expressed her desire to open a supermarket. Now, this place belonged to her. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiming scrutinized Jiang Zheng more closely. You certainly acted quickly, but how will you ensure that he effortlessly gets his wish? The young man remains unmarried, and the young woman is yet to wed. Gifting the shop to Qian may lead the uninformed to perceive her as a mercenary. Thus, for the sake of avoiding any misunderstandings, it would be prudent for her not to establish her business here. Bai Qiming spoke with a tone of cool detachment, embodying the role of a protective family member, while Jiang Zheng found himself in the position of the scrutinized son-in-law. Throughout their journey, Yu Qian had maintained her silence, but as she observed the escalating tension between the two, a headache began to form. Turning her head, she met Lin Yin's gaze, which was filled with confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend the nature of their dispute. Just as their argument seemed poised to erupt, Lin Yin interjected with a thoughtful remark. I actually believe this place is quite nice. In the future, Qian could return home with Zheng. If I ever intend to open a dance class, I would choose to set it up in the Bai family building. Initially, Lin Yin had no plans for her future, but witnessing Yu Qian's preparation for a supermarket had inspired her to seek out some endeavors of her own. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Bai Qiming paused, recognizing her sincerity, and promptly shifted his stance. It is not impossible for Qian to open her shop here, but we will cover the expenses of purchasing this property. Jiang Zheng, observing Bai Qiming's abrupt change in demeanor, let out a cold scoff. His earlier moral posturing was overshadowed by the jealousy of his ability to accompany Yu Qian while he trudged to work alone. Yu Qian, bemused by Bai Qiming's reversal, found the disparity in his attitude rather striking. Ultimately, she decided that the supermarket should indeed be established here, for the location was genuinely ideal. Although the prospect of frequently encountering Zhang's father might be slightly awkward, the thought of commuting to work alongside Jiang Zheng seemed rather appealing. Initially, Yu Qian had intended to launch the supermarket at the end of her junior year. However, Jiang Zheng's remarkable efficiency in managing renovations and his persistent encouragement for her to commence work expedited her plans. Yu Qian hadn't even found the time to discuss her supermarket aspirations with her mother. When she returned home for the weekend, she mentioned her plans, only to receive a card in response. Yu Qian felt as though she were merely soliciting money. Within a month, Yu Qian's supermarket opened its doors. She had hired 3 employees and established a small stall at the entrance selling milk tea and spicy chicken. As she surveyed the well-stocked shelves, a sense of pride swelled within her. This was her creation. Jiangjing eagerly anticipated the grand opening day. On that morning, he joyfully drove Yuqian to work. And as she entered the supermarket, he entered the office building with a beaming smile. At 10 o'clock, while engrossed in work, Jiangjing lifted his gaze and announced to his colleagues, "The weather is splendid today. I shall treat everyone to milk tea." The atmosphere in the office transformed as the heavy mood lifted, followed by a chorus of cheers, with some exclaiming Jiang Ji's generosity. It appeared the young heir was in exceptionally high spirits that day, as a colleague familiar with Jiangjing jested. Jiangjing curled his lips into a smile brimming with delight, proclaiming, "My girlfriend expressed a desire to commute to work together," and thus she opened a supermarket downstairs. Colleagues, inundated with this sweet revelation, couldn't help but murmur. This tactic seems rather familiar. In the office, secrets are a rarity. The news of the princess consort's new venture swiftly spread throughout the Jiang group like wildfire. Initially, Yuqian anticipated a tranquil opening. Yet she was taken aback as wave after wave of customers flocked to the supermarket, stealing glances at her with a gaze that left her utterly bewildered. It was only when Jiangjing descended with a throng of people, sipping milk tea amidst the teasing of others, that she grasped how he had garnered such fame for her. Since the princess consort inaugurated the supermarket downstairs, the employees noted an increasing propensity for their prince to indulge in affectionate displays. He often sneaked away to chat with his girlfriend and occasionally requested Yuqian to send items up to him. Whenever the two were together, it transformed into a grand spectacle of public affection. What irked the staff even more than the incessant displays of affection was the impact on their finances. Those with a penchant for snacks found, by the month's end, that their daily expenditures had surged significantly. Upon scrutinizing their bills, they realized that a substantial portion of their earnings had been funneled into the very supermarket downstairs. They had received their salaries from the Jiang group only to relinquish them to the princess consort. The employees were astounded by this revelation, realizing that not only was their prince affecting their hearts, but also their wallets. Chapter 73. The Red Book. As the supermarket found its footing once more, the presence of employees in the store made things smoother. If it weren't for Jiangjing insisting that she accompany him to work, Yuqian would have preferred to lie at home, awaiting the flow of income. That day, as usual, Yuqian was engrossed in her phone at the supermarket, waiting for Jiangjing to finish his shift. When 5 o'clock struck, he appeared, looking rather displeased. "What's the matter?" Yuqian asked, noticing the expression on his face was troubling. After waiting in vain for him to speak, she decided to inquire herself. "Someone in my office is getting married and sent me an invitation," he replied. Jiangjing embraced Yuqian, resting his cheek against hers, murmuring, "Little fish. Don't you think husband sounds better than boyfriend? I want that little red book." Yuqian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Their current living arrangement was hardly different from marriage, as they were already openly cohabitating. Moreover, it wasn't that she was unwilling to marry. It was simply that Jiangjing had yet to reach the legal marriage age. "I could get married, but you're only 21. You won't reach the legal age until next year. We could pay the fine," Jiangjing exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm, having consulted the necessary details. Early marriage and childbirth were permissible with a financial penalty. "Don't even think about it. Just wait until next year," she retorted. She had no desire to bear the embarrassment of paying a fine. Disappointed but undeterred, Jiangjing accepted that this time he had not swayed her. But he was hopeful for future attempts. Hand in hand, they made their way to the garage, and just as they settled into the car, Yuqian recalled that her mother had recently called. "Right, my mom said our families are having dinner together tonight. Is it to discuss our wedding?" "You're overthinking it," Jiangjing scoffed, before driving Yuqian back to her family home. By the time they arrived, the rest of the family was already gathered. Over the past 3 years, Jiangjing had successfully transformed from the troublesome boy in Wang Hui's eyes to the favored son-in-law. As they stepped out of the car, Wang Hui approached with a bright smile, and Jiangjing eagerly met her halfway. Witnessing the amiable interaction between her mother and Jiangjing filled Yuqian with satisfaction. During dinner, Jiangjing, still fixated on the notion of the Red Book, tentatively broached the subject with Wang Hui. Mom, this year is the year of the ox, which is said to be particularly auspicious for marriage. What do you think about me and little fish obtaining our certificate? The moment his words left his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the table. Yu Qian wished to bury her face in her bowl, silently pleading, "Don't see me. Don't see me." Wang Yu, who had just been all smiles, suddenly shifted her expression, fixing her gaze on Yu Qian with a hint of alarm. You're pregnant? If not for an unexpected pregnancy, why would they be considering marriage so soon? While she did not oppose their relationship, the thought of marrying off her daughter so early had never crossed her mind. Wang Hui's words drew the attention of everyone at the table toward Yu Qian. "Mom, I'm not," she exclaimed, her face flushed as she fervently clarified, mentally cursing Jiang Zheng for his foolishness. Upon hearing that there was no pregnancy, Wang Hui visibly relaxed, while Jiang Zheng's parents displayed a touch of regret. Hui, please don't be upset. The Bao has always been rather disorganized," Jiang Zheng remarked. "Jiang Zheng, what nonsense are you spouting again? You have yet to graduate from university. How can you even consider marriage?" Zhang's mother, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, hurriedly intervened to ease the situation. Realizing that this approach was futile, Jiang Zheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Sitting nearby, Bai Qiming observed Jiang Zheng's predicament with delight, indulging in a bit more food as a result. Jiang Zheng seemed to provide an experimental path for him, and from Jiang Zheng's experiences, he garnered much wisdom, grateful for the lessons on how to properly win over a mother-in-law. On Saturday, Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian to a colleague's wedding banquet. Although he could have chosen to forego attending this event, he decided to bring Yu Qian along to inspire her yearning for marriage. As they settled into their seats, Jiang Zheng cast a melancholic glance at the newlyweds. Then, at Yu Qian. Yu Qian thought to herself, if an unknown observer were to witness Jiang Zheng's demeanor, they would likely assume he was the ex-boyfriend of the bride. Especially when a newlywed's approach to toast, Jiang Zheng's resentment was palpable. Throughout the banquet, Yu Qian found the food tasteless. She could hardly fathom the repercussions if several colleagues were to send Jiang Zheng invitations. For several consecutive days, Jiang Zheng incessantly murmured about marriage, leaving Yu Qian in a daze, even dreaming of them visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau. "There's no use in discussing this with me. My household registration book is with my mother," she retorted, growing weary of his relentless chatter and seeking an excuse to retreat. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her excuse, Jiang Zheng's irritation dissipated, replaced by an exuberance that suggested Yu Qian had already consented to register their marriage. He strode back to his room, rummaging through the nightstand for a few moments before emerging with 2 small booklets in hand. Yu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Zheng, did you steal my household registration book?" Jiang Zheng lifted the booklets triumphantly, explaining, "Steal? Not at all. You left it in the car when you returned from school, and I was merely keeping it safe for you." As Yu Qian reached for the booklets, Jiang Zheng held them high, just out of her grasp. Exhausted from jumping, she plopped onto the sofa, glaring at him. Jiang Zheng tucked the booklets into his pocket and coaxed her. "How about we go register, little fish? Men need a sense of security too. Without that little red booklet, I can hardly sleep peacefully. Let us go, let us go." He playfully nudged Yu Qian, who found herself reclining on the sofa beneath his weight. "I want to know how your family's household registration book ended up in your hands." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng beamed with pride. "The day I expressed my desire to register our marriage, my mother handed it to me." After being playfully nudged for over half an hour, Yu Qian finally agreed to accompany him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. By the time they arrived, just as they managed to take their photos, the staff were nearly closing for the day. It was the first time the Civil Affairs Bureau had witnessed someone applying for a marriage certificate before reaching the legal age. The staff couldn't help but glance at the couple more than once, inwardly speculating that they were likely a pair of young lovers, perhaps even sneaking out their household registration book without their parents' knowledge. Due to the early marriage, the staff informed them of a fine of 3,000 yuan. As Yu Qian observed Jiang Zheng joyfully proceeding to pay the fine, she couldn't help but notice the teasing glances from the staff, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. In less than 20 minutes, 2 freshly minted red books lay in Jiang Zheng's hands. Finally acquiring the coveted certificates, he felt a sense of fulfillment. However, when he pulled out his phone to take a picture, Yu Qian quickly restrained his hand, exclaiming, "Jiang Zheng, if my mother finds out we got our certificate, you're doomed." Though the red books were now in their possession, the inability to flaunt them left Jiang Zheng feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, considering his future mother-in-law, he decided to forego the need for ostentation, knowing that next year he could proudly showcase their union. On the way back to the apartment, Jiang Zheng purchased a small, lockable box to secure their precious certificates, hiding the key away. Yu Qian watched his actions in bewilderment, wondering if he was trying to guard against her. Oh, that foolish Jiang Zheng. Chapter 74. The Bridesmaid. As Jiang Zheng reached his senior year, he finally turned 22. Regrettably, he was unable to organize his wedding immediately. At that moment, Jiang Zheng sat in the bridal shop with a face full of dissatisfaction, waiting for Yu Qian to try on the bridesmaid dress. Indeed, it was a bridesmaid dress. Initially, after obtaining their marriage certificate, he had hurriedly commissioned a designer to create a wedding gown, which had been completed well in advance and was neatly placed in their wardrobe, awaiting the day he turned 22 to celebrate their union. However, amidst various considerations, he had not anticipated the challenges posed by his graduation thesis, nor did he foresee that Yu Qian would be ensnared by her defense. Yu Qian's major was quite specialized, and there was a dearth of accessible resources for her thesis. During that period, she was so beleaguered by her paper that the thought of marriage seemed utterly unappealing. With no other recourse, Jiang Zheng found himself assisting Yu Qian in researching materials while also having to revise the dates on the meticulously prepared wedding invitations. Finally, after Yu Qian successfully defended her thesis, Bai Qiming and Lin Yinyin sent out their wedding announcements. Jiang Zheng gazed mournfully at the fitting room, and after a considerable wait, Yu Qian emerged. "How does it look? Is it pretty?" She joyfully twirled before him. "It looks great." Jiang Zheng's response, however, contrasted sharply with his demeanor, giving off a sense of insincerity, though his eyes were intently focused on Yu Qian. His mood did not dampen Yu Qian's spirits. She remained exuberant as she tried on the bridesmaid dress, marking her first and last time in this role, a moment of great significance. Before Yu Qian could finish her fitting, Lin Yinyin and Bai Qiming arrived, having been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon seeing Bai Qiming enter, Jiang Zheng cast him a fierce glare. Bai Qiming, in high spirits, sat beside Jiang Zheng, affectionately regarding Lin Yinyin. "You should try on the wedding dress first. If it doesn't fit, we can make adjustments." The wedding gown had been secretly prepared by Bai Qiming long in advance, and he was eager for her to wear it for his approval. Lin Yinyin responded cheerfully, pulling Yu Qian along to try on the wedding dress, leaving the two men outside to exchange eye rolls. Jiang Zheng, arms crossed and huffing in disdain, muttered, "Despicable scoundrel." Likewise, Bai Qiming retorted, now genuinely unconcerned by Jiang Zheng's jibes. He was fully aware that the invitation for him and Xiao Yu was already prepared, yet he chose to marry before them, relishing in the perceived provocation. Jiang Zheng's freshly penned invitations would require yet another date change. To this, Bai Qiming expressed no dissent. In fact, it was his intention. Why should Jiang Zheng always precede him? He had been first in romance, first in obtaining the certificate, and surely the wedding should be his first as well. He had no desire to play the role of a groomsman for Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng remained irked, but was also puzzled. After all, Lin Yinyin had previously expressed a desire to marry only after graduation. How had Bai Qiming persuaded her to wed at this time? With this thought in mind, Jiang Zheng posed a question, to which Bai Qiming responded with a smirk, his mood exceedingly buoyant. "I told Yin Yin that if we married first, she could have Qian Qian as her bridesmaid. If it were Cici who married you first, she would have no bridesmaid." Upon hearing such a foolish reason, Jiang Zheng felt an overwhelming urge to give Bai Qiming a good thrashing. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed Lin Yinyin, whose stubbornness remained as steadfast as ever, for such a trivial reason. She would so readily give herself away in marriage without a moment's reflection. Jiang Zheng had intended to mock him further, but Lin Yinyin and Yu Qian had already emerged after changing into their outfits. "Qiming, how do I look?" Lin Yinyin approached Bai Qiming, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A gentle warmth graced Bai Qiming's typically placid face, his gaze entirely captured by Lin Yinyin in her wedding gown. Beautiful, he declared, overjoyed by the compliment. Lin Yin couldn't help but twirl before him. Yu Qian stood before Jiang Zheng, and, as he scrutinized the strapless dress, he remarked without batting an eye, "It pales in comparison to the previous one." Really? Indeed, Yu Qian, somewhat skeptical, ultimately chose the earlier spaghetti strap bridesmaid dress. With the outfits decided, Bai Qiming discussed some necessary alterations with the designer, and the four of them departed from the bridal shop. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Zheng glanced at the wedding gown shrouded in a dust cover, then turned his gaze to Yu Qian. "I do not wish to be a best man. I aspire to be the groom." Yu Qian remained unfazed, replying, "I wouldn't mind marrying on the same day as Yin. We could host a joint wedding. That way, there would be no precedence. Ikare. There can only be two protagonists at a wedding. Then there's nothing to be done." Ignoring Jiang Zheng's continued grumblings, Yu Qian busied herself with a facial mask. With only 2 weeks remaining until Lin Yin and Bai Qiming's wedding, she may not be the star of the show, but she still wished to maintain her appearance. After all, which girl wouldn't want to look splendid before an audience? While Yu Qian applied her mask, Jiang Zheng sighed as he held the invitation, declaring, "This is my last chance to change the date. Next time, even if it's the apocalypse, our wedding shall proceed as scheduled." Yu Qian, preoccupied with her mask, offered him a casual response. Jiang Zheng solemnly noted the date and sent the electronic invitation to the wedding planning company for production. The following day, Jiang Zheng took Yu Qian to the supermarket to purchase items for their new home. Their new residence was already prepared, located a mere 10 minutes drive from the office. However, due to Jiang Zheng's emphasis on ceremonial significance, they planned to move in the day before the wedding. Thus, they were presently only acquiring items for the house, without actually residing there. Remembering that the house lacked dishes, Yu Qian urged Jiang Zheng to help select bowls. Pushing the cart behind her, Jiang Zheng's attention was suddenly captured by a wooden, rectangular object. He picked it up and curiously inquired, "Is this a washboard?" Yu Qian, bowl in hand, turned to glance at him. "Yes, why do you want that?" Jiang Zheng pressed down on the washboard, seemingly assessing its quality. After all, wasn't it a common trope on television that when a wife was angry, she would make her husband kneel on the washboard as punishment? Thus, I ponder whether we ought to prepare one, although I believe I could never provoke your ire. Yet, what if you found yourself in a foul mood and wished to chastise me? Yu Qian, what audacity it takes to utter such shameless words. Does she truly believe that she is often unreasonable in Jiang Zheng's eyes? With a cold smile, Yu Qian set down her bowl and remarked in a frosty tone, "Nowadays, one need not resort to a washboard. If you genuinely wish to prepare, I shall accompany you to purchase one. Is that so?" Jiang Zheng, perplexed, set down the washboard, pondering if it might be a keyboard instead. Chapter 75. The eve of the wedding, Yu Qian led Jiang Zheng in a winding path until they reached a spot adorned with potted plants. She pointed at a row of colorful little items and said, "Choose one for yourself." "Cactus," Jiang Zheng gasped, feeling a twinge of pain in his legs merely from gazing at its prickly surface. "Perhaps not. I am certain I would never provoke your ire. And we would not quarrel. It seems unnecessary." He attempted to pull Yu Qian away from this dreadful place, but she remained firmly planted, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Better safe than sorry. After all, I do have my moments of discontent." Yu Qian stood her ground, refusing to budge unless Jiang Zheng made a selection. Regret surged within him. Why did he utter such words, inviting this torment upon himself? Ultimately, with trembling hands, Jiang Zheng chose the smallest cactus. On the journey home, he pondered how to discreetly dispose of this item. But alas, Yu Qian clutched the cactus tightly, leaving him with no opportunity to execute his plan. Upon arriving at their new home, Yu Qian surveyed the surroundings before placing the cactus on the coffee table, deeming it conveniently accessible. From that day forth, every time Jiang Zheng passed by the living room and laid eyes on that prickly sphere, he felt a dull ache in his knees. In a bid to covertly destroy the cactus, he watered it excessively each day. Just before Bai Qiming and Lin Yin's wedding, the cactus fulfilled his expectations and perished. Yu Qian gazed at the withered, waterlogged cactus in bemusement, while Jiang Zheng boldly asserted, "The cactus does not align with our home's feng shui. We should opt for other greenery instead." With great enthusiasm, he tossed the cactus into the trash bin. Yu Qian chose not to expose him. merely observing his knees with a cool demeanor. Speaking of which, the cactus is indeed unsuitable, as it only pricks a small area. Perhaps next time we should consider durian. That way, both of your legs could be on their knees. Jiang Zheng. Woe is me. Little fish no longer loves me. She even thought of durian. As soon as Bai Qiming and Lin Yinyan's wedding concluded, Jiang Zheng tirelessly dispatched the third version of the invitation cards. With the invitations finally sent, a sense of relief washed over him. As the wedding day approached, his smile grew ever wider. Qi Yu, Fang Yin, and Wang Jiejia came together to assist Yu Qian in decorating the wedding room and preparing the favors. In the evening, after dining with Qi Yu and the others, Yu Qian returned to the Bai residence, only to find her mother still seated in the living room. Mom, you're still awake? Yu Qian approached with a beaming smile and joined her mother on the sofa. Wang Hui gazed at her daughter with warmth from a small bundle. She had grown into a graceful young woman, and now she was about to marry. How swiftly time had passed. Qian, once you are married, you must embrace a more mature demeanor. Do not throw tantrums as you did before when displeased, understood? Wang Hui took Yu Qian's hand. Although she was quite pleased with Jiang Zheng, she understood that there was a distinct difference between being married and being single. Her daughter would soon have her own family, her own world. Yu Qian nodded, leaning into Wang Hui's embrace. Although her mother had not uttered any sorrowful words, she felt a lump in her throat. Mom, the day after tomorrow, let Uncle Bai escort me down the aisle. Qianyu, all right. Wang Hui was taken aback, both surprised and elated by Yu Qian's words. She gently caressed her daughter's head, a smile gracing her face. Knowing that her daughter had ultimately accepted Bai Jin as her father, Yu Qian nestled quietly in her mother's arms. Since she had entered this narrative, the person she was most grateful for was not Wang Jiejia, but Bai Jin. She was acutely aware that Bai Jin had transformed her mother's life. In her previous life, her memories of her mother were of a woman perpetually burdened, even her smiles tinged with exhaustion. In her youth, her rebelliousness stemmed not only from a lack of love, but also from an overwhelming sense of guilt for being unable to share her mother's burdens. She resented how her mother always shielded her from hardships, shouldering everything alone. The day after she arrived at the Bai household, she stood upstairs and watched her mother, like a little girl, express her weariness to Bai Jin. The smile on her mother's face was a sight she had never witnessed before. In that moment, she comprehended that a child and a beloved are not the same. She loved her mother, and her mother loved her. Yet certain emotions were ones a mother would never reveal in front of her child. It was Bai Jin, her stepfather, who brought increasing joy to her mother, and now, each time she saw her, she could discern the shadows of happiness on her face. This was more than enough. On the eve of the wedding, all arrangements had been meticulously made. That night, Fang Yin and the others kept Yu Qian company, reveling until past midnight. Yet, when the others finally succumbed to slumber, Yu Qian found herself wide awake. Unlike the nervousness she felt when they registered their marriage, she was now overwhelmed with anticipation. Quietly, she rose and approached the window, noticing that Jiang Zheng's room was still illuminated across the way. Tomorrow, they would embark from here to their new home. Holding her phone, Yu Qian stealthily exited her room and stood outside, initiating a video call to Jiang Zheng. She longed to hear his voice. The call rang only twice before being abruptly disconnected. What was happening? Just as she contemplated redialing, Jiang Zheng sent her a voice message. Little fish, why did you hang up the video call just now? They say it's bad luck to see each other the day before the wedding. Although I'm not superstitious. If that's what they say, we might as well comply. Yu Qian pondered for a moment. Indeed, she hadn't seen Jiang Zheng all day. Squatting at the door with her phone, she was unsure of what to say, merely wishing to hear his voice. Jiang Zheng, I don't think I've ever heard you sing. Would you sing for me? Jiang Zheng on the other end paused. Silence enveloping the conversation for nearly half a minute before he finally replied, I can't sing. How about I tell you a joke instead? No, I simply wish to listen to music. Without it, I find myself unable to sleep, and a sleepless night would surely leave me feeling unrefreshed tomorrow. Yu Qian's lips curled in a futile attempt to suppress her amusement as she envisioned Jiang Zheng rubbing his forehead, frowning in helplessness. She heard him take a deep breath before he resignedly said, All right then, what would you like to hear? What to choose? Yu Qian pondered briefly before recalling a song frequently played during her high school days, one she believed Jiang Zheng could sing. Let us go with a lifetime with you. The silence on the other end lingered longer than expected, and after what felt like an eternity, he cleared his throat and began. Because I dreamed of your departure, I awoke from my tears. Yu Qian, are you laughing? No, please continue. I'm listening intently. Yu Qian was nearly in stitches. No wonder Jiang Zheng rarely sang. His rendition of a lifetime with you bore the fervor of loyalty to the country, and the mere thought of it could bring her joy for an entire year. Quietly, she activated the recording function, deciding to preserve this audio snippet for future moments of gloom. After listening to the song for over 10 minutes, she finally felt drowsy, bidding Jiang Zheng good night with a smile before switching off her phone. She gently nestled into the innermost part of her bed as tomorrow was on the horizon. Chapter 76. The wedding whose alarm clock is that? Quickly turn it off. The drowsy Fong Yin mumbled, her eyes still closed. No sooner had she uttered these words than the alarm rang out repeatedly. Annoyed, she curled deeper into her blankets, venting her frustration by kicking her foot, inadvertently landing a gentle kick on Qiyu, who lay beside her. Qiyu, awakened from her slumber, opened her eyes and deftly located each person's phone, silencing the cacophony one by one. Time to rise, Qiyu exclaimed as she threw off the covers, causing the three unsuspecting individuals on the bed to shiver with surprise. Oh, it's 4:30. Jujia, hurry up. Just as Fong Yin was about to express her annoyance, she suddenly remembered the significance of the day. Rubbing her hair, she hastily nudged Wang Jujia, who was still groggily fumbling with her blanket. Qiyu also roused Yu Qian, shaking her until she was awake. Get up, Qian. Qiyu urged, playfully patting her face to jolt her into consciousness. Yu Qian opened her eyes, still heavy with fatigue. She had barely managed to sleep for 3 hours since drifting off after 1 o'clock the previous night. Struggling against her drowsiness, she washed her face, only truly waking up once she finished. The group busied themselves preparing various items, while Wang Hui had already risen, meticulously organizing everything. By 5 o'clock, the makeup artists and photographers had arrived, and Bai Qiming escorted Lin Ninian into the fray. As the bride, Yu Qian merely needed to sit there like a doll, allowing others to attend to her. Strangely enough, despite feeling anxious the night before, today she was surprisingly calm. She realized, however, that she had yet to see what her wedding ring looked like. She had longed to catch a glimpse, but Jiang Zheng had kept it hidden from her. While being beautified, Yu Qian's thoughts wandered, even drifting to wonder what Jiang Zheng might be doing at that moment. Qian, come drink some water, Wang Jijia called out, bringing a glass with a straw to prevent smudging Yu Qian's makeup. After sipping a little, Yu Qian hesitated to drink more, humorously contemplating the inconvenience of needing to use the restroom while wearing her wedding gown. The makeup process continued until 6:30, during which Yu Qian even managed to steal a quick nap. After 7 o'clock, the group had breakfast, and soon Wang Jujia and others began discussing how to block the door and tease Jiang Zheng. Fong Yin was conjuring various mischiefs, even placing the wedding shoes within Yu Qian's bouquet and wrapping it in layers of tissue paper to resemble a floral arrangement. Yu Qian felt a twinge of worry. Would she truly be able to marry today? In the meantime, Jiang Zheng called Yu Qian, inquiring if she was ready. If she was, he would come to claim his bride. After waiting for another half hour, a commotion arose at the door. Yu Qian quickly sat up straight on the bed, the bouquet, with the hidden shoes resting on her skirt. She glanced nervously between the bouquet and the door, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The individuals at the entrance eagerly awaited, instructing the groom to complete 50 push-ups, followed by a loud declaration of his love for Yu Qian. Fong Yin, pressing against the door, joyfully shouted out. As her voice faded, a wave of cheers erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of counting from the crowd. Although the interior afforded no view of the commotion outside, the raucous noises alone conveyed the liveliness of the scene. Yu Qian, lying on the bed, was initially amused, but soon felt a twinge of confusion. She realized she hadn't heard Jiang Zheng's voice. Had he kept his mouth shut all this time? Not dwelling on it, Yu Qian continued to gaze at the entrance when suddenly, a hand encircled her waist while another covered her mouth. MMM. She gasped, struggling to turn around. She was astonished to find Jiang Zheng, who should have been outside, doing push-ups, standing in her room with a radiant smile. When Hattie entered, turning her head, she caught sight of the window and was struck with disbelief. Surely, he hadn't climbed through the window? Oh my! How had the groom managed to sneak in? Wang Jieji rushed to the window and peeked outside, spotting a ladder against the wall. He really had climbed through the window. Realizing he had been discovered, Jiang Zheng grinned mischievously and embraced Yu Qian, seeking refuge from being expelled. Now that I'm in, you can't possibly throw me out, he declared. As he carried Yu Qian to the door, he seized the opportunity to swing it open, allowing a flood of guests to rush inside. Bai Qiming stood protectively beside Lin Yinyin, ensuring she wasn't knocked over in the chaos. Seeing the groom had entered without them having done anything, Fang Yin and her companions felt somewhat thwarted. Naturally, they began searching for the missing shoes. Jiang Zheng gently set Yu Qian down on the bed and kissed her, saying, "My dear wife, let us get our shoes and head out." Fang Yin and the others continuously misled Jiang Zheng and the groomsmen, but despite their best efforts, they couldn't locate the shoes even after turning the room upside down. Noticing the futility of the search, Jiang Zheng decided to abandon it altogether. He wrapped his arms around Yu Qian's waist and, with a playful tone, asked, "Little fish, where are the shoes? I can't wait to take you home." Yu Qian, charmed by Jiang Zheng, felt her gaze drifting. Just as it seemed the bride might succumb to temptation, Fang Yin shouted, "Yu Qian, don't say anything." Yu Qian remained silent, merely suppressing a smile, while her eyes inadvertently wandered to the bouquet nearby. Jiang Zheng's eyes lit up as he swiftly seized the bouquet before Yu could reach it, and upon careful inspection, he indeed found the shoes hidden within. He kissed Yu Qian again, exclaiming, "Of course my wife loves me." Fang Yin and the others shot her a disapproving glance, questioning her eagerness to marry. Kneeling before Yu Qian, Jiang Zheng signed a pledge, as requested by Fang Yin and the others, then helped her put on her shoes. With a brilliant smile, he extended his arms, saying, "Let us go, little fish. It's time to go home." Yu Qian, gazing at Jiang Zheng, who was equally well dressed, joyfully leaped into his embrace. After paying their respects to both families, the group set off for the hotel in grand procession. The hotel, a property of the Bai family, had been meticulously prepared for the wedding over the course of a month. As Yu Qian walked down the red carpet, hand in hand with Bai Jin, her dear friend accompanied her closely by her side. Her gaze was fixed ahead, where her beloved Jiang Zheng awaited at the journey's end, her love, her husband. Bai Jin entrusted Yu Qian into Jiang Zheng's care, and in that moment, their eyes held only the reflection of one another. Though she had envisioned this moment countless times in her mind, uttering the words, "I do," still stirred a sweet sensation within her heart. When it came time to exchange rings, Yu Qian finally beheld the long-cherished ring, feeling Jiang Zheng's hand tremble slightly as he placed it upon her ring finger. Toasts and receptions ensued, and by the time Yu Qian and Jiang Zheng returned to their new home, the clock had already struck 9. Yu Qian entered the room, shed her wedding gown, and collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to move. Jiang Zheng took a shower first, and when he emerged, Yu Qian was intently examining the ring on her finger. "Why does this ring remind me of fish?" she mused. This wedding band was not the symmetrical design typically seen. One side was slightly larger than the other, and it was not a complete circle, featuring an open space in the middle. Upon closer inspection, delicate patterns adorned the band, making it resemble a fish entwined around her finger, its mouth and tail embellished with diamonds. Suddenly, Yu Qian recalled Jiang Zheng mentioning that the 3 rings could be combined. She promptly climbed to the head of the bed and retrieved the other 2 rings from a small box. "It truly resembles a fish," she exclaimed. Jiang Zheng sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her as she played with the rings. One by one, she slipped them on her finger, and indeed, they formed a singular ring once more. "Why is that?" she inquired. "Because my surname is Jiang, and yours is Yu. A fish belongs in the river." Yu Qian was taken aback by this revelation. She had previously thought the other 2 rings resembled waves, but now realized they were indeed the ripples of the river. Jiang Zheng held her close, resting his chin on her shoulder, lifting her hand to show her, "Look, I have placed you in the center, allowing me to guard you always." Yu Qian felt her heart soften, Yet she mused, but there is not just one fish in the river. Nonsense, he replied playfully. There's only one fish in the river. Anything else that dares to approach, I shall deal with, ensuring you remain nourished. Yu Qian laughed, then posed another question. I distinctly remember this first ring was given to me when you were in your senior year. Weren't you afraid I wouldn't like you? Reflecting on those thrilling days of yore, Jiang Zheng's eyes softened further. I didn't tell you directly at that time. Instead, I hid it in my phone strap. It merely represented my feelings, not a demand for your affection. Yu Qian wished to inquire further, but Jiang Zheng urged her to take a shower, reminding her that tonight was their wedding night, and that particular conversation could wait for later. Let us attend to more pressing matters first. Yu Qian, feeling both sweetly overwhelmed and speechless, stepped into the bathroom. Jiang Zheng carefully hung the wedding gown in the wardrobe, his eyes filled with an inexpressible love. He pondered why he had crafted 3 rings, because each ring bore a distinct meaning. The first ring symbolizes the budding affection and longing for her. The second ring signifies the deep love and connection shared with her. The third ring represents the steadfast commitment and companionship with her. Together, these 3 rings encapsulate Jiang Zheng's love for Yu Qian. In the deep of night, thunder suddenly rumbled, and a torrential rain poured down. Yu Qian was startled awake by the sound of thunder, her sleep somewhat restless. Sensing the movement beside him, Jiang Zheng instinctively pulled her closer into his embrace, gently soothing her back with his hand. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, Yu Qian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Beneath a single blanket, the two lay face to face, their breaths intertwining, both adorned with satisfied smiles, perhaps dreaming the same dream. Chapter 77. Epilogue. Daily life after marriage. Having been married for over a year, Jiang Zheng unexpectedly developed a peculiar habit, purchasing an array of jewelry for Yu Qian. Bracelets, necklaces, hairpins, whatever Jiang Zheng could conceive or observe on other women, he felt compelled to acquire for Yu Qian. Initially, she was pleasantly surprised by the gifts, but as Jiang Zheng began presenting her with a piece of jewelry nearly every week, her enthusiasm waned. Although all the pieces were authentic and quite costly, Yu Qian only wore them occasionally during social gatherings with Jiang Zheng. Most of the time, they remained ensconced in their boxes, requiring attention and care that began to feel somewhat burdensome. Observing Jiang Zheng's relentless spending, Yu Qian decisively confiscated his bank card. Jiang Zheng, gazing at the confiscated card, cautiously inquired, "Am I being controlled by my wife?" To his surprise, he found amusement in the notion of surrendering his salary card, envisioning a future where little Yu Heir would grant him pocket money and buy him gifts, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Yu Qian, shaking her head with utmost seriousness, replied, "No, but being managed by your wife is indeed a commendable quality worthy of emulation." With his bank card seized, Yu Qian planned to venture out with Jiang Zheng to learn driving. 2 months prior, when Wang Jia sought a companion to practice driving, Yu Qian, being the most available, was reluctantly drawn into this journey. Ultimately, while Wang Jia passed her driving tests with ease, Yu Qian found herself still struggling with the second module, having failed it twice and now preparing for her 3rd attempt. Initially indifferent towards obtaining a driver's license, consecutive failures ignited her stubborn resolve to succeed, prompting Jiang Zheng to accompany her in practice. Upon arriving at the driving practice site, Yu Qian hesitantly remarked, "Is this truly the venue you found for practice? It looks more like a racetrack." Standing amidst the sleek and stunning racing cars in the garage, her modest Mini Cooper felt juvenile in comparison, which left her feeling rather awkward. "Indeed, but aren't you here to practice? This venue is spacious and devoid of distractions, making it perfect for learning," Jiang Zheng reassured her. "But," she began, only be interrupted. "No buts. This racetrack belongs to a partner of our family, and I've already spoken to him about it." Yu Qian contemplated voicing her objections, yet seeing Jiang Zheng's resolute demeanor, she reluctantly set aside her reservations. "Wait a moment, shall you err?" Jiang Zheng said as he noticed Yu Qian preparing to shift gears. Suddenly recalling an oversight, he unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and conversed briefly with a nearby staff member. Moments later, the staff returned with 2 helmets in hand. Yu Qian gasped, feeling profoundly insulted. Zhang, catching sight of her discontented expression, chuckled and quickly sought to soothe her. Come now. I know you're a steady driver, but I have concerns about the car's safety. It's better to be cautious. With that, he placed the helmet atop Yu Qian's head. With all preparations complete, Yu Qian took a deep breath and started the engine. Indeed, Yu Qian navigated straight lines and ascents quite well. The sole challenge she faced was reversing into the parking space, as she either overcorrected or undercorrected each time. How is it going? Yu Qian anxiously gazed at the rearview mirror, her foot nervously tapping the brake. Zhang, who prided himself on never suffering from motion sickness, found himself slightly dizzy from Yu Qian's erratic driving. There was still a considerable distance to go. He reassured her to reverse a little further. Too far. Zhang stared at the vehicle, now well beyond the white line, feeling exasperated. Little fish, if this continues, perhaps we should forego the driving test altogether. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you. Given Yu Qian's current trajectory, had there been an actual wall behind them, the car would have already been in a state of disrepair. While damaging the vehicle would be a minor concern, he worried about her safety should any harm come to her. Yu Qian, feeling disheartened by Zhang's words, puffed up her cheeks in frustration, yet she remained undeterred. This was her first encounter with adversity, and she could not simply surrender. The duo spent the entire afternoon at the racetrack, where others entered in their racing cars, only to leave with expressions of utter disappointment upon witnessing a Mini struggling with parking maneuvers. By the time dusk settled, and Yu Qian and Zhang prepared to leave, the surrounding staff exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Heaven knows how anxious they became watching the car perpetually fail to park correctly. They were almost tempted to pull Yu Qian out of the vehicle and demonstrate the task themselves. Zhang accompanied Yu Qian for 5 consecutive days at the racetrack, and soon, the entire venue was aware of the existence of a road hazard who could never reverse into a parking spot. Each passerby in a Mini silently memorized her license plate, vowing to steer clear should they encounter her again. On her 3rd examination, Yu Qian finally succeeded, and with renewed vigor, she swiftly passed the 3rd and 4th subjects. A month later, she triumphantly received the coveted driver's license, moved to the point of tears. As soon as she obtained the certificate, she called Zhang, only to learn he was at a friend's gathering and would not be returning home for a while. Rather than feeling disheartened, she cheerfully returned home, eager to share her joy with him later that evening. However, as the clock approached 8 and Zhang had yet to return, Yu Qian felt puzzled. He typically arrived home by 6, and, if he was socializing, he should have been back by 7. Just as she contemplated whether to call him, her phone rang. Sister-in-law, this is Zhang. Zhang is quite intoxicated and insists on having you come pick him up. Upon hearing that Zhang was drunk, Yu Qian quickly inquired about the address, planning to retrieve him. Clutching her freshly minted license, her eager heart was momentarily tempered. Perhaps it would be best to have Uncle Lu drive her. After all, if Zhang became unruly while intoxicated, she would certainly struggle to manage him alone. Chapter 78. Side Story. Daily life after marriage. Yu Qian hurried to the club, and under the guidance of Zhang, she entered her room. Upon opening the door, she heard Zhang's voice. Wang, you move away a bit. Don't touch me. Only my little fish can lay a finger on me. Zhang pushed away Wang Yi, who attempted to assist him, displaying an expression of utmost disdain. After that, he donned a look of longing. Where's my little fish? I even ordered her favorite spicy lotus root slices. Yu Qian replied, I apologize, sister-in-law. It was I who invited him today. These brothers have perhaps indulged a bit too much. I am truly sorry. Zhang glanced at Yu Qian with an apologetic expression, as he was also one of those who had intoxicated Zhang. With his wedding approaching in 2 days, he had called Zhang and a few others out to celebrate. However, he never anticipated that Zhang would shamelessly flaunt his affection as soon as he sat down, prompting them to drink him under the table. Initially, Zhang intended to send Zhang home after he got drunk, but Zhang stubbornly refused to leave, insisting on waiting for his wife to come and fetch him. Left with no other choice, Zhang used Zhang's phone to call Yu Qian. It's nothing. Yu Qian shook her head. It's quite normal to drink too much at such gatherings. There is no need for apologies. Before Yu Qian could reach Zhang, She heard him boast again, "Let me tell you, my little fish adores me. Every piece of clothing I wear, both inside and out, was bought by my wife. Unlike you lot, a bunch of single dogs with no one to care for you." Yu Qian thought she understood why, among the dozen or so attendees. Only Jiang Zheng was thoroughly intoxicated. "Jiang Zheng, it's time for us to go home." As Yu Qian approached him, the others greeted her warmly. Upon hearing Yu Qian's voice, Jiang Zheng's face lit up with a goofy grin. "My little fish has arrived. In that case, I shall return home. And as for you all, you will just be alone anyway. It makes no difference where you are." The crowd responded with a collective sigh. Yu Qian offered an apologetic smile to everyone, supporting Jiang Zheng as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng remembered he had ordered dishes for Yu Qian and insisted on feeding her before they left. Yu Qian felt her face flush under the gaze of those around her. Seeing that coaxing Jiang Zheng was futile, she, in a moment of frustration, slapped his hand, at which point he obediently followed her out the door. "Brother Zhang, there's no need to see us off. We'll take our leave now." Yu Qian expressed her gratitude to Zhang Jing, helping Jiang Zheng into the car. Seeing Jiang Zheng looking rather pitiful after her slap, she felt a twinge of regret. "Jiang Zheng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have at you just now." Jiang Zheng glanced at Yu Qian and raised his left hand, forming a peace sign. "This is the second time my little fish has been abusive towards me. I am deeply hurt. How can a mere slap be considered abuse?" Yu Qian replied, somewhat speechless. However, given his inebriated state, she chose not to hold it against him. "What must I do for you to forgive me? I want to hear you call me brother." Jiang Zheng cupped Yu Qian's face and murmured, "Call me brother Jiang Zheng, brother." "No, it's just brother." Yu Qian found herself unable to resist his demands and called out again, "Brother. Call me once more bro." Suddenly, Jiang Zheng leaned down and pressed his lips firmly against Yu Qian's. They were still in the car, with Lu Shu sitting in front, and Yu Qian felt an overwhelming rush of heat. She was still unaccustomed to such intimate displays in the presence of others. She pushed Jiang Zheng away, but he did not budge, and in a moment of frustration, she bit his lip. "Ouch, that hurts," Yu Qian gasped, gazing at the wronged expression on Jiang Zheng's face. Unsure of what to say, how could he turn into a little puppy when intoxicated? With that wet-eyed expression, it was as if she were the one acting on primal instincts. After finally returning home, Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Zheng, seated on the sofa, barely remained quiet for 3 seconds before he began his antics again. "Little fish, dear wife, come here and give me a hug." Yu Qian held a bottle of milk to Jiang Zheng's lips, and he embraced her, drinking with evident enjoyment. "What are you doing?" Jiang Zheng's hands were incessantly pinching Yu Qian's ears, making her feel a bit ticklish. "I want to buy a pair of earrings for you." "Earrings?" Yu Qian blinked. "I don't want to wear earrings, and besides, your salary card is in my possession. How do you plan to buy me anything?" Jiang Zheng, oblivious to the pitfall before him, proudly declared, "I've saved some pocket money. In a few days, I'll be able to buy earrings for little fish." "Oh, pocket money. Haha. Can you tell me where this pocket money is? Of course, I'll take you to get it." Without sensing any danger, Jiang Zheng floated back to the bedroom with Yu Qian, then retrieved a bank card from the drawer. Upon seeing the card, Yu Qian fell silent. It was a card issued by her university, which she had not used since graduation, and she had changed her phone number 3 months ago without updating the card's information. She never anticipated that Jiang Zheng would use it to save his pocket money. This was truly a case of darkness under the lamp. How about that? Am I impressive? Little fish is so careless. She would never think to check this card. Quite impressive indeed. I've managed to save 60,000 yuan on this card. In a few days, I'll be able to buy earrings for little fish. Jiang Zheng appeared entirely satisfied with himself. 60,000. Yu Qian pondered. She had only held onto the salary card for just over a month, and he had already managed to save such a sum. It seemed she would need to interrogate him about the source of his funds tomorrow. Watching Jiang Zheng continue to enumerate the future gifts he intended to buy her, Yu Qian hesitated, but ultimately placed the card back in the drawer. If he wanted to save, so be it. At worst, she could periodically transfer money out. Jiang Zheng, inebriated, was incredibly clingy, even insisting that Yu Qian join him in the shower, claiming he was simply helping little fish bathe. They continued their playful antics until past 10 o'clock before finally lying down in bed. Jiang Zheng held Yu Qian close, and, at last, they began to drift off to sleep. Yu Qian turned her head to glance at the small notebook she had just acquired, thinking that perhaps they should celebrate together tomorrow. Chapter 79, Extra 3. Expecting in the 4th year of their marriage, Yu Qian found herself pregnant. One day in June, she suddenly recalled that her menstrual cycle had been delayed by 7 days. Reflecting on her recent bouts of extreme fatigue and increased appetite, the thought of pregnancy swiftly invaded her mind. With a heart full of trepidation, she purchased a pregnancy test, and to her astonishment, the result confirmed her condition. Staring at the 2 lines, she was at a loss for words. Was she truly about to become a mother? When Jiang Zheng returned home, Yu Qian remained in a daze. "Xiao Yu'er, I'm back," Jiang Zheng called out, receiving no response. Upon entering their bedroom, he found Yu Qian sitting on the bed, lost in thought. "Xiao Yu'er, what is wrong?" Jiang Zheng inquired. You're going to be a dad," she replied. It was then that Jiang Zheng noticed the pregnancy test in her hand. A wave of panic washed over him as he hastily pulled out his phone to search for the meaning of 2 lines. Ugh! I need to file a complaint against the condom company. How could they produce such a faulty product that led to this? Jiang Zheng felt flustered. The idea of having a child had never crossed his mind. He had relied on condoms for years. How could there have been a mishap? Xiao Yuya, shall we go to the hospital? It might be a misunderstanding, Jiang Zheng suggested, gently wrapping his arms around her. Yu Qian nodded. It was indeed wise to consult a doctor, as the test was not infallible. Jiang Zheng took her to the Bai family's private hospital, and soon the results came in, 4 weeks pregnant. As Yu Qian gazed at the examination report, a surge of joy flooded her heart. A new life, one that she would nurture. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng remained in disbelief, feeling dizzy as they left the hospital. Was he truly about to become a father? 2 years prior, Bai Qiming and Lin Yinyin welcomed a lovely daughter, and over the years, Yu Qian's mother had subtly urged them to have children. Yet, the thought of parenthood had never entered Jiang Zheng's mind, at least not until he reached 30. He never anticipated that this little being would arrive so quietly. The 2 novice parents returned home in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Zheng carefully helped Yu Qian onto the sofa, fretting that even a sneeze might disturb her belly. He then picked up his phone to call his parents and his mother-in-law. Before long, several elders arrived. Qian is pregnant. This is no trivial matter. It's best for her to rest at Shengyuan, one of them insisted. Indeed, we have caretakers there, and you 2 are still young and inexperienced. What if something goes wrong? Feeling bashful under the intense scrutiny of their elders, Yu Qian glanced at Jiang Zheng, who appeared restless, pondering whether they should indeed return to Shengyuan for her confinement. I'd rather not go back, Mom. When Yin Yin was pregnant, the constant watch from the elders was quite daunting. We're fine here. Jiang Zheng will take care of me. If you're worried, you can send someone over to help. As for returning home, she would prefer to avoid that conversation altogether. What can Jiang Zheng do, clumsy as he is? Mom, I will take care of Xiao Yu'er. After all, Annie will be looking after her when we return. You are both so busy. Can you really find time to cook soup or fetch water for her? It would be better to have Annie come over to care for Xiao Yu'er. Originally persuaded to bring Yu Qian back to Shengyuan for her pregnancy, Jiang Zheng changed his stance upon seeing her reluctance. Yu Qian, upon hearing Jiang Zheng speak, silently cradled her belly while seated on the sofa, choosing not to utter a word. Neither mother could sway Jiang Zheng, and after half an hour of parched pleas, they still failed to convince the young couple to return to Shengyuan. With a sigh, they decided to send Aunt Lu from home to care for Yu Qian. Once both sets of parents had departed, Jiang Zheng crouched on the floor, cautiously caressing Yu Qian's belly. It felt pleasantly plump, yet how was there a tiny life within? Thus began the journey of novice parents nurturing a new life. In the early stages of her pregnancy, Yu Qian experienced no discomfort, eating and sleeping as usual, blissfully unaware. Just when she thought she was carrying a well-behaved little angel, reality delivered a resounding slap. One morning, as she awoke, a wave of nausea struck her, and she rushed to the bathroom, vomiting uncontrollably. Jiang Zheng, startled, found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Annie was present. Otherwise, he might have panicked and taken Yu Qian to the hospital. Beyond morning sickness, Yu Qian's hands and feet began to swell, rendering her rings unable to fit on her fingers, which she now wore as a necklace. Moreover, her legs would cramp at night. While she managed to accept these changes, Jiang Zheng found them intolerable. One night, as Yu Qian was awakened by a cramp, she opened her eyes to see Jiang Zheng's hand resting on her belly, his eyes reflecting anguish. Seeing her in distress, he instinctively began to massage her. Once she calmed, Jiang Zheng buried his head in the crook of her shoulder. His voice muffled, "Shall shall we not keep it?" Yu Qian was taken aback, struggling to find her voice. "What's wrong? Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Jiang Zheng tightened his embrace, his body trembling. "Pregnancy is too hard on you. I want you to be well. If we decide to have children in the future, we can adopt. Let's not keep it, okay?" Regret washed over him. If only I had undergone a vasectomy from the beginning, you wouldn't have to endure this torment. I am so sorry, Xiaoyue. Clearly, the pregnancy symptoms had frightened him. Yu Qian had never witnessed Jiang Zheng in such a vulnerable state before. She gently patted his back, "But I really want it. I desire a child that belongs to us, Jiang Zheng. I will be fine. Furthermore, hadn't the doctor said my health is excellent and I will be just fine?" Jiang Zheng continued to hold Yu Qian closely. "How could you be fine? Pregnancy itself is fraught with danger, not to mention the delivery. Just the thought of you facing any mishap leaves me breathless." It took a considerable amount of time for Yu Qian to soothe Jiang Zheng, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. She began to reflect on whether, during this period, her unwavering concern for the child growing within her had caused her to neglect Jiang Zheng, resulting in his palpable anxiety. From that day forward, Yu Qian consciously focused on Jiang Zheng. Whenever she sensed his mood was amiss, she would cling to him, striving to brighten his spirits. Fortunately, Yu Qian's pregnancy symptoms were not perpetual. By the 5th month, they had dissipated. As she regained her appetite and sleep, Jiang Zheng's demeanor visibly improved. "Jiang Zheng, the baby has moved again." Yu Qian felt the stirring within her and quickly called Jiang Zheng to feel. The fetal movements had been occurring for over a month. Yet, Jiang Zheng had yet to experience them, which led him to harbor feelings of resentment, believing the child had an aversion to him. In the midst of drafting a document, Jiang Zheng abandoned his pen and rushed over, finally able to feel the baby. "Did it just high-five me?" He felt the slight bulge in his palm, astonished. It's possible it was just a kick. The movement was brief, vanishing in mere seconds, and Jiang Zheng reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Jiang Zheng, have you considered whether it's a boy or a girl?" "I haven't thought about it. Either is fine. As long as you are both healthy, I will be content." Jiang Zheng gently caressed Yu Qian's belly and suddenly stated, "However, I hope it's a son." "Why?" "Because daughters are too delicate. I would hate to hear her cry. If it's a son, he could be raised more robustly." Jiang Zheng recalled Yu Qian's drunken demeanor and silently wished for a son again, as long as the little fish would playfully dote on him. After all, sons aren't usually as clingy, are they? Finally, the due date arrived. A few days prior, Jiang Zheng had taken Yu Qian to the hospital. Even so, until the moment of her delivery, his heart remained in a state of suspense. Any slight movement from Yu Qian at night would rouse him from sleep. On this particular afternoon, while Jiang Zheng was feeding Yu Qian, she suddenly displayed an odd expression midway through her meal. Pulling back the covers to check, she calmly announced, "Jiang Zheng, my water has broken." Jiang Zheng was so startled he nearly dropped the food, trembling as he reached for the call button. Yu Qian continued to finish her meal, reasoning that giving birth is physically demanding, and she should eat more to gather strength. As Yu Qian was wheeled into the delivery room, Jiang Zheng anxiously waited outside, even forgetting to inform their families. It was only when Wang Hui arrived at the hospital to check on Yu Qian that she discovered the labor had commenced and quickly called Jiang Zheng's parents. Yu Qian had been well cared for throughout her pregnancy and was in good health. The delivery proceeded smoothly, and within half an hour, the child was born. Seeing the nurse bringing the baby out, Jiang Zheng rushed forward to see Yu Qian, but she did not emerge. The mother needed to be observed for a while and would come out shortly. Hearing that he must wait, Jiang Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of panic, unaware of when his parents would bring the baby to the incubator. Little fish, are you all right? Are you in pain?" As Yu Qian emerged from the delivery room, Jiang Zheng rushed to her bedside, his brow glistening with perspiration, more so than that of Yu Qian, who had just given birth. Yu Qian, too fatigued to utter a word, managed a weak smile and shook her head in response. Seeing her in such a state tightened Jiang Zheng's heart. Fortunately, the doctor had assured him that the delivery had gone smoothly and that Yu Qian was merely exhausted, which allowed him to relax slightly. He accompanied her back to their room, only to belatedly realize that he had yet to see their child. However, reflecting on the presence of his parents and mother-in-law, as well as Bai Qiming, who were all there to lend their support, he felt reassured and content to stay by Yu Qian's side, awaiting her awakening. Yu Qian had a natural birth and was discharged from the hospital on the third day. Once again, Jiang Zheng declined the elder's request to return to Xingyuan, opting instead to take Yu Qian and their son back to their humble abode. As Yu Qian lay on the bed, watching Jiang Zheng deftly change the baby's diaper and prepare formula, a smile broke across her face at the sight of him embodying the role of a devoted father. Throughout her confinement, Jiang Zheng cared for both mother and child exceptionally well, and by the time Yu Qian completed her month of rest, her face had taken on a fuller appearance. Although Jiang Zheng often feigned disdain for his son, in truth, he loved the child more than anyone else. This little one was the precious gift that Yu Qian had fought so hard to bring into the world, one of the most significant figures in his life. Observing the plump mother and child duo he had nurtured, Jiang Zheng was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. As soon as Yu Qian completed her confinement, Jiang Zheng opted for a vasectomy. One child was already sufficient, and he wished to spare Yu Qian from any further risks. Chapter 80. Side Story 4. The Toolman Xiao Yuer. Are you really not coming back tonight? Mom hugged Jiang Zheng, cradling his plump son, followed Yu Qian with eager eyes. Baby, be good. Yu Qian joyfully applied skincare products to her face, not sparing a glance at the father and son duo. What if he comes looking for you tonight? He is rather attached to you, and wouldn't he seek me out? This was not an unfounded statement from Yu Qian. Jiang Yu was particularly clingy towards Jiang Zheng. At times, when he cried, he would reject everyone but Jiang Zheng's embrace. This attachment stemmed from the fact that Jiang Zheng had been the primary caregiver since infancy, changing diapers and feeding him. As he grew older, Jiang Zheng continued to guide him in walking and speaking. The once carefree Jiang Xiao had transformed into a versatile father, while Yu Qian found herself the most leisurely of mothers. Jiang Zheng cast an annoyed glance at Yu Qian before exiting the room with his son. Really, Feng Yin, if you choose to marry, then marry. Why must there be a sleepover? It leaves my son and me to endure the solitude. He set Jiang Yu down, allowing him to walk independently. As he gazed upon the silk v-neck lace-trimmed nightgown draped over the sofa, his irritation intensified. This is hardly sleepwear. It's clearly something more provocative. Such attire is meant for my viewing alone. Why must it be worn in public? While he scrutinized the nightgown, a small hand unexpectedly appeared within his line of sight. You little rascal, you. Before he could intervene, he watched helplessly as Jiang Yu, not yet 2 years old, effortlessly plucked the rhinestone from Yu Qian's nightgown. Jiang Zheng, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced back toward the room, preparing to reprimand his son. However, as his eyes fell upon the now frayed nightgown, an audacious idea materialized in his mind. While he couldn't prevent Yu Qian from going out, he could certainly persuade her to change into a different nightgown. With determination, Jiang Zheng began to remove the rhinestones from Yu Qian's gown one by one. Pleased with the wrinkled state of the dress he had ravaged, he couldn't help but smile. Yet, his expression shifted abruptly as he solemnly embraced the oblivious Jiang Yu and exclaimed loudly toward the room, You little rascal, what have you done? Xiao Yuer, it's terrible. Jiang Yu has ruined your gown. Jiang Yu, bewildered, looked up at Jiang Zheng, not comprehending why his father was suddenly scolding him. Pouting with tears brimming in his eyes, he protested, No, Daddy, it's not ruined. Upon hearing that her gown was damaged, Yu Qian dashed out of the room. Seeing her dress in such disarray, her heart nearly broke. It was a recent purchase. However, witnessing her son's pitiful expression left her unable to express her frustration, and she had to comfort the little chubby boy instead. It's my fault for not keeping a closer eye on Jiang Yu. This gown is beyond repair. Shall I accompany you to buy another? Jiang Zheng suggested, his face laden with guilt. Yu Qian frowned, I'll be leaving shortly. There is no time to buy one now. Then wear one of your old nightgowns. Didn't you buy a bunny-themed onesie before? That one is quite lovely. But I'm so much older now. Would wearing a onesie be too childish? Yu-Chin shook her head shyly. The pajamas Jiang Zheng mentioned were a particularly adorable set she had purchased years ago. However, now that she was a mother, wearing them felt somewhat peculiar. Not childish at all, quite charming, really. My wife is still a young darling in her 20s, and they suit her perfectly, Jiang Zheng insisted, doing his utmost to persuade Yu-Chin to don that all-encompassing onesie. Eventually, she was indeed coaxed into wearing the outfit. Jiang Zheng drove Yu-Chin to Fang Yan's home. Watching her walk inside before he sighed and returned home with her son, Jiang Yu sat in the children's room playing with toys while Jiang Zheng, wearing a sorrowful expression, held his phone. As night approached, close to 9 o'clock, Yu-Chin had yet to call. This heartless little fish, doesn't she miss us at all? He mused. So, wait a moment, Daddy will call Mommy, and you just need to cry into the phone, all right? Jiang Zheng looked into Jiang Yu's innocent eyes, shamelessly uttering such words. Although Jiang Yu did not grasp the meaning, upon hearing about his mother, he shouted, I want Mommy. Yes, that's right. Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up a model of a mech car that Jiang Yu adored and gently twisted it. Wow, Daddy's bad. My car. Just like that, Jiang Zheng swiftly dialed Yu-Chin's number, putting it on speakerphone. Hello, Jiang Zheng, came Yu-Chin's voice. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Jiang Yu cried even harder. Mommy wah. Mommy Daddy. Baby? What's wrong? Yu-Chin asked, alarmed at the sound of her child's cries. Jiang Yu misses you and has been fussing to find you. His face is all red from crying. Jiang Zheng continued to hold the mech car, which only intensified Jiang Yu's sorrowful wails. Hearing that Jiang Yu was seeking her, Yu-Chin grew anxious. It's all right, little fish, let me hear your voice. This way. When he tires from crying, he will stop. Jiang Zheng's words only deepened Yu-Chin's concern. By the time Jiang Yu tires, his eyes will be swollen from crying. Jiang Zheng, please comfort him. I will be back shortly. No need. Let's hang up for now. Upon seeing the call end, a triumphant smile spread across Jiang Zheng's face. He placed a broken toy car into a box and then retrieved a new one. Tada baby, look. Daddy has fixed the car. Jiang Zheng waved the intact toy car in front of Jiang Yu. Seeing that it was indeed a good car, Jiang Yu sniffled, halting his tears and breaking into a smile once more. Jiang Zheng wiped the tear stains from his face, used a towel to clean his face and sweat, and let him continue playing on the floor. When Yu-Chin rushed back, Jiang Yu had already been lulled into a sleepy state by Jiang Zheng. She sighed in relief, and once Jiang Yu was asleep, they quietly exited the room. I'm sorry, little fish, for making you miss the gathering. It's fine. As long as he isn't crying anymore. Should I send you over? Jiang Zheng suggested earnestly. Yu-Chin shook her head. It's too late. I won't go. Upon hearing her words, a smile curled at the corners of Jiang Zheng's mouth. Mission accomplished. Tonight, he would once again be able to hold his wife as they slept together. His son truly was a most useful little helper. Chapter 81, Side Story 5, Kindergarten Activity Day. Jiang Yu, it's time to rise. After completing his morning exercise, Jiang Zheng wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced at his phone, and realizing the time, proceeded to Jiang Yu's room to awaken him. Jiang Yu stirred from his slumber, bleary-eyed, and called out, Daddy. Yes, your mother has already laid out your clothes. Hurry and get dressed. I will take you to school, Jiang Zheng replied. Observing that Jiang Yu was awake, he affectionately touched his face before stepping out of the room, returning to the master bedroom, which was shrouded in darkness by drawn curtains. He found Yu-Chin curled up in the blankets, lost in deep slumber. Not wishing to disturb her, Jiang Zheng quietly made his way to the wardrobe, changed his attire, and emerged from the room. By the time he reappeared, Jiang Yu was already dressed and sitting obediently at the table, enjoying his breakfast. Upon seeing his father, he inquired with a hint of confusion, Where is Mommy? She is still sleeping. We must head to school first, Jiang Zheng responded. Why can Mommy sleep while I cannot? I want to sleep too, Jiang Yu protested, feeling a sense of injustice. After all, both he and his mother were cherished by their father. Yet it seemed that only his mother was granted the luxury of a lie-in. Without raising his gaze, Jiang Zheng urged, Focus on your meal and refrain from whining. With a pout, Jiang Yu resumed, eating his noodles with fervor. Once he finished, Jiang gently returned to the master bedroom, crouching beside the bed to place a soft kiss on Yu Qian's forehead. Little fish, I shall take fish treasure to school now. Be good. MMM. Yu Qian murmured unconsciously. Jiang, chuckling softly, tucked her hand under the covers, quietly closed the door, and took Jiangyu out. At 3.5 years old, Jiangyu was now attending kindergarten. Typically, a school bus would collect the children, but today, an event required parental participation, prompting Jiang to drive him to school. Daddy, the teacher said both parents must attend. What if mommy doesn't come? Jiangyu's small face scrunched up in concern. Your mother will join us at kindergarten once she wakes up, Jiang reassured him. Jiangyu, feeling frustrated, wished a voice that they could simply call his mother to wake her, allowing them to go to kindergarten together. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, they were greeted at the gate by 2 teachers, who warmly welcomed the children. Jiang parked the car, picked up Jiangyu, and strolled toward the entrance. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Good morning, little Jiangyu. The teachers chimed in cheerful unison. They beamed at the father-son duo, both clad in matching white, casual outfits. Jiang exuded charm and handsomeness while Jiangyu radiated cuteness and vitality. The combination was undeniably captivating, despite having witnessed this scene countless times. The teachers could not help but clutch their hearts, feeling a pang of envy. This was indeed the epitome of a perfect family. Jiang nodded to the teachers, and Jiangyu, ever polite, offered a sweet smile, saying, Good morning, Teacher Su. Good morning, Teacher Fei. The teachers were unable to resist the urge to gently stroke his little face. Jiang led Jiangyu to Class 1, where several mothers were already present with their children. As soon as he entered the classroom, he instantly became the center of attention. A few mothers stood at the back of the classroom, whispering to one another while occasionally casting eager glances toward Jiang. Jiang made his way to Jiangyu's seat and calmly sat down, his tall stature of nearly 6 feet contrasting sharply with the diminutive desk. Jiangyu was called by a few friends and happily abandoned his father to join them in play, while Jiang took out his phone to respond to messages. Are you Zhang's father? I've often seen you picking up and dropping off the children. But where's Jiangyu's mother? Why isn't she here? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang put away his phone, looked up at the inquisitive mother, and replied with a gentle smile, My wife was quite exhausted last night and is still asleep. Generally, I handle the school runs. The surrounding mothers, eavesdropping, felt a twinge of envy. How is it possible that such a considerate husband exists? Since becoming mothers themselves, they had not enjoyed a single lazy morning. The mother who had spoken seemed about to say more when Jiang's gaze fell on Jiangyu, who was chasing his friends and nearly stumbled. He quickly stood up and strode over. Jiangyu, no running in the classroom. Do you hear me? Jiang squatted down, supporting Jiangyu's shoulders and looking sternly at him. Jiangyu, feeling a bit guilty, lowered his head, his small hands twisting together. I am sorry, Dad. I won't do it again. Seeing his son's demeanor, Jiang chose not to reprimand him further, instead releasing him to play. Turning back, he noticed all the mothers were staring at him, and with a good-natured smile, he explained, My son takes after his mother. He's quite mischievous. His affectionate expression stirred a pang of emotion in the other mothers. After about half an hour, all the parents had arrived. A bright and cheerful teacher, appearing to be in her early 20s, stood on the podium and began to outline the day's activities. The morning would consist of indoor events, while the afternoon would feature outdoor games. The teacher, smiling warmly at the group of little ones before her and then at the parents at the back, commenced the first activity by singing a song for the mothers, My Good Mother. As she announced the title, her gaze met Jiang's, and she froze momentarily, realizing she had forgotten that there was a father present today. Typically, during kindergarten events, it was primarily mothers who attended, sometimes even grandmothers, while fathers were a rare sight. Thus, the teacher instinctively overlooked the presence of a father. Today, however, she had miscalculated. Watching the children begin to sing, the teacher found it impossible to retract her words. So she continued, albeit with a slight stiffness. Jiang paid no mind to the awkwardness, instead eagerly watching his son belting out the lyrics. I have a good mother. Good mother. The sound was excruciatingly off-key, even worse than when he was scolded, Yet as a proud father, he could tolerate it. Clearly, it wasn't just Jiang Zheng who found his sons singing amusing. The other mothers were also entertained by Jiang Yu's enthusiastic, albeit cacophonous, performance. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Jiang Yu's voice resonated the loudest among the children, leading the entire class into a delightful disarray. Parents transitioned from stifled giggles to uproarious laughter, while the children, oblivious to the commotion, continued to sing with fervor. Once the performance concluded, the parents were nearly breathless from laughter. The teacher, striving to maintain composure, announced the next activity, a collaborative drawing session where parents and children would create a piece entitled Me and My Mom and Dad. Jiang Zheng bent down beside Jiang Yu, observing as he retrieved a box of crayons from his backpack. You draw, and I shall merely watch, Jiang Zheng stated, placing his hands on the table. Showing no inclination to assist, Jiang Yu pouted, displeased with his father's lackadaisical attitude. Yet he dared not voice his frustration. Instead, he clutched the crayon, contemplating how to commence the drawing. Dad, shall we draw Mom first? All right. Jiang Yu selected a black crayon, intending to outline the figure. However, as he sketched ahead, Jiang Zheng interjected, Hold on, your mother's face is an oval, not that pointed shape you've created. Little Jiang Yu, oblivious to the meanings of oval and pointed, blinked innocently at his father. Seeing his son's confusion, Jiang Zheng promptly took over, reshaping the face to his satisfaction before handing the crayon back to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu began to draw a dress. Wait, your mother does not favor pink. Her dress should be yellow. And this design is too bulky. Let's try a different style. Jiang Yu moved on to sketching hair. No, your mother's hair is a bit longer and has a slight curl. As he drew facial features, your mother's eyes should be larger, with deep, glistening pupils. Her lips are full and beautifully colored, unlike what you've depicted. Jiang Yu silently wondered why his father did not draw from the outset. While others completed an entire drawing, this father-son duo dedicated all their time to rendering the likeness of the mother. As time ticked away, Jiang Zheng clasped Jiang Yu's hand and swiftly sketched two stick figures, a larger and a smaller one, next to Yu Qian, with the larger figure representing himself and the smaller one Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gazed sadly at the stick figure, feeling it bore no resemblance to himself. When the teacher requested everyone to frame their drawing for display on the wall, she fell silent upon receiving the artwork from the Zhang family. One depicted a meticulously detailed mother, while the other was a hasty sketch of two stick figures, lacking even distinct facial features. Was this truly a family portrait? The teacher hung the drawing on the wall with a complex expression. At 11 o'clock, the teacher announced that parents would take their children for lunch and rest before resuming outdoor activities at 1 o'clock. As Jiang Zheng and Jiang Yu enjoyed their meal, a notification chimed on his phone. Hello, little fish, Jiang Zheng said with a tender smile while holding his phone. On the other end, Yu Qian expressed her frustration about something. Jiang Zheng gently reassured her. You were up so late last night. I was merely concerned you wouldn't get enough rest. Don't fret. The activities begin in the afternoon. Have Uncle Lu drive you here. You shouldn't drive alone, all right? Nearby, the mother, eavesdropping, felt a pang of jealousy rise within her. Why are the best husbands always someone else's? However, did she just hear something inappropriate? Did he mean what she thought he meant by up so late? Jiang Yu understood that his father referred to little fish because it was his mother calling. He set down his chopsticks and stood up, eager to grab the phone. I want to talk to Mom. Dad, give me the phone. Jiang Zheng gently held Jiang Yu's head to prevent him from moving, continuing to speak softly to Yu Qian. We are already eating. You should have your meal at home first. The food here isn't very good. Be good and listen. Jiang Zheng did not deliberately lower his voice, but the remark about the food distinctly reached the teacher's ears. The teacher, feeling powerless, could only remain silent. After hanging up, Jiang Zheng adopted a serious demeanor, transferring all the carrots from his bowl to Jiang Yu's. Children should eat more carrots. It's good for their health. Jiang Yu, unwilling to eat, could not oppose his father in his mother's absence and begrudgingly stuffed the carrots into his mouth. When will Mom come? He lamented. Shortly after their meal, Yu Qian hurriedly arrived, dressed in a matching white casual outfit, mirroring her husband and son. Considering the upcoming outdoor activities, she had styled her hair into a bun. exuding a vibrant and youthful charm. "Mom," Jiang Yu exclaimed. "Why did you come so quickly? You're sweating." Jiang Zheng took out a tissue to help Yu Qian wipe her forehead. She embraced Jiang Yu and shot Jiang Zheng a glare. "If you hadn't turned off my alarm, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. I just wanted you to have a bit more sleep. And besides last night." "Shut up," Yu Qian interrupted, covering Jiang Zheng's mouth while glancing around nervously. Once she saw no one was paying attention, she let go. "Mom, Dad forced me to eat carrots," Jiang Yu hurriedly complained upon seeing his mother. To his surprise, Yu Qian smiled and replied, "Sweetheart, children shouldn't be picky eaters. Eating more carrots is beneficial for your health." Jiang Yu thought to himself, this isn't what he expected. Shouldn't his mother reprimand his father instead? Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, Yu Qian shot another glare at Jiang Zheng. "How far you've come, forcing the child to eat something he dislikes. If it weren't for the presence of others, I would certainly pinch your ear." As the family playfully bickered, time swiftly passed, and soon it was 1 o'clock. Due to the kindergarten's parent-child activities, typically only one parent would attend, resulting in events designed for one adult accompanying one child. Thus, it sufficed for either Jiang Zheng or Yu Qian to accompany Jiang Yu in the competition. As Yu Qian listened to the teacher elucidate the various games and their rules, her eagerness began to surface. Jiang Zheng leaned close to her ear, suggesting, "Allow me to participate. I would feel uneasy if you were to take part." Yu Qian protested, "But these are merely simple games. What is so difficult about them? I still recall how someone once managed to drop a shot put on himself. If you wish to engage in activities, I shall accompany you at home. Let me take part in this competition." Yu Qian, somewhat exasperated, found it perplexing that Jiang Zheng would bring up such an old incident. Regardless of her attempts to play coy, when the competition commenced, Jiang Zheng firmly led Jiang Yu to join the lineup. Yu Qian, feeling frustrated, gazed at the flamboyant father-son duo and thought her outfit was wasted. The other mothers, observing that a father from the Jiang family was competing, couldn't help but glance back and forth between Jiang Zheng and Yu Qian. Men's physical prowess inherently carries an advantage, especially considering Jiang Zheng's unwavering commitment to fitness over the years. To him, these games were akin to mere play. Ultimately, Jiang Yu unsurprisingly secured first place, his little face glowing with excitement as he proudly held the small red flower awarded by the teacher, beaming with joy. Chapter 82. Side Story 6. Amnesia. Upon hearing from Uncle Liu that Jiang Zheng had been in a car accident and was admitted to the hospital, Yu Qian was instantly struck with fear, her legs trembling beneath her. In a state of frantic anxiety, she rushed to the hospital, making her way directly to Jiang Zheng's ward. Upon entering, she saw Jiang Zheng lying on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages, nearly causing her to stumble. "Madam, please be careful. How is he? What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" Yu Qian implored as she rushed to Jiang Zheng's bedside, wanting to touch him but hesitating. "The situation is not dire," the doctor reassured her. "He merely sustained a bump to the head and is temporarily unconscious. There are no other injuries." Hearing that it was not serious, Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief, only to be struck with confusion. "How did the accident happen?" "A car lost control on the road. We couldn't avoid it in time and were struck," the doctor explained. Yu Qian's hands trembled as she thought how fortunate it was that Jiang Zheng had not sustained severe injuries. She noticed the assistant had a scrape on his hand and instructed him to go get checked and rest, assuring him that she would take care of Jiang Zheng. After keeping vigil for more than 2 hours, Jiang Zheng finally stirred awake. "Jiang Zheng, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Do you feel nauseous?" Yu Qian asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on him. Jiang Zheng slowly opened his eyes, seeming taken aback by the light. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and then looked at Yu Qian with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Yu Qian was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a group of doctors rushed into the room. "This is illogical. The scans show no internal injuries. How could he have amnesia? There's no hemorrhage, and the nerves are unharmed." Jiang Zheng's expression darkened as he observed the swarm of doctors buzzing around him, incessantly chattering. It was only after they exited the ward that he turned to Yu Qian. "You say you are my wife?" "Yes, we have been married for 9 years. Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, arms crossed, expressing disbelief. "That's implausible. If we've been married for 9 years, then I must have married in my early 20s. Observing his perplexed demeanor, Yu Qian quietly added, "Not only are you married, but we also have a 4-year-old child." Jiang Zheng's incredulity persisted. Seeing his skepticism, Yu Qian silently dialed Zhang's mother. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Zheng's amnesia, Zhang's mother immediately rushed over with Zhang's father and Yu Qian's mother. "Big treasure, do you remember who I am?" Zhang's mother cradled Jiang Zheng's face, her expression laden with concern for her seemingly daft son. Jiang Zheng pushed his mother's hands away, a look of disdain on his face. "How many times must I say it? Don't call me big treasure. How can you not remember? At this rate, what will happen when you develop dementia?" Zhang's mother. It appears there is no significant issue. The group bombarded him with questions, ultimately confirming that Jiang Zheng remembered everything except for Yu Qian and Jiang Yu. Concerned glances were cast towards Yu Qian. However, Yu Qian herself was not overly distressed. After all, he was alive and well, just with a minor mental lapse that might resolve with time. With the validation from his parents, Jiang Zheng finally accepted the reality of his marriage and fatherhood. Jiang Zheng's health appeared to be intact, and no immediate mental issues could be identified. The doctor advised him to return home for observation. Thus, Yu Qian led her amnesiac husband back to their humble abode. Upon entering, Jiang Zheng curiously surveyed his surroundings. Just then, Jiang Yu rushed out of his room, and upon seeing his father, he leapt forward, exclaiming, "Daddy." However, Jiang Zheng recoiled, taken aback by the sight of the child, who was covered in paint from his recent artistic endeavors. The boy's appearance was undeniably messy, but in the past, his father had never expressed disdain for him. This was the first time Jiang Yu felt rejected, and he was profoundly affected, his eyes welling up with tears as he began to cry. Yu Qian shot Jiang Zheng an admonishing glance and quickly embraced Jiang Yu, soothing him with tender words. "Be good, my darling. Daddy's brain is a bit muddled right now. He has temporarily forgotten you. He didn't mean to disapprove of you." After a lengthy period of comforting, Jiang Yu finally ceased his tears, though he timidly nestled in Yu Qian's arms, hesitant to approach Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng, reclining on the sofa with an air of indifference, stroked his belly and inquired, "If you're my wife, then do you cook?" "I don't. All the meals in our household are prepared by you," Yu Qian replied, observing Jiang Zheng with an inscrutable expression. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zheng's face reflected disbelief. "How could I, the esteemed CEO of the Jiang family, possibly cook? You must be jesting." "I don't care. I am famished and desire to taste the meals you prepare." Yu Qian regarded him for a moment without displaying anger, instead posing a counter-question. "You truly wish to eat my cooking?" Jiang Zheng, growing impatient, nodded. Yu Qian refrained from further conversation, setting Jiang Yu down to play while she made her way to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to commence cooking. From the sofa, Jiang Zheng interjected, "No need for anything extravagant. Just whip up a couple of simple dishes. I'm on the brink of starvation." Yu Qian did not respond, but indeed prepared only 2 dishes, stir-fried greens and lotus root. Jiang Zheng's expression soured at the sight of such simplicity, and although he wanted to voice his thoughts, he ultimately remained silent and began to eat. After finishing his meal, Yu Qian inquired, "Well, was it tasty?" Jiang Zheng displayed a face of disdain, expressing his dissatisfaction. It was passable. Yu Qian raised an eyebrow at his response, choosing not to dwell on his words, and instead went to assist Jiang Yu with his bath and lull him to sleep. Typically, these chores fell to Jiang Zheng, but with his amnesia, it fell to Yu Qian to fulfill these duties. After soothing Jiang Yu to sleep, upon returning to the bedroom, she found her husband lounging in a bathrobe, sprawled comfortably on the bed. "You're supposed to have amnesia, aren't you?" Yu Qian queried, puzzled. Jiang Zheng, confused by her remark, furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean? If you have lost your memory, then in your heart, we are merely strangers. Would you share a bed with a stranger? But we are married, are we not? You have amnesia." The two exchanged incredulous glances, and finally, Jiang Zheng coldly asked, "So what do you suggest we do?" Yu Qian, with an expression of certainty, replied, "Since you have amnesia, you should sleep in the study. Whenever your memory returns, you may come back in." "Why should I go to sleep? Am I meant to?" Under Yu Qian's gaze, Jiang Zheng succumbed, muttering softly about the heartless woman before he resigned to the study to sleep. The following day, upon rising, Yu Qian was greeted by the sounds of laughter and commotion outside. She opened her bedroom door to find Jiang Yu, who had been weeping the previous day, now playfully engaged with Jiang Zheng without a hint of restraint. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu sweetly called out Mommy, while Jiang Zheng swiftly donned a cold expression, turning his head away. After the family had breakfast, Jiang Zheng began his antics once more. I feel the urgent need to regain my memories. Yu Qian, her eyes glued to her phone, asked, what do you intend to do? Do we possess any particularly unforgettable memories? If we could revisit those places, perhaps the past could resurface and rekindle my recollection. Intrigued by this notion, Yu Qian set her phone aside and replied with a smile, we have many shared memories. Which kind do you refer to? What sorts exist? With a mysterious grin, she continued, there are memories from the day, from the night, some pure and others not so pure. Jiang Zheng. Yu Qian, amused by his reaction, added, however, I am not inclined to engage with you in any intimate manner at present. You may only select from the pure memories. Ahem. Jiang Zheng cleared his throat, adjusting his expression as he stated, I came across a photograph on my phone yesterday, with a backdrop by the seaside. Looking at that photo, I felt a faint sense of familiarity. How about we visit that place? It might help me recover my memories. As he spoke, he retrieved the photograph to show Yu Qian. A glance was all it took for her to recognize it. It was a picture from their first date in Nan City. She pondered for a moment, tilting her head to look at Jiang Zheng. Do you truly believe that will jog your memory? Perhaps, he replied. What about Jiang Yu? He still has classes. Let us send him to his grandparents. They can take care of him. Jiang Zheng stated this without a moment's hesitation. Yu Qian lowered her head in thought, ultimately agreeing with Jiang Zheng's plan. Upon learning that Yu Qian intended to revisit Nan City with Jiang Zheng, Mama Jiang readily took on the responsibility of caring for Jiang Yu. The two quickly packed their belongings and boarded a flight to Nan City that very afternoon. Upon landing, Yu Qian led Jiang Zheng directly to the hotel where they had once stayed. At the front desk, she presented their identification with unwavering resolve, declaring, 2 rooms, please. Jiang Zheng's expression shifted at once. He pressed down on the identification and said to the clerk, we are married. 1 room will suffice. The clerk, glancing between the two, refrained from speaking, silently awaiting their negotiation. Observing Jiang Zheng's exaggerated reaction, Yu Qian smiled knowingly, so you're no longer pretending to be amnesiac. Jiang Zheng paused, remained silent for a long moment, and with a slightly grim expression, asked, how did you realize I was feigning memory loss? He had believed he was convincing enough. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Qian could no longer contain her laughter. Since yesterday, you haven't uttered a single harsh word to me. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that she deliberately prepared a rather unpalatable dish yesterday. If Jiang Zheng had truly suffered from amnesia, he would have surely uttered a plethora of unflattering remarks. Yet, it is only the unforgetting Jiang Zheng who, despite the distasteful meal, could still muster a response of not too bad. Jiang Zheng never anticipated that his downfall would stem from such a trivial matter, rendering him momentarily unable to come to terms with it. Yu Qian poked at his arm and said, Jiang Zheng, if you wish to go on a date, just say so. Is it really necessary to pretend to be forgetful? You genuinely startled me yesterday. Jiang Zheng grasped Yu Qian's finger, grumbling with mild discontent. Were it not for this, how could we have our own little world? You would inevitably bring Jiang Yu along. Yu Qian looked at this as somewhat childish man with exasperation. Yet she acknowledged the truth in his words. After becoming parents, their lives indeed revolved around their child. Well, since they were already out, they might as well treat it as a honeymoon getaway. Yu Qian decided to no longer dwell on it. She was fully aware that Jiang Zheng had intentionally coaxed her into this outing, so she was determined to spend quality time with him over the next few days. Seeing that Yu Qian did not object, Jiang Zheng's smile brightened once more. Now, he could confidently request the customer service to book a room. The two of them, reminiscent of their early infatuation, indulged in 3 delightful days in Nan City. Aside from the occasional phone calls from Jiang Yu, Jiang Zheng was thoroughly satisfied with this honeymoon trip, experiencing a significant rejuvenation of both body and soul. Furthermore, this journey reinforced his understanding that, indeed, he held the utmost importance in the heart of the little fish. In a separate vignette, we find a small, innocent Yin Yin sitting in the living room of Bai Qiming's home, dressing her dolls. Curious, she approached little Bai Qiming, who was tiptoeing at the window, peering outside. With a feigned air of maturity, he pointed out, "Look, we have new neighbors." Outside, Jiang Zheng's family was moving into the villa adjacent to Bai's residence. With Jiang's mother clad in a purple dress, busily bending over to search for little Jiang Zheng. Neighbors? What is a neighbor? Yin Yin tilted her head in confusion. Bai Qiming mirrored her gesture, his small brows furrowing as he explained, "Neighbors are the people living next door. You're my neighbor." "Wow, that's wonderful. Do we have friends now?" Though Bai Qiming claimed they were neighbors, in Yin Yin's mind, he and Bai Qiming were friends, thus neighbors equated to friends. And the newcomers outside were also their friends. "No, they're neighbors," Bai Qiming corrected. "There are only adults next door, no children like us." Just as he finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed from another direction of the living room's glass window, startling Lin Yin Yin, who clutched Bai Qiming's shirt tightly. Summoning his courage, Bai Qiming led Lin Yin Yin to the opposite glass window, standing on tiptoe to see that an object was tapping against the glass from outside. In the Bai family's living room, all the windows were fitted with security bars. Bai Qiming dragged over a chair, climbed up, and opened the window. With his small hands gripping the railing, he spotted a child outside who seemed to be of similar age. Ah, at last there was someone. Jiang Zheng tossed aside the stick he had been using to tap on the window and exclaimed joyfully to Bai Qiming, "Hello, my friend. Your tree is so beautiful. Could you give it to me?" "Who is it?" Lin Yin Yin asked nervously, supporting herself on the chair as she looked up at Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming frowned and replied, "A child I don't know." Outside, Xiao Jiang Zheng, not receiving a response, blinked curiously at Bai Qiming and suddenly burst into laughter. "You look like you're in jail, sitting there behind the bars." Bai Qiming had a vague understanding that those in jail were usually wrongdoers, and he retorted angrily, "You are the one. Why did you come into my house without permission?" Jiang Zheng replied, "I came into the front door." Isn't that what without permission means? Bai Qiming felt something was amiss, but couldn't find the words to counter. Growing impatient, Jiang Zheng asked again, "Can you give me that tree?" Bai Qiming was puzzled. "What do you want with that tree?" Jiang Zheng excitedly pulled out a slingshot, saying, "Look, a friend gave this to me when I came here." "Isn't it cool?" Just as Bai Qiming was about to say it wasn't tea, Jiang Zheng continued rapidly. "I noticed your tree was perfect for making a slingshot when I passed by your house. It's a huge slingshot." Bai Qiming gazed at the tree, which was over a meter tall and forked at the waist, his mouth agape. Could such a large tree really be fashioned into a slingshot? Jiang Zheng looked up at him, filled with anticipation. However, Bai Qiming thought the tree would bloom and had no intention of giving it to Jiang Zheng. So he firmly stated, "No, I cannot give you this tree." "All right then," Jiang Zheng said regretfully, placing the slingshot back in his pocket. He picked up a twig from the ground and declared, "If you want tea, give it to me. That's fine. My mom is calling me. I must leave now. Goodbye, friend." Bai Qiming was somewhat skeptical of this straightforward demeanor. He recalled the last time Ning Ning wanted his telescope. When he refused, she sat on the ground and cried. He had prepared to admonish the child like an adult. Yet here was Jiang Zheng, who simply relinquished his desire. Waving the twig, Xiao Jiang Zheng strolled out of the Bai residence, calling out to his mother, who was shouting in frustration from searching for him. "Mom, I'm here." "Did he leave?" Lin Yin Yin asked as she gazed up at Bai Qiming. Just as Bai Qiming was about to respond, the aunt emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of porridge and exclaimed, "Qiming, why are you climbing out the window? Come down." "I'm not climbing out. I was just standing here to see," Bai Qiming replied. The aunt responded, "Is that not the same thing?" After ensuring Bai Qiming was unhurt, she admonished him again, "You must not lean out of the window in the future. What if you fall?" Next door to the Bai family, Jiang Mama, having searched for Jiang Zheng for over 10 minutes, was utterly exasperated. Upon seeing her child stagger out, she quickly approached him, lifting her skirt as she walked, and exclaimed, "You just got out of the car, and you've already run off. Where did you get that stick?" "I found it," Jiang Zheng replied. In a huff, Jiang Mama brushed the grass off his clothes and pulled him into the house, repeatedly admonishing him. "This time, you must not run away. Do you hear me?" Jiang Zheng remained silent, his curiosity piqued by this new home. From that day forward, Bai Qiming and Lin Yinyin gained a talkative and proactive little friend. That year, the three of them were sent to kindergarten. Jiang Mama squatted in front of little Jiang Zheng, patiently coaxing him, "Darling, there are many little friends to play with at kindergarten. If you stay here and play all day, Mommy will come and take you home in the evening, okay?" Little Jiang Zheng frowned. "Mom, school is for classes, not for playing." "You're so silly," Jiang Mama replied. "All right then, can you stay at kindergarten by yourself?" "No, I want you to take me home." "I can't." "Oh, I understand, you want to buy a bag. I heard you say you were going to mall yesterday." Jiang Mama, observing Jiang Zheng's complete lack of distress, managed to utter a few more words before walking out of the kindergarten with a relieved expression, feeling lighter at last. Lin Yinyin felt a bit frightened in the unfamiliar environment, clutching tightly to Bai Qiming's shirt. As the wails of other children echoed around them, her eyes began to redden. "Yinyin, we can go home tonight." Bai Papa was too busy to personally drop Bai Qiming off at kindergarten, yet Bai Qiming was unafraid, even mimicking the adults around him as he gently patted Lin Yinyin's back to comfort her. Jiang Zheng stood beside them, curiously glancing around. Even as the teacher ushered them into the classroom, many children continued to cry softly. Bai Qiming and Lin Yinyin sat in front of Jiang Zheng, whose desk mate was a sturdy boy, the loudest among them with his cries. At the podium, the teacher said, "From now on, if any of you have questions, just raise your hands." Before she could finish, Jiang Zheng had already raised his hand. The teacher, her voice gentle, asked, "What question does little Jiang Zheng have?" Little Jiang Zheng blinked, his face earnest as he inquired, "Teacher, I want to know whose crying is louder, Zhang Chen's or a pig's." The teacher paused. Zhang Chen interjected with a loud wail, "Wah, my crying is louder." Sitting at the front, Bai Qiming heard Jiang Zheng's question and smiled faintly. He too found Zhang Chen's cries quite bothersome. Lin Yinyin, bewildered by the commotion, looked at Bai Qiming. Jiang Zheng, irritated, covered his ears, convinced that Zhang Chen's cries were indeed louder. The pigs on TV never sounded so loud. Zhang Chen's emotional outburst stirred the few children who had managed to stop crying, prompting them to begin wailing again. The situation spiraled out of control, and the teacher could no longer maintain order, beginning to console each child individually. On the first day of school, Jiang Zheng learned to sigh. He found it exhausting to be amidst a group of immature children. However, life in kindergarten was quite fulfilling. Once he became accustomed to the campus environment, every morning, Jiang Zheng, Bai Qiming, and Lin Yinyin would ride together in the same vehicle to kindergarten. Most of the time, they were accompanied by a driver and an attendant, though occasionally, Zhang's parents and Bai's father or Lin's mother would whimsically decide to drop them off. Bai Qiming was uncertain when Jiang Zheng had transitioned into his friend. By the time he realized it, he had already grown used to Jiang Zheng's incessant chatter. The trio remained in the same class from kindergarten through elementary school and into middle school. As they entered junior high, the concept of gender began to crystallize, and many students started to experience vague feelings towards the opposite sex. Lin Yinyin brought a box of cookies made by her aunt to share with Bai Qiming and Jiang Zheng during recess. Recently, Jiang Zheng's appetite had increased remarkably. After just one class, he was already ravenous, devouring the cookies